In the first year of the apocalypse, her children, still under a year old, were tragically taken from her. By the 6th year of this cataclysm, she was betrayed and cast into the abyss by her so-called sister. Having grasped the power of space and a trading marketplace, she returned 2 months prior to the calamity, vowing never to repeat the mistakes of her previous life. She resolved to live freely, avenging wrongs and repaying kindness, determined to obtain whatever she desired. In the face of impending disaster, she indulged in rampant buying, hoarding supplies to the brim, leaving no funds unspent. Was the space a gluttonous beast for gold? Did it only recognize currency in the form of gold for upgrades and trades? Not a problem, she would acquire treasures from national vaults at no cost. As the cataclysm commenced, with waters flooding high-rise buildings, she cultivated vegetables at home while confronting tyrants. In the icy chill, she planted trees and observed the warmth of human connections. During sweltering heat, she tended to flowers, appreciating the myriad forms of a disaster. Amidst acid rain and toxic fog, she entertained her children while acting as a middleman to profit from the differences. And what of her boyfriend, a special forces soldier, who was raised apart? When would he return home? If he delayed any longer, his wife would take their children and soar beyond the blue planet, escaping the galaxy and venturing into the cosmos. Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Delivery Room. Instinctively striving to rise, she realized her hands and feet were restrained. Before she could comprehend her surroundings, voices spoke nearby. The cervix has yet to dilate. A natural birth will be quite challenging. Let's wait a little longer. If there's no progress in 3 hours, we'll proceed with a cesarean. English, childbirth. Were they discussing her? Turning her head, Su Yin saw 2 figures clad in white coats. And here she lay, upon a delivery bed. She took a few deep breaths, enduring the pain, and asked, "What day is it today?" Su Yin confirmed once more, December 8th, 2028. This is St. Leah Maternal and Child Hospital? Indeed, on this very day, in her previous life, she had undergone a cesarean section at this private hospital, giving birth to a pair of children. Suppressing the contractions, Su Yin silently unleashed the most venomous curses upon fate. Had she returned a year prior, she would have been spared the burden of these children of uncertain paternity. The experience of rebirth temporarily dulled the pre-labor agony, and her mind began to clear. She recalled enduring over 10 hours of excruciating pain in her past life, ultimately resorting to a section. If she was destined for surgery either way, why not hasten the inevitable? "Doctor, I demand a cesarean section immediately. Are you certain?" A physician approached to inquire. Su Yin reaffirmed her decision with unwavering certainty. With no relatives or friends by her side, she signed her name on the surgical consent form and was promptly wheeled into the operating room. Before the delivery, she had arranged for 2 caregivers to look after the children, with another attending to her needs. The anesthesia had yet to wear off completely, and her mind remained in a haze. Even with impending calamity looming 2 months away, she felt powerless. She decided to rest first. When she awoke, it was 6 hours later, at 10 o'clock at night. Opening her phone, Su Yin meticulously checked the missed calls and messages. The majority of the calls were from her younger sister, Su Jiao, the adopted daughter of the Su family. Before meeting Su Jiao, Su Yin had a rather indifferent relationship with her parents and 2 older brothers. Her presence in the household was inconsequential whether she was there or not. It was merely an additional seat at the dinner table, yet the atmosphere remained relatively peaceful. L.I.S. a foster daughter accustomed to theatrics, Su Yin frequently found herself the target of Su Jiao's baseless accusations, being accused of theft, of pushing Su Jiao down the stairs, and of engaging in promiscuous behavior outside. The Su family readily believed whatever the foster daughter claimed, unleashing their ire upon Su Yin. Furthermore, she was compelled to vacate her spacious princess room, which she had occupied for over a decade, and move into a storage room. Despite the presence of domestic help, she was tasked with cleaning the entire villa, and even though there were multiple washing machines available, she was forced to wash the family-less clothes by hand. This situation was indeed quite absurd, wasn't it? Su Yin could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Innocent and naive as she was, she chose to endure it silently, holding on to the hope that they were all flesh and blood. Her forbearance only emboldened Su Jiao further. On the occasion of her 18th birthday, Su Jiao claimed she would celebrate with a party at a hotel. Su Yin declined, knowing it was yet another scheme to torment her. However, under the oppressive influence of her parents and brothers, she ultimately capitulated. It was on this fateful day that she inexplicably found herself drugged and tossed into a hotel room, leading to her unexpected pregnancy. It wasn't until over 3 months into her pregnancy that Su Yin discovered her condition. She wished to terminate the pregnancy, but upon visiting the hospital, she was informed that she had surpassed the optimal window for such an operation. Given her health issues and the fact that she was carrying twins, the risks of induction were exceedingly high, with the possibility of losing 3 lives hanging in the balance. In the end, it was her uncle, Su Jiangwo, who advised her to bring the child to term, emphasizing that life was paramount above all else. He took it upon himself to arrange everything necessary for her to go abroad to rest and give birth. Regrettably, the only one who cherished her, her second uncle, had passed away merely half a month prior. Second uncle. At last, it was not Su Jiao's call. She picked up her phone to answer. May I inquire if this is Miss Su Yin? Hello, it is. I am Li Muhua, the attorney representing Mr. Su Jiangwo. I have a document regarding the transfer of equity and property, as well as some personal belongings that need to be delivered. Ed to you. All right. Su Yin provided her apartment address in Night City and arranged to meet in a week. Her uncle's possessions? In her previous life, she had never heard of her uncle leaving her anything. After her cesarean section in her last life, she did not receive a call from Li Muhua and was unaware of any shares or belongings. Could it be that living again was a result of her delivering hours earlier, thus allowing her to avoid missing Li Muhua's call? Belongings? That emerald ring. In her previous life, after the natural disaster, Su Jiao had always flaunted the emerald ring she wore. A flash of realization struck Su Yin, but the thought slipped away before she could grasp it. Regardless, she needed to obtain the items first. Very well, Miss Su, I will book a flight immediately. In this second chance at life, the possessions her uncle bestowed upon her must not fall into the hands of others. She would exact her vengeance on those who deserved it and would not let any wrongdoers escape. The calamity would commence in 2 months, leaving her little time. Su Yin picked up her phone to check the balance on her card. When it comes to money, the funds in her account, and her usual expenses, including various extracurricular classes she had attended since childhood and the specialized tutors she hired, were all financed by her uncle. One might mistakenly believe that her uncle is her biological father. The more than 20 million in Su Yan's account is entirely independent of her parents. This family, with their double standards, is truly amusing. The 2 million in her account provides Su Yin with a temporary sense of security. At the very least, she and her children will not face immediate starvation. Once she obtains the shares bequeathed to her by her uncle, she plans to find a way to liquidate them and needs to uncover the special function of that ring. Chapter 2. The Opening of the Dimensional Space. The following day, Lawyer Li Muhua arrived at the hospital as promised. He was rather astonished by Su Yan's situation. He had merely assumed that the young lady was ill, not that she had given birth. He presented the transfer documents for the shares and several properties for Su Yin to review. Miss Su, these are the assets left to you by Mr. Su Jiangwo. If there are no objections, please sign, and I will take care of the rest. Thank you, Lawyer Li, for your hard work. The nurse placed a small table beside the hospital bed and helped Su Yin sit up for her convenience in examining the documents. After confirming everything was in order, Su Yin affixed her signature. Lawyer Li collected the signed documents and placed a large jewelry box on the small table for Su Yin to inventory. This is what Mr. Su Jiangwo left for you. He mentioned that he had shared the password with you. Yes, that it took Su Yin some time to recall that her uncle had called her during his final moments. For the reborn Su Yin, 6 years is a considerable span, and there are inevitably some things that she cannot remember immediately. Su Yin pondered for a moment before inputting the password to unlock the box. Inside, various pieces of jewelry revealed their considerable worth, but her focus was solely on the emerald, which, fortunately, remained intact. Lawyer Li, could you inform me of the market value of my 20 shares in the Su Group and the properties I possess? The 20 stake in the Su Group is valued at approximately 1 billion. The old Su residence, given its expansive area and prime location, is estimated to be around 120 million. The 2 penthouses at Longjang Terrace are each worth about 8 million, while the villa at Sinchi Garden is valued at around 20 million. Flipping through the property titles, Su Yin decided to retain the 2 penthouses in Building C of Lanjiang Terrace and push the other 2 property deeds towards Limuhua. Lawyerly, may I entrust you with the sale of these 2 villas? It must be expedited, and I will only accept full payment, even if the price is 10 lower than the market rate. The 20 stake in the Su Group should also be transferred at its market value. Understood. I will expedite the process and aim to secure a higher price for the shares. Is there any issue with completing this within a week? Not at all. Li Muhua was taken aback by Su Yan's urgency to liquidate her assets. Having a familiar rapport with Su Jiangwo, he inquired further, Miss Su, what compels you to sell your Sharisa? ND properties? Given my circumstances, where I am bereft of parental affection and have had children before completing my university education, my life seems destined to unfold this way. I merely wish to use this money to quietly raise my children. Very well, you should focus on taking care of your health and not overthink the rest. I will expedite the matter at hand and maintain contact via phone. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. Thank you, I will. At such a tender age, with a beauty so meticulously crafted, this girl, still but a child herself, was already burdened with the responsibility of raising another. It truly felt like an immense trial. Li Muhua's serious demeanor rarely betrayed hints of pity and concern. Before departing, Li Muhua hesitated, grappling with his words before finally expressing, Miss Su, prior to this, when I was unable to reach you, I contacted your parents. Subsequently, they came with another girl, armed with your identification, seeking the shares left to you by Mr. Su Jiangwo. Upon discovering discrepancies with the identification, I found an excuse to defer. Please, remain vigilant regarding your family. Understood. Thank you for the warning. Indeed, in her previous life, they had orchestrated a similar scheme to seize the shares and possessions bestowed upon her by her uncle. Fortunately, in this lifetime, she had insisted on a cesarean section, allowing her to emerge from the delivery room hours earlier. Otherwise, she would have missed out on everything her uncle had left for her. Possessions must be firmly grasped in hand and heart for true security. Su Yin retrieved the emerald ring and adorned her finger with it, subsequently securing her jewelry box. At present, there was little she could do until her discharge, when she could commence gathering supplies. However, she could certainly begin drafting a list, ensuring nothing essential was overlooked when the time came to stock up. Thus, her preparations would encompass various necessities, such as cooling supplies, winter clothing, and provisions for aquatic travel. She would categorize them into 2 primary divisions, one for daily necessities and the other for weaponry. In the realm of everyday essentials, one encounters a plethora of categories: pharmaceuticals, staple foods, meats, condiments, vegetables, fruits, convenience foods, snacks, home textiles, apparel, footwear, furniture, appliances, cleaning supplies, cosmetics, outdoor gear, survival equipment, and infant necessities. Each of these categories is further delineated by numerous specifics. The category of weaponry is bifurcated into firearms and cold weapons, along with weapons of mass destruction. Cold weapons encompass various blades, while firearms are divided into light and heavy weaponry. Heavy weaponry includes aircraft, tanks, and warships. Advanced technology that is not readily accessible to the average individual. Weapons of mass destruction are beyond consideration. The focus narrows to light weapons, with handguns and grenades being her primary targets. Transportation vehicles and fuel are indispensable, a point that warrants emphasis. Late into the night, Su Yin meticulously compiled her inventory list. The following day, Su Yin awakened during the doctor's rounds. The tubes attached to her body had been removed, and a nurse assisted her in taking tentative steps within the confines of her room. Approaching the crib, she gazed upon the 2 tiny, softly slumbering forms, her heart swelling with tenderness. She felt immense gratitude for her past courage in choosing to keep them. Xiao Wei, in this lifetime, mother shall keep her eyes wide open, unwavering against the deceit of the wicked, and will devote herself entirely to your upbringing. Miss Su, your phone, the nurse said, handing her the device. Upon seeing the contact labeled Mom, she promptly hung up, unwilling to squander a single word with a woman blinded by her own greed, clearly motivated by her interest in shares. She also took the opportunity to block all contact information of the 5 worthless members of the Su family, as she did not wish to be inundated with their incessant calls that old dampen her spirits. Her resolve for vengeance was as unyielding as a rock. She would not spare those who had wronged her and her children. They should brace themselves for reckoning in 2 months' time. On the 6th day in the hospital, a staggering sum of 1,020 million landed in Su Yan's bank account. Mere minutes after the notification, a call from Li Muhua came through. Miss Su, your father has purchased your shares in the old Su residence, totaling 11 billion in twinum. Ilian has been credited, correct? It has arrived. I just received the notification. The remaining villa has already been claimed by someone. The funds will be transferred tomorrow. Be cautious while you are out alone. Thank you, lawyerly. After hanging up, Su Yin felt an urgency to leave. She could request her discharge from the hospital. She hired 3 caregivers at triple the usual wage to attend to her and her 2 children in the apartment. After the doctor's repeated assurances, she was finally cleared to leave the hospital. Upon returning to the apartment, she promptly shut herself in her room, pricking her finger to let a drop of blood fall onto the surface of her emerald ring. Ding! Dimensional space is now opening. Chapter 3, Heritage. Indeed, it was a dimensional space, and the surprise struck her unexpectedly. Before Su Yan's eyes unfolded a grand and splendid fireworks display that lasted a full 5 minutes. For gradually subsiding. This moment, she found herself not in her room, but at the center of a miniature landscape garden, approximately 20 square meters in size and 5 to 6 meters high. A display screen materialized before her, revealing the rules of using this space. No wonder it was called dimensional space. Originally, the upgrade not only expands space but also facilitates trade with other realms, with gold serving as the default currency. Bartering with other dimensions is also permitted, though the specifics of which realms may be engaged in trade remain undisclosed until after the upgrade. The cost for upgrading is also measured in gold. To elevate to the first level requires 1 kilogram. The second level demands 10 kilograms. The third level calls for 100 kilograms. The fourth level necessitates 1,000 kilograms. The fifth level requires 0 kilograms. And the sixth level demands 100,000 kilograms. It is indeed substantial and exceedingly expensive. At the 6th level, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would take her several lifetimes, based on her current wealth, to accumulate such an amount of gold. Su Yin had originally believed that possessing over 10 billion in assets made her a modestly wealthy individual, capable of stockpiling numerous supplies. Little did she anticipate that she could not even reach the 5th level of space. After comprehending the intricacies of her space, Su Yin emerged and attempted to use her mind to retrieve items. Only small items can be stored. Larger items would damage the landscape within, indicating that she must first upgrade to expand her space before amassing a greater quantity of supplies. Impatient to delay, Su Yin promptly scheduled an appointment for the following morning to purchase gold at the bank. She calculated that, given the current gold prices, upgrading to the 5th level would require over 5 billion worth of gold, which would deplete her funds, leaving her in suffocation. To stockpile supplies. As she fell asleep, dreams enveloped her, recalling her past life where, for the sake of so-called family, she devoted herself tirelessly to serving as a menial maid during a Timio F calamity, managing all household chores and daily meals for 6 entire years. In her dreams, she often revisits the harrowing memory of escaping a catastrophic earthquake, during which she and Su Jiao became separated from their negligent parents and brother. In the chaos of their flight, only she and Su Jiao reached the edge of an unfathomable chasm, where Yu Jiao callously pushed her into the abyss. Desperately, she clung to a gnarled tree that hung precariously over the crack, demanding to know why Su Jiao had betrayed her. With a mocking smile, Su Jiao replied, "Mom and Dad said you're no longer needed. Keeping you around would merely squander resources. To alleviate our parents' burdens, I did this intentionally. Moreover, I must inform you that I disposed of your 2 children. Our parents and brothers found them bothersome and and I suggested discarding them. They readily agreed. And by the way, your pregnancy and the birth of those children were orchestrated by me. I had someone drug you and whisk you away to a hotel room." Huh. I imagine it must have been quite an experience to be with that old beggar, right? I know you doubt me, But look over there, Mom, Dad, and your brothers are watching. They eventually learned that I was behind it all, yet they chose to protect me. The belongings your uncle left for you when you went abroad to give birth to those children have all become mine. Do you see this ring? It possesses a hidden space. Following the direction of Su Jiao's finger, she looked up to find her so-called parents and brothers observing her closely, their voices audible, yet they allowed Su Jiao's cruel tie-ins to unfold. The truth was painfully evident. A profound sense of hatred and regret surged within her as she lamented her decision to entrust her children to their care, wishing she had discerned their malevolence sooner. How ruthless you are! With each word, she enunciated her outrage, then relinquished her grip, surrendering herself to the depths of the endless void. You may not yet be aware, but I am the true biological child of our parents, while you are merely an impostor who has stolen my identity as their genuine daughter for 18 years. As Su Jiao continued to speak of biological ties, Su Yin could no longer discern her words. Awakening from this nightmare, a sense of unease enveloped Su Yin. This was the entirety of her previous life's harrowing experience, replayed in vivid detail by the dream that had just unfolded. With dawn yet to break and sleep eluding her, Su Yin opened her jewelry box, contemplating how best to convert these treasures into currency. She meticulously examined each piece, all of which were exquisite. Even a single item could easily fetch a seven-figure sum. To her surprise, she discovered a letter tucked away at the bottom of the box. Upon extracting and unfolding the letter, she realized it was penned by her uncle. The lengthy correspondence detailed her lineage, revealing that she was, in fact, the false daughter of the Su family. 18 years prior, Su Jiangwo had been tasked with escorting an important individual and their family back to the country when they encountered an ambush. His primary responsibility was to ensure the safety of a mother and her infant. That infant was none other than Su Yan herself. This meant that the jewelry had been left behind by Su Yan's biological mother. While her uncle had disclosed her origins, he had only revealed half the truth, omitting the names and identities of her parents entirely. However, Su Yan inferred the underlying message. Her mother had requested her uncle to conceal her existence, and he had honored her wish, allowing her to know only that she was not a true-born child of the Su family until her dying day. From the letter, Su Yin could surmise that her biological parents held a considerable social standing. At 9 o'clock in the morning, yet another notification arrived, informing her of an 18 million deposit into her bank account. Su Yin dialed Li Muhua's number. Lawyerly, the 18 million I receive is indeed from the sale of the villa, correct? Please send me an account number so I can transfer your commission. Li Muhua replied, Miss Su, I have already received the commission prepaid by your uncle. There is no need for further payment. It should be given. Li Muhua was concerned that the call might end too quickly, and Su Yin would send him the money regardless. Su Yin, wishing to express her gratitude, believed that her relationship with Li Muhua was merely acquaintanceship. If money could resolve matters, there was no need to owe favors. However, she found that her intended gesture of goodwill could not be delivered. She silently noted to remind him to stockpile food subtly in the days leading up to the impending disaster. After breakfast, Su Yin bundled herself up tightly and arranged for a security company to send a vehicle and personnel for her protection before cautiously taking a large suitcase at the bank. The astonishment of the bank staff regarding her substantial gold purchase, questioning whether she intended to use gold bars as sustenance, was of little concern to her. Madam, is the gold going into the box? Indeed. 2 staff members assisted Su Yin in arranging the gold into the suitcase, which could accommodate up to 800 million worth of gold. Once the formalities were completed, the security personnel helped lift the suitcase into the vehicle. Upon returning to her apartment, the security team assisted her in bringing the large suitcase inside. Su Yin also requested the phone number of someone claiming to be the manager of the security company, considering that there might be further collaboration in the future. After finishing the postpartum meal prepared by the caregiver, she checked on her children to find them soundly asleep before finally allowing herself to lie down and rest. After her physical strength had nearly fully recovered, she brought a large box of gold into the space. The display screen within the space illuminated automatically. Sufficient gold detected to upgrade the space. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Options for yes or no appeared. Without hesitation, she selected yes. Subsequently, Su Yin was ejected from space. Chapter 4. Spatial Upgrade. A sense of panic gripped her. What if this space vanished? As Su Yin lingered in her thoughts, a multitude of what-if scenarios flooded her mind regarding the potential loss of the space. After calming her emotions, she endeavored once more to enter the realm. Success. This time, the space was vastly different. It had ascended from its initial 0 level to a remarkable new tier. The scenery before Su Yin remained familiar, yet it had expanded exponentially. To illustrate, if the previous miniature garden spanned 20 square meters and stood 6 meters high, the current dimensions of the space were estimated to be approximately 500 meters in length and width, translating to an astonishing 200,000 square meters. And as for its height, upon glancing upwards, she could ascertain that it easily reached 50 to 60 stories. According to this calculation, the progression from the original 20 square meters to the first level amounted to 200 square meters, to the second level 2,000 square meters, to the third level 20,000 square meters, and now, having ascended to this new tier, it encompassed 200,000 square meters. The objects within the space had all attained their rightful dimensions. The former courtyard model had transformed into a quaint, traditional courtyard exceeding 100 square meters, complete with a fully furnished living room and bedrooms, ready for immediate occupancy. Not far from the courtyard, several small hills graced the landscape, with rivers and fertile black soil at their bases. A display screen before Su Yin provided annotations about the space, indicating that its temporal flow mirrored that of the outside world, yet it offered the option to purchase a stasis zone with gold. The stasis zone could preserve items indefinitely. The price for a 500 square meter stasis zone was 50 kilograms of gold. It was imperative to acquire it. After the upgrade to this new tier, she still possessed 500 kilograms of gold, allowing her to purchase the stasis zone for 50 kilograms, leaving her with 450 kilograms remaining. After clicking to purchase, a tranquil area of 500 square meters came into view, bordered by a gray wall that reached the ceiling on the west side. This arrangement proved immensely convenient for storing items, allowing for stacking as well. Moreover, this space could be relocated at will. One cannot help but acknowledge the value of the golden investment. In addition to the tranquil area, there is the option to acquire a standard storage zone at a modest price, only 10 kilograms of gold for 500 square meters, which primarily features the imposing western wall. With just a flick of her fingers, one could effortlessly move it around. How convenient. Thus, she spent 20 kilograms to purchase a 1,000 square meter standard storage zone. Su Yin eagerly navigated the display, exploring the various worlds available for trade activation: modern parallel, ancient, prehistoric, interstellar, and apocalyptic. She yearned to activate them all. However, the costs were exorbitant. It struck her as odd that there were no options for high martial arts or immortal cultivation realms. Perhaps one had to reach a certain level to gain access? Setting aside those absent options, she noted she still possessed 450 kilograms of gold. Each world activation required 200 kilograms of gold. Naturally, she resolved to activate the interstellar world first, as interstellar certainly implied advanced technology, which would provide a strategic advantage in the face of calamities. With determination, Su Yin selected to activate the interstellar world. A mere tap of her finger caused her gold reserves to diminish by 200 kilograms, leaving her with a remaining total of 250 kilograms. Upon activation, she entered the trading page of the interstellar world, where a plethora of items awaited her attention, displayed in vibrant colors for those available for purchase. Conversely, items that were not purchasable appeared in a dull gray. Su Yin surmised that to acquire items in the gray area, she would need to upgrade her space to illuminate those options. She opted to prioritize her purchase of the most crucial item, a human cellular repair solution. The human cell repair liquid boasts an introduction stating that it can mend all external and internal injuries. Therefore, it should be effective for her cesarean section scar as well. Right? Priced at 10 kilograms of gold per bottle, she decided to purchase it. With a chime, the liquid, akin to an easily consumable oral solution, was transported to a designated storage area. Su Yin retrieved the repair liquid and swiftly exited the space. Exhausted, she collapsed onto her bed and consumed the liquid. Almost immediately, a warm and soothing sensation enveloped her entire body. The lingering pain from her abdominal incision, which had only been 5 minutes prior, vanished entirely. She sat up and lifted her shirt to inspect the area. Where was her incision? Her abdomen was smooth and delicate, no matter how she prodded. There was no trace of pain. Even the excess weight from her pregnancy had dissipated. She had completely reverted to her pre-pregnancy youthful form, a true testament to the worth of a product valued at 10 kilograms of gold. The price was justified. The products from the interstellar realm piqued Su-Yin's interest. Reclining on her bed, she began to explore the items available for trade in the interstellar world: nutritional liquids, repair solutions, various robots, mechs, flying vehicles, laser guns, cloaking suits, signal jamming attire, and even spaceships. However, the higher-end items displayed gray icons, indicating they were unavailable for purchase and exorbitantly priced, so much so that gold was measured in tons. She realized her supply of gold was woefully insufficient. Su-Yin promptly made an appointment with another bank to acquire more gold the following day, even if she could not level up to 5 immediately. She needed to stockpile some gold in her space for a sense of security. Having made an appointment with the bank, Su-Yin contacted a company specializing in the construction of safe houses online and arranged to meet in the afternoon for a detailed discussion. She intended to renovate the penthouse of her residence in Jiangqing's Lanjingtai community. In her previous life, she recalled that during the flood, the water level rose to the 10th floor, while her spacious apartment on the 32nd floor was the highest. In the first 3 years of the apocalypse, she planned to reside in Lanjingtai, thereby necessitating utmost security for her home. Su-Yin counted the days on her fingers, realizing that there were 53 days left until the calamity began. Now that her health had improved, it was time to gather supplies. She decided to stockpile a substantial amount of resources in Eagle Sauce, a place where, as long as one was willing to pay, nothing was truly unattainable. Naturally, large weapons were excluded from this list. She picked up her phone to instruct the caregiver to take good care of her child. Preparing to leave, Su-Yin sought domestic caregivers, as the traditional postpartum care practices were deeply rooted. "Auntie, I assure you, I can manage. I will take a car, and I will be very cautious while walking. You need not worry. Shall I accompany you?" "There's no need. I can do this, truly." After much persuasion, she finally declined the caregiver's offer to accompany her, as venturing outside was quite a challenge. Her first task was to finalize the security project for her home. Once she quickly articulated her requirements, the manager of the security company immediately understood that she was aiming to create a safe house in Eagle Sauce. Such constructions were not rare, and the manager was unperturbed. They negotiated the price, signed a contract, paid a deposit, and provided the address. Su-Yin was decisive and efficient, completing the arrangements in less than an hour. After leaving the security company, she headed to the car dealership within the Hummer Club. As Su-Yin gazed upon the towering off-road behemoths, her excitement was palpable. These vehicles were indeed the quintessential tools for navigating a post-apocalyptic landscape. A sales representative approached her with a warm greeting. "Beautiful lady, how may I assist you?" Surveying the array of monstrous vehicles in the showroom, Su-Yin articulated her requirements. "I seek an all-terrain vehicle capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -70 degrees and as high as 60 degrees, equipped with bulletproof and explosion-proof features, and with designated firing ports." Indeed, what she desired was a war machine. The young Caucasian attendant, brimming with enthusiasm, affirmed, "You have come to the right place at the Hummer Club. Allow me to present our offerings." He enthusiastically showcased the most extravagant models, assuring her that modifications would pose no challenge, swiftly calculating the total cost on his calculator. The 2 customized off-road vehicles amounted to over 10 million. The specialized tires alone accounted for 20, with the modification costs surpassing the price of the vehicles themselves by several multiples. Next, she turned her attention to motorhomes, deeming them essential for outdoor excursions. After all, it would be impractical to venture into the wilderness without one, especially with family in tow. Su-Yin examined a Ford motorhome, reputed to be a formidable mobile fortress for the apocalypse, a colossal vehicle measuring 3 meters in height and 12 meters in length, boasting lavish interior space. She indeed found one in the showroom and placed an order, also with a 1-month wait for delivery. Following this, she visited the Mercedes dealership and ordered the so-called Land Noah's Ark motorhome, with the same month-long wait. Additionally, she seized the opportunity to acquire a readily available G-Class for her everyday use, as relying on taxis for the next month would prove inconvenient. In total, she secured 2 motorhomes, 2 modified off-road war machines, and 1 everyday vehicle, culminating in an expenditure of 100 million. In a bid to expedite the home renovations, an exorbitant sum of 130 million was expended. On that fateful day, a staggering 230 million simply vanished. Chapter 5. Securing the armory after dinner. Venturing outside was no longer an option, considering there were 3 caretakers at home, necessitating a degree of caution. Suddenly, Su-Yin was struck by a whimsical thought. What if she could bring her children into the space? If it were possible, her outings would become infinitely more manageable. Without hesitation, she made her way to the nursery. Informing the two caregivers that she wished to spend time with her little ones, she found the two children peacefully asleep. The caregivers, reassured, exited the room, leaving mother and children in solitude. Su-Yin locked the door from the inside. Then, cradling her son, she swiftly entered the space, leaving him in the room within the courtyard before re-emerging. To her delight, it worked. She then brought her daughter inside. Even when she was not physically present in the space, the children could remain there. Overjoyed by this revelation, Su-Yin recognized this space as an absolute miracle for childcare. The safety of her little family had significantly increased. The following day, adhering to the caregiver's advice, Su-Yin meticulously timed her visit to the bank to purchase gold. Fully recovered, she also acquired a vehicle, choosing to drive herself without the assistance of a security company. With $2 billion still in her possession, she decisively invested in an additional $700 million worth of gold. The gold prices remained relatively unchanged since the previous day, and with $700 million spent, she acquired approximately 300 kilograms, leaving the remaining $5 billion for stockpiling supplies. Once again, she utilized the oversized suitcase, filling it to the brim with gold before placing it in the trunk of her luxury vehicle. After securing the cargo, she drove away. She made a brief stop on a less populated street to transfer the entire suitcase of gold into the space before proceeding to the address provided by the arms dealer she had contacted the previous evening. The vehicle ventured further into the outskirts, traversing increasingly desolate paths until they arrived at this location after 2 hours. The imposing walls, the formidable iron gate, and the nearly 2-meter-tall guard, armed and intimidating, were unmistakable signs of a stronghold, accompanied by a dog. It was evident that this was the lair of someone formidable. However, having come this far, and with only a modest purchase in mind, Su-Yin's courage had been honed over 6 years of survival in this apocalyptic world, rendering her bolder than ever. Moreover, she had the advantage of her spatial abilities to rely on. Retreating without accomplishing her goal was not an option. With resolve, Su-Yin exited the vehicle and approached one of the guards, inquiring, "Excuse me, is there a Mr. Charles here?" The guard responded with a lewd whistle before saying, "A beautiful young lady is looking for our boss?" The other 3 guards regarded her with unabashed scrutiny. Remaining calm and composed, Su-Yin assessed the situation. These guards were not as fearsome as they appeared. Sensing her poise, the guards hesitated, unsure of her background. After a brief exchange over the radio, a woman clad in combat attire emerged to escort Su-Yin inside. They navigated through a training ground and entered the central building, ascending to the 2nd floor. "Mr. Charles is inside. Please go in," the woman said. "Thank you," Su-Yin replied as the woman opened the door for her and then closed it behind her. Charles looked up, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of a beauty that seemed to have stepped out from an Eastern landscape painting. "Miss Su-Yin?" he inquired. "Hello, Mr. Charles," she greeted him. "Hello, please have a seat." Su-Yin took a seat across from Charles, who appeared to be in his 30s, exuding an air of refinement. Nevertheless, Su-Yin was well aware that appearances could be deceiving. A person engaged in arms dealing would surely possess a darker side. From the security manager, it was learned that this Charles is a mercenary leader and a significant arms dealer. "Miss Su, what goods do you require?" "These." Su-Yin placed the list of items she had prepared before her arrival on the table and pushed it forward. "Some items on Miss Su's list need to be sourced from elsewhere. You may have to wait here for several hours. Since the goods are not complete, I shall return tomorrow to collect them, or you could deliver them to me. I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot wait." Charles smirked lewdly, suggesting that Miss Su would be better off waiting. "Anna, show Miss Su to a guest room for a rest." Before Su-Yin could finish her sentence, the woman who had just escorted her in, Anna as referred to by Charles, politely led Su-Yin to a guest room on the 3rd floor. Su-Yin immediately called the manager of the security company that had escorted her to procure gold. "Miss Su-Yin, I assumed you were aware of Charles's rules. That fellow is a bit lecherous, but he adheres to a merchant's code. He won't swindle or engage in foul play. If you comply, he sleeps with you, and you with him. It's mutually beneficial. Charles has a penchant for beautiful women, particularly young and attractive Asian girls. Who knows? You dare to engage in such arrangements with him? You and your entire family." Beep. The call was abruptly terminated. From the implication of that despicable manager's words, it seemed that to acquire weapons, one must also comply with such debasing terms. The insinuation that providing such favors was trivial left her incredulous. Spending hard-earned money, yet being required to compromise oneself to qualify for a purchase? Su-Yin cursed the individual, resolute in her belief that she would procure weapons today. Aware that the door lock to her room was ineffective, she nonetheless secured it and turned her gaze to the window, perched on the third floor. The thought of leaping down was not merely one of courage. The consequences would likely be dire, as she imagined being struck down before even hitting the ground. Seeking refuge within the space? Yet, that space merely served as a conduit, leading her back to this very room, a futile endeavor. At that moment, Su Yin had yet to devise an escape plan when a knock echoed through the room. "Miss Su, please open the door." It was Anna. Upon opening the door, Su Yin found herself inundated with an array of garments. "Miss Su, the gentleman mentioned he was unaware of your preferences. Please choose an outfit you like. They will be washed and placed on the bed for you. He will arrive in half an hour." Anna's expression remained impassive as she delivered her message, turning to leave with a nonchalance that rendered her words as mundane as asking, "Have you eaten?" Su Yin felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. It was one thing for the Eagle Nation to be so audacious, but such matters required mutual consent, did they not? And yet, that scoundrel Charles had orchestrated this so brazenly? Half an hour, she had 30 minutes to concoct a plan for escape. With the bundle of garments, which barely concealed her modesty and still bore their tags, she retreated to the bathroom. There, she activated the display screen to survey any suitable means of escape. Concealing garment. The description was both blunt and enticing. Don it, and you become as invisible as air. It promised not only invisibility but also the ability to obscure all signals. The claim was audacious, yet considering it was an interstellar product, the technology surpassed anything she had encountered on her home planet by countless degrees. To trust it once seemed reasonable. After all, one could not simply resign themselves to fate. Perhaps there lay the potential for unforeseen delights? 70 kilograms of gold for a single piece. Surely, that amount of gold would suffice to envelop her from head to toe? The thought was painful, yet purchasing it was imperative. With a mere touch of her finger, the substantial cache of gold within the space was automatically reduced by 70 kilograms. The concealed garment she acquired was a one-piece, remarkably lightweight and translucent, enveloping her from head to toe, including her shoes. The cuffs of the outfit featured a disruption button capable of interfering with infrared detection and surveillance imagery. Activating the button was all that was required. Whether it would prove effective remained uncertain, but she had no choice but to proceed with hope. Just as she completed donning her equipment, a knock echoed at the door. One must eventually ascertain whether a mule is indeed a horse. Thus, Su Yin refrained from answering the door and instead sought refuge in a corner of the room. Quietly crouching there, after several knocks, the door was pushed open from the outside. Her heart raced as she watched Charles enter, scanning the room before heading to the bathroom. Moments later, he emerged with a look of bewilderment, peering out the window, and the enchanting lady in the corner had seemingly vanished into thin air. Unable to locate her, Charles summoned Anna and communicated with several checkpoints via radio, yet not a single glance fell upon Su Yin as he departed. Fearing that the door might be locked from the outside, Su Yin mustered her courage and cautiously followed Charles out of the room. What a close call. How extraordinary. How exhilarating. Remarkably, no one had detected her. Now she was certain that escaping this place posed no issue. The dilemma lay with her new vehicle, which was being scrutinized by those formidable figures at the entrance. Contemplating how to drive the car away and achieve a zero-cost acquisition of the arms depot, she drifted like a wraith through the perilous territory of arms dealers, observing the individuals searching for her while simultaneously scouting for the weapons cached beneath their very noses. After half an hour of exploration, she finally discerned the location of the warehouse. Su Yin once again adopted her corner-squatting mode. She had already decided that since it was afternoon, she would remain there until dusk. Regardless of whether she could gain entry, she would leave by evening. To her fortune, it did not take long before two individuals arrived at the warehouse. She effortlessly blended in behind them and followed them inside. Once the two had retrieved their belongings and confirmed the absence of others within the warehouse, she began to explore. The warehouse was astonishingly vast, with one above-ground level and two subterranean levels. The entire structure was equipped with comprehensive detectors and surveillance cameras. Were it not for her high-tech concealment attire, she would have undoubtedly become a marked target. Swiftly, she collected items. The ground level was meticulously organized with boxes containing various types of firearms and ammunition, alongside an array of bulletproof vests, helmets, night vision goggles, radios, and an assortment of melee weapons, both long and short. Tactical vests, combat uniforms, and boots were among the myriad items, many of which Su Yin could not name, yet she recognized them as exceptionally advanced individual soldier equipment. With a mere touch and a focused thought, All these items became part of her inventory. The first underground level housed an array of modified off-road vehicles, heavy trucks, armored vehicles, and tanks. With each model boasting a dozen or so units, she accepted them all. The second underground level was home to aerial vehicles, although not a military enthusiast. She could not identify the models, but recognized them as various sizes of helicopters and fighter jets. All of these were hers. Su-Yin internally expressed her gratitude for the divine gifts she had received. Just as she was about to exit the warehouse, a sudden realization struck her. Would she be pursued by these individuals across the globe? Even though there was no evidence to prove she had stolen anything, her mere presence would render her a suspect. What could she do? Blow it up? Chapter 6. The encounter with her lunar light yet, to obliterate several layers. How many grenades, merely those familiar to her, must one hurl? And even if one were to cast a multitude, their potency would still fall short. This locale necessitates artillery bombardment. The dilemma lies in her inability to wield such weaponry. Su-Yin crouched at the entrance of the warehouse, scrutinizing the display screens within the confines, searching for high-tech products that possess significant power yet were user-friendly. A heavy bomb, just one, could level an area within a kilometer radius. A 60-kilogram gold bomb would suffice. Su-Yin procured the bomb, a dark, spherical object akin to a dragon fruit in size, accompanied by a remote control with an effective range of 2 kilometers. She placed the dragon fruit on the ground in a discreet location, exited the warehouse, and departed from the arms dealer's lair. Discarding the newly acquired luxury vehicle, she treaded softly for over 100 meters before finally breaking into a run. These devices were meant for use only after a calamity. With a sense of urgency, Su-Yin retrieved the remote control and pressed the red button. 2 kilometers away, a thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by a small mushroom cloud, truly shaking the earth and swirling dust into the air. Such force surely left no survivors at the epicenter of the blast. She carefully removed her concealment attire, stowing it safely within her space. Feeling a twinge of insecurity, she selected a small weapon from her inventory, loaded it with ammunition, and concealed it on her person before hastening onto the roadway, hoping for a passing vehicle to offer her a ride. Exhausted, she settled on the roadside to rest while awaiting transport. No sooner had she sat down than 2 racing cars approached from behind her, crossing a distance of more than 10 meters ahead. The first vehicle had a wheel punctured by gunfire, causing it to veer uncontrollably into the roadside vegetation. Su-Yin had yet to comprehend the situation when 3 foreign men emerged from the vehicle behind them, each brandishing a firearm, encircling the out-of-control car ahead. What on earth? Why hesitate? Run. Crouching down, Su-Yin stealthily retreated along a nearby path, using the greenery as cover. Her feet moved swiftly, her eyes fixated on the 3 men, fearful that they might redirect their weapons towards her. Get out of the car. One of the men shouted towards the interior. The door of the punctured tire sports car creaked open. Distracted by the trio, Su-Yin was able to observe clearly. A tall, strikingly handsome man with black hair and golden skin stepped out of the vehicle. Su-Yin's breath caught in her throat. She recognized this man. To be precise, she knew him from her past life. His chiseled features, the subtly smiling curve of his lips, his aloof yet charming demeanor, and the formidable aura that radiated both calmness and a hint of menace. Su-Yin would never forget him. In her previous life, during an expedition to gather supplies, her rubber dinghy had sprung a leak. Coupled with the recent loss of her twin children and her parents' incessant favoritism towards her sister, Su Jiao, she found herself contemplating a tragic escape from this shattered world. The leaking dinghy provided the perfect justification for her departure. At that moment, it was this man, named Qin Yi, along with his comrades, who rescued her. She recalled how he had smiled at her, saying, "Do not be afraid, live bravely. Disasters will eventually pass." His smile was both warm and alluring, his gaze filled with tender affection. She believed his words, trusting that the calamities would fade and light would emerge. At that time, she was not yet 20, still yearning for the beauty of love, and he became the beacon of hope in her heart. As Su-Yin momentarily lost her focus, Qin swiftly disarmed the individual before him while simultaneously incapacitating him. In a seamless motion, he seized the weapon and clutched the man's throat, then expertly fired at another assailant aiming a gun at him, his aim remarkably precise. The entire sequence, kicking, disarming, choking, and shooting, was accomplished within mere seconds. Had it not been for the timing, Su-Yin would have surely applauded him. The foreigner blocking her side raised his weapon to shoot at Qin as the gun fired. However, his shot went astray, and realizing his chances were slim, the foreigner lunged towards Su-Yin, seizing control over her. "Release Jack, or I will kill her." sharing the same dark hair and yellow skin. The foreigner wagered that Qin Yi would prioritize saving her. Qin Yi held on to the man named Jack, lifting his gaze to Su Yan, and was struck by her extraordinary beauty, her delicate porcelain-like face adorned with tears of fright. Yet, her tears were not solely born of fear. They stemmed from witnessing Qin Yi's fervor. Let us not involve the innocent in our affairs. They are your compatriots. If you claim they are innocent, then so be it. Do not harm her, one life for another. Qin Yi gradually moved closer to Su Yan, maintaining his grip on Jack. However, Su Yan remained pessimistic. Having witnessed Qin Yi eliminate one of their adversaries, she understood that the foreigner now held leverage and would not simply settle for a trade. Furthermore, she was reluctant to gamble. Her life could not rest in the hands of another. Those who opposed Qin Yi were undoubtedly deserving of death. From the outset, she had never begged for mercy, having just escaped from arms dealers and destroyed their hideout. Su Yan was no coward and equipped with her spatial advantage. How could she allow the villain to use her as a bargaining chip for another villain? Feeling the cold barrel of the gun pressed against her head and the grip on her arm loosening, Su Yan realized that her chances of survival were significantly increasing. Swiftly, she sidestepped the gun's aim, firing her own weapon simultaneously. However, her shot went astray. Following her discharge, Qin Yi delivered a fatal blow to the assailant, subsequently shooting the individual he had restrained. Once she sensed that the immediate danger had passed, a wave of fear washed over Su Yan. Though she had taken lives in the chaotic 6 years of the apocalypse, the current societal order made her anxious about potential repercussions. From her evasive maneuvers and handling of the firearm, Qin Yi discerned that she was not a professional. In a nation where gun ownership was lawful, it was not uncommon for a young woman to carry a weapon for self-defense. At that moment, she stood frozen, likely in shock. He approached her, inquiring gently, "Are you all right? Do not be afraid. I am fine. But what about these individuals? I will take care of it," he assured her. And she believed him without hesitation, her fear of repercussions dissipating. Yet, Su Yan noticed that Qin Yi was clutching his abdomen, blood seeping through his fingers. "You are injured? The wound is not deep. It is nothing to worry about. Get into that vehicle," he instructed, gesturing towards the car belonging to the deceased. Su Yan, not one to be overly sentimental, took a glance at the vehicle. The front was crumpled, yet it could still ignite. "Hurry, get in." As Qin Yi rummaged through the bodies for something, she buckled her seatbelt and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Qin Yi was taken aback. This delicate young woman drove with surprising ferocity. It was evident that she possessed considerable courage. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yan was filled with worry and anxiety. Fortunately, the roads in the outskirts were relatively empty, allowing her to drive with ease. "Can you still hold on?" Qin Yi inquired, mentioning a specific location. He reassured her that there was no need for concern, as she would not be implicated. After acknowledging him, the two fell into silence. Despite the 2-hour journey, Su Yan managed to arrive at the address Qin Yi had provided in just over an hour. It was a private clinic. Upon parking, Qin Yi exited the vehicle, demonstrating a normal gait, which confirmed his assertion that his injuries were indeed minor. Grateful for the life he had saved in her previous existence, Su Yan took the initiative to obtain Qin Yi's contact information. This was the man who had supported her survival for 6 years in a world fraught with peril. Since their paths had crossed again, she felt compelled to repay his kindness and fulfill the dreams of her past life. Chapter 7. Welcome to the parenting robot. Fortunately, the child was safe at home, with 3 caregivers each attending to their respective tasks. Although they were puzzled, their wages were punctual and even generous, leaving them in high spirits as they departed. After the caregivers left, Su Yan placed all the furniture and appliances from her apartment into a small space within her courtyard, along with the 2 little ones in their crib. She then took a taxi to a hotel and reserved a presidential suite. It was not merely a matter of affluence. The suite boasted the finest security features available. Admittedly, it could also be considered a testament to her wealth, as the military supplies stored in a few warehouses were likely worth billions. The weapons had accumulated to such an extent that she was unsure how to utilize them all. Even in the aftermath of calamity, should they be sold by arms dealers, they would fetch a fortune in gold. The thought brought her immense joy. Moving forward, her focus would be on securing the necessary supplies for her living. Today, I orchestrated a remarkable endeavor utilizing the concealed attire, gaining invaluable experience that broadened Su Yan's perspective. Why not replicate this method? Scouting during the day and executing a zero-cost acquisition at night was the plan. The mere thought of obtaining supplies from the elusive eagle sauce without expenditure filled her with exhilaration. After securing the door, Su Yan instinctively conducted a thorough check of each area. only proceeding to bring her 2 children, along with the crib, out of the room once she confirmed everything was in order. The children's eyes were wide and tear-streaked, clearly having wept, which tugged at Su-Yan's heartstrings. She gently comforted them, assuring them of her presence, while hurriedly preparing formula. Once the formula was ready, she held a bottle in each hand to feed her little ones. However, perhaps due to an incorrect method, both children erupted into simultaneous wails. Desperate, she had to set down one bottle, lifting little Rue instead. Mimicking the caregiver's technique, she cradled him with one arm while using the other to feed him. After a few moments, feeling the safety of his mother's embrace, little Rue calmed and took a few sips. Just as he settled, little Wei began to cry. Once again, she had to set Rue down, adopting the same approach to comfort and feed Wei. In this relentless cycle, the 2 children sobbed their way through the feeding, their tiny, delicate faces flushed with distress, evoking a deep sense of compassion and urgency in Su-Yan, who found herself shedding tears. At just 19, she felt like a child herself, burdened with the responsibility of caring for her own. How could she possibly find someone reliable to assist with the children? Reliable? Suddenly, it dawned on her, the robots. With determination, Su-Yan accessed the dimensional space display screen to explore the functionalities and pricing of robotic assistants. The all-encompassing parenting robot, priced at the equivalent of 50 kilograms of gold, was deemed reasonably priced by her, especially after the example of a hidden garment costing 70 kilograms. She decisively purchased 2 units. Su-Yan placed the 2 identical robots on the bed within her space and activated them. Ding! Welcome to the parenting robot. Please bind your identity first. The 2 robots echoed the same opening phrase. After a thorough examination, Su-Yan followed the instructions to perform genetic binding, naming one Mei Mei and the other Lili. Although the robots bore a striking resemblance to humans, their movements were distinctly programmed, leaving her uncertain of their capability to adequately care for children. Mei Mei, Lili, you will be responsible for taking care of Xiao Rue and Xiao Wei from now on. Please assist in determining what additional items we may need. Mei Mei meticulously began to organize and inspect the baby supplies. Lili glanced at the children and noticed their lips were slightly dry, necessitating hydration. Lacking boiled water, she took the electric kettle to fetch some, stating, "Master, this house is not yet equipped with water and electricity. How could a house lack such essential utilities?" Su-Yan realized she had overlooked this critical detail. Noticing an option for purchasing utilities on the display screen, she proceeded to activate it and set up automatic renewal. She remained in the space until it was time for the children to have their milk, observing as Mei Mei and Lili expertly prepared the formula, fed the children, and soothed them with remarkable attentiveness. This effectively addressed the considerable challenge of childcare. Upon exiting the confines of her room, Su-Yan placed a call to the hotel for room service, arranging for delivery within half an hour. During this interlude, she indulged in a refreshing shower. After savoring her dinner, she resolved to pay a visit to Qin. She left the hotel, stopped at a Chinese restaurant to procure a meal, and purchased some seasonal fruits before hailing a taxi to a small clinic. Brother E, there was a significant explosion this afternoon. It is said to have been an arms dealer's weapons depot, and none within survived, she relayed. Indeed, he replied. Are you not curious? He was nearby when the explosion occurred. To claim disinterest would be disingenuous. The memory of the incident lingered in Qin Yi's mind, and he recalled the stunning face he had encountered near the explosion site. A peculiar thought crossed his mind. Perhaps the beautiful girl was somehow connected to the calamity. Luo Fuan nudged the dazed Qin Yi, continuing, what kind of bomb could obliterate such a vast area? How many tons of TNT would be required to achieve that effect? He thrust a video of the news report in front of Qin Yi, revealing a massive crater at the explosion's epicenter, with no structures left standing within a kilometer radius. It is indeed perplexing, is it not? Brother, is this truly your reaction? I wonder if this could be the latest weapon developed by the Eagle Nation? But then, if new weaponry were to emerge, it should not have reached the hands of private arms dealers so swiftly. As Luo Fuan continued his animated discourse, Su-Yan entered the small clinic. Luo Fuan peered from behind the partition and remarked, what a beautiful girl. Hello, I am looking for Qin Yi. Do you think I would believe you? Where is Mr. Qin? Is he seriously injured? There is no major issue had you arrived a bit later. His wound would have already formed a scab. Brother Yi is here. I am Luo Fuan, the closest friend of Qin Yi. May I inquire your name? This Luo Fuan had also been by Qin Yi's side in his past life, his words always imbued with humor. Su-Yan never anticipated encountering 2 benefactors from her previous life in a foreign land. My name is Su-Yan. Miss Su-Yan, please. Following Luo Fuan, Su Yin entered the partitioned area behind the clinic. She exchanged glances with Qini. He inquired, "Miss Su, what brings you here at this late hour?" "I came to check on you, worried that you hadn't eaten, so I brought you a meal." "Have you eaten?" "I have. Brother E has yet to eat. Please enjoy your meal while I step outside to keep watch." The camaraderie of these brothers disbanded rather swiftly. Su Yin lowered her head and smiled. Unveiling the meal and nutrient soup, she brought the spoon to Qin Yi's lips. He was taken aback. Such treatment was excessive. He could hardly bear it. He was merely injured in the abdomen, not incapacitated, and quickly took the bowl and spoon to feed himself. "I can manage on my own." "Then take your time. It's still a bit hot." Su Yin quietly observed him as he consumed the soup and finished the meal. "Miss Su, I have finished. Thank you for coming to see me." Qin Su's demeanor was polite yet distant, almost as if he were about to say, "You may leave now and do not return." Once acquainted, even disregarding their past life, they had shared a life and death experience today, had they not? It was settled. He would maintain his frosty demeanor while she would persist in her visits, returning the following day. Chapter 8. The Abandoned Building. This shopping mall, where she had strolled several times during her pregnancy, was familiar enough to serve as her initial practice ground. The upper 3 levels of the shopping mall feature an open, warehouse-style self-service supermarket, while the underground 3 levels serve as storage facilities. Although the warehouse is under surveillance, it poses no challenge for her, cloaked as she is in her concealed attire. Once the vehicles have departed and she has confirmed that the warehouse is deserted, she makes her move. To conserve both energy and time, Su Yin glides on her skateboard to collect goods, leaving no shelves untouched in her wake. The stockpile is immense, with mountains of rice, flour, oil, salt, and sugar, not to mention a plethora of daily necessities, cosmetics, personal care products, kitchenware, outdoor items, bedding, alcohol, snacks, small and large appliances, as well as fresh and frozen produce. Indeed, there is an abundance. The inventory within the shopping mall's warehouse can be described as both vast and diverse. After finishing with the warehouse, she shifts her focus to the sales floor, where the designated ordinary storage and static zones in her space have already reached capacity, leaving many items temporarily stacked outside the storage area. However, considering that these goods are valued at no less than several billion, encompassing nearly all the essentials she has outlined for daily living, she finds the fatigue quite bearable. After shedding her concealed attire and taking a refreshing shower, she reclines on her bed, mentally organizing the items within her space. During the collection process, there was scarcely any time to categorize the goods, but fortunately, she managed to bring in the shelves as well, making the organization straightforward. She begins by relocating perishables and frozen items, along with those with expiration dates, to the static storage area, while stacking other non-perishable goods, such as appliances and bedding, within the ordinary storage zone. The space remains insufficient. Resources are challenging to store on the mountains and the black soil, and neither can they be placed in the river or too close to its banks. Furthermore, an area of the courtyard must be cleared, leaving limited space for an array of helicopters, fighter jets, vehicles, tanks, and both light and heavy weaponry, as well as barrels of oil. Additionally, a static storage zone and a general storage area have been arranged, resulting in a rather cramped environment. Su Yin contemplated the prospect of upgrading to level 5. Currently, the area spans 200,000 square meters, while elevating it to the next level would expand it to 2 million square meters, equating to 2 square kilometers. With nearly 2.5 billion at her disposal, the funds are insufficient for acquiring gold necessary for the upgrade, which, at the current gold price, would require over 5 billion or 10,000 kilograms of gold. Even if the money were adequate, would one dare to purchase it? Wouldn't one risk being scrutinized? Su Yin pulled up the display screen, pondering whether she could trade with other worlds. The novels depict interstellar realms as severely lacking in vegetables and fruits, with gold being remarkably inexpensive. Inspired by the notion, she recalled the recent harvest containing abundant apples, pineapples, cherries, and strawberries, all gathered in large baskets. She decided to place a basket of apples for sale. Operating the scanning button on the display screen, she scanned a box of apples, which automatically populated the sales column on the trading platform with the item, accompanied by a picture of the scanned product and the transaction price. The price was extraordinarily appealing, one box of apples valued at 0.5 kilograms of gold. Moreover, within less than half a minute, it was purchased, with 0.5 kilograms of gold credited to her account. These were not merely apples, they were golden fruits, and consuming even one would be a significant loss. Su Yin continued scanning, uploading all the fresh fruits for sale, determined to sell relentlessly. Moreover, she had already resolved in her heart that at the break of dawn the following day, she would embark on a substantial purchasing spree for fresh vegetables and fruits. Cherries and strawberries commanded prices that surpassed even that of apples. One box equated to a kilogram of gold. Well, one could understand. Such transactions were the result of traversing countless billions of light years, and anything less than exorbitant would be quite unusual. The higher the price, the greater the profit. After scanning the fresh fruits and vegetables harvested that evening, Su Yin decided not to dwell on it further. She left them there to be sold casually, utterly exhausted, and collapsed into sleep. Upon waking the next day, she ventured into the space to check on the two little ones. Mei Mei and Li Li were busily feeding them milk powder. As soon as Mei Mei spotted Su Yin, she exclaimed, "Master, the little master is still very young. It would be best for you to spend more time with him to nurture the parent-child bond." Li Li echoed, "Children shouldn't remain in the space all the time. Living more in the real world is far more beneficial." Having relocated the two children and their robotic caregivers to the suite, Su Yin then pulled up the display screen to check if the fruits had sold out. To her astonishment, the screen was filled with large zeros. Inventory was entirely depleted. Turning her attention to the designated area for storing gold, she found herself staring at a small mountain of gold bars. Scanning the gold bricks with the display screen, she received a notification that she was eligible for a 5-level upgrade, indicating that she had earned an astonishing 10,000 kilograms of gold overnight, and possibly even more. Without hesitation, she initiated the 5-level upgrade. Following her usual practice, once she confirmed the upgrade, the space ejected her. 5 minutes later, when the space returned to normalcy, Su Yin re-entered to find that, in comparison to the previous level, the mountains, lands, rivers, and houses had all expanded in width and grandeur. The 2 square kilometers were indeed a different realm. At the previous level, the height reached 50 to 60 stories, but now at level 5, the elevation was beyond visual measurement, so lofty that one could fly a large aircraft within the space. Su Yin invested an additional 50 kilograms of gold to expand the static area by 500 square meters, totaling 1,000 square meters, which is ample space for storing fresh and frozen products. This time, she procured a large truck from the second-hand market, facilitating both her travels and the transportation of goods. Su Yan's approach was to acquire as much as possible, and she placed orders for ripe fruits and vegetables expected in the coming days, ensuring that she would obtain every mature item available. Additionally, she arranged for the slaughter of livestock, including cattle and sheep, from the ranch, adhering to the same principle of taking as much as could be processed. Moreover, she discovered a vast flower cultivation site, replete with various types of fragrant lilies, peonies, anemones, dahlias, tulips, and roses, all blooming vibrantly. The owner of the flower farm announced the cessation of business operations, prompting Su Yin to utilize her financial prowess to transport several truckloads of flowers before she finally ceased her efforts. The lateness of the hour was inconsequential. What mattered was her arrival at the small clinic, only to find it deserted. Chapter 9. The Frenzy of Hoarding, dialing the number left by Qin Yi. She encountered a dead end as the phone was turned off, with no choice but to send a message. She finished typing while balancing a takeout meal in one hand and pulling up the collar of her coat with the other in an attempt to shield herself from the biting cold. Alone on the streets of a foreign land, a sense of desolation washed over her. Ultimately, the storage space was a voracious beast, swallowing gold without ever seeming to be satisfied. Preparation was paramount, for in times of disaster, acquiring gold would not be so effortless. That night, she retired to rest, and the following morning, she sought out 2 large suitcases to fill with gold to take to the bank. Previously, she had purchased 2 suitcases of gold, and now she intended to sell them, confident that everything would withstand scrutiny without issue. This course of action was also to ascertain whether the gold acquired through interdimensional trade could be utilized in the realm of reality. The outcome, undoubtedly, was favorable. The 2 suitcases filled with gold fetched over 1.3 billion. For convenience, she rented a temporary warehouse in the outskirts. Over the next few days, she spent her days transporting pre-ordered goods from farms and ranches, and in the evenings, she dedicated time to listing them on the dimensional marketplace for sale. During this period, Su Yin also managed to procure 20 10 kilowatts home generators, 20 100 kilowatts generators, and 50 solar photovoltaic systems. For watercraft, she ordered 20 units each of jet skis, hovercraft, and motorboats. Additionally, she stocked up on consumables such as diapers for infants, sanitary pads, sleep pants, tissue paper, and toilet paper, acquiring an extra 20,000 of each, as these were items that deplete quickly. With substantial funds at her disposal, she was determined to provide well for her children. She took her own clothing and shoes to a brand store for packaging, as such establishments often carry off-season apparel, for instance, during winter, summer, and autumn, where could still be procured. She purchased a considerable amount of thermal clothing, down jackets, and various sizes for both men and women. In 1 week, her account was debited by 1 billion, yet in exchange, she received an abundance of goods, and the fresh fruits and vegetables acquired transformed into a mountain of gold. Su Yin felt a sense of calmness. For the time being, she had no intention of stockpiling in Night City and planned to travel to various locations. Her first destination was the land of 10,000 Buddhas, where she aimed to stockpile fragrant rice, durian, mangoes, bananas, mangosteen, avocados, and pineapples. Upon arriving in the land of 10,000 Buddhas, she sought out a local intermediary, as navigating the unfamiliar territory alone would be challenging. Her objective was to spend 200 million daily on goods, with all fruits purchased to be listed for sale in the marketplace in exchange for gold. The same strategy would be employed in the second and third Western territories. Ultimately, only the goods worth 200 million amassed on the last day would remain. The revenue from the spatial marketplace transactions was of such magnitude that Su Yin paid it little mind. Before drawing the attention of the myriad Buddhist nations, she hastily departed for the oil-rich territories, engaging intermediaries to procure various fuels at the staggering sum of 1 billion. At that juncture, Su Yin found herself with a mere 500 million remaining. From the oil-producing nations, she then ventured to the land of the bear, where she sought to stockpile ham, beef, and lamb. Engaging yet another intermediary and realizing her dwindling finances, she opted to settle her dues with a suitcase brimming with gold. As she had ample reserves to exchange for her desired goods, she made provisions for infant formula, traveling to the land of kangaroos to amass milk powder and honey, nutritional essentials for her 2 children, alongside chocolate and wine, which cost 400 million. Subsequently, she journeyed from the land of kangaroos to the land of the foot basin chickens, at which point her remaining funds had dwindled to a mere 100 million. With such a paltry sum, how could she adequately stock seafood and Kobe beef? Insufficient funds necessitated a frugal approach. The real challenge lay with the foot basin chickens, prompting Su Yin to explore strategies for a zero-cost acquisition. There was no rush. She decided to first settle into a hotel. Upon arriving at each destination, Su Yin would retrieve her children and nanny from the spatial realm, confirming that as long as her children resided in that space, she could transport them wherever she went, rather than the cumbersome process she previously endured. After a day of rest, Su Yin conducted a thorough online investigation to locate several seafood vendors and cold storage facilities for Kobe beef, setting her plans in motion come nightfall. With the combination of her shielding attire and a secure lock, she faced no obstacles. The zero-cost seafood was remarkably satisfying, especially the bluefin tuna, which met her standards for quality and availability. However, the much-lauded Kobe beef proved disappointing, yielding only a mere 10,000 pounds. Nevertheless, she had procured enough beef and lamb to last several lifetimes from the Night City and the land of the bear. Thus, she resolved that Kobe beef would merely serve as a fleeting indulgence. However, the authorities of the Foot Basin Chicken have imposed a lockdown on the port and airport, claiming that thieves have audaciously challenged their authority, vowing to thoroughly investigate the thefts involving seafood companies and Kobe beef. For 3 days, no one is permitted to leave the port. A heated debate has erupted online. This theft bears a striking resemblance to the incidents in Night City. What is this Foot Basin Chicken? Its powerful ally, the Eagle Sauce father, remains utterly clueless regarding the thefts at the Night City supermarkets and warehouses. Could this chicken possibly possess greater prowess than its progenitor? With the thefts being minimal, the vigilantes cry out, "Let us bring ruin upon this Foot Basin Chicken." Meanwhile, Su Yin, feeling bored in her hotel room, chuckled at these remarks. Nevertheless, the lockdown left her quite displeased, and in her discontent, she resorted to her usual zero-cost shopping. That night, Su Yin acquired goods from 2 port warehouses, along with several ultra-luxurious cruise ships and yachts. The following day, the lockdown persisted, and those trapped expressed their outrage at the Foot Basin Chicken authorities, while international forums erupted with mockery, suggesting that if the lockdown continued, even the divine toilet would be at risk. The authorities remained unmoved. And what was even more infuriating was the complete lack of leads on the whereabouts of the thieves despite the magnitude of the incident. After another day of delay, Su-Yin decided to heed the demands of the online community. That night, she detonated a heavy bomb containing 60 kilograms of gold at the divine toilet, obliterating it. Indeed, destruction was necessary. Upon awakening, she found the lockdown lifted. She returned to her original hotel presidential suite, arranging for 2 SUVs and 2 RVs to be delivered to the temporary warehouse she had rented in the outskirts. Utilizing the warehouse as cover, she stored the vehicles in her space. With only a few million remaining in her possession, she exchanged a suitcase filled with gold for 700 million. 17 days remained before the impending disaster. It was a chilly evening, around 8 o'clock, with a brisk wind sweeping through the streets, where only a handful of pedestrians mingled among the vehicles. Su-Yin hailed a cab and arrived at the small clinic, where a solitary light glimmered inside. A surge of relief washed over her. It seemed she had come to the right place. Even if Qin was not present, Luo Fuan would certainly be there, and she could glean information about Qin from him. Upon entering, Su-Yin found the reception area deserted, and a strong metallic scent of blood permeated the air. She ventured deeper into the clinic and discovered Luo Fuan collapsed in one of the examination rooms, his body soaked in blood, unconscious and unresponsive. After meticulously searching every corner of the small clinic and confirming the absence of others, Su-Yin, aware of the unique circumstances surrounding Qin and Luo Fuan, did not hesitate to spend 10 kilograms of gold to procure a vial of human cellular repair solution, which she administered to Luo Fuan. Within 2 minutes, his breathing began to stabilize. Not wishing to leave any trace of her visit, she refrained from moving him, merely draping a blanket over his motionless form. She exited, secured the door behind her, and slipped away from the clinic. However, not half a mile from her departure, 3 vehicles intercepted her. Chapter 10. I have liked you for a long time. The occupants of the 3 vehicles were all foreign agents. Before she could utter a word, they silenced her, placing a hood over her head and cuffing her hands before ushering her into their car. After what felt like 3 hours of travel, the vehicle finally came to a halt. She was unceremoniously thrown into a room, where someone removed the hood. It was then that Su-Yin discerned the layout of the room. A table was set up, and behind it sat a man and a woman, clearly preparing to interrogate her. What could have warranted her capture? The arms dealer's warehouse explosion? The official investigation into the theft at the Night City Cargo Mall? Is it still about the major cases from the Foot Basin chicken area? Su-Yin believed she had left no traces behind. Before she could ponder the reasons further, one of the men rapped on the table and inquired, name, occupation, nationality, recent itinerary, confess honestly to avoid suffering. Just then, the 2 interrogators were hastily interrupted by a report from outside the building. Boss, something has happened outside. With that, they rushed out, leaving the room empty and granting Su-Yin a precious moment for escape. She contemplated how to unlock the handcuffs, only to seek the assistance of Mei from the space. Master, you may inquire Mei about parenting matters, but unlocking is beyond her capabilities. You are nothing but a faux robot. Su-Yin heard Mei's voice again. The locks here should not be overly complicated. Please enter first, Master. With the handcuffs still on, Su-Yin stepped into the space. Mei attempted to manipulate the cuffs but shook her head in defeat, then suggested, Master, perhaps you could purchase a lock-picking robot. Thank you for the reminder, Mei. Indeed, a lock-picking robot. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Given the ample resources at hand, Su-Yin searched for lock-picking robots on the display screen and found one, twice the price of a parenting robot, costing a staggering 100 kilograms of gold. Buy? She had no shortage of gold at this moment. Spending it in the face of life was trivial. Initiating the device, binding it, and naming it, a series of operations Su-Yin had become quite adept at. She opted for a youthful, charming appearance for the lock-picking robot and named it Xiao Suo. Xiao Suo, please unlock these handcuffs. Certainly, Master. After a brief examination, Xiao Suo pulled at the cuffs, and with a click, they were released. Is this the disparity between advanced technology and rudimentary technology? The small lock opened the door. Yes, Master. Without any tools in hand, the small lock merely tilted its head to glance at the keyhole of the door, and it swung open effortlessly. Goodness, with the small lock and the cloak of invisibility, one could undoubtedly engage in thievery with impunity. Upon exiting the room and proceeding down the corridor towards the entrance, she realized she was in a building situated on the ground floor. From the sounds, a fierce battle was occurring both above and outside. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, she resolved to assist those attacking the building. With this thought, Su-Yin procured a heavy bomb, identical to the one she had used previously. and discreetly placed it in an inconspicuous spot within the building before stealthily slipping out of the surrounding walls. Covering fire, I will infiltrate to rescue the hostages. Understood. Quite fortuitously, the one leading the call for covering fire was the fully armed Qin. He said rescue? Who are we saving? Su Yin instinctively thought of herself. You? Qin glanced at the distant vehicles and gestured to his teammates. Retreat. Then, Su Yin found herself half-dragged by Qin towards the parking area. As soon as they reached the vehicle, it roared to life. After driving for 2 kilometers, Su Yin finally inquired, Did they pursue us? No. Are you here to rescue me? Or is there someone inside you need to save? You. Qin succinctly explained that he had fortuitously seen Su Yin emerge from the small clinic and witnessed her being intercepted and taken away by 3 vehicles, prompting him to rally his team to come to her aid. Indeed, upon your appearance at the clinic, these individuals presumed you were aligned with us, to put it plainly. You have been inadvertently implicated by our actions. It is clear now that it was not her involvement in $0 purchases or the exposure of arms dealers that revealed any vulnerabilities. Not being implicated. I am genuinely delighted to see you again. As Su Yin observed the vehicle retreating to a safe distance, she reached into her coat pocket and pressed the detonator for the bomb. Much like the previous explosion at another arms dealer's stronghold, a resounding blast ensued, followed by a small mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. They were already 2 kilometers away, yet they could still feel the heat wave generated by the explosion rushing towards them. Oh, what transpired? There were no aircraft overhead deploying dams, were there? Surely they did not bury several tons of TNT beneath the ground only to detonate themselves? The occupants of the 2 vehicles refrained from peering out of the windows. Only Qin remained as steadfast as a mountain. He cast a glance at Su Yin. The last time they encountered one another, there had also been an explosion. Was it mere coincidence this time as well? Once could be deemed serendipitous, but twice? That is rather difficult to ascertain. Su Yin chose to disregard the suspicion reflected in his gaze. Doubts were inconsequential, for even if questioned, she would not confess. Regardless of Qin, she had no intention of unveiling her secrets. After driving several more miles, the young driver announced, Mr. Qin, we shall leave you here. Hoping for future collaborations. Very well, farewell. Qin exited the vehicle first. Observing his departure, Su Yin followed suit. After the 2 vehicles departed, Qin retrieved his car from the roadside and gestured for Su Yin to enter. No, it is indeed necessary. In her past life, she lived cautiously and meticulously for the sake of a few family members who did not regard her as a person, ultimately causing harm to 2 innocent souls and leading to her own demise. Heaven granted her a second chance. She vowed not to squander it. In this life, Su Yin yearned for freedom and to obtain whatever she desired. If she wanted him, she would pursue him. Would she abandon her pursuit simply because he expressed inconvenience? Absolutely not. After contemplating her resolve, Su Yin, who had been bowing her head in contemplation, suddenly lifted it. Regaining her audacity to confront and dismantle the nest of human traffickers and the despicable establishments with fierce determination. Qin, are you single? Do you have someone you fancy? Yes, I am single, and I have no one I like. That's good. Being single and without affections makes you even more appealing, Su Yin smiled. Realizing that this man was a blessing sent by fate, the glimmer of delight on her face did not escape Qin Yi's notice. Was this girl harboring intentions towards him? Qin, I like you. I have liked you for a long time. What did it mean to declare one's affection so abruptly? Qin was taken aback by Su Yin's sudden confession. He could not deny her beauty. He had encountered many exquisite women, yet none compared to Su Yin. Her features, her aura, every gesture she made was beautifully harmonious. Could he truly claim to be unmoved by such a direct confession from a stunning woman? Unthinkable. For he was single and had no intention of leading a monastic life. Chapter 11. The Confession. Miss Su, one cannot jest in such a manner. Today marks only our second meeting, and even if you experienced love at first sight, it has only been a month since our last encounter. You claim to have liked me for a long time? Is a month not a considerable amount of time? In a month, countless events can transpire. Qin, please pull over. The car swiftly halted by the roadside, and Qin felt an urge to extinguish this blossoming peach blossom. She yearned to embark on a romantic journey with the one she cherished, to possess him, and to have him accompany her. Time waits for no one, and thus, urgency enveloped her. With merely 10 days remaining until the onset of an apocalyptic mode, there was no opportunity for them to engage in a protracted romantic pursuit. She had strived for this, and even if, in the end, Qin could not relinquish her mission and responsibilities, Choosing not to follow her, she was resolute. This romance was destined to unfold. Qin Yi realized the girl was sincere. The face, a masterpiece worthy of nua's artistry, was so close to him. Radiant like autumn waters, with lips slightly parted, exhaling a fragrance akin to orchids. Su Yin embodied every man's fantasy of a wife or lover. Any normal man would find it exceedingly difficult to reject such a beautiful woman's earnest confession, and Qin Yi was no exception. He could hear the thunderous beat of his own heart. Yet, he struggled to speak, reluctantly refusing. Su Yin, I am unworthy of you. I do not mind if you concoct another excuse. This one is too dismissive. It is not an excuse. I truly am unworthy of you. I once wronged a girl, and that remains a haunting burden from my past, a calamity I have been grappling with for 20 long years. I do not wish for this to become a stain on my life. I am searching for her, and I intend to marry her. Therefore, I apologize. Su Yin seemed to wear disbelief upon her forehead. Finding excuses to decline does not necessitate fabricating such a harrowing tale. Let us assume this is true. Even if you find her, what if she is unwilling? Yet, one must first locate her before hearing her perspective. Qin Yi discerned a stubbornness in the girl's eyes. Whether it was to dissuade Su Yin from her infatuation or to seek a confidant for his concealed secrets, he took the initiative to recount events from a year prior. The tale was indeed true. That evening, I found myself at the Crown Intercontinental Hotel in Jiangxing, enjoying drinks with friends. It was the only occasion I ever became inebriated. One of my companions booked a room and assisted me upstairs to rest. As we exited the elevator, his phone rang. There was a matter demanding his attention, and I proceeded to find my own room. Upon entering, I noticed a suspicious figure, clad like a beggar, stealthily entering my room. I promptly ejected him and secured the door before succumbing to slumber. When I awoke, I found myself embracing a girl. And what I had thought was a dream turned out to be reality. What troubles you? Why are you crying? Qin Yi fumbled to offer Su Yin a tissue. Yet the more he wiped, the more tears flowed. Su Yin couldn't help but marvel at the smallness of the world. How could she have stumbled upon such a twist of fate? Was it her misfortune or her serendipity? Perhaps she ought to feel grateful that he was the father of her beloved children. Through her tears, she questioned, "So, are you still searching for her?" Since that day, I departed from Jiacheng. Whenever the opportunity arose, I inquired about her, but the traces had been meticulously erased. Moreover, having spent the past year abroad, I regret to say that I have yet to receive any news of that girl. Was your hotel room number 1604? Was it February 28th? How do you know? You? The beggar you frightened away was, in fact, a gift prepared for me by my nominal sister to humiliate me on my 18th birthday. Little did I expect it to be you, and fortuitously, it was indeed you. As Su Yin spoke, her voice gradually softened. She opened the car door and stepped out, facing the wind that whipped the snowflakes toward her, finally feeling a sense of reality. If that night represented Qin Yi's emotional entanglement, it was no less a knot in her own heart. Who would wish for their child's biological father to be a wandering beggar? Upon uncovering the truth, Su Yin felt a lightness in her spirit, further solidifying her determination to pursue this man. "Miss Su, I apologize." Qin Yi gazed at her. His eyes filled with sincere regret, mingled with an unexpected delight. "I accept your apology, but that is not what I seek." Su Yin mused silently. "What do you desire? Monetary compensation? Or perhaps marriage? I will strive to make amends in any way I can. I do not wish for a marriage bound by obligation, nor do I lack for wealth. Qin Yi, I am fond of you. If you feel similarly, let us embark on a romance. If we find compatibility, we shall be together. If not, we shall part ways amicably. What say you?" This was the person he owed a debt to, and setting aside that fateful night, how could he refuse the declaration of such a beautifully infuriating girl? He was merely a mortal, not an ethereal being untouched by worldly affairs. The gravity that had previously marked Qin Yi's expression vanished, replaced by a playful smirk that held a hint of mischief. "So, by your words, does that mean you are now my girlfriend?" Su Yin smiled and nodded at him. "Hello, my boyfriend." Qin Yi was filled with joy and wanted to embrace her. As he approached, his hands were raised, yet he hesitated, afraid of startling her. He was caught in a dilemma between embracing her and refraining from doing so. Su Yin took a step forward, reaching beneath his hands to envelop him, leaning into his warm and sturdy embrace. Qin Yi's hands instinctively tightened around her, his heart racing uncontrollably, engulfing him in a dizzying sensation akin to being amidst a sky ablaze with fireworks, so dazzling it felt surreal. With the affirmation of their romantic relationship, the notion of inappropriateness vanished. All right, Su Yin concealed the matter of their children, presenting her visit to Night City as a reconnaissance for school transfer, leaving little else to hide, including the fact that she was not the biological daughter of the Su family. It felt as though they had traversed the distance in no time, arriving so swiftly. She hesitated to disembark, wondering if this man would vanish again the moment she stepped out. Qin-yi, where do you live? Qin-yi did not disclose his address but countered with a question. Are you planning to stay in a hotel? No, I will come to see you tomorrow. Qin-yi, having spent years abroad, had not cultivated a bold demeanor. He dared only to place a gentle kiss on her forehead before exiting the vehicle to open the door for her. Hurry inside. I want to see you go in. We agreed. You will come to see me tomorrow. After receiving Qin-yi's repeated assurances, Su-yin reiterated her room number before turning to leave. Chapter 12. A hint of doubt as Su-yin entered her room, she sank into the sofa, reflecting on the day's exhilarating events. Is this really it? I have a boyfriend now, and he is the father of my child. The father of her children is the savior from her past life, the beacon of light in her heart. Oh, how divine providence has granted her a second chance at life, allowing her to endure suffering once more, yet also offering a glimmer of hope. Su-yin filled a bathtub with steaming water and immersed herself in it, cleansing her soul. Afterward, in a buoyant mood, she brought her children from the spatial realm into the room. Xiaowei, today I have found your father. However, for the time being, he must remain unaware of your existence. In due course, you shall meet him. Even if that day does not arrive, know that your father is a true hero. The little ones, blissfully unaware, contentedly licked their rosy lips and engaged in adorable antics, melting Su-yin's heart. She took turns cradling each of them, showering them with kisses. Truly, she had never regarded them as precious as she did in that moment. In her previous life, or even before today, she had viewed motherhood as a duty. Having given birth, she felt obliged to raise them. While love was certainly present, it paled in comparison to the profound affection that enveloped her upon discovering their father's identity. Xiaowei, I promise to find a way to steer your father away from the path he took in my past life. Be good, my little treasures, for you will be with the nanny again, as I have work to attend to this evening. After chatting with her children and returning them to the spatial realm, Su-yin lingered there for a while longer. When the time was right, she donned comfortable shoes and athletic attire, cloaked herself in her concealment outfit, and prepared to embark on her venture of acquiring goods at zero cost. She felt no pang of guilt in stockpiling supplies from the eagle sauce. If given the opportunity, she would seize the chance to retaliate against the 8 ferocious wolves from years past. Even if the apocalypse were to descend upon the world, she would first unleash her pent-up wrath, ensuring those malevolent wolves understood that the children of Huaxia are not to be trifled with. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even if it takes a century. However, such ambitious aspirations seemed distant. She resolved to focus on the immediate target of the night. Stealthily, she departed from the hotel, evading even the most vigilant of eyes. Her target for the evening was Wabaijia, a retail giant of eagle sauce, with Night City serving as its stronghold. One could only imagine the treasures within their warehouses. Upon exiting the hotel, she found a secluded spot devoid of people and cameras, shedding her concealment attire. She hailed a vehicle to transport her near the Wabaijia warehouse, donning her disguise once more as she entered the premises. Upon her arrival, she was astounded to discover that this Wabaijia warehouse was at least 20 times larger than the one she had previously infiltrated. The trucks arriving and departing from this hub operated incessantly throughout the night. How could she procure the goods without being detected? It could not be in vain, could it? With the potential of losing her hard-won bounty looming, Su-yin felt a surge of determination. She devised a plan. Rather than targeting the shelves, she would leave the outermost layer of goods intact and seize everything else, clearing out any unoccupied areas completely. Thus, she proceeded with her mission, leaving only a solitary row of stock untouched while the rest lay barren. As for the chaos left behind, it mattered not. The space was ample enough to accommodate her endeavors, and she could always organize it later. After a refreshing shower, she collapsed into bed. Uncertain of how long the doorbell had been ringing, she groggily responded to the sound, slipping into a robe before answering the door. Qin-yi, good morning. Did I wake you? No, come in. Su-yin lay in a state of dreamy slumber. Yet she did not forget that the handsome figure before her was her newly minted boyfriend. She swiftly pulled him in and closed the door, then nestled into his embrace like a kitten. Qin-yi found himself somewhat overwhelmed by this fervent affection, with one arm wrapped around her. He held a large bag of breakfast in the other. I brought a traditional Chinese breakfast. You should freshen up and eat before you go back to sleep, or it will get cold. All right, you go wait for me in the dining room. After arranging the breakfast, Qin removed his outerwear and hung it on the coat rack, then positioned himself quietly by the bathroom door, watching the petite woman with a serene gaze. Little did anyone know, he had spent the night wide awake, eagerly awaiting dawn and the arrival of breakfast, which he had procured before hurrying to the hotel. Is it very appealing? Indeed, it is quite lovely. I consider myself fortunate. He felt much more at ease than when he had first entered. As she emerged from the bathroom, he effortlessly scooped her up in a princess carry and strode toward the dining room. Did you buy so much? The table was adorned with 6 food containers. Not too much. I was unsure of your tastes, so I simply grabbed a variety. He gently placed Su Yin in a chair beside him and served her a bowl of pork bone congee. Eat up. The temperature is just right. You should eat as well. Su Yin, in return, placed a crystal dumpling into his bowl. Qin exhibited impeccable table manners, while Su Yin, though lacking familial indulgence, had been raised with the grace befitting a young lady. The two enjoyed their breakfast in a tranquil silence. After tidying the containers, Qin instinctively turned on the television, which immediately broadcast the morning news from Eagle News, reporting on the recent theft at the Wabaijia warehouse. The sudden disappearance of such a vast quantity of goods seems implausible. However, there are no traces of loading or transportation vehicles entering or exiting the vicinity. Not even a single suspicious vehicle has been spotted within a 10-mile radius. This predicament bears a striking resemblance to the modus operandi of several theft cases involving foot-basin chickens. Could this be an occurrence of the supernatural? Such notions are far-fetched, yet the explosion from yesterday remains inexplicable, as do these thefts, leaving one to wonder if there is a connection. Do men possess a sixth sense as well? Qin's casual remark nearly brushed against the truth. Su Yin sensed that Qin Su had harbored suspicions regarding the 2 explosive incidents, but the recent zero-cost purchases should not raise alarms. Nevertheless, suspicions remain mere suspicions. Let us not dwell on them. Instead, what has become of Luo Fuan? Such bewildering matters. Do they genuinely pertain to her? She is merely a girl of not yet 20. Even Qin hesitates to entertain bold hypotheses. This is not akin to detonating arms dealers. If the stars align, a girl might indeed achieve such a feat, however. Restoring a severely injured individual within half an hour is beyond the capabilities of contemporary technology. Surely, you jest? Such events cannot possibly occur. Qin, do you truly doubt that I possess such extraordinary abilities? I am no deity. Su Yin has endured 6 years in a world ravaged by calamity, aside from her astonishment. She reveals nothing further. Do not expect her expressions to divulge the truth or falsehood. Chapter 13. I assure you, I do not guarantee. Qin gazed at her for several seconds before breaking into a smile, saying, if only you possessed such a capability. If I possessed the ability, I would create a cloth banner akin to those used by semi-divine figures in television dramas, emblazoned with the bold inscription Sai Wado at the top and the phrase living dead, white bones below. Surely, such a venture would thrive, would it not? With your remarkable talents, there would be no need to stand out in the open. Hawking wares, the world would come seeking you, and you would be unable to accommodate them all. I concur. At that moment, Su Yin stifled a yawn. This topic needed to be sidestepped. It was too complex. Still feeling drowsy? Yes, I haven't had my fill of sleep yet. Will you keep me company? Su Yin playfully wrapped her arms around Qin Yi's neck, tilting her head slightly as she asked sweetly, what could Qin Yi do in the face of his darling's charming antics? He resigned himself to accompany her. Dressed in her pajamas, Su Yin could easily slip beneath the covers. Qin Yi, clad in trousers and a sweater, found himself in a dilemma. Should he lie down as he was or change first? Although they had already engaged in the intimate activities that couples partake in, it had been in a state of unconsciousness. However, before Qin Yi could gather his thoughts, Su Yan's phone rang. He handed her the device from the bedside table, and she nestled against him to answer. On the other end of the line, a fluent voice spoke in English. Miss Su, the house has been renovated as per your specifications. When will you come for the inspection? So soon? The earliest I can manage is tomorrow morning. The original timeline had indicated that the work would be completed in 3 days. The expedited pace was somewhat unsatisfactory. Thus, I must fly back home this afternoon. Just as I have solidified my relationship with my ideal partner, I must part ways. Although merely a span of 2 or 3 days, the tranquility of life is fleeting. With only 16 precious days remaining, seated closely together, Qin naturally overheard the conversation on the phone. He inquired, has your apartment been renovated? No. Since we have established our relationship, I shall no longer conceal anything from you. I will report my schedule to you daily, and we can also video call. His voice was warm, and his captivating eyes were fixed on her, seemingly peering into her very soul. Su-yin was suddenly overwhelmed with guilt as she recalled the many things she had kept from him. Yet, the secrets she harbored were essential for her survival in the post-apocalyptic world, leaving her with no choice but to silently apologize to him, her boyfriend. All right. You must keep your word. I shall indeed keep my promise. With his assurance, Su-yin finally picked up her phone to book a ticket. In the afternoon, there was a flight from Night City to River City, and she booked a first-class seat for the 15-hour journey, meaning they would arrive at River City Airport the following morning at 7. No need. My only caring uncle is no longer here, and the others do not warrant my concern. Very well. She understood his unspoken sentiment that henceforth they would be a family, and he would cherish her. Even if this beautiful promise felt challenging to fulfill, Su-yin felt a surge of happiness. Let us sleep. We shall just have enough time to eat lunch before departing for the airport. Qin-yi reclined slightly, enveloping the petite woman within his embrace. Su-yin nestled against his arm, closing her eyes as her consciousness drifted into a space where she could observe the two little ones. They were being wonderfully cared for by Mei and Li. Upon glancing at the spoils from last night, they resembled small mountains, disorganized yet plentiful. When unable to sleep on the plane, she would sort them out in that space later. Before long, Su-yin's breathing grew steady, and she fell into slumber. As he gazed at her serene and beautiful sleeping visage, Qin-yi couldn't help but lean down to gently kiss the corner of her lips. The little woman seemed to sense it, pouting her glossy lips slightly. He smiled, a smile filled with contentment. It dawned on him that to truly commit to someone could happen in an instant. One was a thief last night, while the other was lost in thoughts, causing them both to fall asleep, only to awaken when the room's butler called to inquire about lunch arrangements. Qin-yi picked up the phone and held it to Su-yin's ear. Please arrange a Chinese lunch for 2. The person capable of residing in a presidential suite understood that this meant high standards would be expected. After hanging up, he lifted Su-yin from the bed to wash her face, knowing the meal would arrive shortly. It would take at least half an hour for the lunch to be delivered, yet he felt an urgent hunger. What should I do? He mused with a soft chuckle. This cunning little fox always seemed eager to devour him. She truly was a little enchantress. Her desires, undoubtedly, must be fulfilled. With one hand securing her slender waist and the other lifting her chin, he pressed his lips against hers. This little enchantress is truly delightful. Just as the butler outside the room announced that lunch had arrived, Qin-yi proceeded to open the door, allowing the butler to set the meal on the dining table. Again, it's time to eat. I'm coming. Dressed in her loungewear and having tidied her hair, Su-yin lazily shuffled to the dining table. During their meal, Qin-yi entertained her with songs, aiming to lift her spirits. However, having just confirmed their romantic relationship and knowing that calamity loomed on the horizon, Su-yin found it difficult to embrace the sweetness of the moment. With only 3 hours until boarding and a journey of approximately an hour from the hotel to the airport, she expressed that there was no need to pack. Nevertheless, Qin-yi retrieved a small suitcase from the wardrobe and meticulously organized her laptop, toiletries, and a complete set of clothing, folding everything neatly. Su-yin watched quietly. And if she were not already aware of the man's background, she would have questioned how many relationships he had been in to become so adept at packing a woman's belongings. I'm entangled with you now. Do you wish to remain single? Not a chance. You will wait for me here. After a quick shower, Su-yin selected a stylish hoodie paired with flat lambskin boots, tying her hair into a simple ponytail that radiated youthfulness. Qin-yi carried her small suitcase as she closed the door and handed him the keycard. Chapter 14. Domestic hoarding. The airport buzzed with activity, and amidst the throngs of people, the couple maintained a respectful distance without excessive affection. However, amidst the bustling crowd, the man stood out, watching intently as the petite figure of the woman passed through security, disappearing from view. This trip domestically focused primarily on fruits, young animals, saplings, and seeds, as well as essential cooking ingredients like oil and salt, which were in high demand. Su-yin had already researched suppliers and factories in Jiangcheng for the listed goods while on the plane. Having completed her preparations, she finally closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. After awakening from a deep slumber, the plane had already touched down in Jiangcheng. Taking a taxi from the airport to the Lanjingtai residential complex, Su-yin, after a video call with Qin-yi, had set her primary phone to reject all calls and messages, apart from those from Qin-yi, as she wished to avoid disturbances during her precious time of solitude. Subsequently, she used a different phone equipped with a new SIM card to contact several suppliers she had sourced. Upon returning to the 32nd floor of Building C in Lanjingtai, the manager of the security project was already waiting at the entrance. "Miss Su, you are truly punctual," he remarked. "Yes, please show me around," she replied. The manager gestured for her to follow and began to explain the doors behind them. "Miss Su, these 3 doors are constructed from the latest explosion-proof materials. The innermost door is designed with fireproof, heat-insulating, and soundproof features. The middle door is made from special steel used in bank vaults, boasting a security level that, to put it simply, cannot be breached even by cannon fire. The outermost door is also crafted from the same specialized steel, but unlike the middle one, it is equipped with a shooting port. Additionally, it features a sliding panel design, allowing the upper part of the steel door to slide down, transforming it into a grilled door, which facilitates conversation between those inside and visitors outside. The door is further equipped with discrete surveillance cameras positioned at various angles. Although Su Yin lacked expertise in security measures, the sight of it provided her with a profound sense of safety. These 3 doors would serve as her protective barrier, ensuring her security for at least the next 2 or 3 years. She felt reassured about her investment. Observing Su Yan's satisfaction, the manager continued with his presentation. The entirety of this residence's exterior walls, the flooring beneath one's feet, and the ceiling overhead have been meticulously fortified with a specialized 10 centimeters thick blast-resistant steel. All glass, both inside and out, is designed to withstand explosions and bullets, while also enduring extreme temperatures. The sewage system has undergone unique treatment to ensure that no insect can ascend. Su Yin discerned this. She knew that as long as the structural columns of the building remained intact, it could not be destroyed. Even if the columns were to fail, the house would not collapse, but merely settle onto the ground. "Splendid. I am exceedingly pleased with the renovated property. Thank you, Miss Su. The adjacent unit has been adorned with identical renovations, and at the entrance of the corridor, we have installed 2 doors as per your request, 1 blast-proof security door and 1 wrought iron gate." Su Yin meticulously inspected every detail before accepting the keys from the manager, signing off with alacrity, and settling the final payment. Once the security project manager departed, Su Yin applied a makeup disguise to conceal her true identity and donned a wig before stepping outside. She rented a cargo truck and proceeded to a previously contacted agency to lease a secluded warehouse. Following this, she made her way to the wholesale fruit market, which was bustling with merchandise just 10 days shy of the Lunar New Year. The stalls were abundantly stocked. In the heart of the wholesale market, there was a designated area for parking procurement vehicles. After securing her truck and opening the cargo doors, she approached the vendors. "Sir, I wish to purchase every apple you have in stock. Please deliver them to the vehicle with license plate 5678 and arrange them neatly." "What?" The fruit vendor expressed disbelief, doubting he had heard correctly. "When it comes to counting money, I shall take all the apples from your establishment without delay." "Oh, very well. I shall attend to it immediately." Upon hearing the words "counting money," the tension dissipated. As long as there were no disputes, everything would be fine. After all, given the market price, selling goods is simply a matter of business. Within 2 minutes, the proprietor presented a calculator displaying a series of numbers to Su Yin. She promptly scanned the payment code with her phone, received the inventory list and receipt, and beyond that, it was no longer her concern. At the stall adjacent, selling various types of pears, Su Yin repeated the same procedure. The inventory from both stalls nearly filled the delivery truck she had rented. Creamy jujubes, dandong strawberries, sugar tangerines, oranges, crystal oranges, Hainan longan, and rose grapes. Whatever stock was available at the fruit market, she procured with no hesitation. For any goods arriving by 10 o'clock the following evening, she accepted deliveries at her doorstep, and of course, the prices she offered were quite attractive. The wholesale vendors, recognizing the vast potential for profit, eagerly made calls to source suppliers and arrange for immediate deliveries. Su Yin merely needed to handle the payments, while others managed the legwork on her behalf. After finishing her rounds at the fruit wholesale market, Su Yin drove to the grocery and oil wholesale market. During this time, she had already transferred the goods from the truck into her storage space. At the oil wholesale section, she ordered peanut oil, sunflower seed oil, olive oil, blended oil, salt, various sauces, seasonings, hot pot bases, and more, all by the ton. She accepted any quantity that could be delivered to her warehouse before the agreed time of 10 o'clock. The deposit was flexible. Whatever amount the vendors requested, she paid without hesitation, and then she moved on to the next supplier with her purchase order in hand. Having surveyed 2 wholesale markets, it was already 6 in the evening when Su Yin drove to the warehouse of the coal supplier she had arranged to meet. "What types of coal do you have here? How much stock do you possess?" she inquired. "Young lady, given your question, it's the peak of winter for this business. I have plenty of goods, so much so that I fear you won't be able to take it all. I currently have several tons on hand, and tomorrow, several large trucks will arrive. Please ensure that tomorrow's delivery is sent to my warehouse. Name your deposit amount. I would also appreciate it if you could reserve some of what you have in stock for me. Just deliver it by 10 tonight. How about I send it right away? Just half a mile away, there's a nursery for fruit tree saplings. I am quite familiar with the owner. He has a variety of saplings, from large to small, with varying years of maturity and even fruit-bearing ones. You're truly a good person. Please take me there. Finalize the arrangements and deliver the goods together." Not a problem. The nursery was a bustling place, and as soon as the vehicle came to a halt, the sapling owner emerged to greet them, already aware from the phone that a significant client was arriving. "Miss Su, I hear from the coal supplier that you require a substantial quantity of fruit tree saplings. Indeed, please provide me with a detailed introduction." The owner recited his offerings like a rehearsed script, leaving Su Yin feeling overwhelmed, as if the sapling provider was on the verge of producing money trees, lacking nothing else in terms of varieties. "Let me be frank, by the latest, I need the saplings loaded and ready to go by 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow. How many saplings can you prepare starting now? I need both small and large saplings, and those that bear fruit are even better. How many saplings you wish to take is how many I can prepare for you." "Exactly." Chapter 15. A calamity. Su Yin added, "Please have the workers start digging promptly. I will subsidize the seedling workers with 200 yuan a day. By the way, I have no issue with the advance payment you've received. It's primarily that my clients are in urgent need. There is no need to haggle over the unit price or total amount. She still has over 700 million on her account, and if she doesn't spend it, it will merely serve as kindling in the future. If she refrains from purchasing these materials, they are very likely to be lost to the floods, so she must salvage as much as possible." After expressing their profound gratitude, the seedling and charcoal merchants hurriedly attended to their tasks like whirling dervishes. Subsequently, they processed each shipment, settling accounts on the spot. Whenever a delivery truck departed, they swiftly stored the goods in their storage space. They retrieved the exorbitantly priced beds and mattresses purchased overseas, arranging the bedding meticulously. After a quick shower, she video called her boyfriend to assure him of her safety and checked on the children in the storage space before bedtime. She set her alarm for 3:30, calculating she could only afford an hour and a half of sleep. The vegetable wholesale market opened at 3 in the morning, and by the time Su Yin arrived, it was already 6:30. The market was bustling with tricycles, small trucks, and large vehicles. She began with tomatoes, potatoes, sweet potatoes, taro, carrots, white radishes, lotus roots, yams, eggplants, broccoli, various types of scallions, ginger, garlic, and an array of peppers and gourds. All the aforementioned items were non-perishable. Once she had secured enough root vegetables, she turned her attention to leafy greens. Large and small cabbages, cabbage hearts, spinach, lettuce, and celery, all manner of vegetables were loaded onto the truck. Then she sought out those willing to deliver, offering a bit more money to arrange for an evening delivery to the warehouse. Next, she visited the seed station, procuring a substantial quantity of various seeds, which she loaded onto her truck. By this time, it was already noon, and Su Yin found a small restaurant to dine and take a moment's respite. After her meal, she proceeded to the poultry breeding base, ordering 100 of each breed, with a ratio of 2 males to 8 females, totaling 300. During her time in the Bear Country, she had acquired a considerable number of calves and lambs. Now, she intended to procure some piglets as well. After purchasing the piglets, she visited the slaughterhouse, arranging for a batch of processed pigs and poultry to be delivered to the warehouse the following morning. Additionally, she contacted the compressed biscuit factory, instant noodle factory, and bottled water plant, requesting deliveries to the warehouse after 10 o'clock that night, specifying the quantities required. Naturally, she obtained corporate accounts from these 3 manufacturers, each requiring an initial deposit of 100,000 yuan. She was unperturbed by the prospect of non-delivery, as business was notoriously challenging. Sending 2 truckloads as a trial would reveal the truth, and no manufacturer would forsake such a lucrative opportunity. Feeling somewhat reassured, as she neared the warehouse, Su Yin's truck suddenly veered towards a steep slope, tumbling down with both her and the vehicle. Before reaching the bottom, she found herself transported to another realm. However, She faced a dilemma. Having entered this space from the driver's seat, exiting would return her to the same position. Observing two small creatures nearby and feeling utterly exhausted, she rested for 10 minutes before making her escape, confident that within that time, the truck would have come to a halt. In a sudden turn of events, the glass in the cockpit shattered, leaving shards strewn across the floor, posing a risk of injury with even the slightest misstep. The vehicle had crashed into a pit. Its front end and driver's door pressed tightly against a brick wall, while a muddy wall loomed on the passenger's side, effectively trapping her within the confines of the cabin. Although she was momentarily unscathed, the predicament of being confined was undeniably awkward. Squad leader, over here. Hurry, bring the tools. First, we must rescue the person. Had the overturned vehicle been discovered? Was someone coming to her aid? Perhaps fate had opened a window of hope for her. Suyin dared not move, instead sitting still and listening to the rhythmic thuds of someone striking the wall. How many people are in the car? Are you all alright? Just me, only me. I'm fine, just trapped and unable to get out. Do not be afraid. Take care of yourself. The wall will soon be breached. Though fear was not her primary concern, she wondered about her condition. Aside from her disheveled hair, wasn't she remarkably unscathed? Suyin, averse to inflicting harm upon herself, contemplated her situation. To avoid appearing too pristine, she gathered a handful of dirt and smudged it across her clothing, resigning herself to the notion that some things needed no explanation. Just as she prepared herself, a substantial hole had been created in the wall. A cheerful face poked through, followed by a pair of hands that gently lifted her from her seat. Do not be afraid. You are safe now. Yes, thank you. Thank you, comrade. No need for thanks. By this time, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Using the soldier's flashlight, Suyin surveyed her environment. Realizing she was situated in an abandoned factory built against a hillside, with the truck having rolled into the ravine between the factory's rear wall and the slope. 3 individuals had come to her rescue. One of them inquired, "Madam, are you injured anywhere? We will assist you with a preliminary examination before sending you to the hospital for further treatment." "Thank you, comrades, but I believe I am unharmed." Suyin stomped her feet twice and clapped her hands against her body, indicating that she was indeed uninjured. "You fell from such a height and emerged unscathed?" The 3 individuals scrutinized Suyin for a considerable time, and one of them lifted her hands, gesturing for another comrade carrying a small medical kit to step forward for an examination. "Indeed, you are truly unharmed." "Yes, comrades, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. It is quite illogical to tumble down from such a height without sustaining any injuries." It was not that the 3 comrades wished her harm, but rather that the situation was bewildering. At that moment, a phone began to ring from the direction of the overturned truck. "My bag?" The phone. Suyin turned to retrieve it, but the comrade who had carried her out was already ahead of her, picking up the phone and gathering the scattered order forms from the ground. "Comrade, your phone." The soldier handed the mobile device to Suyin. As soon as she answered, the voice on the other end spoke. "Yin, what happened to you?" "I'm still out. I was driving earlier. I will call you once I get home, all right?" "Yes. Please be careful." Chapter 16. Should I alert the higher-ups? After hanging up, Suyin graciously accepted the friendly reminders and counsel from the 3 comrades. She learned that they were soldiers from a nearby military station who, after their meal, had taken a walk and witnessed the vehicle rolling down the slope, prompting them to rush to the rescue. Without a thought for the vehicle, they ascended the hill on foot to the warehouse. While she did not recall the personnel from that station in her past life, she was certain they remained steadfast, tirelessly searching for survivors. Suyin silently took note of everything, continuously transferring payments for the outstanding balance. During the intervals between truck deliveries, she would gather the goods from the warehouse into her space. In any case, this warehouse could not accommodate everything. The cargo for tonight was received by Suyin from the evening until 10 o'clock the following morning. Her thoughts were occupied by her Uncle Su, the reincarnated Shin-E from her past life, the charming soldier who saved her last night, and even her unnamed biological parents. After 6 years in the apocalypse, accustomed to the indifference of humanity, Suyin believed her heart had grown hardened. Yet, an unexpected turn of events evoked a torrent of emotions within her. Regardless of whether in the midst of natural disasters or in times of peace, she, Suyin, remained a beneficiary, having been sheltered by many. Furthermore, she was surrounded by a wonderful group of people who genuinely cared for the populace. Should she alert the bosses? As for exposing herself, Suyin was reluctant. While she undeniably possessed excellent resources that, if utilized wisely, could benefit humanity, in a time of calamity, Even the most advanced technology would prove futile. Floods would remain floods. Earthquakes would still be earthquakes. Disasters would inevitably come to pass. Moreover, every corner harbored its own parasites. Following the natural disasters of her past life, she had heard discussions in the base about the emergence of various factions among the leadership, not all of which were truly benevolent. If she were to reveal herself, she would surely become a target for contention among these factions. She wished to avoid entanglement. Life was already sufficiently challenging in the face of disaster, and she simply wanted to live freely and raise her two little ones well. She was an ordinary person with limited capabilities, and did not believe she could sacrifice herself for the sake of others. If there exists a method to remain inconspicuous, it would be prudent to offer a gentle reminder. However, whether the higher authorities choose to believe it is beyond her control. Su-Yin entered the space and observed the two little ones peacefully slumbering. She activated the display screen and scanned the towering pile of gold. Over 30,000 kilograms, a substantial amount, yet still far from the 100,000 kilograms required for elevating the space to the 6th level. Nevertheless, it should suffice for purchasing items within the interstellar realm. As she perused the available acquisitions, one particular item, dubbed Advanced Artificial Intelligence, captured Su-Yan's attention. This AI was truly omnipotent. Aside from its myriad functions, she was particularly drawn to its capabilities in piloting warships, maneuvering spacecraft, and functioning as a top-tier hacker. While she lacked both warships and spacecraft, possessing a hacker was invaluable. For instance, could it discreetly relay messages to the bosses after breaching all security surveillance? The price was 2,000 kilograms of gold for one advanced AI. A mere 2,000 kilograms of gold, an insignificant sum. With a flourish, Su-Yin selected the design resembling a black and white dumpling. Do not inquire further, for it is a deep-seated affection ingrained in the hearts of her compatriots. Upon activation, she bound it to her genetic code and named it He. Following the completion of this process, the dumpling sprang to life, vibrant and lively. Su-Yin affectionately rubbed its soft exterior. Master, are you feeling unwell? How may He assist you? Indeed, this advanced AI was christened He by Su-Yin. He, I need to send some documents to a location with exceptionally stringent security. Can you do so discreetly? Do you refer to the planet you inhabit, Master? Certainly, provided that you allow me to connect to the network first. Very well, connect to the network. Su-Yin exited the space with He and handed her laptop over to it. He asked to wait for half an hour. So let us wait. As she peruses other purchasable items, the spatial button, its illuminated icon indicates availability for acquisition. To put it simply, while 10,000 cubic units may serve an individual well, accommodating a substantial quantity, when employed by a nation during natural disasters to preserve the essence of human civilization, it hardly suffices to contain much. Indeed. Upon sighting the spatial button, Su-Yin immediately contemplated procuring several to dispatch alongside her messages. Shall we acquire 100,000 cubic units? Each would equate to 5,000 kilograms of gold. Currently, she possesses a little over 30,000 kilograms of gold. Purchasing 3 spatial buttons of 100,000 cubic units would deplete 15,000 kilograms, leaving the remainder for emergency use in the spatial realm. Half an hour elapsed. Master, I have successfully received all items from this planet. Regarding your request to send items to a highly secure location, it is quite simple for He. Very well, await my preparations. She concluded with an explanation of the spatial button's functionality. Handing over 3 spatial buttons along with the letter and intended address to He, she instructed, off you go. But ensure that no one or any device detects you. Master, I require an aircraft, one that possesses stealth capabilities. What? Su-Yin was certainly aware of aircraft. She had observed them while purchasing the spatial buttons. Such machines overshadow all other means of transportation on this planet. Indeed remarkable, wouldn't you agree? The price is even more astonishing. To put it succinctly, acquiring one would deplete her remaining 10,000 kilograms of gold entirely. That would be a perilous endeavor. My dear master, an aircraft is an indispensable tool for travel. Purchasing one is a wise investment that can benefit generations to come. Do not lament the expenditure. With my assistance, financial concerns will be of little consequence. In this world, wealth can be easily acquired. But what is the purpose of money when the end of days approaches? What she desires is gold, pure gold. The apocalypse? The destruction of the planet? It may not be as dire as that, yet it is certainly grave. Chapter 17. Her late rebirth. Upon hearing Su Yin describe the current situation, he had much more to say. He remarked that everything would inevitably be destroyed, so one should seize whatever they can while the opportunity lasts. This chance is fleeting. Hence, an aircraft is essential. With an aircraft and my assistance, even with less than half a month remaining, we can accomplish numerous tasks. Is it true that purchasing an aircraft means sacrificing gold? Nonsense. If one is unwilling to exploit their own nation, then let them turn to foreign targets. The security measures on this planet are but child's play for advanced artificial intelligence. They are akin to a realm devoid of barriers, and the vaults scattered across the land are easily accessible. He further revealed that he had absorbed knowledge from this world, learning many things, such as how, over a century ago, 8 wolves conspired to bully a single rabbit. How could one tolerate such an injustice? Before the end times arrive, should they not be made to suffer? Watching the wicked in torment would surely provide years of satisfaction. It must be said that Su Yin was profoundly swayed by He's impassioned words. Master, an aircraft is truly essential. Enough. No need to say more. I shall purchase it. Is that not sufficient? From now on, do not call me master. Refer to me as Su Su. Very well, Su Su. He mischievously winked with his gem-like eyes. Su Yin harbored deep suspicions that this artificial intelligence was designed specifically to deceive her, leaving her with naught but empty promises. Rather than hastily purchasing, she opted to scan the fruits and vegetables she had received over the past few days onto the platform, hoping to exchange them for a greater quantity of gold, retaining a modest reserve for herself. Ultimately, with a heart heavy with trepidation, she pressed the purchase button, and a sleek, technologically advanced aircraft materialized in the open space. It was truly magnificent, a testament to the wealth amassed from Golden Mountains. She inquired of He. From where shall we take flight? From the rooftop. You must first bind your genes, and then grant authorization to me. He. Following the guidance of the artificial intelligence, Su Yin completed the binding and authorization before stepping out with her companion to the rooftop. Living on the top floor proved to be exceedingly convenient. Once atop, the aircraft activated its cloaking feature, rendering it invisible to onlookers below and undetectable by satellites. Only those who were bound to it could perceive the concealed vessel. Without further ado, I entrust this to you. Rest assured, Su Su, we shall first deliver the message and then proceed to Night City. Regarding their journey to the capital and Night City, Su Yin had already briefed He. The thrill of riding such a stylish aircraft for the first time filled her with excitement. She fumbled around, inspecting various controls, but quickly felt overwhelmed by the cockpit's complexity. Were it not for the artificial intelligence piloting, she would have been utterly lost. Su Su, I am navigating quite smoothly. Before she could complete her thought, a tumultuous sensation roiled within her, as if her very essence were being tossed about. Her mind threatened to unravel from the sheer exhilaration. Who would have known that in the mere blink of an eye, she had ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters? Tuanzi, is this what you call smooth sailing? You believe sending me to the sky is insufficient. You wish to elevate me to paradise, do you? Su Su closed her eyes, choosing not to gaze outside. For one must simply acclimatize. Yet, does paradise truly exist? She had no desire to converse with a machine. Resolutely shutting her eyes, Su Yin was determined not to disgrace herself in the opulent aircraft that had cost a fortune. Meanwhile, the Su family was in a frenzy, with Su Jiao scouring the world for Su Yin. Father, mother, elder brother, second brother, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with Su Yin. What do you need that little wretch for? After all the trouble, she is finally out of sight from our family. Let her be. Su Jianmin believed it unnecessary to expend resources in tracking down a daughter who was not of his blood. Elder brother Su, he spoke up. I've had my friend reach out to the forces in Yi City to investigate. Jiao, don't fret. I trust we shall receive news shortly. Indeed, Jiao, we must have faith in elder brother, echoed the second brother, Su Fan. Their mother, Lan Yiru, also sought to calm the agitated Su Jiao, reminding her that her health was paramount, and there would be ample time to confront that little girl in the future. Su Jiao, however, was not inclined to rush. Just 3 days prior, she had tumbled down the stairs from the 3rd floor of the villa and struck her head, which had bestowed upon her the memories of her previous life, or perhaps one might call it a rebirth. Yet, her reincarnation had come too late. In her former life, she had possessed what rightfully belonged to Su Yin, but in this life, Su Yin had seized it first. Now, as for shares and such, she could forego them. All she longed for was that emerald ring. In her previous life, shortly after a cataclysmic disaster rendered currency utterly worthless, Su Jiao rummaged through her jewelry to exchange for food, accidentally brushing against a sizable emerald on her hand. She inadvertently activated a hidden space, a room spanning over 20 square meters. Although modest in size, this space held immense potential in a post-apocalyptic world, and she deemed it indispensable. Su Jiao had yet to disclose the existence of this space and the circumstances surrounding the apocalypse to her family, believing that it was perfectly suited for an individual's needs, allowing her to stockpile supplies and thrive in the harsh reality ahead. However, it would be insufficient for the entire family. Jiao Jiao, what's the matter? Mom, it's nothing. At that moment, Su Yi's phone rang. It was a call from abroad regarding news about Su Yin. Quick, answer it, big brother. Su Jiao exclaimed eagerly, leaning in to listen. The entire family fixated on Su Yi as he took the call. The voice on the other end revealed that Su Yin had given birth to a pair of children over a month ago at a maternity hospital, and her apartment post-discharge had also been investigated. The troubling news was that she had since vanished. 3 days prior, Su Yin had resurfaced at the Night City airport, boarding a flight back home. Dad, Mom, big brother, second brother, you must help me find her. I need that emerald ring from Uncle's collection. It's just an old piece of jewelry. We have plenty at home. Your father can buy you something new. You can choose whatever you like from Mom's collection. No, it's not the same. I don't care. I want it, by any means necessary, whether by force, deceit, or simply purchasing it. I must have that one. Though the Su family did not comprehend their daughter and sister's obsession with such an object, they assured her that they would make every effort to locate it and acquire it. Unbeknownst to Su Yin, she had already fallen prey to the machinations of the Su family. Her aircraft hovered above the capital as he calmly descended towards the plaza, the epicenter of power. Are we being too audacious, little one? Is this truly secure? Rest assured, Su. The aircraft and I are products of a highly advanced civilization. With the current technological capabilities of this planet, we will certainly remain undetected. The little one opened the hatch and rolled out. According to their prior arrangement, he would deliver the letter and the spatial button while Su Yin remained aboard the aircraft. As long as she stayed inside, no one would discover her presence. Of course, she could leave if she donned the cloaking attire, but it was unnecessary. Su, everything is proceeding smoothly. So soon? Indeed, I am swift in my endeavors. Chapter 18. Yin, do not harbor regrets. I hold none. Indeed, with the aircraft, is it not a mere 2-hour journey to Night City? Yes, Su. A conventional airplane requires a 15-hour flight, yet the aircraft accomplishes it in just 2 hours. He mentioned that this particular model is the slowest. The faster ones can breach the solar system in 2 hours. Good heavens, that is remarkable. However, considering that the aircraft was constructed with a mountain of gold, such speed seems entirely justified. Su Yin now felt profound regret. Had she known earlier the necessity of purchasing artificial intelligence and an aircraft, she would have done so sooner, sparing herself the exhaustion of long flights. Alas, the suffering endured remains unchanged. With the advent of the flying apparatus, the need to rush for flights has dissipated. Canceling tickets online, with ample time at hand, I shall attend to my abode. Su Yin compiled a list of items, methodically retrieving each one and transferring them from the space for display. The spacious apartment, featuring 2 living areas, boasts an interior area of 280 square meters, with expansive halls, generous rooms, and broad balconies. Originally luxuriously adorned, it merely requires the placement of furniture. Su Yin occupies the master bedroom, which is graced with a grand walk-in closet and an opulent en-suite bathroom. The adjacent large guest room serves as a children's room, while the remaining 2 guest rooms remain unoccupied for the time being. She first hung the special blackout curtains, followed by decorative drapes, a bed, mattress, wardrobe, vanity, sofa, coffee table, dining table and chairs, dresser, corner cabinet, and shoe cabinet. Additionally, the children's room is furnished with a bed, small table and chairs, and an assortment of plush toys. In the living room, a designated leisure area has been crafted, complete with a small playground for children, featuring a ball pit, slide, and rocking horse. All kitchen appliances and utensils that could be envisioned have been carefully arranged. Fortunately, the existence of the spatial realm allows for expedient relocation. Large items manifest precisely where indicated, eliminating the need for strenuous lifting and carrying. Once everything that could be arranged was in place, Su Yin ordered takeout and, having dined, secured the door before ascending to the rooftop. She retrieved the flying device, preparing to soar towards Eagle Sauce Night City. Tuanzi. Set a course for the vault of the central bank in Night City. Once we near the vicinity, find a spot to cloak and descend. I shall rest for a while. Understood. Su Yin has recently developed an intense fascination with acquiring gold. Given her capabilities, she is determined to explore the possibility of infiltrating the vaults of capitalist nations, devoid of any psychological burden. The aircraft swiftly alights atop the central bank's towering edifice. He equips Su Yan's laptop with an advanced protective system before commencing the breach of the bank's security protocols. With precision, she navigates through obstacles, unlocking various locks and ultimately breaching the vault. Upon arriving at the 18th subterranean level of the central bank, Su Yin is awestruck by the sight of countless gold bars, far surpassing the impressive 30,000 kilograms she had previously witnessed before acquiring her space portal and aircraft. Moreover, the glass safes, adorned with serial numbers, sparkle with an array of colorful diamonds, lustrous natural pearls, and imperial green jade. She muses that when the land submerges, even the eagle-eyed guardians cannot protect these treasures. Thus, taking them is preferable to their descent into the depths of the sea. In her mind, this act also serves to safeguard humanity's wealth, an altruistic endeavor. Having successfully emptied an entire vault, Su Yin silently expresses her gratitude to the divine for such blessings. As she completes this endeavor, the clock strikes midnight, positioning her in a perfect moment of exhilaration. In her exuberance, she consults with He about the feasibility of executing another heist in the fog-laden city of London. Is there time for that? She inquires. He, affectionately referred to as Tuanzi, receives a gentle stroke on her plush head, causing the little one to shyly bow her head. In the span of a single night, they have traversed 2 countries, depleting 2 vaults of their riches. Su Yin had believed her ventures in the dimensional market, trading fruits and vegetables, were lucrative. Little did she realize that this undertaking was even more profitable. As Su Yin steps into the room, she is immediately enveloped in the embrace of Qin Yi. Su Yin released her grip on the suitcase and wrapped her arms around his waist, allowing Qin Yi to carry her to the living room sofa. Ian, it feels as though we have been apart for an eternity. I feel the same. During the 3 days of her absence, Qin Yi experienced the pangs of longing, a sensation he had never encountered in his 24 years, despite their brief acquaintance. She worried about his silence, unaware that his concern mirrored hers. Su Yin was acutely aware of the changes in Qin Yi. At this moment, his eyes were filled solely with her. She had what she desired. A smile graced Su Yan's lips as she gently closed her eyes and offered her kiss. Her hands, which had encircled his neck, slowly descended to the hem of his shirt, slipping beneath to explore and then resting upon his firm abdomen, her fingers tracing delicate circles. The tender, lingering kiss, combined with her soft hands, reignited the suppressed passion within Qin Yi. He tightened his embrace around the girl, his breathing and heartbeat quickening. In the fervor of youth, with a captivating enchantress in his arms, he was at a loss. Ian, stop, I'm overwhelmed. But I like it, I truly enjoy it, ego. His reason and restraint crumbled under her bold confession, deliberate seduction, and genuine affection. Ian, do not regret. I have no regrets, The 2 succumbed entirely to their desires. From the sofa to the bedroom. 2 hours later, Su Yin, utterly exhausted, surrendered to Qin Yi as he carried her into the bathtub. Immersed in the warm water, she finally felt as though she had come back to life. The man swiftly took a shower, wrapped himself in a towel, and prepared to cleanse the woman in the bathtub. I can wash myself. Allow me to assist you. He gently caressed her shyly blushing face with his fingers, insisting on tending to her. I'm so tired. I want to sleep. Do you dare to misbehave? I won't. Reflecting on the earlier fervor, Su Yin wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. Qin Yi let out a low chuckle, tossing aside the towel and lying down, embracing her. When she awoke again, it was evening. Su Yin opened her eyes to find herself gazing into a pair of deeply affectionate eyes that seemed capable of drawing tears. Awake? Shall we dine out or order room service? I'm so tired, but I still wish to take a walk. Qin Yi's long, elegant fingers traced her cheek as he smiled at her, both warm and mischievous. Do you know you're exhausted? Still tempting me? No, I won't. Yin, once we begin, there's no turning back. You cannot refuse. All right, no ending. Very obedient. Let us get up and eat. Qin Yi kissed her forehead and helped her sit up. Su Yin, not one to dawdle, freshened up and dressed, preparing to explore the world's splendor before any impending calamity. The couple left the hotel, opting to walk rather than drive, heading towards a nearby Chinese restaurant where they reserved a private room. After summoning a waiter to take their order, the waiter effortlessly turned on the television in the room, which was broadcasting the evening news. Chapter 19. Recall according to reports from relevant personnel. At 6 o'clock in the morning on January 23rd, the long-dormant Kanagai No. 1 volcano erupted cataclysmically, resulting in widespread devastation in the Kanagai region. The perpetrator, Su Yan, watched the news coverage with keen interest. The security systems of the two banks' vaults were reputed to be the most advanced in the world. What sort of master could elude such stringent security, stealthily infiltrate, and abscond with such a considerable amount of gold bars? What premonition could this be? Qin gazed intently at Su Yan for a full minute before chuckling and shaking his head, unable to articulate his thoughts. The apocalypse loomed on the horizon. If only she could foresee it, Su Yan mused inwardly. Meeting his gaze, she half-jokingly, half-seriously remarked, "I've seen numerous doomsday theories online. And with so many inexplicable events occurring lately, could it be that a great disaster for humanity is truly imminent?" He inquired, "Do you still believe in such things?" She replied, "I don't know." Su Yan could not assert her belief, nor could she dismiss it. She had no intention of divulging her deepest secrets, even though they shared a bed. She was acutely aware that Qin still harbored suspicions regarding her miraculous recovery from her severe injuries and the explosions at two arms dealers' warehouses. Despite his silence on the matter, "If tomorrow were the end of the world, would you come with me if I asked?" she casually inquired, to which he responded, "Oh, I'm just idly asking, and you can answer as you please. I cannot accompany you, for I cannot relinquish my family, nor the burdens that rest upon my shoulders. Yet, I shall carry you in my heart, confident in my ability to safeguard you. Should I fail in this endeavor, it would surely mean my demise would precede yours." Su Yan chuckled inwardly at her own naivety. She was unencumbered in this world, but Qin was not. Thus, he believed he could protect her, although she remained skeptical. At least for now, regarding his capacity to shield her. "Yan, are you silent because I have disappointed you?" Of course, Su Yan's concerns also extended to the two little ones. Yet, she could not discern satisfaction in his eyes. "Let us speak no more of this. It is time to dine. After our meal, we shall go shopping." Just then, the dishes were served, and the two began to feed each other, leaving no room for conversation. Once they finished their meal, they strolled along the street, capturing moments with photographs, before venturing into a shopping mall. Within the luxurious clothing store, she indulged in a spree, purchasing garments, skirts, shoes, and various accessories, anything that caught her fancy. Not only did she buy for herself, but she also selected items for him, intent on exhausting the fortune of 100 million she possessed. Yet, Qin insisted on contesting her for the bill. "I have money, I can purchase my own. I possess funds too. Rest assured, I can handle my girlfriend's expenses." "Very well. After all, money that remains unspent is merely a string of numbers. You shall pay for this purchase, and I will buy the next. You must not contest me again, or I shall forego buying even if I find something I adore." "All right, I shall heed my girlfriend's wishes." Having amassed so many items from this store, Qin thought Su Yan had nearly reached her limit, and thus he refrained from further hesitation regarding the payment. Little did he realize how narrow-minded he had been. In another store, Su Yan spotted a style she adored and requested the sales assistant to pack it in her size or his size for delivery to the hotel. Indulging in a lavish shopping spree, after more than an hour, she had accumulated purchases amounting to over 30 million. Upon returning to the hotel, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and Su Yan resembled a weary little puppy, nestled on the sofa, reluctant to move. "Ego, I'm going to take a shower." "Go ahead." Su Yan retrieved a set of clean pajamas and entered the bathroom. After securing the door, she first checked on the two little ones in her space, inquiring about Mei Mei and Li Li's children. Then, she brought He out of the bathroom. "Tuanzi, please locate the nearest water tower factory." He's smart brain activated, and within a minute, 3 water tower factories were available for Su Yan to choose from. Without hesitation, she decided to acquire them all, planning to collect them at a convenient time. Although she had already stockpiled considerable drinking water in Jiaqing, and her space contained a river, it was still prudent to store additional water for daily use. After emerging from the bathroom, half an hour had passed. "Ego, I'm going to bed. Go on. I'll wait for you." Qin, having organized his belongings, hurriedly took a shower, eager to embrace his sweet and soft girlfriend. Su Yan had come to understand the terrifying nature of a man who revels in indulgence. He clung to her like a leech, refusing to let go. "Yan, let us do it again, shall we?" Wasn't he one time enough? Just moments ago, he had claimed it was the last time. Yet his tender lips found hers once more. While others often plead with men to slow down and prolong the moment, Su Yan found herself in reverse. As the phone on the bedside table rang in the dead of night, a sense of bewilderment enveloped the room. Who could be calling at such an hour? Was it mine or yours? It turned out to be mine, a call from home. Given the time difference, it was no surprise that the call came so late. Chini slipped into a robe and rose from the bed, standing by the window to answer the call. Suyin nodded, as she had a strong inkling of the reason behind it, likely related to the letter she had sent. Indeed, as Suyin had suspected, the upper echelons of Huaxia Group had discovered the letter she had dispatched via artificial intelligence, which mentioned the imminent eruption of Ghana's Mount Gag. This matter was subsequently validated on the same day, confirming its veracity. Furthermore, the officials had also witnessed the functionality of the spatial button, which astounded all the high-ranking members. A confidential meeting was convened among the group's leaders, during which they also discussed the thefts from 2 foreign bank vaults. The incidents involving the bombings at Jishan Temple and the thefts from the world's 2 major vaults led several prominent figures to conclude that the sender of the letter and spatial button was the same individual responsible for the bombings and thefts. Moreover, this person was a compatriot with a deep sense of national pride. Chapter 20. Doubt and Testing. All right. I shall await your return. Go ahead, Suyin said, seizing the opportunity to collect the water tower inventory from 3 factories. Following that, she would retrieve water from the pristine freshwater lake situated atop Eagle Sauce Mountain, reputed to be the purest for drinking. No sooner had Qin Yi departed than Su Yin, exhausted, drove out to the outskirts before ascending into the aircraft. The inventory collected from the 3 water tower factories was substantial. It could only be said that if she filled all those water towers, the daily water supply would last her a lifetime and more. The largest pharmaceutical company's warehouse in Night City has been located. Let's head over there, Susu. Time is of the essence, and Su Yin has already gathered a considerable amount of medication and equipment. At 8 in the morning, Qin Yi brings breakfast. Su Yin is engrossed in the morning news, which reports on the theft incidents involving 3 water tower factories and the pharmaceutical company in Night City. Time for breakfast. My dear Yin Yin, you seem to be in high spirits today? How so? If you were feeling down, your words would hardly be so sweet. Setting down her breakfast, Qin Yi pulls the approaching woman into his embrace and places a kiss on her lips. Is it sweet? Indeed sweet. Please keep it that way. After indulging in a moment of affection, they finally sit down to eat breakfast. With a serious gaze, Qin Yi asks Su Yin, do you think the theft at the bank vault, the recent incidents in Jingtai, and the events reported this morning regarding the pharmaceutical company and the water tower factories are the work of the same person or organization? Yes, 100%. She knows it to be true, for she is the one behind it. Yet, she cannot disclose this. This task is quite formidable. I wager you won't uncover anything. Think about it. This is someone else's territory. Even their own people struggle to investigate their own affairs. What are the chances of an outsider digging into their business? Qin Yi chuckles, fully aware of the slim probabilities. His superior merely suggested he look into it without much hope. Still, he inexplicably feels that his girlfriend might know something. One could say that men also possess a 6th sense. But I am concerned for your safety. I assure you that I will take good care of myself. Should there arise any insurmountable issues, I will certainly retreat back to my homeland at the earliest opportunity. Qin Yi fixed his gaze upon Su Yin, striving to see through the woman he adored so deeply. His love for her did not preclude lingering doubts. His eyes resembled searchlights, attempting to penetrate her facade, yet failing to do so. Qin Yi, your gaze terrifies me, she mused, followed by a self-deprecating chuckle. Perhaps I have become unhinged. Do eat quickly. It will lose its appeal when cold. Will you be busy later? He inquired. If you are, feel free to disregard me. I shall simply take a long nap at the hotel. Su Yin nodded, reluctant to squander the little time they had left together. Yet she understood the necessity of facing reality. He would attend to his matters while she focused on stockpiling supplies. Once Qin Yi departed, Su Yin left the hotel to rent a truck and ventured into the outskirts to procure an assortment of fresh fruits, flowers, and fruit trees. These would serve as barter for gold. In the days that followed, Qin Yi busied himself with his affairs while Su Yin occasionally indulged in zero-cost shopping, collecting whatever was readily available. In the evenings, within the confines of the hotel room and on the bed, they both avoided discussing the impending separation, instead reveling in their intimacy and seeking to extract as much affection from one another as possible. Su Yin had also invested significantly in a 10,000 cubic space button. Beyond the supplies she had gathered over the past few days, she allocated a considerable amount of her existing stock into the space button. From coal and primitive stoves to generators, jet skis, hovercrafts, motorboats, and combat gear including bulletproof vests, she ensured that everything she possessed found a place within that space. Acquired from arms dealers were an array of firearms and various melee weapons, protective gear, off-road vehicles, tanks, aircraft, and an assortment of fuel types, all of which were meticulously divided and stored within a spatial button. Feeling that this arrangement lacked sufficient security, additional provisions were made by purchasing 2 heavy bombs and 2 laser guns from a dimensional marketplace. These items were securely housed in a separate container, accompanied by precautionary notes and user manuals. The laser guns, formidable in their capabilities, operated on controlled nuclear fusion energy cells, with a single energy cell capable of sustaining the weapon until it reached the end of its operational life. Additionally, a human cellular repair solution was procured at the steep price of 10 kilograms of gold per vial. 10 vials were purchased and stored within the box, complete with usage instructions. Every conceivable precaution was taken by Su Yin. In a final inquiry, Su Yin consulted the artificial intelligence, to determine if there was a method to impose a restriction on the spatial button unbeknownst to Qin, ensuring that only he could access it while rendering it inoperable to others. Indeed, a single strand of his hair would suffice to lock onto his genetic signature. However, unlocking would still require a binding process, he explained. Once locked, only Qin Yi's blood can bind and unlock it, while others would be unable to perform genetic binding. Correct? Precisely, came the confirmation. This was the very functionality Su Yin sought. With an abundance of Qin Yi's hair readily available, she promptly procured 2 strands and requested He to instruct her on the gene locking process. Following He's recommendations, Su Yin acquired several communication terminals along with a signal transmitter. By positioning the transmitter at a high elevation and activating it, the communication terminals would connect to the signal, enabling both conversation and location tracking. One such terminal was also placed within the spatial button. However, upon attempting to make a call, the phone promptly powered down. In such circumstances, Su Yin found herself unable to sleep, so she decided to have the little bundle of joy, assist her in infiltrating 3 biological research institutes owned by the Eagle faction in Night City, placing a heavy bomb at each location. If those from the Eagle faction were to discover that her insomnia led her to detonate the research facilities in frustration, one could only wonder what their thoughts would be. The following morning, shortly past 9, Su Yin received a call from Qin Yi. Yin, I apologize. I had an urgent matter yesterday that required my phone to be turned off. Where are you now? I just arrived at the airport. There's not enough time, so I couldn't see you. I have 2 teammates with me. Wait for me. I will find you. There isn't enough time. Before Qin Yi could finish his sentence, Su Yin hung up the phone. She understood that time was limited, yet she believed she could manipulate it to her advantage. Chapter 21. A journey through trials. Su Yin instructed He to hack into all operational systems at Night City Airport, ensuring she had sufficient time to meet Qin Yi. It wasn't long before Qin Yi called again. Yin, I just received word that the operational systems at the airport have inexplicably crashed, causing a delay of 3 hours for flights. I understand. I am on my way to the airport. Please wait for me. All right, drive safely. Regardless of whether the separation lasted a month or a year, for a couple in the throes of passion, being apart was always a torment. And Qin Yi longed to see his girlfriend. With delays exceeding 3 hours, the airport would arrange hotel accommodations for travelers to rest, and Qin Yi sent Su Yin the room number of the hotel assigned to him. Shortly after he arrived at the hotel, Su Yin also made her way there. Upon ringing the doorbell, it was Qin Yi who opened the door. Yin. Qin Ge. Su Yin entered with a small suitcase filled with Qin Yi's belongings, accompanied by 2 large bags. Observing the weight of her burden, Qin Yi felt a pang of sympathy for his girlfriend and promptly took the items from her. Hello, sister-in-law. Greetings. This is my girlfriend, Su Yin. Qin Yi introduced her to his 2 teammates. Yin, these 2 are my comrades, Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan. Hello. I came to deliver something for Ego. I apologize for interrupting your rest. No. Please take your time chatting with Ego. Lao Zhang and I will step outside for a while. Yes. Lao Chun and I will get some fresh air. Su Yin felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Once the door closed, Qin Yi enveloped Su Yin in his embrace. Even while you are in my arms, I find myself already missing you, Yin. I fear not the distance from your presence, but the silence of your absence. That would drive me to madness. Who wouldn't he go mad? Su Yin pondered. Were it not for the impending cataclysm, she could never bear to part from Qin Yi. Yet she knew there would be moments where she would not agree with his choices, having witnessed too much in her previous life. In a world where civilization crumbled and order disintegrated, the norms of peacetime became utterly obsolete. Two individuals with differing moral compasses and values often find it challenging to endure together. In her past life, Qin did not survive the apocalypse. But this time would be different. Su Yan was resolute in her belief that with her support, he would prevail. She trusted that this iteration of Qin would thrive. Her actions were not out of a lack of love. Rather, she hoped they could journey further together. If that proved impossible, then cherishing the memory of each other's most beautiful selves would suffice. Yan, I apologize, but I cannot defy orders. Very well, I respect your wishes. However, go. Regardless of the challenges you may face or the perilous missions you undertake in the future, I implore you to prioritize your own safety above all else. If you dare abandon me, I shall not hesitate to adorn you with countless green hats, a song that echoes to the underworld. I wished to express even harsher sentiments, but his lips silenced her. His kiss was fierce, bordering on brutality, as his grip tightened around Su Yan's slender waist, threatening to crush her. You, let go. I'm suffocating. Just before the brink of unconsciousness, he finally relented, and Su Yan experienced the sensation of narrowly escaping death. A man must not provoke her, otherwise his life may be at stake. You must promise me as well. Su Yan removed a space button necklace, strung with numerous supplies, from around her neck and placed it around Qin Yi's. Once I put this necklace on you, you must never take it off. Not even when bathing, sleeping, or on a mission. Very well, I shall wear it daily. Qin Yi reached out to touch the thumb-sized, grayish-white circular pendant, its material indiscernible. And even the chain bore unique qualities. After all, could anything ordinary come from his girlfriend? Indeed, it was extraordinary, a treasure worth billions, bestowed by your beloved. The necklace was blessed by a master, who claimed that in dire and urgent situations, a drop of blood upon it would grant one's wishes and ensure salvation. Do you remember this? The notion that a mere drop of blood could fulfill one's desires, and even save a life, is utterly remarkable. It was merely a means to prompt Qin Yi to activate the spatial button in a moment of dire peril, for she could not disclose to him that it was a spatial button at this juncture. After severing all communication, she could only hope that he would think of her when his life hung in the balance. If he were to find himself on the brink of death, and the person he longed for was not her, failing to recall her previous words of caution, then Su Yan would feel as if her profound affection had been wasted. The two little ones would be left with only their mother, bereft of a father. In that moment, he would come to understand the significance of the object hanging around his neck. The question of exposure would become irrelevant amidst the calamities of the world. Finding someone was no simple task. She firmly believed that even if Qin Yi were to realize it was her, he would not disclose it without her consent. Although Qin Yi remained oblivious to the intricacies, Su Yan's earnest admonitions would compel him to take her words to heart. I will remember everything you say. I would never dare forget. Now, I must take my leave, lest your companions start to gossip about you. Your belongings are in the suitcase. Consider those 2 bags as gifts for your teammates. Stay a bit longer. Let me hold you just a little more. Su Yan did not wait for the airport to resume services to escort him to his boarding gate. She feared such a farewell, preferring instead to let him watch her depart. Alas, it was truly heart-wrenching. Do not make a fuss. Here, this is a gift from your sister-in-law, one for each of you. Pointing to the 2 large bags, Qin Yi was unaware of what his girlfriend had prepared for his teammates. He opened the suitcase she had sent him. Wow, this is a watch I cannot afford. Wow, this is sports gear beyond my means. Wow, this is chocolate I cannot bear to indulge in. My sister-in-law is truly wonderful. My sister-in-law is the best in the world, Lao Chen and Lao Zheng incessantly exclaimed. Qin Yi's suitcase was even more extravagant, filled with clothes, shoes, watches, and razors, all luxuries. Lao Qin, we could tolerate the fact that you have a girlfriend. We could even overlook her beauty. However, how can we endure the reality that your girlfriend is not only wealthy and generous, but also deeply affectionate towards you? Subsequently, Zhang Yuan and Chen Dingshan playfully teased the sullen Qin Yi, managing to lift his spirits somewhat. Chapter 22. Calamity strikes. Girlfriend goes missing upon returning to the hotel. Su Yan permitted herself to feel downcast for an hour. Afterward, she severed all lines of communication. With merely 3 days remaining, she aimed to exploit a zero-cost acquisition strategy. Su Yan intended to gather an impressive stockpile of gall chickens, specifically from the finest supermarket. She realized that the supermarket was an excellent source, containing every conceivable item one could think of or not. Moreover, for the sake of fairness, The central bank's vault of gall chickens also warranted a visit. Otherwise, the Eagle Sauce, John Bull, and Foot Basin chicken would accuse her of favoritism. In the afternoon, Su-Yin packed all her belongings into her space, as Qin-Yi had departed, and there was no longer a need to stay there. After dining, she left the hotel, drove to the outskirts, and launched her aircraft, soaring towards the gall chickens. First, she targeted the supply warehouse of the Carrefour chain, followed by the central bank's vault. However, could it be that gall chickens had fallen into such dire straits? Was it possible that the vault had been relocated to thwart theft, leaving behind only a scant few items? A little is better than nothing. One cannot go empty-handed. With only a trifling amount received, Su-Yin felt a profound dissatisfaction, an overwhelming sense of frustration. Having not acquired the gold she sought, she resorted to venting her ire upon these insignificant items. Subsequently, the aircraft veered towards the Beer Nation to procure the inventory of a bustling hypermarket, then proceeded to the land of 10,000 Buddhas to hoard the remaining 70 million in fruits, thereby depleting her funds entirely. In recent days, the news of thefts abroad has been attributed solely to Su-Yan's endeavors, yet she remained oblivious, severing all means of communication. This information, however, was curiously accepted as credible, and its veracity would soon be unveiled. He is the captain of a newly established special operations team for emergency rescue. Report: Team member Luo Fuan has arrived for duty. Lao Luo, what is your current status? All indicators are normal. There are no unusual cells in my body, and the rapid healing of wounds remains inexplicable. Well, normality is indeed a positive sign. After exchanging pleasantries with his teammates, Qin-Yi fell silent, clutching his phone while awaiting news from his girlfriend, simultaneously hoping that the foretold deluge would not come to pass. Luo Fuan, Chen Dingshan, and Zhang Yuan each greeted him in turn. What's up with the boss? Missing his sister-in-law, I suppose. Indeed, a remarkably beautiful sister-in-law. Luo Fuan shared an unbreakable bond with Qin-Yi. How could he not be aware that his brother had a wife? Under Luo Fuan's probing, Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan divulged everything they knew. Wait a moment. In Night City, to my knowledge, Igu has only interacted with one beautiful girl, surnamed Su, correct? Yes, indeed. Her name is Su-Yin. Chen Dingshan spoke the name, and Luo Fuan suddenly recalled it. He realized that his brotherhood had indeed been captivated by this girl. Upon hearing the name Su-Yin, he felt an inexplicable sense that it should be. Igu, I have something to discuss with you. MM? Luo Fuan pulled Qin-Yi aside and quietly voiced his suspicions. How can you be certain? I cannot be certain. They inquired of me, and I merely suggested it might be a woman. It was only when Chen Dingshan mentioned sister-in-law and Su-Yin that I felt the shadow from earlier resembled her. There's no need to dwell on uncertainties. We shall inquire further once we establish contact with her. Understood. I too believe it is unlikely. Luo Fuan genuinely felt it was improbable. The following morning, the entire Earth seemed to be submerged in water. Although the governing bodies had received advance warning of the natural disaster and were somewhat prepared, they still had reservations. Consequently, various orders were transmitted through special channels across the nation. Qin-Yi, along with his team, immersed themselves in their urgent duties. Su-Yin, having awoken naturally, turned on the television to watch the national broadcast. It was only the subsequent day of rain. The low-lying areas of various cities, shops, warehouses, and homes had already suffered flooding. As she drew open the blackout curtains, she noticed that despite it being 10 in the morning, the outside world was shrouded in darkness, with rain pouring relentlessly against the glass. Fortunately, the soundproofing kept the noise of the rain to a minimum. In the distance, she could make out the greenery along the street, which was askew and scattered across the road, crashing onto the vehicles parked nearby. The cars stationed at the roadside had already been partially submerged, with water rising halfway up their wheels. In the distance, towering buildings stood as ominous clouds loomed overhead, shifting and swirling like a black hole, threatening to engulf both the skyscrapers and the city itself. The rain fell reminiscent of past lives, yet this time, Su-Yin was thoroughly prepared. Having distanced herself from the chaos, she resided alone in the Lanjiangtai community. In her previous life, it was only after 3 days of relentless rain that she and her family moved to a high-rise apartment under Su Yi's name, located approximately 2 kilometers from Lanjiangtai, in the Jinlong city. As Su Yin pondered how to resolve the long-standing grievances with her family, a series of loud knocks echoed from outside her door. She glanced at the surveillance and realized her thoughts had manifested. The Su family had arrived. The ones banging on the door were Su Yi and Su Fan, shouting as they pounded. Their ability to find her assured them of her presence. Su Yin opened the two inner doors and slid down the upper half of the outer door, inquiring through the barrier, "What do you want? Are you finally going to open the door? Our parents and I have been here for ages. Have you gone deaf?" Sui ceased his banging, pointing at Su Yin while hurling accusations. "What does it mean to block our calls? You deceived our family out of billions, and now, because of this torrential rain, we have to come searching for you. Open the door, or I swear I will end you." Su Fan, who had spent his life tormenting Su Yin, was no stranger to violence. However, Su Yin was no longer the same person she once was, one who would passively endure. First, the equity transactions were mutually agreed upon. Where, then, was the deception? Second, did she compel them to brave the storm? If the rain was so severe, why had it not claimed them? "You." Su Fan intended to speak, aware that any words from this individual would be unkind. However, Su Jiao, standing behind him, tugged at his sleeve, compelling him to swallow his words. Chapter 23. The Su family's visit. "Sister, my parents and brother have come to see you. You cannot possibly keep us at the door. Can you?" Su Jiao's voice was high-pitched, sending shivers down one's spine, utterly repulsive. "Indeed, I could leave you out there, and what of it?" Su Yin regarded the insipid, pretentious woman as though she were an amusing spectacle. "You?" Su Jiao stamped her foot, nearly losing her composure as she pointed at Su Yin. "Xiao Yin, just open the door for a moment. We wish to speak." Su Mother, Lan Yuru, wore a facade of pleasantry upon her face, with a frosty expression. Su Yin maintained her composure, stating, "If you have business, then speak. If not, be gone. There is no entrance for you." This family, braving the torrential downpour, had surely come with ulterior motives, perhaps seeking something from her. There was no question of opening the door. Seeing Su Yin's steadfast resolve against their entrance, Su Jianmin decided to lay bare his intentions. "Xiao Yan, the funds from the shares are of no use to you. Transferring them to me would be beneficial." His tone bore the same nonchalance as one might exhibit when requesting cash from a bank teller. Su Yin looked at Su Jianmin, Lan Yuru, Su Jiao, and the two brothers, then responded with a light "Oh." "What do you mean by oh?" "Father is asking for money because he values you." Before Su Fan could finish, Su Yin slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. She chose silence over a futile conversation. "Wait, sister, I need to talk to you." Su Jiao shouted anxiously, fully aware that once the door was closed, breaking it down would not be a simple task. "Do not call me sister. I have no such wicked sibling, and my mother bore only me, who has long since passed away." Su Yan's revelation left Lan Yuru astonished at how she had come to know this. "It was your uncle who informed me." Su Yin lifted the door panel again, deciding that if they wished to converse, they ought to do so earnestly. In this new life, she had no desire to feign a sisterly bond with this woman. Intentionally, she disclosed the fact that she was not a biological child of the Su family, warning that those who recognized their place should refrain from bothering her. Otherwise, she would not hesitate to send them to meet her late grandmother. "What are you saying? Even if you are not a biological child of the Su family, you were raised by them, and how dare you rebel?" Su Jianmin reacted vehemently, still coveting the money Su Yin possessed. "Let me clarify something. It was you and your spouse who took me from my uncle to raise. Do you need me to detail how you raised me? It was my uncle who cared for me, not you. Do not presume I am unaware of the benefits your uncle provided for you on my behalf. You ungrateful wretch." Su Jianmin pointed an accusatory finger at Su Yin. "Xiaoyan, how can you speak to your father in such a manner?" Lan Yuru attempted to invoke familial morality. "It is undeniable that you were raised by the Su family. Apologize to your father at once. After all, we are family." At that moment, the two brothers of the Su family remained silent, fully aware that Su Yin was not their biological sister. Su Yin scoffed. She had originally contemplated that if Su Jianmin and Lan Yuru did not provoke her, she would not seek revenge, considering the years of relative peace they had shared. Yet, what had transpired? Su Jiao silently sensed trouble, worrying that after revealing her true intentions, the emerald ring would be difficult to obtain. "I have a matter to discuss with you. I am aware that among the jewelry left to you by my second uncle, there is an emerald ring. I have recently taken a liking to collecting emeralds. Would you be willing to part with it?" "Absolutely not." "An emerald? Coming to demand an emerald in the midst of a torrential downpour? This raises suspicions. They must be aware of the hidden significance within the ring. If she could be reborn, so could others." Su Yin glanced at the 5 individuals outside. Only Su Jiao's eyes reflected greed and determination, while the others exhibited mere anger. It seemed that if the ring existed, it belonged solely to Su Jiao. "Why? You possess so many pieces of jewelry. What harm is there in giving me one?" If necessary, we can purchase it from you. Name your price. Absolutely not. How could you even think of selling it, Su Yan? You must be out of your mind. You are the one who is insane. Your entire family is gravely ill. Get lost. Understanding the purpose behind their visit, Su Yan had nothing more to say. She slid the door shut with a resounding bang, sealing off the two doors inside. The calamity had only just begun. She was not yet prepared to deal with the Su family. Once order completely collapsed, it would be her moment of revenge. Let it be noted that throughout this lifetime, neither Su father nor Su mother, nor Su da or Su heir had ever laid a hand on her. Su Jiao's scheming to ruin her reputation was something Su Yan did not believe the family was unaware of. Just moments ago, when Su Jiao demanded the emerald, Su Yan had observed the expressions of the others, and considering Su Jianmin's fixation on that vast sum of money, it appeared they were oblivious to the onset of the apocalypse. Was it possible that this biological daughter of the Su family wished to hoard the space for herself? It should not be this way. However, this time I have declined. Given that family, particularly Su Jiao's shameless disposition, they will undoubtedly return. Vengeance must be exacted. And I intend to wait until chaos reigns supreme. It appears that Su Jiao cannot remain for long. Regardless of the clamor outside, Su Yan prioritizes her own affairs. She must first organize the space. Merely sorting through the goods acquired from overseas supermarkets is a considerable task, in addition to planting various saplings in the ground. Hey, Yi Duanzi, assist me in organizing the supplies. Understood. After a thorough analysis of the current state of the space, I suggest categorizing the items into several major classifications. Storing similar items within a designated storage area for greater convenience in retrieval later on. Indeed, there is an abundance of gold at present, and I shall not upgrade for the time being, so purchasing it is prudent. A preservation storage area has already been established. Thus, I shall create another cold storage for fresh fruits and vegetables, one for various meats, and separate the ordinary items into categories: daily necessities, snacks, beverages, clothing, furniture, infant supplies, dry goods, small appliances, large machinery, and outdoor survival gear. Additionally, all manner of vehicles, aircraft, and vessels, large and small, will be parked in a designated area within the space. Water tanks shall be stacked atop the large ship to conserve space. Each storage area can be relocated at will with a simple click. Su Yan, having a slight tendency towards perfectionism, arranges the current 12 storage areas neatly along the outermost edge of the space. She allows the artificial intelligence to operate the robotic arms to assist her in sorting the goods while she tends to the planting of trees. He has long since classified and downloaded various survival skills, and now, by simply accessing videos related to crop cultivation, she learns to plant trees. Planting trees is not difficult. I've got the hang of it. The zero-cost agricultural machinery is indeed quite efficient. Su Yan pushed a post-hole digger and commenced her task by the riverbank. She estimated the growth size of each mature fruit tree, ensuring adequate spacing between them, and dug a row of holes to plant a series of trees: apple, pear, peach, and so forth, each variety concentrated in a designated area. These saplings, each over a meter tall, contrasted beautifully against the barren riverbank, bringing forth a delightful splash of green. From the riverbank to the mountain summit, she planned to plant fruit trees everywhere, progressing steadily, confident that one day she would complete this endeavor. The space, devoid of nightfall, mirrored the external flow, allowing the planted trees to grow at a natural, albeit slow, pace. The gaps between the trees provided an opportunity to cultivate fast-growing vegetables. After planting numerous trees and vegetables, she finally noticed the young goats, calves, and piglets frolicking about. The chicks, ducklings, and goslings were contained within their cages, a necessary precaution. It was imperative to prevent the pigs, sheep, and cows from trampling the saplings and vegetable patches, which would render her efforts futile. Fortunately, the number of these young animals was manageable. Su Yan designated a substantial area at the mountain's edge specifically for livestock, enclosing it with stakes and barbed wire. She was grateful for having acquired several rolls of fencing wire from various supermarkets. This temporary barrier would suffice for now, with plans to reinforce it later. After a day of diligent work, she dined within her designated space, spending over 10 hours immersed in her endeavors. Having planted around 50 or 60 saplings, she also cultivated an array of vegetables such as small cabbage, beet greens, lettuce, spinach, loofah, and cantaloupe in the spaces between them, aiming for a diverse harvest. Chapter 24. The property management's visit. Emerging from the space, it was already the following morning. The rain poured increasingly heavily, and the wind howled with growing ferocity. Gazing out the window into the distance, the towering skyscrapers swayed perilously on the brink of collapse. Below, the elevated terrain of Longing Terrace had succumbed to the floodwaters, which had already invaded the ground floor residences. The community garden was cluttered with debris floating upon the water's surface. The modestly sized greenery had only half of its crowns visible above the inundation, swaying chaotically in the tempest as if to assert its last defiance as a tree. The entire city had become incapacitated, unable to maintain normal transportation. Water and electricity supplies remained operational, though it was uncertain how much longer they would endure. After taking a shower, Suyin finally brought her two little ones out from the space into their nursery, preparing to mix their formula. She could only hold one child at a time to feed them. This time, she tended to her elder son. Meanwhile, her daughter gazed up at her with tear-filled eyes, her small lips pouting in a manner that suggested she was on the verge of tears. Suyan's heart ached for her. She gently comforted, "Xiao Wei, dear, Mama will feed your brother first, and then I will hold you a little longer." Xiao Wei let out a soft whimper and slowly began to suck on the bottle that Li Li had placed in her mouth. Once both children had finished their formula, in the interest of fairness, Suyin set her son down and lifted her daughter, softly consoling her. The little girl, now capable of flashing a toothless grin, beamed at her mother. After amusing her children for a while, Suyin prepared herself a bowl of tomato beef noodles for breakfast. After finishing her breakfast, Suyin decided to take the day off. There was an abundance of land in the space, and it would take more than a day or two to cultivate it. There was plenty of time ahead, so she would plant slowly. She prepared herself a glass of juice and nestled into the sofa, ready to indulge in leisure. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at the door. Surely, the Su family wouldn't be so eager to meet their demise? Suyin picked up her phone to check the surveillance footage and saw two individuals dressed in property uniforms. The outer door merely slid open, revealing a steel barrier. Through the railing, she inquired, "What is it?" "Hello, Miss Su. I am Manager Wang from the Longing property. Given the inclement weather, we have arranged a boat to assist residents with their shopping needs. I noticed you have not joined our property owners group, so I came to inquire," he replied. "Your service is commendable," Suyin remarked nonchalantly, hoping that in a few days, their conversation would still be so amicable. "Is there anything you would like to purchase, Miss Su?" "Indeed, I would like an assortment of seafood. Whatever you can procure, I will take. As for beef, I would like 20 pounds of the freshest available. For chicken, please ensure they are small hens that have been raised for at least 360 days. I require authentic Thai jasmine rice or wuchang rice, and for fruits, I desire durians, avocados, and cherries." Miss Su, please pause. "The items you mentioned are currently unavailable," he interjected. "Do you still wish for seafood or imported fruits?" The young lady of the Su family seems oblivious to the struggles of the world. In the current circumstances, being able to procure items such as noodles, instant noodles, rice, flour, salt, and oil signifies that he has connections. Manager Wang could no longer remain silent, interrupting Suyin before she could finish. "Unable to acquire these? Then forget it. I have already contacted someone to deliver goods to me." "Very well, Miss Su. You may join the owners group, where purchasing updates will be shared at irregular intervals. Whenever you wish to buy something, you can check the group messages or tag me." Suyin acknowledged with a nod, using a phone number that no one recognized to scan the group's QR code. "All right, we shall take our leave now." Suyin responded with an impassive expression, exuding an air that suggested she was not to be trifled with, urging others to refrain from bothering her. She had no need for assistance in procuring goods. She possessed all necessary resources herself. She did not wish to feign a lack of supplies to deter others' interest. Such tactics were unnecessary and futile. To outsiders, she appeared as a solitary woman living alone, blessed with a strikingly beautiful visage, fortified by a door that would withstand any assault, and she seldom ventured outside. Regardless of her actual stock, those who were inclined to covet her possessions, whether it be her supplies or her residence, would still harbor intentions of intrusion. She deliberately sought items that were currently unattainable and hinted at having someone deliver goods to her, aiming to convey to others that she was not merely a trapped single woman. In the elevator, another property staff member, who had remained silent throughout, remarked, "That Miss Su seems rather peculiar. Have you noticed her door?" The Su family ranks among the top 3 wealthiest families in Jiangqing, and it is quite normal for the daughters of affluent households to possess certain eccentricities. Would you not feel apprehensive if entrusted with such a fortune? It is not surprising that some households install several reinforced doors for added security. Indeed, Miss Su is remarkably beautiful, having worked as a security guard in numerous upscale communities. I have yet to encounter anyone more stunning than she. However, she possesses an icy demeanor that suggests she is not easily approached. Have you ever met a wealthy heiress who is approachable? If you seek a long life, it is wise to tread carefully around her. Ah, understood. Apartment A101. We are currently crammed in the corridor on the 3rd floor. Our child is both cold and hungry, and we can't even boil a kettle of water. There is no place to relieve ourselves. If anyone has an extra room to spare, we implore you, we are willing to pay. Apartment F102. I too am prepared to pay, offering rates comparable to a 5-star hotel. If anyone has an additional room, please let us know. Apartment C801. I am offering high prices for food. Who has any to spare? Apartment B902. Pictures, pictures, pictures. I have some, but I am not selling. Following this person's request for images, a series of protests ensues, though most are light-hearted banter, merely jesting to provoke envy. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, order still prevails, and everyone maintains a facade of harmony. Su Yin internally scoffs at the individual flaunting their food supplies, as it seems an invitation for others to raid their home. After muting the group notifications, she tossed her phone aside, contemplating whether to power on her frequently used device. Ultimately, her curiosity overcame her, and she pressed the power button. The cacophony of missed call notifications and WeChat alerts filled the air, nearly causing her phone to freeze. Su Yin glanced at her phone. Aside from the ill-intentioned calls from her family, the rest of the notifications were all from Qin. On WeChat, the messages from Su Jiao were the most frequent, predominantly requests for her grandmother's emerald ring. A few familiar acquaintances and classmates also inquired about her well-being, including Li Muhua, who asked how she was and where she currently resided. The remainder of the messages were from Qin, displaying a count of 99. Upon opening it, the latest messages inquired about her safety, prompting her to hesitate before scrolling further to read more. She decided to power off her phone. Seizing the opportunity while she still had internet access, Su Yin released the little ball of fluff, from her space. Su, he misses you. The black and white little creature joyfully spun in circles. Su Yin gathered the soft bundle into her embrace, repeatedly rubbing it, relishing its delightful texture, and knowing that no matter how much she squeezed it, it wouldn't perish. After indulging in the plushness, she instructed, first download all the maps of this world, along with the entire curriculum from elementary to high school, and then gather all entertainment films, novels, anime, and so forth. Yes, you have matured into a sophisticated artificial intelligence. Identify and download everything useful. Chapter 25, Training Plan Su. I have also included numerous martial arts suitable for women, such as Sanda, Taekwondo, grappling, and military boxing for your daily practice, along with various shooting techniques for firearms. You must train diligently, otherwise, you'll become too weak. Indeed, accumulating so many weapons without knowing how to utilize them would be futile. Shooting is certainly essential to learn, but mastering Sanda and Taekwondo can be quite arduous. With such an extraordinary advantage, perhaps I should forgo it? Su, please respond. All right, I will learn. Upon hearing the delightful news, he twirled with joy. Su Yin, who feared hardship, briefly entertained the thought of avoiding her studies, but she quickly dismissed it. She knew she must learn. The lessons of her past life echoed in her mind, and she was determined not to repeat her previous mistakes, no matter how formidable an external aid may be. It is merely that, an aid. What if one day it were to fail her? Relying solely on external forces is not a sustainable strategy. True strength must come from within. Without hesitation, she resolved to enhance her physical fitness before embarking on any other training. Su Yin retrieved a treadmill from her space, positioning it appropriately, and asked He to find her a series to watch while she ran. She had meticulously devised a plan to run for a week to acclimatize her body, followed by incorporating push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, planks, squats, and other exercises. With ample time at her disposal, she aimed to sculpt herself into a female Special Forces soldier. The direction was clear. The extent of her transformation was yet to be determined, but striving to live well was a pursuit that would never be in vain. After running for an hour, drenched in perspiration, it was time for lunch. Su Yin rinsed the rice and placed it in the pot, then chopped a small hen and added slices of American ginseng to stew. Having completed her kitchen tasks, she took a refreshing shower and donned her comfortable loungewear. By the time she emerged, the meal was ready, the soup was nearly finished, and she quickly stir-fried some beef with carrots. In the afternoon, while utilities were still functioning, she decided to prepare some dishes for storage. After lunch, Su-yin began her next endeavor. She retrieved 3 large rice cookers from her space, washed them thoroughly, and set them to cook rice. She also found several covered containers, ensuring they were clean and ready for storing food. Indeed, she contemplated preparing only a few of her favorite dishes that were easy to store, allowing her to serve as much or as little as she desired when the time came. Braised beef brisket with white radish, stewed beef, stewed lamb, stewed pig's trotters, stewed goose, poached chicken, salt-baked chicken, 3-cup duck. Each day, she prepares several pots, storing a large quantity of each dish. Do not inquire why a young lady of considerable means would undertake such culinary endeavors in her previous life during the apocalyptic years. Despite the scarcity of resources following natural disasters, she diligently cooked for her family of miscreants for 6 long years. Furthermore, in this modern era where cooking videos abound, mastering a single dish often leads to the ability to create 10. The initial attempts may lack authenticity, yet with practice, one can achieve remarkable flavors. First, she cleans the beef brisket and sets it to stew, an easy task. She prepares 3 pots of that, and likewise for the lamb chops. Then, she boils a large pot of water to make a few poached chickens. This will suffice for now. With an abundance of cookware amassed during her supermarket excursions, she worries about overloading the electrical system by using too many appliances simultaneously. Otherwise, she could easily manage a dozen pots at once. The entire afternoon is spent immersed in the kitchen, with the range hood struggling to eliminate the overwhelming scents of beef, radish, poached chicken, and lamb. She resembles a wandering food vendor, her clothes infused with the aromas of her culinary creations. After a thorough cleansing from head to toe, she enjoys a meal, then retreats to her space to find a suitable area to set up a target for shooting practice. Hee, her companion, takes on the role of instructor, beginning with the fundamentals of pistol handling, breathing, grip, aiming, and firing. Su, you are doing wonderfully. Keep it up. Hee cheers enthusiastically. The little one's praise for Su-yin appears utterly sincere, yet within her thoughtful mind, she muses, isn't this basic knowledge easily mastered at a glance? Su is rather inexperienced. Su-yin remained tranquil, understanding that marksmanship is honed through practice. She did not rush. After an hour of training, she emerged from her space to spend 2 hours with Xiao Rui and Xiao Wei. Subsequently, regardless of the tempest raging outside, she peacefully succumbed to slumber. Thus unfolded her monotonous day. Upon awakening, a new day commenced, and the first thing Su-yin did was draw back the curtains to gaze below. The water level had risen alarmingly, reaching the 2nd floor. The rain showed no signs of abating, and the wind had intensified. If it had been force 8 yesterday, it surely exceeded force 10 today. The howling wind was intermingled with the sound of shattering glass, accompanied by the curses of men, the cries of children, and the wails of women, creating a haunting symphony befitting an apocalyptic dawn. At the 2nd floor window, several audacious men banded together, hoisting 2 bound door panels as makeshift vessels, daring to venture out in search of sustenance. Alas, their lives were too fragile to support such boldness. As one leapt onto the makeshift craft, he stumbled, and with a splash, 2 men plunged into the water, both unfortunate swimmers. The onlookers above gasped in shock, witnessing the flailing in the water before the unfortunate souls were drawn beneath the surface. Those who had been contemplating a similar venture hesitated upon witnessing the fate of the 2. Behold, this was the consequence of relying solely on takeout. By the 7th day, they faced starvation, and in their desperate quest for food, they met their demise. Once the blackout curtains were drawn, Su-yin proceeded to freshen up. Afterward, she prepared breakfast for the 2 little ones, amusing them for a while before entrusting their care to Mei Mei and Lili. As she savored her breakfast, she began to devise a plan for the day ahead. 2 hours on the treadmill, followed by half an hour of sit-ups, and then a break of 1.5 hours before preparing lunch. After the meal, she would spend 2 hours in the garden planting vegetables, and then practice her shooting skills for another 2 hours. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, she would adjust her schedule accordingly. Nevertheless, she was determined to adhere to her meticulously crafted plan for the day. Before her run, she retrieved several freshly slaughtered chickens from her storage space, washing and chopping them to prepare a large pot of chicken soup, an endeavor aimed at ensuring she had provisions for times when cooking might be inconvenient. During her rest intervals, Su-yin, feeling somewhat bored, switched on the television, which was saturated with scenes of armed police and military personnel navigating rubber boats and other vessels through raging floodwaters to rescue those in peril or salvage vital supplies. At the bottom of the screen, a lengthy scroll of crimson text proclaimed, "This torrential rainstorm and typhoon are intensifying. The disaster area now encompasses the entire nation. With the situation being exceedingly dire, we urge the public to refrain from unnecessary outings and to stockpile food while awaiting rescue. This alarming scroll hinted at deeper implications, and those with even a modicum of sensitivity might ponder the notion of an impending apocalypse. Young individuals residing with their parents were momentarily untroubled by food shortages, thanks to the older generation's admirable tradition of hoarding provisions. In contrast, young singles or couples often found themselves lacking supplies. Those who could cook sought novelty, purchasing fresh meat and vegetables only sufficient for daily consumption, while those who could not cook relied entirely on takeout, with perhaps only a few packets of instant noodles at home. In such inclement weather, venturing out to stockpile food was a daunting prospect. Suddenly, the screen went dark. The television signal officially interrupted. The silence was pierced by the sound of someone knocking at the door, emanating from the hallway. The water has risen to the second floor, and the elevator is no longer operational. Who dares to climb to the 32nd floor to confront her? Chapter 26. To help or not to help. Peeking through the observation window, she saw an unfamiliar man and woman, neither of whom bore any weapons. Only then did Su Yin unlock the blast-proof door and, through the barred gate, inquired, "Who are you? Why are you banging on my door?" "Hello, we are the residents of 3102. My name is Chun-Li, and this is my husband, Liu Xian Hao. The situation is as follows. The glass of our window was shattered by the typhoon. You don't live in 3202, do you? Could we possibly borrow your place for a few days?" The woman gazed at Su Yin with a smile that appeared warm yet was tinged with ulterior motives. "We will pay rent," she added, while the man hastily chimed in, his expression conveying that he was the only one with any wealth in the world. Su Yin couldn't help but question herself. Do I really seem like someone in need of money? This man clearly lacked common sense. Did he not know the real estate prices at Lonjiang Terrace? Those who possess 2 penthouses in Lonjiang Terrace would hardly be concerned about a trivial amount of rent. She cast a cold glance at the couple and firmly declared, "No rental." With that, she shut the door, unwilling to entertain any further trivialities. Her past experiences had taught her that no matter how one approached such individuals, they would inevitably invoke the moral high ground, talk of harmonious neighborhoods and mutual assistance, branding anyone who refused to help as a villain of the highest order. Upon returning home to a dim atmosphere, she noticed that even a brief absence had led to a power outage. She entered the kitchen and turned on the tap, only to find that there was no water. Oh no, there's no gas either. The utilities were completely cut off. Su Yin picked up her phone to check for a signal. To her surprise, she still had connectivity. Out of curiosity, she entered the homeowners group chat and took a glance. What she found was truly intriguing. After several messages from owners of lower-floor apartments seeking temporary accommodation, a couple has just been fervently criticizing her in the group for their insistence on residing in her unit. "We are aware that there are vacant apartments on the 32nd floor of Building C, which is the prime building known for its spaciousness. Just one unit could accommodate numerous residents from the lower floors. Regrettably, my husband and I recently inquired, but others are unwilling to lend or rent their homes. Those who can afford to reside in the Lanjingtai community are typically well-educated, high-caliber individuals, who ought to exhibit greater empathy and recognize the necessity for mutual assistance among neighbors during times of crisis. Yet, they choose to leave their properties unoccupied, observing their lower-floor neighbors crowded in the hallways without extending a helping hand. This woman seems intent on inciting animosity towards Su Yin, speaking as if she owes the residents of the lower floors their very lives. Is she attempting to rally all lower-floor owners against her? Following the woman's several messages, numerous owners from the first, second, and third floors immediately tagged Su Yin in the group. Su Yin, however, chose to remain silent, merely lurking in the background. "Everyone, spare your efforts. I reside directly beneath her, and even if I were to confront her in person, she would hardly utter a word. She is unlikely to respond here either. If one wishes to seek temporary lodging, perhaps a collective approach from several owners might bear some fruit. To my knowledge, the other unit, 3201, is occupied solely by her, and she has not descended since moving in, so her supplies are undoubtedly plentiful." Oh, this is a mobilization of the masses. Do they truly believe that having numbers will guarantee them entry? Such an optimistic notion. Furthermore, she brazenly declares in the group that she lives alone and has ample supplies. What a malicious intent that reveals. Is she attempting to provoke ill-willed individuals against her? Perhaps it's time to send a message in the group, as Su Yin types. "You need not incite discord within the group regarding the matter of 3102. This is my domain, and I have no inclination to share it. Regardless of how many individuals come seeking to borrow or rent, the outcome remains unchanged. Before you attempt to impose moral obligations upon me, I urge you to reflect upon your own willingness to lend food or water to those in need. The property belongs to me. I refuse to lend or lease it, and there is no need to waste expressions by tagging me. Henceforth, should anyone come to vandalize my door, I will not bear any responsibility for the consequences. In the face of mortality, all claims of possession must yield. The residence must be made available. I have also heard of a solitary young woman residing here. It is essential for those from well-to-do families to embody a spirit of altruism. Otherwise, they may struggle to find a suitable match. Who among you dares to break down the door? For heaven's sake, people have drowned due to the flood, and those who survive are not far from starvation. We must take a gamble. I refuse to believe that a group cannot contend with a single woman. Within the group, there is a torrent of accusations directed at Su Yan. Manager Wang of the property management states, "Ladies and gentlemen, the house is private property, and the owner has the right to manage it as they see fit. No outsider may unlawfully occupy it. Furthermore, I regret to inform you that purchasing services will cease as of today." What? Just a few days ago, one could still procure a couple of bundles of noodles, and now you declare it is over? Mr. Wang, you have not been remiss in collecting property fees, yet you fail to address any pertinent matters. Just yesterday, you mentioned finding a solution for relocating the affected residents. Have you accomplished that? Is it now impossible to procure even a pound of vegetables per day? Mr. Wang, what of the vacant properties at Longjing Terrace? Have you completed the inventory? Distribute them promptly. This inept property management is utterly useless. Do not expect me to pay the management fees. Manager Wang was quite eager to assist with purchasing, as he stood to gain a small profit. However, the suppliers had been inundated. The property management arranged for temporary accommodations in vacant apartments on the lower floors, albeit under considerable pressure, for these residences were private properties. The management was not a governmental entity that could simply requisition them. They feared complications in the aftermath of the disaster. The group chat was rife with discontent. After denouncing Su Yan, they turned their ire towards the property management. A physician from the 11th floor glanced at the children's room, her thoughts drifting to the two little ones. Su Yan tagged the doctor on the 11th floor, inquiring whether they were infants or older children. "I happen to have a box of children's fever medicine. You can come up to collect it." Closing the group chat window, Su Yan proceeded to power up the generator she had stored in the utility room, which had been soundproofed during the renovation of their safe house. The noise was minimal. She connected the hallway door to the power supply, cranked it to maximum capacity, and thought ominously, whoever attempts to break in would face dire consequences. To prevent any unfortunate accidents, she wrote in bold letters, "Danger, electrified," planning to affix the notice to the door when she delivered the medicine. With the water supply cut off, she moved a water tank out from the balcony adjacent to the kitchen for convenience. She also set out a coal stove and some coal, perfect for preparing hearty dishes like stewed goose in an iron pot. After completing these tasks, she glanced at the surveillance monitor and noticed a woman in her 30s standing outside the hallway door. She was strikingly beautiful, with a neat short haircut that exuded an air of sophistication. As Su Yan opened the door to step outside with the medicine and the notice, the woman, Luo Wanting, paused momentarily, surprised. She hadn't heard that a celebrity resided in this building. The beauty was truly remarkable. "Hello, I am Luo Wanting from the 11th floor." Su Yan smiled faintly, accustomed to the gazes of others upon her. "Hello, I am Su Yan. Do you find these medications useful?" Luo Wanting took a glance at the items. 2 boxes of oral medication and a pack of cooling patches, precisely what he needed. "Indeed, they are useful. Thank you, Miss Su. What would you like in exchange? Or should I offer you money? I seek neither goods nor currency. I have 2 children at home." Her words conveyed a shared understanding of parental sentiments, laced with a subtle implication. Such a young mother? Although puzzled, she refrained from voicing her curiosity. Luo Wanting accepted the medications with gratitude. "Well, thank you once again. May I? Take the medications and tend to your matters promptly. The child is of utmost importance." "Ah, understood." With that, Luo Wanting hurried down the stairs. Upon reaching the 10th floor, he found Zhang Bo waiting at the door. He quickly entered the children's room, tearing a cooling patch to apply to the child. "Zhang Bo, has the water boiled?" "Yes, it's ready. I heard that the resident on the 32nd floor is rather difficult to deal with. What should we offer in exchange? I fear I may not have enough." From the messages she posted in the group, she seemed hard to approach, yet upon meeting her, he discovered her to be quite amiable, requiring no trade of goods. After all, Miss Su also has children. This flood disaster remains uncertain in its duration, yet she has rendered a personal favor to ensure added safety for her child. Nonetheless, he felt sincerely grateful to her. She is not the type of cold-hearted individual. The 32nd floor is her residence, and a heavy door has been installed at the entrance of the corridor to deter any external visitors, clearly indicating her desire to avoid contact with outsiders. Those who seek to borrow a room in her home are indeed placing her in a difficult position. It is rather perplexing, isn't it? Has she truly installed a door in the corridor? Chapter 27. A minor warning. It is often said that as people age, they become astute observers. This gentleman, Zhang, is capable of drawing numerous conclusions from a mere door. Clearly, the 32nd floor not only reflects her reluctance to engage with outsiders, but also suggests the presence of something more. The surname Su? I seem to recall that the penthouse is owned by the Su family. There are many surnamed Su in Jiacheng, yet only one prominent family of that name. Could it be that the Su family possesses undisclosed information from the meteorological department? It appears that this calamity will not pass swiftly. Zhang shared his concerns with Luo Weining, advising her to conserve food and drink at home and to remain cautious about lending anything to anyone. Unbeknownst to Su Yan, she has inadvertently influenced the lives of 2 households. She has already entered her space to practice shooting, bringing along her 2 little companions and the lovely Mimi. The shooting practice continued for an hour, with He providing guidance. Once the hour of study concluded, she shifted to her gardening activities. Su Yan discovered that the trees planted in her space were thriving remarkably well. The saplings she planted the previous evening now appeared vibrant, showing no signs of having been transplanted. Particularly noteworthy were the 2 3-year-old mango saplings, which had just begun to blossom when planted and were now in full bloom. As she approached, the sweet fragrance of mango blossoms wafted through the air, utterly delightful. The soil in her space is vastly different from ordinary earth, suggesting that even fertilizers are unnecessary. With this in mind, it is imperative to plant those larger saplings promptly, ensuring that she can savor the fruits of her own labor sooner rather than later. Observing the still storage area filled with large fruit saplings, Su Yan felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the proprietor for having provided her with such aged seedlings at a premium price. Aside from the mango trees, the grapevines were also adorned with budding flowers. The remaining varieties, though a few years old, had yet to bloom. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, Su Yan took the 2 little ones out of the space. Wherever she went, they would accompany her. She prepared to wash the rice and cook dinner, which consisted of pan-fried yellow croaker, boiled prawns, and stir-fried vegetable hearts. After the meal, she decided not to return to the space. Having already completed her tasks for the day, she anticipated that the night would be rather tumultuous. She placed some chestnuts to roast beside her. Outside, the typhoon continued to howl mercilessly, wreaking havoc on the already battered earth, where the once vibrant lights of countless homes had long since flickered out. Inside, she enjoyed a serene and elegant solitude, pouring herself a drink. The contrast between the outside chaos and her tranquil indoor retreat was stark, as if they were 2 entirely different worlds. Su Yan drew the blackout curtains and turned on the lights. While others were in darkness, her home remained illuminated. She released He from the space, instructing Daanzi to monitor the hallway. Should anyone appear, please alert me. Understood, Su. Relying on the advanced artificial intelligence was somewhat excessive for mere surveillance, but with He keeping watch, Su Yan indulged in a few roasted chestnuts before heading to the children's room to entertain the little ones, only to find herself falling asleep. It was He who roused her, and upon waking, Su Yan glanced at her watch. It was still not yet midnight. Su, look, He said, as it displayed the hallway's monitor for Su Yan. Outside the entrance of the corridor, a throng of over a dozen individuals had gathered, with 3 of them lying prone at the forefront. These individuals paid no heed to the sign affixed to the door, and it was evident that the 3 fallen persons had succumbed to electric shocks while attempting to breach the entrance. A few among the crowd contemplated dragging away the incapacitated trio, while the remainder engaged in discussions on how to confront the door. 2 of whom were the couple from room 3102. Su Yan pondered what lesson should be imparted to the rest, aside from the 3 who had been electrocuted. Engaging in a physical confrontation with that many people armed with a tang knife was not an option she would consider. She recognized her current inability to prevail against such odds. What sort of lesson could she impart? Meanwhile, others were strategizing on how to dismantle the door. Chun-Li remarked that the door had been unpowered at noon. However, the issue was not merely one of timing. The entire city was experiencing a blackout. So where could this door have derived its power? Perhaps a generator? If so, it was all the more imperative that they neutralize this floor. They needed to devise a method to sever the power supply to the door or to insulate themselves adequately before attempting to break it down. Enough chatter. Those three still have breath left in them. They were incapacitated while standing up for everyone. We must attend to their rescue first. The one advocating for assistance was likely well acquainted with the trio. You lack loyalty. And if you were loyal, would you be content with the smallest room when we divide the spaces later? These individuals began to realize that this calamity was not likely to resolve swiftly. Some with connections had gleaned information about the global situation, which was, in fact, not the nationwide disaster portrayed on television, but a crisis of worldwide proportions. The tempest outside has stirred the city's stagnant waters, akin to monstrous waves rising from the sea. This calamity afflicts the entire nation, indeed, the whole globe. If one does not take measures for self-preservation, by the time help arrives, it will merely be to retrieve the deceased. Among these individuals, several households have already run out of sustenance, relying solely on rainwater to stave off hunger. Their calculations are astute, yet alas, the beads on their abacus are no match for the resilience of bullets. Su Yin emerged, brandishing a handgun, and opened a door at the end of the corridor. Through the barred entrance, she aimed and discharged the weapon at a few people to hone her skills. Bang! Bang! Ah, a murder! 3 shots rang out, and 3 individuals collapsed, struck in the legs. In the instant the gunfire erupted, the group was momentarily stunned, scrambling down the stairs in a panic. They were utterly astonished. Their intent had merely been to seize shelter and food, never to take a life. Yet here was this Su, inflicting harm with a firearm. Why were they running so fast? Would they not break down doors? Would they not seize her home? You are breaking the law. One shouted. You have injured someone. If we report this, even if the police cannot arrive at this moment, you will not escape after the flood subsides. Open the door and relinquish the property. This matter can be overlooked. No, it must be pursued. She deserves imprisonment. Pursue, is it? Su Yin, having barely holstered her pistol, casually pointed it at one of them again. The individual, terrified, quickly silenced themselves, retreating to the corner of the staircase, fearing to become a target. Those who had been incapacitated dared not intervene, and the injured disregarded their pain, rolling down the stairs in their haste. This was merely a minor warning. Should there be another attempt to breach the door, death awaits. In the eyes of those around her, Su Yin has become a formidable femme fatale, a woman unhinged. One who resorts to gunfire at the slightest provocation. Her finger, when pointed at someone, signifies a death sentence. There is no time for robbery. Escape is of utmost importance. The video vividly depicts a group of individuals attempting to break down a door in the dead of night, only to be rendered unconscious by an electric shock, followed by Su Yin injuring 3 others with her firearm. Accompanying the footage, she ominously inscribes, "This is merely a minor lesson, should there be a next time. The gun will be aimed not at the limbs, but at the heart and the head. Understand, Su?" Chapter 28. The countenance of villainy, she harbors no fear of being reported. Setting aside whether anyone will address the matter in the future, even if they do, they would find no admission of guilt from her. With the weapon concealed in her spatial realm, no searcher would uncover it, regardless of their intentions. There exists no evidence to implicate her in any injury or murder. Should any foolhardy individuals band together to confront her, she remains undaunted. She possesses ample weaponry, and as long as the military does not intervene, she is prepared to stand her ground. The worst-case scenario is her defeat, yet that poses no concern, for her spatial realm serves as her refuge. The video Su Yin shared in the group chat abruptly awakened all the slumbering residents of Longjing Tower. Those who had contemplated participation but ultimately hesitated now breathe a sigh of relief, thankful they refrained from joining. Otherwise, a bullet could have rendered them incapacitated, leaving them to suffer without medical aid and ultimately facing death. Heavens, is there electricity on the door? Where does it come from? There is even a gun. How audacious to fire it. Has this woman lost her mind? She is bound to face imprisonment. Those brave enough to send messages in the group are few. The rest remain silent, quietly observing the video while warning their families to avoid provoking the woman in room 3201. Luo Wanning was also observing the 32nd floor. Having anticipated the arrival of those individuals as soon as they ascended, she wished to alert Su Yin but found herself unable to establish contact. Zhang Bo, too, was in a state of anxious anticipation, pressing his ear against the window to listen for any sounds. Though he was powerless to assist, he fervently hoped that the well-intentioned individual who had provided medication for his grandson would remain unharmed. Such reactions could be deemed normal. However, What was far from ordinary was the demeanor of an individual with a slight underworld affiliation, fixated on the green glow emanating from the gun barrel in the video. His thoughts lingering on Su Yan's residence. Regardless of which building one inhabited, the 32nd floor of Building C was visible from the windows during daylight. And not a single window on that floor had been shattered by the wind. Now, with the addition of security doors in the corridors, this property had transformed into an impregnable fortress. The raindrops striking the window pane resembled transparent bullets, explaining why many floors with ordinary glass had succumbed to shattering, either by the tempest's fury or the relentless assault of the rain. Outside, the world was cloaked in darkness. Yet once one's eyes adjusted, the imposing structures remained discernible. Su Yan was rendered speechless as she gazed out. In the distance, a grayish-white column of wind stood out starkly against the night sky. It was a tornado, towering over 100 stories. With a narrow base and a wider top resembling a funnel, it advanced with astonishing speed towards the iconic building, Via Tower, situated 2 to 3 kilometers from Longing Terrace. In an instant, Via Tower was uprooted, the wind column sweeping past the fallen edifice, leaving nothing in its wake. Not only had Via Tower vanished, but all structures in the tornado's path had been obliterated. Heaven be praised, the tornado narrowly grazed Longing Terrace. Su Yan pondered if it had come within 500 or 600 meters closer, whether her sanctuary would have been reduced to rubble upon being swept away. In the face of natural disasters, humanity appears exceedingly fragile. After the tornado had passed, Su Yan waited for an hour in silence before daring to lie down. By dawn, the water had risen to the 5th floor. Although she refrained from venturing outside, she felt compelled to remain informed about the state of the world beyond her walls. Hihi's panda-like eyes reflected a beam of blue light towards the television wall, which was divided into a grid of 9 segments, each displaying a different scene. The first segment revealed a complete image of the Longyang District's 9 buildings, with more than half of the windows shattered. Another segment depicted a man on a particular floor, draped in a plastic tablecloth, clutching a bucket on the balcony to collect rainwater. Clearly, he lacked a raincoat and feared that an umbrella would be swept away by the wind. The flimsy tablecloth offered no protection against the torrential rain, leaving him drenched like a soggy chicken. 2 other segments displayed individuals from lower floors crowded in the stairwell of a higher building, with clothes, bedding, pots, and various refuse strewn about. While they desperately tried to maintain a passage for movement, the elderly and children huddled against the walls. In another scene, several families gathered upstairs and downstairs, pointing at Building C, 32nd floor, cursing Su Yan as heartless and inhumane, wishing for her demise. Hihi ceased this. It is distressing to watch. Does Su not wish to know about the surroundings? Given that we still have internet access, should we not look further afield? Otherwise, once the connection is severed, we will have nothing to see. Hihi was adept at curating videos and first presented a panoramic view of Jiang City, which appeared as an expansive ocean. The lush greenery had vanished beneath the water's surface, and even the low-lying residential buildings, despite their multiple stories, had lost their summits. Another image showed soldiers navigating boats, salvaging essential supplies and rescuing those trapped on rooftops or adrift in the floodwaters. Hihi was uncertain whether it was intentional, as the scene swiftly transitioned to the Su family. The members of the Su household were enjoying breakfast quite contentedly, likely due to Su Zhao's foresight in stockpiling supplies. In the next moment, the voices synchronized. What a coincidence. This family was discussing the matter of the ring. Why are you only bringing this up now? If I had known that ring was a spatial one, it should have been in our possession long ago. Alas, I truly do not know how to express my frustration. Su Jiamin slammed his chopsticks onto the dining table, exasperated to the point of losing his appetite. Su Jiao interjected. Last time, Su Yan mentioned selling the ring. The parents of the Su family were fixated on the ring, while Sui discerned something more profound. His icy gaze fell upon Su Jiao. Jiao, you were already aware that the apocalypse was approaching, and you knew that was a spatial ring. You intended to secure it for yourself, disregarding the fates of Dad and Mom, living independently. Am I correct? I now wish to understand how you came by this knowledge. Indeed, Jiao, why did you only mention it now? If you had disclosed it earlier, it would have belonged to us already. Su Fan lamented, slamming the table in distress. Upon hearing the eldest son's inquiry directed at their daughter, Su Jiamin and Lan Yuru began to realize, could their daughter truly have harbored such intentions? Su Jiao staunchly refused to admit any such motives. I dreamed about it. You would never believe me if I told you. I wanted to confirm its authenticity before informing you all. Moreover, I used the pocket money you provided to purchase food supplies. The rice and flour we are consuming now are from my stockpile. Dad, Mom, eldest brother, second brother? How could you suspect me in this manner? Had it not been for the knowledge that the space was beyond her reach, Su Jiao would never have revealed her hoarding of supplies, such was her inherently selfish nature. Her decision to disclose this information stemmed from the realization that she could neither guard nor transport the extensive collection alone. Upon hearing Su Jiao's explanation, her parents, Su Fu and Su Mu, reluctantly came to terms with the situation. After all, she was their biological daughter, and they could not treat her as they had Su Yan, casting her aside. As long as Su Fan could eat, that was sufficient. However, Su Yi was not so easily deceived, his icy gaze fixed upon Su Jiao. He scoffed internally, recognizing that this sister had only confessed her secret due to her inability to safeguard the supplies. How utterly selfish of her. Su Jianmin inquired. Where are the supplies stored? In the apartment my mother purchased for me. Is it the one in building number 5 of Palm Garden? Yes. Upon hearing the precise location of the supplies, the expressions of the Su family momentarily lightened, only to be swiftly replaced by a shared look of deep anguish. The space, oh, that enigmatic realm. Had it existed during the apocalypse, it would have facilitated the transport of supplies without detection. Chapter 29. Exiting to gather supplies, Su Yin would never touch the survival supplies of unrelated parties. Yet now, upon learning that Su Jiao possessed an entire room filled with provisions, she felt compelled to act on behalf of her past and present sufferings. It appeared she must venture out. Given Su Jiao's propensity for stockpiling supplies and her prior relocation to the apartment in Jilong City, it was likely she had also prepared watercraft for transport. Not a single crumb of the extensive provisions hoarded by Su Jiao would be permitted to fall into the hands of the despicable members of the Su family. Without delay, Su Yin set forth, braving the rain and wind to secure the rooftop door. The rain continued to pour heavily, but the typhoon had considerably weakened. As the spacecraft emerged from the spatial realm, it activated its cloaking mode. He took the pilot's seat, carrying Su Yin towards the Palm Garden, even at its slowest speed. The journey felt like the blink of an eye. The craft landed atop building number 5 of the Palm Garden, where Su Yin released the small lock from the spatial compartment, instructing it to unlock the door to the rooftop corridor. Aware that they were at building number 5, yet uncertain of the floor, Su's family had a peculiar habit of purchasing only villas and penthouses, which made locating their residence rather straightforward. Upon reaching the top floor, she found only one unit, and without hesitation, directed the small lock to unlock the door. Indeed, upon entering, she discovered merely a corridor, while the remaining space was cluttered with numerous boxes and bags stacked to the ceiling. This design featured one unit per floor, estimated to encompass over 100 square meters. Significantly larger than Su Yan's current residence at Lanjiang Terrace, indicative of the sheer volume of supplies. Her hands incessantly grazed the materials, not bothering to discern their contents, prioritizing collection above all else. Without the support of these provisions, it was uncertain how long the Su family could endure, if it were not for her second uncle. She thought of him, and of Qin Yi, wondering how he fared in his circumstances. Memories of the soldier who had aided her during the stockpiling disaster also lingered in her mind. Could you assist me in finding someone? She inquired. Given the varying degrees of destruction to networks and surveillance across regions, pinpointing a specific location proved challenging. All she knew was that he was in the capital. However, she soon dismissed the thought of searching for him. He aspired to soar like an eagle, safeguarding the expanse of the sky, while she merely wished to be an old turtle, nestled within her sturdy shell, living to ensure the growth of her 2 little ones, to survive and to live well. The future would unfold as it may. The complexities of human emotions are indeed profound. You are an artificial intelligence. Why do you delve into the realm of human emotions? Be cautious, lest you burn your circuits. Alas, Su Yin is mischievous. Off I go to repay a kindness. In a past life, there existed a group of endearing individuals who wholeheartedly served the people, steadfast in their principles even amidst the disarray of a crumbling world. They sacrificed themselves for their nation and its citizens. Su Yin may not possess such fortitude, but she holds them in high regard. Such individuals, endowed with superior physical and mental resilience, are indeed worthy of survival and are better suited to carry forth the embers of human civilization. Setting aside personal sentiments, they merit assistance. Su Yin instructed he to land the aircraft near a ridge close to the group of soldiers. After stowing the aircraft, she donned a raincoat, deployed the largest motorboat, and began loading it with rice, flour, oil, and salt, while also bringing out a barrel of gasoline for contingency. The largest motorboat had limited capacity, so she inflated a rubber dinghy, filling it with instant noodles and pure water, which she towed behind the motorboat. Was something amiss? Upon inspection, Su-yin discerned the issue. The supplies appeared too pristine. She splashed some muddy water onto the outer packaging of the provisions and retrieved 2 large plastic tarps to cover the items on the boat before steering towards another ridge. Fortunately, the typhoon had lessened. Otherwise, these 2 small vessels would surely have capsized. The sound of the motorboat's engine quickly attracted the attention of those on the ridge, who turned to the direction of the noise. Su-yin stood on the boat, waving. Upon seeing the girl on the boat gesture towards them, several soldiers picked up their rifles and descended. Comrades, lend a hand to come ashore. Understood. 2 individuals stepped forward to assist Su-yin in stabilizing the 2 boats. They soon discerned that the vessels were laden with supplies, while the inflatable raft behind was piled high with instant noodles and water. After 3 days without sustenance, those who had been surviving on rainwater were now acutely aware of their hunger, their stomachs growling at the sight of the noodles. Yet, mindful of their discipline to refrain from taking anything that belonged to the people, they stood still until they understood the situation. Truth be told, had it been ordinary citizens, such as those from the Lanjiang community, they would have undoubtedly surged forward, frantically seizing the goods and engaging in a fierce scuffle. Why did Su-yin choose to assist those before her? Because they were deserving of help. Comrade, who are you? It is I, she replied. I am the one you rescued from behind the abandoned factory. My name is Su-yin. And you 2 comrades, where is the 3rd? The 2 individuals ahead were indeed among those who had broken walls and windows to save Su-yin, and she smiled as she explained. Oh, it's you. You look quite different. Indeed, I was wearing makeup at that time. The makeup had altered her appearance to such an extent that even her own mother would not have recognized her. What about our squad leader? He led the team out for rescue and has been unreachable for 3 days. The inability to contact him while the network remained operational hinted at troubling possibilities, which none wished to speculate upon. The demeanor of the group shifted solemnly at the mention of their squad leader. Su-yin swiftly redirected the conversation. There is food on the boat. Hurry and help me bring the supplies down. Comrade Su, are you here to deliver provisions to us? Indeed. You all should boil some water and prepare instant noodles to stave off hunger. Thank you. Salute. Everyone has endured the cold and hunger on the mountaintop for 2 to 3 days. This is not the time for sentimentality. Since supplies have been specifically sent to them, they can only accept and express gratitude. There is no need for such formality. After paying their respects to Su-yin, they boarded the boat to move the supplies. Upon disembarking, Su-yin inquired about the 2 comrades who had rescued her and learned that all personnel at the station had been dispatched to engage in rescue and disaster relief efforts. Their team had been assigned to assist in relocating nearby residents and managing the supplies. As they transported the last group of civilians onto the boat, the only vessel available, along with its cargo, was seized by the very people they had aided. The group of over 10 found themselves without a boat and communication devices, trapped on the mountaintop. At that moment, Su-yin finally learned the names of the comrades who had saved her. One was named Hu Zhanqiao, the other Jiangsu, and the commanding officer not present here was called Wei Cheng. Chapter 30. She is under the protection of soldiers. Jiangsu asked Miss Su, how did you know we were here? I do not know, Su-yin replied. I remember you mentioned during my rescue that the station was nearby. I thought you might be in need of supplies, and since you had helped me, I hope to assist you in return. I ventured out on a stroke of luck. And fortunately, I arrived not too late. Miss Su, we are truly grateful to you. Without your help, we might not have been able to establish contact with our organization. However, please refrain from undertaking such dangerous ventures in the future. When helping others, one must also ensure their own safety. Just as now. You could call upon a few more helpers. I shall take heed in the future. I only ventured outside once I noticed the typhoon had diminished. The reason I did not seek assistance is that my belongings are nearby, and it would be inconvenient for others to discover them. By the way, I will leave a boat for you. I shall take my leave now. Jiangsu and Hu Zhanqiao must see you off. Su-yin will have to wait until they have consumed some instant noodles to quell their hunger. As it turned out, the soldiers had only transported some drinking water, instant noodles, and compressed biscuits, leaving many items still aboard the vessel. Why was that? My family operates a large supermarket, and due to the low terrain, water had already begun to seep in after the heavy rainfall. We had promptly moved all the goods to higher ground, which fortuitously proved to be the right decision, thus ensuring we have ample supplies. These are all meant for you. I intentionally mentioned the supermarket while emphasizing the importance of keeping the location of the supplies discreet, thus endeavoring to present a coherent narrative as I delivered the goods. Ultimately, unable to resist, I acknowledged the genuine need for supplies within the military. And Jiangsu and his companions expressed their profound gratitude as they accepted the provisions. Upon returning to the vicinity of Lanjingtai community, I observed that the water level had risen again, nearing the 6th floor. The window of the 7th floor in Building C had already been smashed open. Upon seeing the boat, with armed soldiers aboard, the residents from the upper floors descended to the 7th floor, believing a rescue team had arrived. "Comrade, please save us. We can no longer endure this. Comrade, we have no place to stay, and we are out of food. Could you spare us some provisions?" A multitude of voices clamored with questions and requests directed at the approaching boat. Jiangsu leapt onto the 7th floor and then pulled Su Yin up. "Who is she? Is that her?" She seemed to be from the 32nd floor. Someone recognized Su Yin and, recalling the video in the group, instinctively took a few steps back. "How could it not be? You are soldiers. You should be responsible for the safety of the people's lives and property. You must protect us. You cannot leave. If you must die, you should die before us. Leave all that you can eat." Jiangsu used his hands to shield Su Yin from the encroaching crowd. Attempting to calmly explain to the obstructive individuals, "We have not received a rescue mission from launching station." Yet, Jiangsu's words fell on deaf ears. A cacophony of voices erupted, uttering the kind of nonsensical remarks that those with a rational worldview would never express. The expressions of these individuals mirrored those of someone who had stolen their only boat and remaining rations. Jiangsu felt a mixture of grievance and desolation. Though he could not quite articulate it, it seemed as though many intangible yet precious things in this world were quietly slipping away. He chose silence, focusing solely on protecting Su Yin. After Jiangsu's departure, Su Yin's previously warm smile was instantly replaced by a palpable aura of menace. The transformation was swifter than that of a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. Those who had harbored ill intentions towards her, though reluctant, had no choice but to part ways to allow her passage to the upper floors. Climbing from the 7th to the 32nd floor was more exhausting than an hour on the treadmill. Su Yin resolved that she would never again take the stairs unless absolutely necessary. After returning home and taking a shower, she entered her space to practice shooting. Once she had dedicated sufficient time to that, she began planting fruit tree seedlings, scattering vegetable seeds in the gaps between them, diligently catching up on the plans she had missed that day. In the ensuing days, an unwavering regimen of training commenced, alongside the cultivation of fruit trees and vegetables. The enclosures for sheep, cattle, pigs, and chickens were meticulously relocated closer to the stream, just within reach for the animals to quench their thirst. After repositioning, an additional reinforcement was established, for the previous barrier was but a haphazard measure, easily susceptible to being breached by the burgeoning livestock. The stream at the foot of the mountain was also partitioned with fine mesh, accommodating the ducklings, goslings, and fish fry purchased earlier, preventing these small creatures from venturing upstream. Su Yin harbored concerns about future water shortages, realizing that the upstream water could suffice for their sustenance. As for the downstream flow, only heaven could ascertain its destination. Fatigued from labor, they would rest and ignite the charcoal stove to simmer pots of meat or broth. Occasionally, they would step outside to observe the surroundings, relieved that no reckless souls were attempting to breach their door. The internet connection had been completely severed, rendering the mobile phone a mere brick henceforth. The water had risen to the 10th floor, yet the tempestuous winds and rains had finally abated. Previously, the rubber dinghy would be overturned by the gales, but now, with the winds calmed and the rain ceased, the community witnessed the coming and going of inflatable boats. After surveying the situation outside the window, Su Yin wheeled the twin cribs into the living room, playfully engaging with the two little ones, Mei Mei and Lili, as she prepared their formula. The 2-month-old infants, with their delicate, fair complexions and eyes as clear and bright as black grapes, gazed up at her, their soft pink lips moving as they cooed in baby talk. Melting Su Yin's heart. "My precious little ones can already roll over." Yeah. What are you saying? Mama can't understand you. Come, drink your milk and get full." Su Yin took the milk bottles from Mei Mei and Li Li's hands, ensuring fairness by feeding them one at a time. It was delightful. Now they lay back drinking their formula without crying, unlike when they were first born, when a simultaneous duet of wails would erupt if she dared to juggle both at once. Su Yin felt content with her son and daughter, believing she had enough. Regardless of the chaos outside, her sole mission was to endure and raise her children well. Just as she finished feeding the two, the previously quiet surveillance stirred to life. Someone appeared in the hallway. Upon closer inspection, it was Luo Wanning, the physician from room 1101, with whom she had previously conducted a transaction. Chapter 31. Where are the supplies? It had barely been 10 days since the last exchange for children's fever medication. Back then, Luo Wanning had exuded the aura of a competent and polished doctor, but now he appeared haggard, with deep-set eyes and a gaunt frame that seemed unable to fill his clothing. Luo Wanning was taken aback by Su Yan's appearance. With over 10 days of water and power outages, one might expect shortages, yet Miss Su's complexion was porcelain white with a hint of rosy blush. Clad in a soft green sweater and white trousers, she radiated a refreshing elegance, utterly pristine and untainted. In Luo Wanning's eyes, only envy remained. "Miss Su, do you have a rubber boat?" he inquired, contemplating the possibility of borrowing it. Su Yan nodded coolly. "May I rent it from you?" "Mr. Zhang from the 10th floor, and I wish to search for supplies in the nearby high-rises. Just the two of us will use it. And I propose a third of the acquired supplies as rental payment. What do you think?" Upon arrival, she clearly articulated her purpose without resorting to the plight of her family members succumbing to hunger or cold, instead opting to establish a mutually beneficial arrangement. It was evident that Luo Wanning possessed a sense of propriety and an understanding of human relations. Su Yan's prior willingness to exchange fever-reducing medication stemmed from a desire to ensure that, should any misfortune befall her child, a physician would be accessible. Given that this Dr. Luo was perceptive, she was inclined to foster goodwill, thus agreeing to the proposal. "Acceptable, as per your terms, should there be gold." "I shall accept gold rather than supplies. Thank you immensely, truly, I am grateful. Please await my return." She had no intention of feigning poverty. Her reputation within the Longjing Terrace community was already established. Regardless of her fade, if others sought to take advantage, it would be futile to pretend otherwise. Only personal strength could guard against predation. "Here, take this. Thank you. I am deeply appreciative." "No need for thanks. I am merely collecting rent." Luo Wanning contemplated that since she had mentioned a division of 1/3, it would be prudent for the individuals to be present for the allocation. Otherwise, misunderstandings regarding her intentions to give more or less would ensue. Su Yan placed little value on the supplies. What she cherished was the attitude. Nodding in agreement, she closed the door. Upon returning home, she partook in breakfast and continued with her day's agenda, commencing with physical training, followed by shooting practice in her space, and subsequently tending to fruit trees. The space was vast, yet with persistent cultivation, she was confident that it would eventually be filled with a variety of fruit trees. Additionally, she adorned the garden surrounding her villa within the space with numerous flowers. In this apocalyptic world, where landscapes lay shattered and marred, the vibrancy of spring, the fervor of summer, the bounty of autumn, and the grandeur of winter were but memories, never to return. However, Su Yan hoped that her space could provide a slight compensation for the regrets of her two little ones. Even if the space cannot be inherited and will fade away with her departure, her children have still witnessed the exquisite beauty of the changing seasons, have they not? Besides the time spent on training, she planted over 30 fruit trees and harvested a batch of the earliest sown chickweed that thrived in the spaces between the trees. Each chickweed plant was lush and vibrant, far more than they could consume, so she stored a portion in the temperature-controlled warehouse to savor gradually, while the remainder was placed in the dimensional marketplace for trade to earn gold. The space consumed gold, regardless of how much she had hoarded abroad before the calamity. It would never suffice. Meanwhile, the Su family, trapped in Jinlong City, had exhausted their provisions for 2 days. At last, when the rain ceased, Su Jiao led them to the palm grove to transport supplies. "It's all thanks to you, Jiao, that we survived this critical moment. With such a large stockpile of supplies, we can live comfortably for a few years. You two brothers must remember the kindness of your sister. Without her, we would all have perished from hunger." "Understood, Mother. You never tire of repeating it," they replied. "Mother, you've been going on about it the entire way. But she merely hoarded the family's money. Where is the true merit in that? Mother, heed the words of my elder brothers. They do not favor me and even blame me." Su Yi and Su Fan were displeased with Su Jiao for having concealed the knowledge of the apocalypse from them, and their hearts harbored resentment. Had it not been for the abundant supplies suspended above, their tone would have been even harsher. What affection? They only perceived the benefits. Am I mistaken? Had it not been for your selfishness, how much could our family have stockpiled with all that wealth? What kind of demeanor do you possess? Enough. Isn't it exhausting to climb to the top floor? And as for Jiao, your second brother speaks the truth. Let us argue less. Upon hearing Su Jiamin's words, the quarrel ceased, for they lacked the strength to continue. Su Jiao never anticipated that both Su Yi and Su Fan had devised the same scheme as her. each vying for a greater share of resources, contemplating how to eliminate the competition. While others clung to the illusion that the calamity would soon pass, the Su family, having listened to Su Jiao's tales of the apocalypse, understood the significance of resources and began to strategize. They climbed and paused intermittently. After much effort, the 5 members of the Su family finally reached the top floor, their thoughts consumed by the vast expanse of a few hundred square meters filled with food and water. And fatigue was forgotten as they rushed towards the door. Before opening it, Su Jiao playfully rolled her eyes at Su Yi and Su Fan. However, the moment the door swung open, where were the supplies? What happened to the promised abundance that was supposed to fill the entrance hall? Where had all the provisions gone? Rice, flour, oil, beverages, and mineral water. Su Jiao, you deceived us. The first to lose composure was Su Fan. Su Yi and Su Jianmin forcefully pushed aside the obstructing Su Jiao and rushed into the room, only to find it utterly vacant. Su Jiao was acutely aware of how much she had stored. It was her trump card, her assurance for survival in the apocalypse. Now, not a single item remained. And her heart twisted with despair, leaving her feeling unsteady. This was it. It was all gone. Chapter 32. The mysterious death of the second uncle. Su Jiao sank to the ground, feeling the stark contrast between her previous fortune and her current despondency. The 3 men of the Su family searched every room, only to find nothing. The hopes that once soared have now plummeted into profound disappointment. Su Jiao, you wretched creature. Not a single truthful word escapes your lips. Are you addicted to deception? You have forced me to scale such great heights. May you meet your end. Su Fan hurled insults and kicks at Su Jiao. Yet, Su Jiao was no pushover. The siblings engaged in a fierce struggle. Although Su Jianmin and Su Yi refrained from physical confrontation, their gaze towards Su Jiao was filled with disappointment and disdain. They did not believe Su Jiao had lied about the supplies. Rather, they resented her inability to safeguard them, suspecting that she must have carelessly leaked information during the hoarding process. The doting Lan Yuru also harbored grievances towards her daughter but intervened to mediate, urging her to reflect on the source of the problem. Mother, I am not lying. The supplies have vanished. It must be Su Yin's doing, without a doubt. Su Jiao exclaimed, her face a tapestry of bruises from the beating, her hair matted and unkempt after days of neglect. With gritted teeth and eyes ablaze with fury, she raged against Su Yan, resembling a madwoman. Su Yi added, considering the doors at Su Yan's house, it is indeed plausible that she had foreknowledge of the apocalypse. Su Yan, timid since childhood and lacking close friends, had potentially hoarded supplies. Regardless, she was, after all, family, having been nurtured for over a decade. It was imperative to humble themselves before her to secure access to her resources. Let us proceed to Longjing Terrace, suggested Su Jianmin. The others agreed without dissent and promptly headed towards their destination. Having completed her tasks within the space, Su Yan emerged, cradling 2 small items and a handful of vegetables. Su, you finally come out. In the corridor, a group of fools lingered for an entire afternoon, only gaining a modicum of sense after being electrocuted several times. Oh, look! With a flick of its paw, the intelligent panda Hihi conjured an image. It was the Su family, arriving around 2 in the afternoon. Upon arrival, they immediately began to assault the safety door of the corridor. Even after being shocked, they persisted in their futile efforts, cursing and striking, taking turns to do so. Now, only Su Jiao remained unscathed by the electric shock. The scene revealed the Su family analyzing Su Yan, speculating that she had set up defenses in advance. They presumed that if she could prepare ahead, she must have stockpiled supplies, and were even deliberating on how to seize the house and plunder its provisions. Could they not fathom that the residents of Longjing Terrace might have similar thoughts? Su Yan's door remained intact. Why did they not consider the reason? Truly, they are dim-witted. Little intelligent Hihi spoke wisely. The Su family had not yet departed, and it seemed they would not relent until she made an appearance. Since they had delivered themselves to her doorstep, she might as well oblige them shortly. Su Yan donned a long down coat and concealed a compact silenced pistol in her pocket before stepping outside. Beyond the safety door of the corridor, 5 individuals appeared haggard, their attire disheveled, languidly slumped on the ground. Witnessing their dismal state brought a sense of satisfaction to Su Yan. Su Yan, are you deaf? Why did it take you so long to emerge? Su Fan struggled to prop himself against the wall, addressing her with a loud accusation. Su Yan had no specific target for her ire. She merely aimed to secure her surroundings, having not set the electric current to its maximum. If Su Fan still had the strength to shout, it was evident that the shocks had not been sufficiently severe. If you have something to say, speak up. If you cannot articulate yourself properly, then be gone. Su Fan was about to shout, but Su Jianmin gritted his teeth, rose, and struck him across the face. After dealing with Su Fan, he turned to Su Yin, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. Xiao Yin, your second brother deserves a lesson. Let me help you teach him. That slap felt as trivial as a mere tickle. Was that truly a lesson? Did he think Su Yin was still the same pliable individual from before? Su Yin refrained from responding, coldly observing his performance, curious to see how far he would go. Lan Yuru also donned a facade of a smile, saying, Xiao Yin, we've been here all afternoon. Why don't we go inside and talk? Oh. So you wish to enter and then ask me to seize my home? How could that be? You are my daughter. We are a family. At most, we can share the space. How could there be any stealing involved? Daughter? Ugh. Su Yin nearly retched. How could anyone possess such audacity? Having lived under the same roof for over a decade, what siblings are without their quarrels? Even if we are not blood-related, Su Yin, we share the surname Su. In times like these, we should unite to weather this calamity. So what do you wish to express, Sui? What could I possibly mean? Of course, I want to enter and claim the house and provisions. Just look at her. Neat, bright-eyed, and healthier than when she resided at the Su family's villa. She clearly lacks for nothing. Yet, Su Yi dared not voice such thoughts. He found himself at a loss for words. In the past, Su Yin would have been easily moved by his words, but now she seemed impervious to all persuasion. Indeed, Xiao Yin, we are family. We ought to support one another in the face of adversity, Lan Yuru interjected, attempting to alleviate her eldest son's discomfort. Su Yin once held the woman she regarded as a mother in the highest esteem, naively shielding Su Jiao from any accusations. Whenever Su Jiao slandered her in the Su family villa, this woman would unconditionally believe her. How could Lan Yuru face herself? Alas, these individuals are devoid of dignity. Su Yin chose to remain silent. Su Yi subtly nudged Su Jiao beside him. In her struggle for survival, Su Jiao, despite her resentment, had no choice but to acquiesce. With a strained voice, she pleaded, Sister, I was wrong. Please forgive me. In this world, my only remaining family are our parents and brothers, along with you. I promise to amend my foul temperament and will adhere to whatever you say from now on. Very well, then I wish for your demise. If you perish, I shall forgive you. Sister, must it truly be this cruel? Huh, cruel? Did you exhibit sisterly affection when you orchestrated my downfall on my birthday, tarnishing my reputation? Moreover, I am unafraid to disclose that as long as Su Jiao exists, reconciliation with you all remains impossible. I possess resources, yet I shall not sustain Su Jiao. Whoever aids me in seeking vengeance shall be my kin. Su Yin aimed to instill in them the notion that whoever caused Su Jiao's suffering might eventually find her acceptance of the Su family. She made it clear that she had provisions, leaving it to them to gamble on their fate. Regardless, the fact of her resources was known. No one would believe she lacked them. Su Yin spoke with confidence, assured in her ability to protect what was hers. Should they engage in mutual destruction, she would not hasten to exact her revenge, allowing them to relish a few more days of their apocalyptic bliss. Indeed, as her words settled, Su Fan was the first to show a shift in expression, casting several fierce glares at Su Jiao. Su Yi had indeed grown somewhat wiser. He recognized the futility of appealing to emotions and coldly remarked, Su Yin, there is no need for you to sow discord. Indeed, what could possibly happen? For a fleeting moment, a pang of guilt washed over Su Yi, but his conscience supported him only briefly. Unable to counter the argument, he chose silence, resigning himself to the prospect of seeking resources elsewhere, for he was not the only one facing such circumstances in the Su family. Xiao Yin, how have you become this way? Madame Lan, my transformation is a result of your pressures. Before I change my mind, it would be best for you to leave. But let it be known, whoever avenges me shall be considered my kin, she declared, effectively ending the conversation before shutting the door. There was no possibility of letting the Su family off the hook. She merely wished to observe the unfolding drama. She instructed He to keep the hallway surveillance active while she busied herself washing rice and preparing a meal. Outside the safety door of the corridor, just as Su Yin had anticipated, a fierce confrontation was taking place. Father, brother, look. The entire world is plunged into darkness, yet we still have power here. Su Yin exclaimed, her complexion radiant and her attire pristine. It was evident that they had access to water, electricity, and ample supplies. In this apocalyptic era, all because of Su Jiao, must we all suffer? Su Fan, do you intend to kill me in a bid to pledge your loyalty to Su Yin? Mother, look at our second brother. Xiao Fan, it would be wise to temper your words and entertain no ulterior motives. Jiao is your own sister. Let us not argue here. There are certainly cameras present. As Su Yan washed the rice and began to prepare vegetables, she nodded in acknowledgement of the voices transmitted through the surveillance. It seemed Sui still possessed some intellect. Having surveillance is beneficial. Why should I not pledge my loyalty? If you are unwilling to take action against Su Jiao, then I shall. With determination, Su Fan acted decisively, seizing Su Jiao by the hair and delivering blows to her face with relentless fury. Su Fan devised a cunning plan. First deceive Su Yan into vacating her residence, then make further arrangements. Coincidentally, Su Jianmin harbored a similar intention. He too had given Su Jiao a couple of kicks, exclaiming, "You troublemaker! Jianmin, Xiao Fan, have you lost your minds?" Lan Yuru cried, scrambling to intervene. Unable to restrain them, she clung to Su Jianmin's leg, pleading for him to spare Su Jiao from further assault. Su Jiao, attempting to shield her head and face with her hands, found her efforts futile against the frenzied Su Fan. Initially, Su Fan had shown some restraint, but once he commenced his assault, he became utterly unrestrained. He was determined to gain entry into Su Yan's abode, fully prepared to go to any lengths. You dare strike me? Stop. Don't think I'm oblivious to what you've done to my second uncle. If Su Yan finds out, even if you kill me, I slap. This time, it was not only Su Fan delivering blows. Su Jianmin's hefty palm came crashing down on Su Jiao without hesitation. Even the previously impassive Su Yi lost his composure, shouting, "Su Jiao, have you truly gone mad?" Seeing Su Jianmin attempt to silence Su Jiao with a slap suggested that there were indeed grave matters at hand. Su Yan would never let the affairs concerning her second uncle slide. She removed her apron, wiped her hands clean, donned a coat concealing a silenced pistol, and stepped outside once more. "Do not make a scene outside my door and embarrass me. Come in," she added. "A closed door can be quite effective." The members of the Su family hesitated for a few seconds, contemplating the possibility of a trap, yet the allure of water, electricity, and provisions proved irresistible. After all, there were 5 of them, making it less prudent to overthink the situation. Su Yan ushered them into the unoccupied room 3202, casually shutting the door behind them. "Let us settle this here. Once you've beaten him to death, this place will be yours, and I have provisions to sustain you." "Xiaoyan, you see, Xiao Fan has already taught Jiao Jiao a lesson. One should show mercy where possible. Jiao Jiao realizes her mistakes. In these calamitous times, how wonderful it would be for our family to unite and support one another." Lan Yuru grasped Su Yan's arm, incessantly urging her. Perhaps Su Jiao truly suffered a severe beating, as she entered the room and collapsed onto the living room sofa, lying still. The 3 men of the Su family exchanged furtive glances, believing their actions to be discreet, unaware that Su Yan was observing them closely. Just as the 3 men were about to raise their hands, Su Yan forcefully shoved Lan Yuru aside and seized the wrist of the ambushing Sui from behind. Sui had trained briefly in his youth but had abandoned it when faced with hardship. His skills were hardly commendable. Su Yan easily subdued him, pinning him to the ground. Before Su Jianmin and Su Fan could comprehend the situation, Su Yan had pressed her handgun against Su Yi's temple. "Let us see who dares to move," she declared. "With such pitiful skills, you think you can ambush me? Please, don't." Su Jianmin, Lan Yuru, and Su Fan were rendered immobile by fear. "Su Yan, there has been a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? Where does such a notion come from?" Su Yan intensified the pressure of her leg on Su Yi, causing him to cry out in pain. The 3 men remained frozen, yet someone displayed audacity. Perhaps she was indifferent to Su Yi's fate. From her perch on the sofa, Su Jiao believed Su Yan was oblivious to her presence and disregarded her. Seizing a solid wooden chair and swinging it at Su Yan's head. In that very moment, as Su Jiao lifted the chair, she was struck by one of Su Yan's bullets. Su Yan aimed for Su Jiao's legs, eager to test the accuracy of her shooting skills honed over time. The first shot aimed at an adversary proved surprisingly effective. The gunshot disrupted the composure of the 3 men from the Su family. They had believed that once they entered, they could overpower Su Yan with sheer numbers, never anticipating that she would possess a firearm. "Seize her gun!" shouted Su Yi, who was pinned and unable to move. The startled Lan Yuru was roused by Su Yi's cry, exclaiming desperately, "Jiao Jiao, my dear Jiao. Su Yan, you shall perish." How could Su Yan possibly allow the Su family to snatch her weapon? Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets struck Su Jianmin, Su Fan, and Lan Yuru respectively. None were fatal, but these pampered individuals had never endured such agony, collapsing to the ground, moaning incessantly. They could scream to their heart's content. The soundproofing here was impeccable. And who had the inclination to meddle in others' affairs at this moment? "What have you done to my second uncle?" Su Yin demanded with an air of icy menace. The trembling figures, clutching their injured legs, were engulfed in regret for confronting her, overwhelmed by an unprecedented fear. Sui could not see the expression on Su Yan's face, yet he detected the murderous intent in her voice. I am not entirely certain. Speak. Be silent. Be silent. To utter a word would spell doom. Su Jianmin, in a fit of hysteria, was gripped by fear of Su Yin and perhaps a flicker of guilt over betraying his brother. In that moment, he resembled a madman, pounding the ground with his hands, tears streaming down his face. Sui was acutely aware that his words could hasten his demise, yet he clung to the hope that as the only one untouched by bullets, he might still survive. In the face of life and death, his own preservation outweighed the importance of his parents and siblings. Behold, such is the nature of the Su family. Su Yin exerted pressure on her legs, twisting Su Yi's hand painfully. Lessen your grip, I will speak, Sui exclaimed. He divulged that the scheming regarding the shares of the Su group had commenced a year prior to Uncle Su Jiangwo's hospitalization. Although Uncle's health was failing, it was not beyond remedy. It was Su Jianmin and Lan Yuru who, driven by greed, had bribed Uncle Su Jiangwo's attending physician to misdiagnose a mere ailment as a terminal illness. Chapter 33, Buried 2 dogs and 1 man beasts. A den of beasts. May you all perish. With that, 5 gunshots rang out, the last of which was fatal. Su Yin could hardly bear to allow them even a breath of air. Uncle had treated her as his own flesh and blood, yet in both lives, she had been deprived of the chance to bid him farewell. He remained her lingering regret, one that transcended lifetimes. Were it not for their role in Uncle's demise, she would have exacted vengeance upon Su Jiao. However, her animosity towards the rest of the Su family was tempered, yet, entwined with her uncle's vendetta, she could not afford to let them escape unscathed. After collecting the bodies, she redirected a large water tower to wash down the living room. By the time she completed these tasks, it was already 7 in the evening. Returning to room 3201 to prepare dinner, her appetite had waned. Su Yin merely sought at a dish of Chinese flowering cabbage and pan-fried a yellow croaker, eating only a little. After finishing her meal and clearing the dishes, her little companion He alerted her once more. Su, someone is looking for you at the corridor. Su Yin cast a glance at the image presented by He. It was Luo Wanning. Rather than knocking, she simply peered at the door, aware of the hidden surveillance. Su Yin stepped outside to open the door. Miss Su, do you have a moment? I do. Would it be convenient for you to come to my place for resource distribution now? Su Yin recalled that Luo Wanning lived on the 11th floor, requiring her to descend 20 stories, only to ascend them again afterward. She had no intention of sharing their resources. Was it worth traversing such distance for a mere trifle? Are you planning to search for supplies tomorrow? If so, I could lend you my rubber boat for a monthly rental. I'm not in need of resources at the moment, but you could compensate me with a bit of gold. Yes, a monthly rental sounds perfect. I have some gold. I was fortunate enough to find a bit today. I'll bring it up shortly, but I'm uncertain about how much gold is required for the rental. Who in the Lanjiangtai community doesn't possess some gold? Even if they lack bars, they surely have gold jewelry. While gold holds little value for those lacking food and clean water, it is of significance to Su Yin. How much for the monthly rental? After a brief contemplation, Su Yin proposed an amount, half a jin. Half a jin translates to merely 250 grams. A negligible sum for her, easily earned from selling a few bundles of amaranth. Lending the rubber boat to Luo Wanning was merely an act of kindness, considering her profession as a doctor. All right, I shall go downstairs to fetch it for you. Upon hearing the request for half a jin of gold, Luo Wanning did not haggle. Previously confined within the community, she had been unaware of the outside world. Today, upon venturing out, she was met with a vast expanse of white waters and had heard talk of the apocalypse. In her eyes, gold seemed far less practical than sustenance and drink. Su Yin expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you and waited at the corridor. After approximately 10 minutes, Luo Wanning ascended with 2 small gold bars and several pieces of jewelry. I apologize for the wait. Here are the 100-gram bars, along with these ornaments. Please take a look and see if it suffices. Su Yin accepted the gold and casually inquired, what is the situation outside? She was not particularly adept at engaging in conversation, possibly due to her reluctance to interact with unfamiliar individuals. However, remaining silent after receiving the items felt somewhat awkward. Today, while scouring the high-rise office buildings, she encountered others also in search of supplies. Rumors circulated that the apocalypse was upon them. This recent flood had trapped many, and it was estimated that more than half of the residents in Jiangcheng had perished. This claim was substantiated by the reports from Lanjiang Station, which indicated that since the onset of the flood, nearly every household had suffered losses, with entire buildings now largely deserted. It was widely believed that it would be exceedingly difficult to return to the days of peace and prosperity. Resources were being fiercely contested outside. Even a single piece of wood, fit for kindling, was being fought over. Presently, gold held little practical value. 2 pounds of grain would be far more beneficial. I understand your willingness to accept gold, as you care for both me and Uncle Zhang. Thank you immensely, Miss Su. There is no need for thanks. Gold is of use to me. Very well, I shall not take up more of your time. We shall converse again. Su Yin nodded in acknowledgement. At 7:30 in the morning, He reminded her punctually that yet another tedious and monotonous day lay ahead. After washing up and feeding the 2 little ones with formula, Su Yin meticulously organized the day's activities, which included exercising in the living room, having lunch, and practicing shooting in the designated space. However, the wooden box containing the Su family's 5 members was inconveniently placed right next to the shooting range, making it quite an eyesore. Perhaps it would be best to dispose of it to avoid any unpleasantness. With that in mind, she decided to forego her shooting practice, secure the 2 little ones, lock the door, and take He to the rooftop. There was no need to venture far to dispose of the remains, but since they were already outside, she considered taking a leisurely stroll. As Su Yin began moving the flying device outside, she pondered which direction to take. Bring up the map of Jiangqing. Let's explore the nearby logistics park and see if we can uncover any treasures. Understood, Su. The settings are complete. Engaging stealth mode. Slow down a bit. Received. Su Yin made her way to the seaside, grateful for the map, as she would have otherwise struggled to distinguish between land and sea. She first removed the box of remains from her spatial storage and disposed of it into the ocean. Then, she directed He to Jiangqing's largest logistics park. In all honesty, with the magnitude of the typhoon and flooding, even the highest logistics facilities were bound to be inundated, and containers would inevitably be swept away by the fierce winds and rushing waters. Su Yin did not anticipate finding anything within the park itself. Rather, she intended to scout the vicinity. However, she was aware that her thoughts were likely mirrored by others, as there were already over 10 boats with divers actively searching the waters surrounding the logistics park. Let us head over to that distant hill, At the mountain's edge, she observed a multitude of debris swept by the water, forming small mounds of refuse, alongside trees of various sizes that had been toppled by the storm. It appeared that this hill had yet to be explored by scavengers. Move closer to the mountain's edge. Understood. At the edge of the mountain, flying at an extraordinarily low altitude, the underwater scene was crystal clear. Indeed, several stranded containers revealed a small portion of their structure. Su Yin disembarked from her aircraft, stowed away and concealed her flying apparatus along with her high-tech camouflage attire, opting instead for diving gear. She submerged herself, methodically retrieving the containers one by one. And after collecting the visible ones, she discovered more beneath the surface, ultimately gathering over a dozen. A dog approached, halting 2 meters away from Su Yin, gazing up at her intently as if to ascertain that she was not a person who would harm dogs. Once satisfied, it gradually made its way closer. This canine, still clad in a tactical vest, was a police dog, albeit emaciated to the point of being little more than skin and bones. Are you leading me to assist? Su Yin surmised from the dog's behavior. Upon her inquiry, the guiding dog emitted a soft bark, while the one tugging at her pant leg exerted a bit more effort. It appeared she was indeed summoned by these 2 dogs for assistance. Having been approached and feeling an inherent affinity towards military personnel and law enforcement, especially given that police dogs are considered comrades, Su Yin willingly followed them. After traversing nearly a kilometer, they arrived at the base of a large tree, where a gaunt young man lay motionless. Sensing something amiss, Su Yin inspected further, only to find that the individual had already departed from this world, seemingly not long ago. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to Su Yin from her past life. She felt no profound shock, fear, or sorrow, merely a fleeting sense of melancholy. He has departed. Let us dig a grave and lay him to rest. She gently patted the heads of the 2 dogs as a form of consolation. Understanding her gesture, they lowered their heads, emitting soft whimpers as if in mourning. From the depths of the space, a sturdy iron shovel was unearthed. Su Yin began to dig a pit beside the tree, while 2 dogs eagerly assisted with their front paws. Is he your instructor or your master? Woof woof woof. The 2 dogs barked in unison 3 times. Understanding dawned upon her. He was indeed their instructor. Regrettably, she arrived too late to save him, and for that, she felt sorrowful. Noticing that this kind-hearted stranger comprehended their language, the two dogs lowered their heads and resumed their diligent excavation. Once the pit was satisfactorily dug, an examination of the man's belongings yielded no identification. Thus, they resolved to bury him. After filling in the earth, Suyin crouched down and inquired of the two dogs, "Are you willing to accompany me?" Woof, woof. It seemed they were indeed willing. Suyin stowed away the shovel, ensured the vicinity was clear, and then released the flying apparatus. She spread a large waterproof cloth across the seat and gestured for the dogs to board. Upon returning to the Lanjiangtai community, a sizable cargo ship was docked on the water surface that belonged to the central garden of the complex, laden with supplies and guarded by armed soldiers. The vessel was currently stationed by Building B, distributing provisions to the residents through the 9th floor windows. The rescue personnel had arrived with the much-needed supplies. Suyin recalled that in her previous life, the relief materials had arrived slightly earlier than at this moment. Yet, what purpose was there in dwelling on her past? She instructed He to glide silently to the side for a better view. A table had been set up on the ship for registration purposes, and someone wielding a loudspeaker was announcing, "Individuals must present their identification to collect supplies. No proxies allowed." Despite the clarity and fervor of the announcements, some still failed to comprehend the human language. "Comrade, my elderly husband cannot walk. I possess his identification. Why am I not permitted to collect on his behalf? My grandson is ill. How can we survive without assistance? Comrades, please lend a hand." At the 9th floor window, a group of elderly women jostled, brandishing their identification cards and clamoring incessantly. "Form an orderly line. One person, one card, one portion. You young comrades are utterly unreasonable. Indeed, it's inhumane. Must we starve before you show up, and still, you refuse to help?" The commotion was overwhelming, with every voice contributing to the chaos. In their eagerness to secure supplies, one elderly woman was shoved and fell into the water. This compelled a soldier to plunge into the frigid depths to rescue her. Clearly, the soldier had encountered numerous such incidents, tirelessly repeating the rules while the crowd persistently disregarded them, their expressions a blend of resignation and exhaustion. "Silence. Form a line. One person, one card. No proxy collection allowed." A soldier with a firearm discharged a shot into the air, which finally quelled the uproar. Evidently, only a handful remained from Building B, and under orderly circumstances, each person registered and received their allocation. Each ration consisted of a roll of 1 kilogram of noodles, 2 pounds of rice, a white radish, a large cabbage, 2 pounds of potatoes, a bag of salt, 1 pound of frozen pork, and a large container of drinking water. In just over 10 minutes, the distribution for Building B concluded, and they proceeded to Building C. Building C was where Suyin resided. The same scene unfolded there, with disputes over proxy collection and the crowding that ensued before distribution could proceed smoothly. Just as Suyin was about to let He ascend to the rooftop, she overheard someone reporting her. "Comrade, I am reporting that our community has a gang with firearms." The accuser was a scruffy middle-aged man. On the 32nd floor of Building C, just a few days ago, they took the lives of several individuals from our community. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the night. I speak no falsehood. If you doubt my words, inquire with others. Some questioned the matter on the spot. While some affirmed its truth, others remained uncertain. Do you know how many were lost? No, I do not. The 32nd floor of Longing Terrace is shrouded in mystery, with all manner of rumors circulating. The man hesitated to speak, claiming he had only seen one woman, fearing disbelief. Your report has been received. We will come to verify the situation. Thank you, comrade. Otherwise, we would not only struggle to sleep at night, but would also feel a constant unease even during the day. Upon hearing of the impending verification, the man felt a surge of vengeful satisfaction. He then rummaged through a mountain of supplies, extracting a bag of dog food, pouring out 2 servings into a basin, and adding some drinking water, ensuring the dog was well fed. As for the security doors in the hallway and the pristine condition of the home, the Su family prominently features on the wealth rankings of Jiangcheng, which provides ample explanation. Regarding firearms, their presence is inconceivable. Her practice with guns occurs solely in a designated space. Once it was confirmed that there were no suspicious elements, Suyin proceeded to discard the tactical vest from the dog, lest she be accused of abducting a police dog. The individuals sent to investigate arrived promptly, knocking forcefully on the hallway door. You two are not permitted to wander about here, understand? There was no need to close the door of room 3202. Suyin approached to open it. Greetings, comrade. We have received a report stating that an individual here is armed and has committed murder. We are now obliged to conduct inquiries and inspections, and we ask for your cooperation. This is our identification. The young soldier did not expect the individual reported to be such a youthful, pristine, and strikingly beautiful girl, whose voice softened as she spoke. They did not perceive the girl before them as a gun-wielding criminal. Someone reported that I committed murder, and armed as well? Comrades, please come in and investigate. I would rather not bear such an accusation. Su Yin opened the hallway door. As anticipated, this door captured the attention of the soldiers. The female soldier, holding a notebook for registration, inquired, "Comrade, may I trouble you to provide your name, age, and occupation for the record?" Su Yin, age 20, a second-year university student. How many people reside in your household? Only myself and my 2 children. At 20, with children? The soldier's gazes involuntarily returned to Su Yin. Chapter 34. All about acting. The perfectly timed embarrassment and unspoken burdens on Su Yan's face drew several sympathetic glances. She could choose not to reveal her status as a mother. Yet she was reluctant to disturb the children's room and the adjacent playhouse, items she had painstakingly prepared for her little ones. Altering them would mean losing their original charm. One soldier scrutinized the security door. "Miss Su, such a door of this caliber must be quite challenging to construct?" "Indeed, it is not easy. My uncle invested over 10 million to have it made. Not just this door, but the main entrance of my home is of the same quality. My family purchased both apartments on the 32nd floor to ensure my safety from disturbances, as well as to install this door in the hallway. Not merely tens of millions. She spent over 100 million on renovations, enlisting the services of a renowned security firm from abroad, yet such details are superfluous. Ah, let us take a look, please." Su Yin led the foreign guests to room 3202, which contained only 2 dogs, an emptiness that allowed one to see to the end of the space. Naturally, the doors and windows of the room might be considered unique by the soldiers, but fortunately, the special steel embedded between the floor and ceiling, as well as the walls, escaped their notice. Otherwise, it would be difficult to offer an explanation. Were the dogs police or military canines? I'm not certain. Yesterday, my parents visited and found the dogs in the water, so I decided to keep them. Su Yin was untroubled by the possibility of her words being exposed. For the entire Su family had come over yesterday, and everyone in the building ought to be aware of this matter. Moreover, the dogs' traces of activity were exceedingly minimal, as they had only just arrived the day before. "Do you reside across the hall?" "Indeed." Su Yin then guided them to room 3201, opening one door after another, creating an impression akin to unlocking a bank vault. Upon entry, the room was immaculate, prompting the soldiers to discreetly glance at their shoes. "It's quite all right. Please come in. I have stored quite a bit of rainwater for cleaning. Since I live here alone and rarely go out, tidying up is rather effortless." The explanation for such a spacious flat, spanning hundreds of square meters, occupied by a single individual, evokes a sense of envy, does it not? The Westerners conducted their inspection with meticulous attention, harboring numerous questions, yet none linked to the heinous act of gun violence. It could only be remarked that Su Yin had ample supplies of food and drinking water, supplemented by 2 secure gates, allowing her life to be remarkably comfortable. "Are these your 2 children? Are they twins?" "Indeed." As the Westerners entered the children's room, Su Yin gently placed the 2 little ones in their crib, unfamiliar with strangers. The children, upon seeing several people gazing at them, curiously greeted them with coos and beaming smiles. The adorably soft and beautiful infants elicited smiles from all. Even the 2 particularly serious soldiers were unable to resist the charm, breaking into foolish grins, although Su Yin possessed a slight inclination towards cleanliness. The irresistible allure of such delightful beings prompted her to indulge in the wish to embrace the children. She presented the little girl, Xiao Wei, to the female soldier, inviting her to hold her if she wished, assuring her that the little one was very well behaved and would not cry. "Am I really allowed to hold her? How wonderful." The soldier set aside her notebook, meticulously wiped her hands on her clothing, and cautiously took the child into her arms, her face radiating a warm, maternal smile. Su Yin then lifted her son, Xiao Rui, and inquired of the 3 soldiers, "He is also very well behaved. Does anyone else wish to hold him?" No. Just a glance is sufficient." The 3 soldiers nervously waved their hands, concerned that their clumsy movements might harm such delicate little creatures. After inspecting the children's room, the entire house had been thoroughly examined. Su Yin pushed the crib out of the living room. "Please, have a seat." She urged them to sit down while she fetched cups to pour water. "Miss Su, there is no need to pour water. We are not thirsty, truly not thirsty. Currently, drinking water is exceedingly scarce, Each individual possesses but a single cup, which is hardly sufficient. Comrades, having completed your investigation, should my suspicions be alleviated? We have merely conducted a registration. Objectively, you lack a motive for murder, and no firearms have been discovered in your possession. Nevertheless, numerous questions remain. Please proceed. The absence of inquiries would indeed be peculiar. Su Yin, aware that her current living conditions appear excessively favorable, invites scrutiny. However, she can justify, or rather elucidate, her situation. Miss Su, your living conditions, given the present circumstances, are rather difficult to attain. Furthermore, the decor of your residence aligns with that of a premier safe house. We seek a reasonable explanation for these discrepancies. The questioner, the leader among them, glanced at the two children, implying that their behavior was also questionable. Su Yin inquired first, "Are you locals from Jiacheng?" The foreigners exchanged glances, pondering the relevance of locality. A female soldier responded, "I am from Jiacheng." "That is good to know," Su Yin replied. "My uncle is Su Jiangwo, the chairman of the Su Group in Jiangxing. My father, Su Jianmin, serves as the general manager of the Jiang Group. I am the sole daughter of the Su family. A year and a half ago, after a night of excessive drinking at a hotel, I was ensnared in a plot, resulting in my pregnancy. Due to health reasons, I was unable to terminate the pregnancy and thus chose to give birth. Since my childhood, I have been betrothed to Yang Yunwen, the eldest son of another prominent family in Jiangcheng. However, with the emergence of such circumstances, our engagement has naturally come to an end. Yang Yunwen feels utterly humiliated and has sought to create trouble for me. My family purchased this residence and undertook renovations to ensure my safety and to shield me from disturbances. We are not lacking in resources prior to the impending deluge. Our family's mall experienced flooding, prompting many to assist in relocating the merchandise from the first 3 floors to higher ground. The information conveyed by Su Yin provides reasonable explanations for the issues concerning children, the secure shelter, and the seemingly comfortable existence amidst natural disasters. Of course, Su Yin's narrative is a blend of truth and fiction. Indeed, I am the unfortunate Miss Su. Su Yin self-deprecatingly acknowledged her slip of the tongue, offering an awkward smile while rubbing her hands together in embarrassment. Overall, Su Yan's account is largely credible, with few flaws, and is corroborated by the local female soldiers. After listening, the 3 soldiers nodded in agreement, indicating they had no further inquiries. Su Yin, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, "Are you familiar with the garrison at Shieling?" "Indeed, we are stationed there," replied the female soldier, eager to answer. "Do you know Company Commander Wei Cheng or Jiangsu?" "Certainly. We are from the same garrison. Just different companies." This revelation served to bridge the gap between them. The 3 soldiers and 1 female soldier engaged with enthusiasm, inquiring about the relationship between Su Yin and Wei Cheng, sharing a warm camaraderie. Su Yin spoke sincerely this time, recounting the life-saving favor and the recent delivery of supplies, leading to an extensive conversation. The loquacious female soldier also informed Su Yin that the troops stationed at Shieling were responsible for rescue operations in the vicinity, due to a severe shortage of personnel at the police station. Consequently, the security of this area temporarily fell under their jurisdiction. This effectively meant that Su Yin now had the support of the Shieling garrison. Later, she cheerfully escorted Comrade Shiwei to the hallway, watching as they reluctantly departed. Downstairs, everyone below the 31st floor was aware that someone was investigating the 32nd floor, with doors ajar, eagerly awaiting any sounds. Unfortunately, the anticipated commotion of Su Yin being apprehended would never materialize. After successfully bidding farewell, Su Yin understood that she would inevitably face scrutiny herself. However, she had gained much in the process. At the very least, when situations arose, she could effortlessly recite a string of names from the Shieling garrison. Having settled her 2 little companions, Su Yin released Mimi, Lily, and Hihi from her space, connected the electricity, and commenced cleaning the house. Once the household chores were completed, she proceeded to tend to the 2 dogs across the way. She started by bathing them, cleansing them twice, followed by a 3rd wash for disinfection and pest control, 3 thorough baths in total. Fortunately, they were German shepherds, with short fur that was easy to maintain. Just before the natural disaster, she had procured a plethora of pet supplies from several large supermarkets abroad. After ensuring they were clean, she applied medicine to their wounds. The 2 dogs were remarkably well behaved. No matter how much Su Yin fussed over them, they remained silent, and if not for the knowledge of their roles as police dogs, one might question whether they would even react to an intruder. Was it a serendipitous connection between her and the 2 dogs? Or had they simply grown fond of their landlady? How discerning they were in choosing their caretaker. In today's environment, there are scarcely a few families capable of providing for you. Rest assured, when you arrive at my home, I will ensure you are well fed. By the way, I need to bestow names upon you. What shall they be? Fortune? Prosperity? Abundance? One is a tawny brown, and the other a deep brown. Perhaps we should name them according to their colors. You shall be called De Huang, and you shall be De He. Does that sound agreeable? If you accept your names, give a bark. Woof. Woof. Excellent. You two brothers may frolic about. Having settled the dogs, Su Yin tidied up the remaining items and thoroughly cleaned and disinfected the entire house. Exhausted, she glanced at the clock and realized it was time for dinner. After comparing, she noted that the vegetables she had previously stocked were not as delectable as those she had cultivated in her own garden. Thus, she resolved to only consume her homegrown produce, which would remain unspoiled in the temperature-controlled storage. She plucked a handful of bok choy, sliced a piece of beef, and retrieved 2 chicken wings, planning to prepare roasted chicken wings, cilantro stir-fried beef, and a light stir-fry of bok choy for dinner. Following the meal, she arranged to complete the shooting training she had postponed earlier, practicing for a solid hour before emerging from her space. After a refreshing shower and some playful moments with the children, she retired for the night. Su, wake up! Su, wake up! In her drowsy state, Su Yin heard someone calling her name. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the super-intelligent He, now in the form of a small bundle. He, what is it? Su, your little one is unwell and crying incessantly. Mei and Li are trying to soothe him, and I came to rouse you. Upon hearing that her child was ill, Su Yin quickly sprang from her bed, slipped on her slippers, and hurried towards the children's room. Master, Xiao Wei is crying loudly. Came the voice. Xiao Rui is the same. The robots Mimi and Lily each cradle the little one, gently soothing and rocking them. Yet, despite their tender efforts, the infants continued to wail. Mimi, Lily, do you administer medication to infants? Mimi shook her head, responding, we are caretakers, not physicians. Lily stiffly nodded, affirming, indeed, we are caretakers. Both little ones fell ill simultaneously, a source of distress and difficulty. Su Yin checked the foreheads of the children, noting a slight fever, but could discern nothing else, as the children were unable to articulate their discomfort. Dr. Luo. After a prolonged knock on the door of room 1101, it finally opened. Miss Su? Dr. Luo, my children are unwell. I implore you to examine them. Very well, please wait a moment. Luo Wanning entered the room, donned a coat, and offered her daughter a few words of caution before grabbing the medical kit, locking the door, and accompanying Su Yin upstairs. The thought of the 2 little ones being ill and left alone to cry in the room tugged at Su Yan's heart, prompting her to sprint up the 20 flights of stairs. By virtue of her profession, Luo Wanning hurriedly followed suit. Dr. Luo, please proceed with the initial examination. Understood. Luo Wanning was concerned that her soiled shoes might tarnish the pristine floor. Having interacted a few times, this marked her first visit to Su Yin's home, and she was taken aback by its immaculate cleanliness. Su Yin wheeled the children out from the nursery, and Luo Wanning opened the medical kit, donned disposable gloves, and began the examination. The children cried vehemently, their faces and necks flushed from distress. As the children sobbed, tears welled in Su Yan's eyes as well. The preliminary diagnosis indicated a bacterial upper respiratory infection. While medication could resolve the issue, she regrettably lacked the appropriate remedies. After observing the child, Luo Wanning said, please write down the name of the medication for me. I will search for it. I have some infant medicines stored, but I am unsure how to use them. Very well. Luo Wanning wrote down several names of medications and tore off the sticky note, handing it to Su Yin. Could you kindly ask Dr. Luo to examine the child while I fetch the medicine? Of course, Su Yin replied. Luo Wanning gently rocked the crib, feeling a profound sense of empathy. As a young single mother herself, burdened with the care of 2 children, she understood the hardships that only a mother could truly grasp. Fortunately, their material needs seemed to be adequately met for the time being. Otherwise, how would the 2 children survive? Yet, this sense of security was only temporary. What lay ahead was uncertain, and she pondered when the trials would cease. Looking at Su Yin, who appeared to be no more than 20, just 7 years older than her own daughter, Luo Wanning felt a mixture of concern and compassion. Dr. Luo, I have retrieved the medicine, Su Yin announced. Please hand it to me, and also fetch some boiled water, Luo Wanning instructed. With diligence, Su Yin brought a small bowl and a spoon. As Luo Wanning administered the medicine to the child, she simultaneously educated Su Yin on how to properly medicate the child in the future. Su Yin silently appreciated the advantages of having a doctor at her side. Have you remembered everything? Luo Waning inquired. I have, thank you, Dr. Luo, Su Yin replied earnestly. Very well, administer the medicine again in 3 hours. By morning, the child should show signs of improvement. Monitor the child's condition closely. If anything seems amiss, please come downstairs to summon me. If all remains well, these medications can be discontinued after 2 days. Understood. Thank you, Su Yin acknowledged. Chapter 35. Reminder. Su Yin escorted Dr. Luo to the security door of the corridor and handed Luo Wanning a shopping bag containing 2 rolls of noodles, 2 large cabbages, and 6 eggs. She was uncertain whether this was an excess or a deficiency. Upon opening the bag, Luo Wanning discovered the cabbages were as fresh as if just harvested from the field, and the eggs, which were now quite a rarity. Miss Su, you have given too much. I merely provided a diagnosis. The medication is your own, and you need not so much. Take it. I will undoubtedly trouble you again in the future, and my household is not lacking in provisions for the time being. Very well, should any issues arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. Luo Wanning was not one to be overly coy. In the past few days, she had scoured high-rise office buildings for supplies and had indeed found some snacks, instant noodles, and biscuits, but vegetables were in short supply. Eggs and cabbages were particularly needed, especially since her 13-year-old daughter was in a growth spurt and had been suffering from severe constipation due to the absence of greens, crying out in pain during her visits to the restroom. It was likely due to the medication, but the 2 little ones had calmed down a bit and gradually drifted off to sleep. Su Yin dared not close her eyes for even a moment, watching as the flushed faces of the children transformed back to a delicate pink, and seeing that their condition had not worsened, she felt a slight relief. As the night wore on, dawn broke. It was time for the 3rd round of medication for the little ones. First, she prepared formula milk for them. But due to their illness, the children consumed only half of their usual amount. After they had their milk, half an hour later, she administered their medicine. And the inevitable wailing ensued once more. Attending to the 2 little ones allowed Mimi and Lily to come out and see the children. After letting Hee out to check the surveillance, Su Yin finally prepared her own breakfast. Having nourished herself, she proceeded to the opposite door to feed De Huang and De He. The 2 dogs appeared much more spirited than the previous day, eagerly leaping onto Su Yin, their front paws resting on her as they stood. You both have wounds. Get down quickly. Don't rub your medicine on my clothes. With playful barks, they settled down. And she added, all right, now that you've eaten, amuse yourselves. Once your injuries have healed, I shall keep you by my side. Be obedient. The 2 dogs understood her words and watched as their caretaker locked the door and departed before they indulged in their dog food. Upon returning home, Su Yin first engaged in 2 hours of running, followed by half an hour of sit-ups, before preparing lunch. After her meal, she shifted her focus to her shooting practice. Following her session, it was time to feed the animals. Previously, Su Yin had been feeding the cattle, sheep, and pigs every 2 to 3 days. Not due to ignorance of their daily dietary needs, but rather because she had forgotten to stockpile sufficient fodder for them. Each feeding session consisted solely of the vegetables she had previously stored, and given the expense of greens, she opted for an every other day feeding schedule, leaving it to chance. Curiously, these young animals did not fuss when fed every 3 days. They consumed whatever greens were available, displaying a remarkable adaptability to her sporadic feeding schedule. Feeding the animals was indeed labor-intensive. For the cattle and sheep, tossing greens to them sufficed. However, the piglets typically required their vegetables to be chopped and cooked. Yet, Su Yin, in her laziness, omitted the cooking step, simply chopping the greens. The chopped vegetables served not only the pigs, but were also utilized to feed the chickens. The ducks, geese, and young fish in the river are all fed finely chopped greens. The only distinction being the degree of fineness compared to the greens consumed by pigs and chickens. Su Yin, in her self-proclaimed brilliance, believes that any livestock can be sustained with greens, deeming them a universal feed. However, upon witnessing the dwindling stock of greens, she feels a pang of despair. These are merely the juvenile animals. Should the cows, sheep, and pigs grow larger, each will require a substantial amount, and she has dozens of them from a single breed. This is a thought too burdensome to entertain. With urgency, she operates the excavator, digging, leveling, planting fruit trees, and sowing vegetables. Whatever can survive, she will plant in abundance. Currently, her space spans 5 levels and covers 2 square kilometers. Excluding the area occupied by several ordinary warehouses, 2 climate-controlled storage units, and a small villa, there remains ample space for cultivation. The current stock of gold is sufficient to upgrade to level 6 and 7, yet Su Yin is not in haste. She plans to fill these 2 square kilometers before investing heavily in upgrades. So preoccupied is she that her dinner is taken within the confines of her space, accompanied by the 2 little ones, with their medication administered there as well. It is not until 10 o'clock at night that the trio emerges from the space. Hee. Has anyone come by today? Su Yin dismisses the notion of the exquisite couple residing on the 31st floor. Luo Wanning has come up, likely to check on the recovery of the 2 little ones. Meanwhile, in Luo Wanning's home, she is currently engaged with Uncle Zhang from the 10th floor, both observing the scene outside the window. I have heard that several individuals in our building have conspired with local bullies to forcibly breach Miss Su's door tonight. Although the stairwell on the 32nd floor is secured with a door, it cannot guarantee absolute safety. Uncle Zhang, should I make another trip up? Miss Su, a single mother of 2, appears to be thriving, possessing an undeniable advantage that makes her intriguing. I cannot shake the feeling that she is quite extraordinary. A gentle reminder from us would be beneficial, even if she may not require our counsel. Such friendships develop organically over time. The current situation is tumultuous, particularly disadvantageous for us, the elderly, the weak, and women. Maintaining a cordial relationship with Miss Su could prove advantageous in the future. Old age brings wisdom. Zhang Bo's insight is remarkably astute. Despite never having met Su Yin, he has managed to piece together a considerable amount from mere hearsay. Should Su Yin become aware of this, she would undoubtedly commend Zhang Bo profusely. Speaking of external threats, Zhang Bo suggested an alliance between our families. During the day, we could scavenge for supplies while ensuring that Qianqian and Shaoxian have companionship. At night, such an arrangement would facilitate our defense against potential intruders. This strategy seems promising. Our residences share a similar layout, 2 bedrooms with a shared living area and kitchen, perfectly accommodating. Luo Wanning's household consists solely of herself and her daughter, as her husband has been missing since the disaster struck while he was away on business. With our limited numbers, we have recently rented Su Yan's inflatable boat to search for supplies together, and cohabiting has proven more beneficial than detrimental. We have agreed to settle in Luo Wanning's 11th floor apartment and plan to move tomorrow. Regarding the matter of notifying Su Yin, Luo Wanning has resolved to visit the 32nd floor once more. Chapter 36, A New Renown. Luo Wanning ascended the stairs quietly, clearly wishing to remain unnoticed in her visit to the 32nd floor. Su Yin silently opened the door, gesturing for Luo Wanning to enter and speak. Miss Su, I have heard troubling news. Those whom you previously reprimanded have conspired with outside individuals to attempt to breach your door tonight. Exercise caution. No need to worry. I shall handle any intruders, whether 1 or 2. I anticipated that Su Yin would remain unperturbed upon hearing this, yet I did not expect her to respond with such nonchalance and audacity. Luo Wanning began to appreciate Zhang Bo's assertion that Miss Su possesses a life-preserving trump card. Su Yin understood that Luo Wanning's repeated ascent to such heights to deliver this warning indicated a desire for camaraderie. She has always welcomed associations with those who possess discernment and propriety, while she harbors disdain for those who seek to exploit others unrelentingly. Then I shall rest easy. The child is recovering, is he not? Much improved. I have just lulled them to sleep. Very well, thank you. Please hold on a moment. Su Yin entered her room and shortly emerged with a walkie-talkie. Dr. Luo, take this walkie-talkie. There is no need for you to keep climbing the stairs. It allows communication within a 20-kilometer radius. During the operation to confiscate arms from the weapons cache of arms dealers in Night City, there were quite a number of these walkie-talkies, all of the latest models. It is a useful device. It will greatly facilitate matters. I shall take my leave now. Luo Wanning recalled Zhang Bo's words. Miss Su is no ordinary individual. Look, she is even equipped with a walkie-talkie. Indeed, let us stay in touch. Su Yin escorted Luo Wanning to the safety door of the corridor. It seems that tranquility will elude us once more tonight. I cannot fathom why these individuals are so intent on targeting her for robbery. In the previous life, it was also during a time when the rain had ceased. Yet the waters had not fully receded, that various malevolent forces within the city commenced their looting to the west. First, the voltage of the security door was raised to its maximum. Su Yin assessed the weaponry of the unruly mob, at best. They had managed to pry open the police station door and procure some conventional firearms. She gathered all potentially useful weapons and organized them neatly on a shelf for easy access. Everything was truly in readiness, awaiting the arrival of the villains and their expendable minions. Just past midnight, the intercom crackled to life. Luo Wanning announced, Miss Su. A considerable number of individuals have arrived, approximately 20 to 30, and they have already ascended the stairs. Understood, do not come out, Su Yin replied. Notify me once the situation is resolved. With that, Luo Wanning ended the call, her urgency surpassing even Su Yan's. Fearing that any additional words would hinder Su Yan's preparations. It was not only Su Yan who was preparing. Within the Lanjiang Tai community, many were still awake at this hour, whether out of jealousy, hatred, or mere curiosity. They awaited news of the armed confrontation on the 32nd floor of Building C. Su Yan knew she could not wait for the intruders to reach her doorstep before taking action. She stealthily opened the door and descended the stairs, positioning herself at the landing between the 32nd and 31st floors, ready to take down a few of them. By chance, she overheard Qinli and Lu Xin how conversing at the entrance of apartment 3102. We are providing a location for them to take cover and retreat. What if that woman on the 32nd floor seeks vengeance against us? Chun-Li voiced her concerns. Do you really think 20 to 30 armed individuals cannot breach that door? Once it is opened, we will reap the benefits. It's a surefire investment. What is there to worry about? Hurry inside. They are arriving soon. Oh, it seems that this group of cowards has indeed found a retreat point. Quite cautious of them. Did they believe that by rushing into the 31st floor, they could evade capture? Did they think she would confine herself behind the security door and would not pursue them? Bang! Bang! Ah! Down! Too late to take cover. 2 grenades claimed the lives of 7 individuals and injured several others. It is evident that the weaponry of Eagle Sauce's dogs proves quite effective. Alas, our operation has been compromised. Leave 2 to tend to the wounded. The rest, follow my lead. We shall avenge our fallen brothers. Let us seize this floor, and thereafter, we can rest easy. Move swiftly, stay close. Watch me. I refuse to believe this door cannot be breached. I shall fire a few rounds. Lao Qi and Xiao go. Provide cover. I will handle the door explosives. Su Yan observed from the surveillance footage provided by He. No wonder they intended to blow the door. They had crafted their own explosive charge. Her firearm was already aimed at the shooting hole, ready to eliminate the individual responsible for the explosives. Su Yan noted that among the large group, only 6 were armed, while the rest wielded long knives and axes. They seemed formidable. Yet they were merely armed with a single explosive charge. After eliminating the man with the explosives, the remaining individuals shrank back in fear. However, retreat was futile. Su Yan systematically targeted the 6 armed assailants before aiming at the couple hiding on the 31st floor, determined not to leave these 2 threats behind. In their initial arrogance as they ascended the building, these individuals now exhibited cowardice. They believed they could seize the property and resources, even having arranged how to distribute their spoils, only to end up retreating with their tails between their legs. Su Yan had prepared for a serious confrontation, yet she was surprised by how easily they faltered. Nevertheless, this encounter provided her with valuable practical experience with firearms. She refrained from becoming complacent, recognizing that her success was not solely due to her superior weaponry but also relied heavily on the formidable security of the door that had allowed her to repel the assailants with such ease. Su Yan picked up the explosive package and then concluded her work. The safety door was re-energized, and Su Yan informed Luo Wanning that everything was resolved before heading off for a shower and sleep. Meanwhile, many spectators at Lanjiang Terrace, after hearing 2 explosions, were soon met with another round of gunfire, which abruptly ceased. Approximately 20 minutes later, they witnessed several beams of flashlight illuminating fewer than 10 individuals boarding a boat, departing at an astonishing speed. It was evident, without a doubt, that the group from outside had suffered a defeat, and not only that, but they had also incurred considerable losses. Following that night, rumors of a female demon spread throughout the 32nd floor of Building C at Lanjiang Terrace. However, this news also served to deter numerous nefarious individuals, at the very least. No one would dare to target the 32nd floor with a mere makeshift firearm resembling a burning stick. Life continued, neither particularly good nor bad, as days passed by. The illnesses of the 2 children had completely healed, and the water levels had receded to the western building. Again, the higher grounds in the city are already visible, and 2 state-run stores have reopened. Should we go and see some supplies? See supplies? Su Yan did not believe she could acquire any, nor did she feel the need to. However, it would be prudent to venture out and assess the situation. She wished to go but could not leave too early. You all go ahead. Take the walkie-talkie for easier communication. I will join later. I have someone to watch the children. As for who would assist with the children, Su Yan chose to remain silent, revealing nothing to anyone who inquired. A clever person like Luo Wanning would not press for details. Very well, let it be so. Since the introduction of the walkie-talkies, Luo Wanning occasionally exchanged a few words with Su Yan, and her title had shifted from Miss Su to a Yan. Su Yan, in turn, had started addressing Luo Wanning as Sister Luo. Chapter 37. The seedling endeavor. In order to allocate more time for farming, Su Yan reduced her exercise regimen, limiting her running to 1 hour, sit-ups to half an hour, and shooting practice to another half hour. Consequently, she found herself with an additional 2 hours in the morning to till the land before lunchtime. When busy, she would hastily consume whatever was at hand. Today marked the day for feeding the animals. They were fed every 3 days, and under normal circumstances, these creatures were barely hanging on to life, let alone gaining weight. However, the perplexing reality was that despite being fed only once every 3 days, they were growing surprisingly robust. Su Yan speculated that due to spatial constraints, just as the vegetables and fruit trees thrived rapidly, so too did the animals flourish on meager rations. At least, her efforts in cultivating vegetables had not gone to waste. Nevertheless, her stock of vegetables remained a pressing concern, causing her to lose several strands of hair and worry. It seemed that the grand endeavor of vegetable cultivation was a daunting task ahead. Perhaps she should consider feeding the livestock once a week? She wondered if such a strategy would incite the animals to berate her for her negligence. Su Yan felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness, her mind racing in search of clarity. Cattle and sheep primarily graze on grass. Cultivating grass would surely be far simpler than growing vegetables. Aside from the few trees that had sprouted during the creation of the hillock, she had yet to muster the energy to plant fruit trees atop it. Thus, scattering grass seeds across the hill would suffice. Afterwards, the cows, sheep, pigs, and chickens could roam freely, thriving on their own as long as she enclosed the base of the hill to prevent their wandering. She resolved to seek out grass seed at the marketplace during her next outing. Dressed in a navy blue sweatshirt and casual ensemble, with sneakers on her feet and a backpack slung over her shoulders, she donned a mask and set forth on her journey. It is impossible to ascend the stairs. Su Yan opted for a stealthy descent from the rooftop using a flying apparatus, seeking an uninhabited spot near the shopping center to anchor before paddling over in a rubber boat. The individuals she encountered mostly bore the pallid visage of refugees, with a few better-dressed ones aboard vessels laden with supplies, rendering them targets for predation. Those who resorted to tailgating and forceful theft, prioritizing wealth over life, could be deemed morally upright bandits. However, those devoid of ethical boundaries wielded long wooden poles affixed with sharp knives, puncturing the rubber boats and leaving their victims bereft of both goods and lives. Su Yan had witnessed several such incidents as she approached the vicinity of the shopping center. The rampant lawlessness subsided, for the area was patrolled by law enforcement. The mall was situated on the 3rd floor of a large structure, a judicious choice, with an expansive platform in front that provided ample space for people to congregate, alongside a stretch of vacant land for vendors to peddle their wares. Upon reaching the 3rd floor platform, Su Yan deflated her rubber boat, rolled it up, and secured it to a handcart, akin to those used by Annies during their morning excursions to the market. Luojia, where are you? We're inside the mall. We waited in line for ages and just got in. There isn't much of value. Acquiring food relies solely on seizing it, and I can barely squeeze into the food section. Moreover, there are purchase limits. Have you arrived? I'm here. You all explore first. Are there any winter garments for cold resistance? Following the floods comes the bitter cold, which is swiftly followed by snow disasters. In southern cities, prior to these calamities, people managed winter with merely a sweater, and in chillier times, a base layer coupled with a jacket sufficed. There aren't many warm winter clothes available. With this reminder, she hoped Luo Wanning and Zhang Bo would make prudent purchases. As Lu Weining and her daughter squeezed into the crowd to seize rice, she suddenly heard Su Yan's seemingly random inquiry about winter clothing suitable for cold weather, which struck her as peculiar. Zhang Bo, did a Yin ask if the mall has winter clothes for cold weather? What could this mean? It implies that we should purchase winter garments, and perhaps acquire a few more thick blankets as well. Zhang Bo, being astute, immediately grasped the implication without a moment's hesitation and promptly withdrew from the rice-gathering frenzy, taking his grandson with him. Lu Weining followed suit with her daughter. It was now early in the lunar 2nd month, and the weather had begun to warm. Was it really necessary to buy winter clothing? Such warmth typically indicates normal conditions. Hadn't one heard the rumors of an impending apocalypse? In a world teetering on the brink of disaster, with possibilities of extreme cold, unbearable heat, blizzards, and earthquakes looming, It is prudent to be prepared. All right, let's buy some. They whispered to each other as they rushed to the clothing section. Currently, clothing prices were significantly lower than those of food. A long, unbranded down jacket cost merely over 1,000 yuan. It is worth noting that money has truly lost its value in these times. Even with such depreciation, few could afford to part with substantial sums, aside from a select few who preferred to keep cash on hand for transactions. Those accustomed to digital payments had long since found themselves unable to utilize their means. Nevertheless, the mall displayed a commendable level of consideration, allowing transactions in gold. At the checkout, one attendant was responsible for testing the purity of gold, another for weighing it, while yet another calculated its cash equivalent to assist customers in their purchases. Lu Weining had already learned from others that one could trade gold in lieu of cash. She reflected on this revelation. Realizing why Su Yin had accepted gold when renting a rubber boat, she must possess some insider knowledge, and Lu Weining believed it to be true. Su Yin remained oblivious to Luo Wanning's myriad thoughts about her. Rather than hastening to queue for entry into the mall, she meandered leisurely around the western section of the third-floor platform. Sister, would you like some stockings? We have sanitary pads too, 2 pounds of rice for a pack. Interested in a trade? Anyone in need of candles or coal? Bulk orders come with discounts. As Su Yin strolled past, she observed vendors quietly promoting their wares while others shouted boisterously, yet none offered the items she sought. Sister, if you aren't purchasing anything, are you perhaps selling? A plump woman approached Su Yin with a whisper. I haven't found what I desire, she replied, bemused. She pondered why she was the focus of such salesmanship when others were browsing as well. Did she perhaps exude an air of affluence? What do you wish to buy? Share it with me. Perhaps I can assist in your search. However, I must clarify, no cash transactions, only gold or barter. She understood now. The woman was a middleman. Su Yin chose to ignore her and continued her exploration. After visiting over 20 stalls, she had yet to glimpse any sign of grass seeds. Sister, just tell me what you want. I, Auntie Ba, pride myself on my integrity. Anything you can name, I can procure. Really? The self-proclaimed Auntie Ba assured her with a pat on her chest. I need seeds, lawn seeds, as many as you have, provided they haven't been waterlogged. I would also be interested in some vegetable seeds. I can understand wanting vegetable seeds, as one could cultivate a few plants indoors with a box of soil. But grass? Why would one desire to grow grass? The woman scoffed. You likely don't have any. And if you don't, so be it. But what if I did? What would you offer in exchange? Earlier, there was much boasting, and Aunt Ba did not wish to see her hard-earned reputation tarnished here. She decided to enlist others in the search. What do you desire in exchange? Meat. Fresh meat, pork, beef, chicken, or duck will suffice. Very well, if you possess what I seek, then I shall provide you with what you desire. Let us reconvene at this very time tomorrow. After agreeing with Aunt Ba, Su Yin lost interest in further browsing and opted to explore the interior of the mall instead. Chapter 38. Indeed, I am a veteran. After standing in line for half an hour, she finally entered the mall. This establishment was a temporary venue, with goods stacked haphazardly, reminiscent of a 2 yuan shop at a bustling market, albeit on a far grander scale. The food and beverage sections were teeming with people, relying solely on the chaotic scramble for items, and even then, there were restrictions on purchases. Few sought items beyond food and drink. Su Yin specifically sought out the unwanted, as she still had some cash left unspent. Cash would soon be rendered obsolete, yet the mall still accepted it. A benevolent gesture towards the public, truly a small boon from the state. Fish feed? How splendid. Each bag weighed 5 pounds, and there were a total of 6 bags. Though it would not last long, every bit saved on vegetables was a victory. Su Yin loaded all the fish feed onto her handcart. Observers nearby, upon realizing the peculiar purchases of the masked girl, silently deemed her eccentric. After a tour of the mall, her spoils amounted to 6 bags of fish feed. Upon completing her checkout, Su Yin activated the intercom to contact Luo Wanning. I have emerged, waiting outside the platform. What about you? We're still in line to check out. Su Yin stowed the intercom and waited outside the platform. Miss Su, are you Miss Su? Jiang Su had been gazing at Su Yin for quite some time, sensing a striking resemblance. However, the large mask obscured the girl's face, leaving him uncertain. He decided to call out, thinking that if he were mistaken, he could simply apologize. Jiang Su, it's me. To his delight, it indeed was Miss Su. Our class has been assigned to maintain order in the mall today. I didn't expect to see you here right upon our arrival. Hu Zhanchao has been dispatched elsewhere. But our squad leader, Wei, is also present. What a coincidence. Indeed, it is quite serendipitous. Our squad leader has been eager to express his gratitude. You saved our entire class. Please wait a moment while I fetch him. This comrade Jiangsu certainly did not treat her as a stranger upon their encounter. He prattled on without affording Su Yin an opportunity to decline. He dashed off to summon squad leader Wei. Within a few minutes, Jiangsu and squad leader Wei appeared before her. Comrade Su Yin, greetings. Hello, squad leader Wei. I didn't expect to see you both here. Yes, it truly is unexpected. Thank you, Comrade Su, for the assistance you provided to those young lads. I am well aware of your efforts. It was my duty, after all. You have also come to my aid. She believed that only those deserving of her respect would receive her assistance, like the person standing before her. Well then, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall leave you to your conversation. Squad leader Wei had merely come to express his gratitude. Having done so, he took his leave. However, his hurried demeanor suggested he was indeed quite busy. Jiangsu glanced around and gestured for Su Yin to follow him away from the crowd. Once in a more secluded spot, he spoke in a conspiratorial tone. Our squad leader asked me to remind you to stock up on warm clothing and to secure your provisions. The weather may take a turn for the worse. What is happening? Will there be disasters? Su Yin feigned ignorance, seemingly aware that the upper echelons had already disclosed the apocalypse to a certain extent. She was taken aback that Wei Cheng would allow his subordinates to subtly inform her. Jiangsu refrained from directly addressing Su Yan's inquiry, instead reflecting with a sense of lamentation that the splendor of yesterday's prosperity was likely irrevocably lost. This catastrophe was not merely an ordinary flood. It was as if the entire planet was submerged, a testament to the severity of the situation. However, this information should remain confidential. Understood. I shall keep it to myself. The upper management of the group was striving to maintain stability. Should the notion of an apocalypse be leaked from the higher-ups, it would solidify the reality of impending doom, extinguishing any hope for the restoration of order. This would undoubtedly lead to an increase in malevolent forces, casting ordinary survivors into a ruthless survival of the fittest scenario, devoid of any transitional phase. In such circumstances, the plight of common survivors would become exceedingly arduous. The group's central strategy was commendable, yet the phrase humans can conquer nature seemed rather feeble in the face of such monumental calamity. Miss Su. Apologies, I was lost in thought. Jiangsu sighed in relief, having feared that his previous remarks might have frightened the young lady. Ah, and there you are. I was wondering where everyone had gone. Luo Wanning and Zhang Bo emerged after settling their accounts, two adults accompanied by two children, all laden with numerous bags. Just then, they encountered a friend engaged in conversation. Buying so much? Hold on, I need to put the inflatable boat away. Su Yin detached the inflatable boat from the handcart, inflated it, and cast it into the water. Luo Wanning set down his belongings and retrieved the inflatable boat rented from Su Yin. One boat was insufficient, two were required. Yin, could you assist me by carrying some items? No problem, she replied. I have little to contribute. Feel free to place your things here. Observing that Su Yan's neighbor had arrived, Jiangsu ceased speaking and efficiently aided in loading the items onto the boat. Once everything was neatly arranged, Su Yin produced two large waterproof sheets from her backpack to cover the cargo. All right, be cautious, she advised. Su Yan's inflatable boat was now carrying Luo Wanning's daughter, Qian, while the remaining space was filled with their supplies. Luo Wanning, Zhang Bo, and Xiao Xian occupied another inflatable boat, which was similarly laden with provisions, leaving only minimal space for them to sit. It wasn't merely the quantity of items they had purchased. Rather, the bulkiness of winter clothing and blankets consumed considerable space. Despite being tightly packed, the cargo still appeared quite substantial, supplemented by a variety of other items, resulting in a sizable collection. I didn't expect you to purchase only a few small bags. Had I known, I would have bought more, especially since there seems to be room on your boat. Luo Wanning remarked. Do you still have any money left? Su Yin inquired, halting Luo Wanning's thoughts. In truth, Luo Wanning had no cash on hand and scant gold, having spent some to rent the boat from Su Yin. The cash for their supplies had come from Zhang Bo. I borrowed money from Zhang Bo and planned to repay him with other goods once I acquire them, he explained. Zhang Bo chuckled. I have a peculiar habit. I feel uneasy without a bit of cash stashed away at home. Luo Wanning teased. Zhang Bo, is that really just a little stash? It seems your lack of trust in the bank prompts you to hoard so much, but it has turned out to be quite fortuitous. Indeed, Zhang Bo replied. I thought that money was only good for starting a fire. Mother, Grandpa Zhang, Sister Yin, someone is pursuing us. Qian was in charge of securing the supplies on the boat while keeping watch. They must be after our provisions. Aining, row the boat properly, and Xiaoxian, sit tight. Grandpa Zhang pulled out a large machete from beneath a pile of supplies. However, the machete was not advantageous on the water's surface. Su Yin inquired, Grandpa Zhang, do you know how to use a gun? Yes, I am a veteran. Su Yin retrieved a handgun from her backpack and tossed it to Grandpa Zhang. She had also noticed that 2 boats were chasing them, and the one in front contained armed individuals. They likely mistook the boat carrying Wan Ning and the others, laden with provisions for easy prey. Little did they know that the robbery was indeed underway, leaving her no time to relax. It was troubling, especially with 2 children on board. Chapter 39, A Grave Misunderstanding. Before heading out, Su Yin had purchased a bulletproof helmet from the dimensional marketplace, which she placed in her backpack. With a son and daughter to care for, she prioritized her safety and would not place herself in jeopardy. Currently, there was only one helmet available. While she could disregard the safety of Luo Wan Ning and Grandpa Zhang, what about the 2 children? After a moment's contemplation, she decided to forego the dimensional marketplace items and quickly rummaged through the weapons warehouse to retrieve 2 zero-cost helmets, utilizing her backpack to bring them out. Here, this one is for Xiaoxian, she said, handing one to Qian and the other to Grandpa Zhang. Thank you so much, Ayang. Grandpa Zhang, fully aware of the helmet's purpose, promptly placed it on his grandson's head. I apologize, Grandpa Zhang and Sister Luo. I only have 3 and no more to spare. She donned one for herself as well. Ah Yan, expressing my gratitude to you 1,000 times would scarcely suffice. Yet I am aware that mere thanks may seem trivial. The safety of my daughter is paramount. This situation is no trifling matter. Su Yin managed to carry 3 helmets, which left Luo Wan Ning utterly astounded. The 2 boats swiftly closed in, and Zhang Bo instructed everyone to brace themselves as he concealed his pistol within his sleeve. Hey, you lot, stop, he shouted. Throw your belongings over here if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, it will be the end of you. The man, exhibiting a rather juvenile bravado, rested his firearm on his shoulder, awaiting the supplies at the bow of the boat. Behind this impetuous individual stood another gunman, while the opposing vessel also boasted a firearm, totaling 6 men and 3 guns. The 2 boats soon positioned themselves before Su Yin and Luo Wanning's inflatable craft, effectively blocking their path. Observing this confrontation, the surrounding vessels hastily retreated, fearful of inciting the wrath of these thuggish forces. We truly possess no valuables. Times are tough, brother. Could you do us a kindness? Quit the chatter. If you don't toss your belongings over here, The juvenile bravado lowered his gun from his shoulder, aiming directly at Zhang Bo, a clear indication of the unspoken threat that loomed. The other 2 armed men likewise targeted Su Yin and Luo Wanning. Zhang Bo, your life is at stake. You handle the left boat, Su Yin insisted, emphasizing her command on the word handle. Zhang Bo understood her intent. He was to confront the lone gunman on the left. Su Yin would take care of the 2 guns on the right. No sooner had her words fallen than a pistol materialized in her hand. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out as she swiftly reholstered her weapon. Simultaneously, Zhang Bo eliminated the threat on the left boat. Damn it. We were careless. Let us flee. The remaining trio on the 2 assailant vessels attempted to retreat, but their escape would only spell misfortune for others. Mr. Zhang swiftly dispatched 2 of them on the port side with a couple of well-aimed shots. Su Yin eliminated the last one on the starboard vessel, having been concerned Mr. Zhang might let them flee. However, the old gentleman proved resolute. From the initial interception to the neutralization of the 6 aggressors, a mere 5 minutes had elapsed. It was Ms. Luo's inaugural experience witnessing a gunfight at such close quarters, and feigning indifference was out of the question. At the first sound of gunfire, she had instinctively embraced Xiaoxian tightly. Similarly, on Su Yan's vessel, Qian's countenance had paled as she lay prone atop the supplies. It's over now, Su Yin reassured, patting the young girl's shoulder. Sister Yin, you are amazing. Despite her recent fear, she now gazed at Su Yin with admiration, showering her with compliments. Sister Yin, you were like a heroine, so valiant and spirited. I adore you. Amused by the adoration from the 13-year-old, Su Yin chuckled and gently pinched the young girl's cheek beneath her helmet. Xiaoxian, too, stared at his grandfather with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, Grandpa, you are magnificent. All right, hold on tight. Grandpa will go aboard the boats to gather the spoils, Mr. Zhang responded. Indeed, there were spoils to be collected. The bandits' 2 inflatable boats were laden with supplies, which now belonged to them. Mr. Zhang, keep the empty boat for storing the goods. Su Yin approached the other boat as well, transferring items to Mr. Zhang's vessel. The corpses were discarded into the water, and the deflated rubber boats were stowed away. Ms. Luo and Mr. Zhang were elated. The journey, though perilous, had yielded a substantial reward. In addition to the abundant supplies, they had acquired 3 firearms, ensuring each household would receive one. Returning to Longing Terrace, moving items upstairs proved to be a considerable undertaking. Zhang Bo swiftly wrapped 3 rifles in waterproof tarpaulin, passing the belongings from the boat to Luo Weining, who awaited at the west building window. Su Yin assisted in transferring the items to the hallway, and after diligently moving everything from the 3 boats, they prepared to deflate and stow the vessels. Ian, please keep an eye on things here while Zhang Bo and I carry the items upstairs. All right, you may proceed. Disperse, disperse. It took several trips for Luo Weining and Zhang Bo to complete the task. On the final trip, Su Yin pulled her handcart up the stairs. Ian, come inside. Let us organize the items and sort them out. Okay. In the living room of Luo Weining's home, a chaotic array of their recent haul lay scattered about. Su Yin dragged a small stool and joined Luo Weining and Zhang Bo in sorting through the 2 boats' worth of goods acquired through the zero-cost purchase. It's quite chaotic outside. In the future, when we find supplies or go shopping again, you all must exercise caution. Zhang Bo, you should keep the gun for self-defense. I have others. No need. There were 3 guns collected there. By the way, how about we each take one? The 3 of us, you, Ian, and I. I understand that Ian and I have benefited from you, but as you mentioned, the outside world is perilous and predatory. We need weapons. However, Ian and I have discussed it. You can take the larger share of the spoils from the bandits. You choose first. Let us divide the 3 guns and supplies equally. If it were up to Su Yin, she would desire none of it, yet she recognized that the rule of sharing resources could not be disregarded. That won't do. We have already gained an advantage. As Zhang Bo suggested, you should take the larger portion. Indeed, Ian, as I suggested, you are willing to care for us. Yet we cannot shamelessly take advantage of your kindness. Both the elder and Luo Weining have reached this conclusion, and thus Su Yin can only nod in agreement. However, while selecting items, she happened upon some exquisite jewelry, particularly a gold piece weighing approximately 1 kilogram, from which she took the majority. Additionally, she found a jade bracelet that caught her eye and decided to take it as well. The rest consisted solely of snacks, instant noodles, rice, flour, and seasonings, none of which she chose to keep. Furthermore, she reserved 2 bulletproof helmets for the children. Aining, let us visit the mall again tomorrow to exhaust our cash and the gold we possess. I surmise that the mall will not endure for many more days thereafter. Even with gold, acquiring goods may not be guaranteed. Indeed, we have reaped substantial benefits today. Those helmets are of fine quality and serve as protection. Ian has taken the gold and jewelry, appearing to have claimed the lion's share, yet she is simultaneously looking out for us. Zhang Bo, I comprehend all you have said. And regarding Ian's agreement to visit the mall today, it seems she intentionally purchased that bag of flower soil for our safety. It is indeed true that the community whispers of her as a fierce bully, yet in reality, her heart is kinder than anyone else's. Su Yin did not anticipate that seeking grass seed without purchasing anything else could lead to such a beautiful misunderstanding. Chapter 40. Why have you stopped fighting? Continue the battle. Upon returning home, Su Yin took a refreshing shower, donned comfortable loungewear, and then brought out the 2 little ones from the space. She pushed the crib to the kitchen doorway and began to prepare the meal. Having amassed a substantial stock of food and drink, Su Yin ensures that her space continues to yield more. She believes that the ability to eat is a blessing, particularly as she trains daily without gaining weight. Today, she has prepared a duck and stewed it with yam to create a savory soup, while also cooking rice. A duck weighing 5 to 6 pounds yields a generous pot of soup, far more than one can consume in a single meal. Each time, she portions the soup into ceramic bowls and stores them in her temperature-controlled pantry, allowing her to enjoy it at her leisure. When it comes to cooking, her desire for variety leads her to prepare multiple dishes. However, since one person cannot finish several dishes at once, she ensures there is enough of each for a single meal, packing the remainder in airtight containers for later. This evening, Su Yin has only made rice and soup, opting instead to utilize the provisions stored in her space for vegetables. Feeling quite fatigued after a day out, she retires early after dinner, unaware that chaos has erupted in the Lanjingtai community. With the recent reopening of the marketplace, and given that Lanjingtai is an affluent neighborhood, the remaining residents have been frequenting the shops to purchase substantial supplies, drawing the attention of the nefarious gang led by Zhu Rou. As his name suggests, Zhu Rou earns his living selling pork and is notorious for his exceptional butchering skills. His gang wields knives, and a portion of them are armed with firearms. Survivors scattered throughout the various buildings of Lanjingtai have banded together, and Manager Wang of the property has gathered a group in Building E. When Zhu Rou's men encroach upon the territory of Lanjingtai, Manager Wang takes to a loudspeaker in Building E to address the entire community. At this moment, everyone is reluctant to sleep deeply, wanting to keep one eye open. As Manager Wang calls out, the majority awaken. With the bolder individuals huddling together to guard the entrances of their respective buildings, while the timid barricade their doors, though such measures may prove futile. Zhang Bo retrieves his newly acquired firearm, inspecting the number of bullets at his disposal. Luo Wanning incessantly calls out to Su Yin over the intercom. Su. Someone is looking for you. Someone is calling. Little Tuanzi he persistently shouts in Su Yan's ear, finally rousing her from slumber. Luo Jia, what is the matter? Yin, there are 7 or 8 boats in the community, likely carrying over 100 people. They are here to rob us. Oh, it's not too serious on my end. You and Zhang Bo must be cautious, avoid direct confrontation and protect your own door. To pay attention as well. Your reputation precedes you, and I fear they may be targeting you. All right, I will get up to take a look. After concluding the call, Su Yan finds sleep elusive. She draws back the curtains and sees several boats anchored at the entrances of buildings A and B. Selecting an assault rifle, she steps onto the balcony. Where the commotion from buildings A and B is cacophonous, sounds of banging on doors, cries for help, and gunfire create a chaotic atmosphere. Finding a suitable position on the balcony, she aims directly at the entrance of Building C. Before long, the intercom buzzes. Yin, should we shoot? It's Zhang Bo inquiring. Fire away. Keep them at bay outside of Building C. She could not manage the other buildings, but if the bandits ascended to Building C, Su Yin would undoubtedly face harassment. It was imperative to intercept them either at the ground level or at the entrance of the 32nd floor corridor. However, halting them at the ground level seemed far more appropriate. After all, she would not want to contend with the aftermath of so many corpses transforming the corridor into a battlefield that she would have to clean up. It wasn't long before the robbers from buildings A and B emerged, incessantly transferring goods onto their boat, evidently having amassed a considerable bounty. Once they finished loading the items onto the vessel, a portion remained to guard it, while over a dozen individuals paddled 2 boats towards Building C, seemingly marching towards their demise. Su Yin began to call out the names of the bandits one by one. This group of robbers appeared far more skilled than those who had attempted to ambush their boat earlier in the day. They reacted with remarkable swiftness and targeted the 32nd floor directly. Upon observing several rifles aimed at the 32nd floor, Zhang Bo took action. Bang! One shot, then another. The firepower of the robbers was quickly dispersed across 2 floors, allowing Su Yin to identify them at an accelerated pace. Every last one of the more than 10 bandits preparing to approach Building C was eliminated. As long as those individuals refrained from advancing towards Building C, the sound of Su Yan's gunfire would cease. Cheers erupted from those in buildings A and B, celebrating the vengeful deeds of the female demon. Some cursed her for not acting sooner, lamenting that had she intervened at the 32nd floor earlier, they would not have been robbed, nor would lives have been lost. Meanwhile, those in other buildings yet to be targeted silently prayed for the female demon to eradicate the intruders entirely. Unbeknownst to Su Yin, or indifferent even if she were aware, she had no obligation to risk herself for those unrelated to her plight. She could not forget how many had coveted her position at the launching platform. Repaying kindness with enmity? That would be foolish, and she had no intention of doing so. Yin, those people no longer dare to approach our Building C. Upon arriving at Building C, a violent confrontation was imminent. Downstairs, the notorious Pork Roan, having lost over a dozen comrades, realized that as long as they did not provoke Building C, the female executioner would spare them her wrath. They were not foolish. Their desire was to distance themselves as far from Building C as possible. It was not that Pork Roan lacked ambition regarding the 32nd floor. Rather, he had underestimated the formidable female demon. Any plans to seize Building C would have to be postponed for another day. These brigands resolutely circumvented Building C, turning their attention to other structures. Help us, 32nd floor. Why have you stopped fighting? Keep going. Now they were beseeching assistance from the 32nd floor after having assaulted it countless times. What audacity to call for aid. They deserved their fate. The female demon was a protector of Building C, and they would not extend their assistance. Those who had never dared to confront Su Yin at her door sincerely hoped that the 32nd floor would refrain from aiding other buildings. Their thoughts were clear, bullets were finite, and once expended, they would be gone. Conserving ammunition to ensure the safety of Building C was the prudent strategy. Meanwhile, other buildings had begun to covet Building C, eyeing unoccupied rooms, hoping to secure a safe haven should further conflict arise. Early the next morning, many individuals indeed flocked to Building C in search of vacant accommodations, including Manager Wang from the property management. Wang Xinwu was among the first to arrive. Fully aware of the advantages of proximity, he chose apartment 3102. The very unit that had suffered broken windows during the typhoon and had previously belonged to the now-deceased couple who had sought to borrow Su Yan's apartment 3202 for shelter. Wang Xinwu, accompanied by several property management personnel, moved in. Once settled, his first action was to ascend and knock on Su Yan's stairwell door. Upon noticing the bold warning inscribed on the door, he hesitated to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that lingering was not a viable option. He was well aware that the 32nd floor seldom opened its door without reason, and he understood the camaraderie shared between the doctors on the 32nd and 11th floors. Consequently, Wang Xinwu inquired with Luo Wanning about the usual means of contacting Su Yan. In Chapter 41, he expressed his intention to establish a rapport with her, recognizing that safety resided within Building C, as he had discerned from the events of the previous night. The statement from a property manager regarding safety seemed somewhat incongruous. Yet it was evident that Wang was sincere, especially considering that under his leadership, the property management had not aimed to exploit the residents since the calamity struck. Luo Wanning utilized the intercom to summon Su Yan, who was just awakening and glanced at her phone, an antiquated model that served merely as a brick, realizing it was already past 10 in the morning. Sister Luo, did you call for me? Ah Yin, the property manager, Mr. Wang, is here to see you. He expressed a desire to pay you a visit. There's no need for a formal visit. Upon hearing Su Yan's response, Manager Wang gestured for Luo, wanting to allow him to speak. Miss Su, I assure you I harbor no ill intentions. As I have just moved into Unit 3102 below you, I merely wish to inquire about our neighborhood dynamics. Beyond my domain. You are free to relocate within the community without seeking my approval. You are, after all, the property management. Ah, I am aware. There is another matter, Miss Su. Everyone is well aware of last night's events. It is futile to contend alone against the thugs outside. I wish to unite the remaining residents of Longjing Tower into a cohesive force to effectively combat external foes, and I sincerely invite you to join us. No, thank you. Su Yan declined, abruptly severing the call. Whether Wang Xinwu could rally the entirety of Longjing Tower, or whether his intentions were genuine or feigned on behalf of the homeowners was of no concern to her. To wield her name as a banner? Unthinkable. Su Yan merely wished to tend to her own affairs. The fewer people she interacted with, the less likely her secrets would be laid bare. Upon receiving Su Yan's refusal, Wang Xinwu no longer sought out individuals on the 32nd floor. However, other ill-intentioned individuals had set their sights on Su Yan, one of whom was a second-rate celebrity named Li He, who had recently relocated from another building to Block C. Before the natural disaster, his manager had approached him, and he was now with his manager, Brother Song. Little He, your ability to stay warm and fed this time depends on you. Brother, I overheard people in their circle mention that the eldest daughter of the Su family is extraordinarily beautiful, her looks outshining first-tier actresses by a considerable margin. Do you think she would even notice me? Regardless of her wealth and beauty, she is still a woman. I heard she is not yet 20. Young girls are easily swayed. Given the current situation, where can one find a handsome man? You reside in Longjing Tower. This is your unique opportunity. Listen to me. Groom yourself well and strive to secure a place on the 32nd floor. I must tell you that the dwindling firewood we have left has been used to heat water for your washing. You must strive and show determination. You ought to do it this way. Brother Song, resembling a rather peculiar figure, assists Li He in washing his hair while simultaneously imparting lessons on how to attract women, even elucidating the postures in meticulous detail. Su Yan, undistracted by the world outside, methodically engages in her routine of running, practicing shooting, and after lunch, she even finds time to tend to fruit trees before departing from the rooftop to the shopping mall. She anticipated a wait. However, upon arriving at the mall's platform, she was promptly summoned by Annie Ba. Young lady, you finally arrived. The items you requested were quite elusive. It took our entire supply chain to locate a few bags of lawn seed. Come, let us speak over there. Annie Ba's enthusiasm was palpable as she tugged at Su Yan's sleeve, guiding her to a quieter spot. How many bags? How much does each bag weigh? 5 kilograms per bag, 6 bags in total, ryegrass seeds. They are indeed grass seeds, far superior to the lawn seeds you mentioned. Just look at the design on the packaging. They flourish beautifully. Auntie Ba was anxious to make the sale, aware that Su Yin had requested lawn seats. And technically, what she found was not precisely what was asked for. As they conversed, they reached a corner where it became apparent that Auntie Ba was not alone. A young man was stationed there, pulling a cart laden with 6 bags, presumably of grass seeds. Let me take a look. Upon inspection, it was evident that the seeds had not been soaked, still in their original packaging, clearly labeled as ryegrass seeds. Su Yin suddenly realized that this was exactly what she needed. She had been foolishly searching for lawn seeds. In a twist of fate, Auntie Ba had inadvertently procured precisely what Su Yin sought. This arrangement seems acceptable. How would you like to proceed? Su Yin feigned reluctant acceptance. She could not afford to display satisfaction, lest those intermediaries inflate their demands. Observing her demeanor, Aunt Ba felt a pang of apprehension. While she indeed intended to negotiate a higher price, the customer's expression suggested dissatisfaction. After all, the customer had requested lawn seeds. Yet she had provided forage seeds, a type of low-growing grass distinct from the taller variety. Acquiring this seed had indeed required considerable effort. Look, we even brought 2 people today. You see, it takes 15 pounds of fresh pork for a bag of seeds. It's rather expensive. Aside from myself, no one else would want these grass seeds. Whereas fresh pork is currently in high demand, making it even more precious. 10 pounds for a bag. If that's agreeable, then we have a deal. Su Yin spoke the truth. Finding fresh meat was possible, but exceedingly challenging. Dear sister, your discount cuts a third off. We would be incurring a significant loss. How about this? 6 bags for 70 pounds of fresh pork, allowing me to earn a little for my trouble. Honestly, if you can procure fresh meat, I believe you must have your sources. I wish to establish a long-term partnership rather than engage in a mere transactional exchange. Exchanging 70 pounds of pork for these 6 bags of seeds is acceptable. Su Yin nodded in agreement. Please wait for me here. All right, do be careful. Su Yin took a few turns and then entered the public restroom within the shopping mall. From her space, she retrieved 2 large black shopping bags, carefully placing 1/6 of a pig into the bags. The pork she had stockpiled was freshly retrieved from the slaughterhouse, where a single pig is typically divided into 6 portions, each weighing approximately 50 to 60 pounds. Holding a portable weighing scale, Su Yin measured her goods, which amounted to 63 g. She then added a piece she had previously cut, and upon weighing again, it registered just over 70 g. Take a look, weigh it, she said. No issues. The aunt opened a black bag and rummaged through it with her hands, confirming that the contents were freshly slaughtered, her satisfaction evident. It's fresh enough. And the weight is accurate. I want to take advantage of you by half a g. Thank you. Su Yin nodded in acknowledgement. The aunt instructed a young man to secure 6 bags of seeds onto Su Yan's handcart, which was also carrying pork. What should I call you, young lady? If you have more of this merchandise next time, come seek me out. I operate in this area. My surname is Su. So we'll leave it at that for now. If I have goods, I'll come find you. Miss Su, then it's settled. We must take our leave. Freshness is paramount, and I need to deliver this to my clients. The aunt cheerfully departed with the young man and their cart. Having arrived, Su Yin, clutching several bags of grass seeds, wandered through the street stalls, curious for unique items. Miss Su? Who called her? Su Yin turned towards the voice. Hello, Lieutenant Wei. What a coincidence. I've seen you yesterday and today. Su Yin smiled and nodded, acknowledging the serendipity. But the way Lieutenant Wei called her amidst the crowd suggested he had other matters to discuss. Are you here to buy hay seeds? Yes, but I'm unsure of what to purchase, and I can't seem to get the scarce goods. Come, let us talk over here. Indeed, if we're talking here, it certainly indicates some importance. Chapter 42. She reluctantly earns money from the military. Miss Su, I shall not beat around the bush. I heard from that rascal Jiang Su that your family's market relocated to higher ground when the natural disaster struck, and none of your goods were submerged? Indeed. Do you have an excess of medical supplies? I am in dire need of items for colds and fevers, as well as for treating external injuries. I find myself lacking even basic supplies such as gauze and alcohol swabs. The medical supplies in Jiancheng are regulated and distributed in limited quantities, which cannot withstand the overwhelming demand. I understand these items are precious. If you have some, could you possibly spare us the surplus after ensuring your family's needs are met? Before the disaster, we had over 2,000 stationed here, but now we are down to just over 1,000. Aside from those who tragically perished during rescue efforts, the majority have succumbed to illness from the bitter cold and prolonged exposure to water, unable to receive timely medical care, resulting in numerous casualties. Wei Qing spoke nothing but the truth. Yet, As he recounted these grim facts, a hint of discomfort flickered across his face. He feared that Su-yin might perceive him as seeking pity. In reality, he was merely articulating the harsh truth, which was even grimmer than his words conveyed. Su-yin was well aware of these circumstances and listened attentively. While she did not often possess the spirit of selfless devotion, she held great admiration for such commendable individuals. If she could assist, she was willing to lend a hand. "Commander Wei, I have what you need. My supermarket has a dedicated pharmacy section. I will organize everything and deliver it to you." "That is truly splendid. Thank you, Su-yin. Once you have everything ready, I will send someone to collect it from you. By the way, offering you money would be unfair. What do you wish in exchange?" "I would like gold. You may send someone to Building C, 32nd floor of Longjing Tower tomorrow morning. Jiangsu knows the location." "Very well, it is settled then. This has alleviated a significant concern of mine. Aside from that, I still possess some gold. While out on a rescue mission, I fortuitously gathered quite a bit. I worked diligently until 10 in the evening, managing to cultivate a third of a small hillock. Watering has become remarkably efficient, thanks to a newly acquired irrigation apparatus that can saturate the soil in one go, sustaining it for a fortnight. Su-yin eagerly anticipates the moment when the seeds will germinate and flourish into lush greenery, hoping to revive her dwindling vegetable store. She feels particularly fortunate for having stockpiled various agricultural machinery during her time in Eagle Sauce, which has saved her considerable effort. After pausing the plowing machine, Su-yin proceeded to organize the medical supplies. She had acquired several warehouses from pharmaceutical companies abroad, brimming with a vast array of medications. Although the quantities are substantial, she distributed them judiciously. For instance, she allocated 50 boxes each of cold, fever, anti-inflammatory, and analgesic medications, while filling 2 large boxes with bandages, alcohol, and disinfectant cotton. She had arranged for Wei Cheng to send someone for the medicines in the morning, and indeed, they arrived promptly. Before 8 o'clock, the little one, was already tugging at Su-yin. "There is someone at the stairway, a visitor. Go, go, go." Su-yin brushed He aside, attempting to turn back to her slumber, when suddenly the matter of the medication struck her. The surveillance feed. They arrived. On the monitor, a soldier stood at the corridor, one of them being Jiangsu, who was carrying a small box. "Oh no, in my haste last night to sow the forage, I forgot to remove the electricity on. Do not touch sign from the door. What if they inquire about it? Hello, please come in. Miss Su, we apologize for arriving so early and disturbing your rest. Greetings, Comrade Su." Aside from Jiangsu, the other 3 consistently referred to Su-yin as Comrade Su. The 3 resounding calls of Comrade Su resonated with strength and clarity. Observing the identical attire, hairstyles, and the resolute expressions of those before her, Su-yin was reminded of Qini. She wondered about his well-being in the capital and when he would activate that spatial button. She hoped it would assist him, yet simultaneously wished that he would never need it, creating a conflicting sentiment. If he had no need for it, it would signify that he had not encountered any life-threatening danger. She had instructed him to use the spatial button by shedding blood only in dire circumstances. Lost in thought, Su-yin was brought back to reality when Jiangsu aptly dispelled the awkwardness, stating, "Miss Su, this place is quite secure. This door is anything but ordinary." Indeed, they were fortunate to have these 2 doors. When Su-yin invited the foreigners into her home, they were once again taken aback by the additional door beyond the corridor, as well as the tidy and pristine living room. However, their purpose was trade, not inspection, so they refrained from inquiring further. "Captain Wei informed us that we would assess the quantity of goods before calculating the gold. How much do you have for us?" Jiangsu spoke informally, as he was well acquainted with Su-yin. The other 3, having only greeted her upon entry, remained silent, evidently deferring to Jiangsu, who had assumed the role of their spokesperson. "Please hold on. I will bring it out." Su-yin headed to the storeroom and emerged with a large box of supplies. The group was taken aback. They had not anticipated such a substantial quantity. With these medications, they would have enough to sustain them for quite some time. Not all of it consists of medicine. These 2 boxes contain supplies for wound disinfection. "You may light the fire while I prepare breakfast. Everyone can enjoy breakfast here before departing." "Sounds good." Jiangsu, feeling no need for formality, accepted, knowing that Su-yin had previously provided them with relief supplies, indicating that treating them to breakfast was perfectly acceptable. No need. What could the 3 who said no do? Jiangsu had already agreed, and they could only express their gratitude repeatedly. With outsiders present, Su-yin opted for a simpler breakfast, boiling noodles and water, using 5 large bowls, one for each person. Topping the noodles with a spoonful of the previously stewed radish and beef brisket, and adding a fried egg for each. In a matter of 10 minutes, 5 bowls of noodles were laid out on the dining table. Breakfast is ready. Let us eat. The fragrance wafted through the air, something they had not encountered in a long time, making them ravenous. Jiang Su tugged at the 3 of them. How sumptuous! How delightful! Thank you, Comrade Su. Su Yin nudged the bowls closer to them, encouraging everyone to eat while it was hot, lest the noodles become mushy and lose their appeal. They ate quickly, finishing the soup as well. Su Yin suspected that they might not have had enough, despite having served them in large soup bowls. Did I perhaps cook too little? Should I prepare another pot? It would only take a few minutes. No need. We are full. We are just accustomed to eating quickly. You take your time. We will wait over there. Jiangsu even thoughtfully collected their bowls and took them into the kitchen. Have you placed the order? Yes. I have written the quantities on a piece of paper. Please check if it is correct. Su Yin cast a glance at the note handed to her by Jiangsu. And the price? She inquired. I am uncertain about that as well. Your station should have procurement records. Simply convert the previous prices into gold, he replied. However, converting the previous prices to gold would result in a loss for Su Yin, as the cost of pharmaceuticals tends to escalate over time. Yet, she was unwilling to profit at the expense of the military. In Chapter 43, Chini had sent someone to inquire about Su Yin's whereabouts. Very well, she thought. If they did not accept the deal, Jiang Su and his team would not take the goods. Previously, the normal price of medications had doubled. This was not considered profit. But neither was it a loss for Su Yin. Such transactions were mutually beneficial and uncomplicated. Once the price of the medications was settled, they began to weigh the goods. Jiang Su had brought a comprehensive assortment. Based on market rates, this batch of pharmaceuticals was valued at just over 150,000, which would double to approximately 320,000. Miss Su, this is 700 grams of gold, he stated. Very well, let us conclude our business amicably. We shall take our leave then. Others are waiting for these life-saving medications, he added. Su Yin responded, I shall not keep you. She escorted them to the hallway. I am aware, do ensure your safety. She advised as she watched them disappear around the corner, each carrying a box filled with medicines. Miss Su, may I have a moment? A newcomer approached, appearing quite clean-cut and remarkably handsome, embodying the essence of a refined young man. And you are? She asked. Greetings, Miss Su. I am Li He, he introduced himself. Su Yin paused, as she did not recall who Li He was. However, this Li He confidently stated his name without further elaboration, suggesting he might possess a certain level of notoriety, assuming she would recognize him. Li He felt a touch of embarrassment. It was evident that Miss Su before him did not recall or recognize him. He offered a faint smile, embodying a perfectly awkward demeanor. I was previously an actor, having portrayed the celestial being in The Supreme Charming Celestial Lord. Recognition dawned upon Su Yin as she recalled him, albeit hindered by the 6 years of apocalyptic memories. Now reminded, she truly remembered the androgynous celestial being he had depicted with remarkable depth, a character she held in great esteem. Sensing that Su Yin genuinely remembered rather than feigning familiarity, Li displayed a radiant, sincere smile. Thank you for your admiration. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? No, nothing of significance. I moved from Building E to Building C this morning, residing in 1401, merely hoping to become acquainted with you, Miss Su. Your reputation precedes you. Reputation, indeed. More like a notorious one, she replied nonchalantly. However, Su Yin was unfazed. A fearsome reputation often served as a shield against unwanted attention. After all, those lacking in strength would hardly dare to provoke her. Well then, Miss Su, do carry on with your business. Li He exhaled in relief. The rumors surrounding this Miss Su were undeniably true. Her beauty was otherworldly, akin to a captivating enchantress, yet her demeanor was as frigid as ice. Furthermore, she exhibited no interest in the world of celebrities. In the past, he had never considered leveraging his appearance for resources, but times had changed, especially in the presence of such exquisite beauty. Li He was inclined to express his willingness 1,000-fold. Yet, the indifference from her side was palpable. Nevertheless, having encountered her this morning and acquired her room number, he deemed his task accomplished. Otherwise, Songgu would undoubtedly be incessantly murmuring in his ear. So many? Hu Zhanqiao has brought a few individuals to receive the goods. Very well. In a private room. Wei Qing is reporting the basic situation of Jiansheng to a group that has come from the capital. Among them is one of the senior executives of the group. Minister Hua Chonglin, a accompanied by several of his deputies. The helicopter that escorted Minister Hua and others from the capital was piloted by Yang Jinghui, a member of Qin Yi's Special Emergency Rescue Team. Yang Jinghui is a longtime brother-in-arms of Qin Yi, a top-tier professional in a certain specialized field before the natural disaster, and was incorporated into the newly established Emergency Rescue Special Operations Team at the onset of the calamity. This team is primarily responsible for the protection and rescue of senior executives and academic luminaries, in addition to salvaging vital national high-tech data and equipment that could not be evacuated in time following the disaster. Jiangxing is the city with the most high-tech industries outside of the capital, and it is of great importance to the authorities. Hence, the establishment of a base is imminent. Excellent. Well done. You may proceed. Wei Qing glanced at the document he received, feeling pleasantly surprised. He had expected little but was astonished by the substantial amount, and moreover, the offered price was quite reasonable, indicating they had taken advantage of Su Yan. Indeed, Jiangsu performed a respectful bow to everyone and turned to leave. Hu Changlin inquired with curiosity, "What is this?" "This is a list of pharmaceuticals, and we are facing a severe shortage of medication. We can only seek assistance from local enterprises, yet it is well known that pharmaceuticals are even more precious than food. Each of those companies is tightly holding on to their supplies. This time, a young girl is offering the medication. By a twist of fate, I had once assisted her before the natural disaster, and upon my request, she was willing to part with a considerable quantity." Hu Changlin, intrigued, took the list to examine it. It was impressive that such a young girl could wield such influence. Surely her family must own a pharmaceutical company? Perhaps not. I am not entirely certain. I only learned from my comrade, Jiang Su, who just entered, that Miss Su is the heiress of the Su Group in Jiaqing. The Su Group is a significant taxpayer in our city, involved in various industries. Su Yan's remarks to Jiang Su regarding how businesses relocated to higher ground when the disaster struck, and the presence of a dedicated pharmaceutical counter within the market, were relayed by Wei Cheng to Hu Changlin. Upon hearing the name Su family from Jiangqing, Yang Jinghui recalled his friend's request and sought an excuse to find Jiang Su. "Hello, I am Yang Jinghui. Hello, I am Jiang Su. They mentioned something on our end, and I would like to inquire about certain matters." Yang Jinghui and Jiang Su proceeded to the end of the corridor. Jiang Su was perplexed. He had been in the military and had little exposure to the outside world. What could he possibly know? If the inquiry pertained to internal matters, there would be no need for the other party to ask him. The individual before him held a rank that he could only aspire to. If someone of such high standing was unaware of certain issues, how could a mere soldier like him be expected to know? Feel free to ask. I have heard that you are well acquainted with Miss Su, the daughter of the Su family from Jiaqing, Su Yan, correct? Yes. Could you take me to meet her? What do you mean? Seeing that Miss Su possesses medications, is there a shortage of drugs in the capital as well? It is indeed possible, much like Jiangcheng, where pharmaceutical factories and medical companies are not scarce. Yet, why is there still a shortage? Certainly, the sudden onslaught of typhoons and torrential rains has wreaked havoc. While many were undoubtedly salvaged, a significant portion remains in the hands of merchants, and some untouched by the floods are with those seeking supplies. The internal stock is genuinely limited. Merchants are notoriously shrewd. Aside from a few conscientious ones, like Miss Su, the majority hoard their medications and refrain from distributing them. Therefore, it is quite understandable for those in the capital to wish to meet Miss Su and procure medicines. Jiang Su felt he had uncovered the truth. However, he stated that without Miss Su's consent, he could not directly take you to her. Very well, please schedule an appointment with her first. Just mention that I am a friend of Chini. Chapter 44. She does not acknowledge being Su Yan. Assisting in making an introduction is acceptable, Jiang Su agreed. He did not readily promise to take someone to find Su Yan. In truth, he harbored a slight ulterior motive, thinking that the affluent families in the capital should not encroach upon Jiangqing's meager resources. Upon entering Miss Su's residence, he realized that she was indeed extraordinary. In the aftermath of a natural disaster, one can thrive even amidst shortages of water, electricity, and gas. The mere sight of the illuminated hallway suggests that the household is not lacking in power. It is not that generating electricity is particularly challenging. Indeed, with a stroke of luck, an ordinary person could procure a generator or two while scavenging for supplies. The difficulty lies in the scarcity of diesel fuel. Even if one possesses some diesel, it is rarely sufficient, as generators consume fuel voraciously. Miss Su's audacious usage implies an abundance. Perhaps her family's business maintains a warehouse stocked with ample supplies in some elevated location. It is conceivable that in the future, even the commander might require certain provisions. Turning to Miss Su for assistance. Although he is merely a small squad leader, he holds the title of the small squad leader in Jiangcheng and privately. He wishes to keep Miss Su's resources under wraps, dissuading outsiders from encroaching upon Jiangcheng's territory. Jiangsu mused that when the time comes to aid Yang Jinghui in arranging meetings, he would have a proper conversation with Miss Su. Advocating for Jiangcheng to receive priority support for good supplies, with any surplus considered for the capital. It must be said that Jiangsu's thoughts were rather excessive. Yang Jinghui was simply inquiring about the whereabouts of his brother's girlfriend. If it were not for the fact that this escort mission was a last-minute arrangement, and coincidentally Qin Yi had a more pressing task that could not be reassigned, it would have been Qin Yi here instead, reflecting on his brother, who often absently grasped the pendant of unknown material gifted by his girlfriend. Yang Jinghui felt it imperative to relay news of the girl to Qin Yi as soon as possible. He prepared to dial the satellite phone. Indeed, at present, only internal communications via satellite phones could be relied upon, but their stability was inconsistent, fluctuating between reliable and unreliable. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Jinghui decided against it, resolving to wait until he could confirm the information in person before informing him. Should it not be the case, offering him hope only to have it dashed would be a grievous blow to my brother. For the past 2 days, ever since Su Yin acquired the grass seeds, she has devoted all her energy to the task of planting them, neglecting even her physical training and shooting practice. Finally, she managed to scatter the seeds across a small hillock. The next step involves enclosing the entire hillside from the western base, ensuring that a section leads to the river downstream, allowing the cattle, sheep, and pigs to access water conveniently. The project at the foot of the hill is quite substantial, and since the young animals are still small and the grass has yet to sprout, there is no rush. Su Yin could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Su, you have finally emerged. Many have sought you, but I could not reach you in the space. Come, see who it is. In her pursuit of planting grass, Su Yin and the 2 little ones had spent all their time in the space. He had captured footage from the surveillance cameras at the security door of the corridor, and indeed, there were quite a few visitors. Luo Wanning had come by, as had Li He, along with several others whom she did not recognize. However, they did not appear to be there for nefarious purposes, as there was no sign of forced entry. Additionally, Jiangsu had also paid a visit, while the others were of little concern. She felt the need to inquire about Jiangsu and Luo Wanning. Su Yin first spoke to Luo Wanning via the intercom. It was Luo Wanning who, upon realizing he could not reach Su Yin, decided to come up and investigate the matter. How should she contact Jiangsu? He had come a day prior. Su Yin contemplated visiting that shopping mall the following day, but to her surprise, Jiangsu arrived bright and early the next morning. He was quite reluctant to come, yet could not refuse Yang Jinghui, who had even arranged for his leave. Su Yin opened the door to let Jiangsu in. Miss Su, if only you had a doorbell, sigh, I wouldn't have to make 2 trips. If there were a doorbell, would I still be able to enjoy a peaceful life? Indeed, it is not just the neighbors who might ring it, but also the nefarious intruders with intentions of mischief from the 32nd floor, which would surely lead to incessant disturbances. Have you had breakfast? No. Very well, please take a seat while I prepare breakfast, and I shall make a portion for you as well. Jiangsu did not take a seat. Having grown so familiar with Su Yin, he felt no need for formality. Pulling up a stool at the kitchen door, watching Su Yin as she prepared the meal while articulating his purpose for visiting. You mentioned a person named Yang Jinghui claims to be a friend of Qin Yi? Yes. Do you truly know him? I do not. How curious. Could it be a case of sharing the same name? Yet their backgrounds seem strikingly similar. Su Yin was not inclined to establish contact with Qin Yi so soon. Otherwise, she could simply seek him out in the capital. Her previous experiences had taught her that, in the face of successive calamities, factions would emerge among the elite. If Qin Yi were to discover her secret, she could not guarantee that he would not thrust her into the limelight for the sake of his beliefs and mission. Her original intention was to avoid becoming a casualty in the power struggles of the elite, even if the circumstances were not as dire. She was unwilling to take that risk. As disasters multiplied, she would wait until he had adapted, or rather, accepted the grim realities of survival in the apocalypse, before she would meet him. I truly do not know him. You may inform the one who inquired about me that if he doubts, he is welcome to accompany you here. Indeed, who would fail to recognize a friend? After all, they are not here to collect debts. As long as Yang Jinghui truly comes, Su Yin would find a way to persuade him not to disclose her information to Qin Yi. Had Yang Jinghui not arrived, It would have sufficed to believe her words, thus sparing unnecessary discourse. It was time for breakfast. Su Yin had prepared a pot of shrimp and lean meat congee, along with a steamer of crystal dumplings. Miss Su, I realize that my visits here are merely to indulge in your delightful culinary offerings. Please, spare the formalities and call me Ian. You are always welcome to come and savor the fare. Thank you, Ian. Su Yin ladled out 2 bowls of congee. Jiangsu, feeling no need for formality, relished the dumplings and congee with great satisfaction. By the way, Jiangsu, have you noticed a significant drop in temperature today? Now that you mention it, it is indeed several degrees colder than yesterday. In her previous life, she recalled that the flooding persisted for 2 months before a rapid drop in temperature ushered in a cold wave, followed by a snow disaster. Could it be that this time it would arrive prematurely? Su Yin was aware of the impending extreme cold, and just a few days prior, Wei Cheng had urged Jiang Su to remind her of the incessant natural calamities. Thus, the two exchanged a knowing glance. Is what our commander whispered to me coming to pass? It seems so. Chapter 45, The Arrival of Extreme Cold. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Su returned to the temporary station. How did it go? I relayed your message. Miss Su claims she does not know Chini. Could it be a case of namesakes? The name Su Yin is quite common. Common names are easy to explain, but matching backgrounds is quite the challenge, especially when it involves prestigious families. Yang Jinghui expressed his doubts. Indeed, it is puzzling. Miss Su even suggested that if you do not believe her, you could visit her and compare the photo your brother gave you. This, if the other party has not deliberately avoided contact. It is reasonable to assume that they truly do not recognize each other. Could it be that my brother's girlfriend is an imposter? The suspicion arises because Miss Su is a local, and individuals from the military have indeed interacted with her. Thus, it would be challenging to fabricate such a deception. This leads to the unsettling possibility that my brother may be emotionally deceived by a woman. Analyzing the situation, it appears quite significant. For the time being, it might be prudent not to disclose this information to my brother. However, I intend to meet Miss Su Yin at some point. There is no rush. I shall inquire further over the next few days to ascertain if there are any other individuals by the name of Su Yin. If Su Yin were to learn of Yang Jinghui's thoughtful considerations for his brother, she would undoubtedly express her gratitude. She has revised her training regimen, dedicating the time previously allocated for morning runs and sit-ups entirely to practicing military boxing. She continues to maintain her shooting practice for half an hour, using the remaining time to construct a fence in her spatial realm. Although it is merely a small hillock, the fencing requires a considerable amount of barbed wire. She had not previously stockpiled enough, thus repurposing the wire used for enclosing livestock, yet she still falls short of half the length needed for the base of the hill. Su Yin contemplated expending 200 kilograms of gold to open another dimensional trading space, perhaps a modern one, which would allow her to procure the necessary barbed wire. However, the thought of investing such a substantial amount merely for fencing seems imprudent. While her reserves of gold are considerable, they cannot withstand the insatiable appetite of the spatial realm, which has already consumed 10,000 kilograms of gold for upgrades to its current 5th level. Should she wish to ascend to the 6th level, it would require 100,000 kilograms of gold, and to reach the 7th level, 200,000 kilograms would be necessary. Space is Su's greatest reliance, and the operation of space is inextricably linked to the support of gold. Although the quantity of gold required for upgrades is only to be paid once, what if there is a need to purchase items? Or if, in the future, the rules of spatial transformation necessitate rent? The more gold Su Yin hoards, the more confidence she possesses. Thus, she truly refrains from extravagant spending. Yet, she never anticipated that one day, even with 200,000 or 300,000 kilograms of gold in hand, she would still feel so impoverished and devoid of security. She decided to exert some effort and seek out supplies. The intermediary, Aunt Ba, who assisted her in acquiring grass seed, could be worth contacting. Enlisting Aunt Ba to leverage her trading network would undoubtedly be more expedient and convenient than searching on her own. Glancing at the time, it was only afternoon tea. Su Yin, clad in her black sportswear, mask, and large backpack, set off for the mall. As expected, the moment she appeared, Aunt Ba emerged from an unknown corner, brimming with enthusiasm as she approached her. Miss Su, you have finally arrived. Do you have any goods? Is there anything you wish to exchange? Even if you don't have anything to trade, we would gladly purchase from you. Choose any gold jewelry you desire. We can certainly facilitate a mutual exchange. Once Aunt Ba started speaking, there seemed to be no end. Su Yin found it difficult to interject. Aunt Ba, could you allow me a moment to speak? Of course. Of course. Please, Miss Su, go ahead. Since the time when she exchanged hay seeds for 70 pounds of fresh pork, Aunt Ba had been praised by her superior, which compelled her to return daily in search of Su Yin, eagerly anticipating another opportunity to procure fresh pork. Today, she was finally rewarded for her patience and, in her excitement, could hardly contain her words. I need barbed wire, approximately like this, with a height ranging from 1.5 to 2 meters. And I require 200 meters. Su Yin, filled with concern over her inability to articulate her thoughts, presented Aunt Ba with photographs of the barbed wire she had captured on her phone. Last time, she sought grass seeds, and now she is in pursuit of barbed wire. One must wonder, can Miss Su be any more outrageous? Certainly, whatever you desire will be taken care of by Aunt Ba. But if you do not visit for several days, how shall I convey the news once I procure the items? You find it. And I shall come by the day after tomorrow afternoon. Very well, we agree on the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Will Miss Su still be exchanging fresh meat? Could we possibly negotiate for half pork and half chicken? Duck meat would also suffice. I shall do my utmost to source the goods, and in turn, I will strive to acquire fresh meat for you. It is settled then. Miss Su is truly delightful. Aunt Ba beamed with an auntly smile, patting her chest in assurance that she would diligently locate the barbed wire for Su Yin. To her, Miss Su is akin to a goddess of fortune, trading the most coveted fresh meat for those trivial items. The chill in the air felt more pronounced than earlier. The water in the city had yet to recede completely, with the water level at Longing Terrace reaching the second-floor ceiling. Upon returning to the rooftop of Building C, Su Yin descended and first sought out her dogs. Woof, woof, woof. Upon sighting Su Yin, both De Huang and De He bounded towards her, their excitement palpable as they barked softly, their tails wagging like windmills. The absence of Su Yin over the past few days had caused them great distress. They feared that her fate mirrored that of her previous owner, worrying she too might be buried beneath the earth, leaving them without a master. All right. I've been preoccupied these past few days, but starting today, you shall live with me. Woof, 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 woof. Two dogs joyfully bounded around the living room, frolicking and spinning in delight. However, I must lay down the ground rules. You are forbidden to touch my two little ones, to ascend the bed, or to lounge on the sofa. With a simultaneous bark, the golden and the black dogs trotted off, each clutching their food bowls, eager to escape this house devoid of its owner. Upon entering, the dogs unleashed their exuberance, inspecting every corner with great enthusiasm. Satisfied with their exploration, they barked merrily. Foreseeing a significant drop in temperature that night, Su Yin thoughtfully arranged two soft and thick dog beds beside the sofa before turning her attention to dinner. She prepared two large, perfectly seared chicken legs for the famished dogs, who expressed their gratitude with tender whines as they savored their treat. Witnessing their delight, Su Yin contemplated a delectable meal for herself, perhaps a steak. She gathered a beef tail, a tomato, a small potato, half an onion, and a petite carrot, intending to craft a borscht. Following that, she seared two steak pieces and prepared a vegetable salad, washing a few strawberries and cherries to complete her dish. Finally, she poured herself a glass of red wine. Although her meal was somewhat indulgent, Su Yin relished the fact that she could enjoy her food without gaining weight, especially with ample provisions stocked up for her family. With the space continually yielding produce, she pondered, why not indulge? After dinner, Su Yin settled in to watch a show while playing with her two little companions. The children have become quite adept at flipping over their twin-designed cribs, spacious enough for the two siblings to roll about, intermittently erupting into delightful giggles. Their playful antics and laughter possess a healing quality, a magical power that can effortlessly dispel all worries. As the clock strikes 10, signaling bedtime, she frets that the rapid drop in temperature may prove too harsh for the little ones, prompting her to usher them into a cozy space for slumber. Reaching for the air conditioning remote, she finds it operational. Thankfully, the central air conditioning system was specifically tailored for extreme weather conditions during the house renovation. What constitutes extreme? As Su Yin ponders the current situation, she feels relieved that she had invested in quality. After a few minutes, once the indoor temperature has returned to a comfortable level, she finally dares to lift the covers and rise to fetch the thermometer. A chilling minus 27 degrees. Just hours earlier, the temperature hovered around a mild 12 degrees. Now, it has plummeted dramatically. Chapter 46. Thank you for your concern. I haven't frozen to death. Su Yin grabs the intercom to call Luo Wanning, anxious about whether they have succumbed to sleep. After several minutes of static, she finally hears Luo Wanning's hoarse voice. Yin? It's so cold. How are you faring? He speaks through chattering teeth. I'm managing well. I was worried you might be sleeping too soundly to notice the temperature drop. So I wanted to check in. I was awakened from a light sleep due to the cold. I just dressed Qian and added more blankets, also stoked the fire. I'm glad to hear that. Just be cautious. You too, especially with the children. Make sure they stay warm. Setting aside the intercom, Luo Waning discovered that a single pot of firewood was insufficient, so he went to gather another. Qian dressed herself in every piece of clothing she could find. And even after layering, she still felt cold, wrapping herself in a quilt while sitting beside the brazier with a sullen expression on her delicate face. Xiaoxian, much like Qian, was bundled up into a ball, with tiny hands nearly reaching into the flames to warm them. Fortunately, a few days prior, Yin had mentioned the necessity of purchasing winter clothing and quilts. Otherwise, we would truly be at a loss now. Indeed, at that time, I had even wondered if we had bought too many blankets. This evening, it seems that many souls in the lodging community are facing dire circumstances. As Uncle Zhang had predicted, a stir arose in the lodging community late at night. As those awakened by the cold rummaged through their belongings in search of thick clothing and heavy quilts, igniting braziers to heat water. Those who were awakened by the chill were fortunate. Those who remained undisturbed in their slumber perished quietly in their dreams. Yet, upon reflection, one might consider it a merciful exit. In this current world, enduring suffering while alive is perhaps less desirable than a serene departure. It is not only the lodging community, but also the multitude of people afflicted by this extreme cold across our global village. A significant portion of the population may find eternal rest this night. Newly moved to the 14th floor of Building C, Li and Songgu had exhausted all burnable items in their home. The only option left was to dismantle the solid wood doors from 2 rooms for kindling to keep warm. This is the South, dear Songgu. How could it be so frigid? At this point, distinctions between North and South seem irrelevant. In the days when the internet was still accessible, there were voices proclaiming that natural disasters are a global phenomenon, lamenting the unbearable nature of such cursed days. Make sure to hurry to the 32nd floor tomorrow, they said. On the 31st floor, Wang Xinwu and several property management personnel were fortunate enough to be roused from their slumber, cursing the heavens as they jumped up, igniting a fire to seek warmth. In the entire community, only Su Yin enjoyed a restful sleep. Upon awakening, she instinctively gazed out of her window, witnessing the transformation of the city from a waterlogged realm to a frozen one overnight. The individuals traversing the icy landscape donned bizarre attire, as if any garment that could be worn was hastily donned. Unaccustomed to walking on ice, many slipped and fell like clumsy geese, struggling to rise and continue on their way. Su Yin glanced at her delicate silk nightgown, noting the stark contrast. After her morning routine, she draped a light coat over her shoulders and prepared a bowl of beef brisket noodles for herself, the broth crafted solely from chicken stock, topped generously with succulent beef. Woof, woof, barked Huang and Dehei, circling the dining table in anticipation of a meal. Today, you two shall feast on dog food complemented by some ham. Setting aside her noodles, she filled the dog bowls with food and ham, affectionately rubbing their heads. After giving a brief instruction to Mei Mei and Li Li to remain in their space, she finally settled down to enjoy her breakfast. Once the 2 dogs finished their meal, they lay beside her, fixated on Su Yan. Huang, Dehei, are you not satisfied? She inquired. To which the dogs responded with a lethargic bark. Is this my first experience raising dogs? Could they be feeling depressed? Su Yan mused to herself. Hee, come over here. Let me enlighten you. Dogs require regular exercise. Keeping them confined at home for extended periods is not advisable, especially for high-energy breeds. As police dogs, they engage in tasks and training daily. If not trained, they still need to be taken out to frolic. It's merely a matter of walking the dog. Su Yan washed the bowl and prepared to take the dogs to the rooftop. Su, wait a moment. Someone has just arrived outside the corridor's safety door. It was indeed a perfect opportunity to take the dogs out for a look. She turned off the electricity behind the door and opened only the inner door. As the door swung open, the 2 dogs rested their front paws on the railing, barking fiercely at the few individuals outside. Woof, woof. At that moment, Huang and Dehei appeared exceptionally fierce. Su Yin nearly forgot their identities as police dogs. Yes, this was indeed how dogs should behave. Miss Su. Li quietly retreated a couple of steps down the stairs. Despite the barrier, he felt a sense of fear. You've raised those 2 dogs remarkably well. They clearly have undergone systematic training, Wang Xinwu remarked, his gaze fixed on the dogs with an intensity akin to a predator eyeing its prey. No wonder the dogs reacted so strongly. Apart from Li He and Wang Xinwu, The other three appeared to be a family of three, a middle-aged husband supporting a middle-aged woman, accompanied by their 16 or 17-year-old son, individuals unknown to Su Yan. She gently pushed the dogs' heads away from the railing and inquired of the newcomers, "Do you need something?" Wang Xinwu, with a smile, replied, "It got colder last night, and we heard that many people in the community have fallen ill. We were worried about you, Miss Su, and came to check in. It's a relief to see you're well." Su Yan let out a soft exclamation and turned her gaze towards Li He, who stood behind Wang Xinwu. "What about you?" "I, too, have come to see you," he replied. "Are you truly so benevolent? Do you think no one can see through your little schemes?" After delivering her retort to Li He, the middle-aged woman introduced herself to Su Yan. "Greetings, Miss Su. I am Fang Yunji, a resident of 1502. This is my husband, Cheng Daxuan, and my son, Cheng Tianyu. Dr. Luo referred us to you." Fang Yunji glanced around, but refrained from explaining why Dr. Luo had sent them. Su Yan could surmise the reason as she looked towards Li He and Wang Xinwu. "Thank you for your concern. I assure you I am quite well and have not perished from the cold. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave." Chapter 47. Hidden agendas. Wang Xinwu had come to check if Su Yan had succumbed to the cold, all the while harboring intentions of claiming her residence. Li He, on the other hand, continually hovered around Su Yan, aiming to benefit from her kindness. With Wang Xinwu's plans thwarted and no favorable outcome from lingering in the corridor, Su Yan urged them to depart, and he left in haste. Once she had dismissed the two men, Su Yan turned to Fang Yunji. "What brings you here?" "Well, we went downstairs earlier to search for supplies and unfortunately, I stumbled and broke my leg. Dr. Su informed us that you might possess some medicine for treating external injuries. I came to inquire if you could sell us some, should you have it." It was then that Su Yan noticed Fang Yunji was favoring one leg, which explained why her husband and son were supporting her on either side. "Miss Su, if you do have it, please name your price. We can afford what is reasonable. If it exceeds our means, we shall find a way to gather more." Fang Yunji and Cheng Daxuan appeared to be straightforward individuals. Su Yan believed that Cheng Daxuan's suggestion to propose a price, stating that if he could afford it, he would purchase it, and if not, he could gather more resources, was quite a commendable mindset. This approach facilitated Luo wanting and leveraging personal connections to seek her out for medication. The relationship between the Cheng family and Luo wanting seemed quite amicable. "Did Dr. Luo mention which medications you would require?" "Yes, indeed. Please wait a moment. I will see what I can find." As Su Yan glanced at the note handed over by Cheng Daxuan, she was certain there were medications available. Yet she refrained from making overly confident assertions. Thank you, Miss Su. I am immensely grateful to you." "Not at all. The medications were all accounted for, however. I only accept gold, jade, and jewelry." While searching for the medications, Su Yan had already considered that she lacked no basic supplies such as food or other ordinary necessities. Given that the official markets had been open for several days, it was likely that most individuals were devoid of gold. Thus, she had to settle for alternatives. Jade and other valuable ornaments would suffice. "All right, thank you, Miss Su. Would you be able to assess whether this bracelet of mine can be exchanged? I am unsure of its authenticity or quality. I found it while scavenging for supplies the other day." "This will do." The bracelet was visually appealing, and at a glance, Su Yan could not discern whether it was of high or low quality, nor its collectible status. However, given that Fang Yunji had not excessively praised the bracelet's worth, but rather had been forthright about its value, she was inclined to accept it. Whether her acceptance resulted in a gain or not was of little concern to her. Taking the bracelet that Fang Yunji had removed from his wrist, Su Yan handed over the medications to Cheng Daxuan. After bidding farewell to the Cheng family, the cold weather began to take a toll on Su Yan. She retreated into her space to retrieve the high-tech thermal clothing she had procured at a premium price from abroad. After donning her attire, she stepped onto the balcony, exclaiming in frustration at the subpar quality of the product. Determined, Su Yan swiftly accessed the dimensional marketplace, seeking to procure a more advanced temperature-regulating outfit. To her surprise, such an item was indeed available, albeit at an exorbitant price. The stealth attire she had previously acquired was a remarkable deal at merely 70 kilograms of gold. Yet the temperature-regulating garment was priced at an outrageous 160 kilograms, over double the cost. How audacious to demand such a sum. After all, it was just a temperature-regulating outfit. Would Su Yan hesitate to spend 160 kilograms of gold on it? Absolutely not. If she had to endure the pain of parting with her gold, it was preferable to succumbing to the cold. Upon completing her purchase, Su Yin swiftly donned the temperature-regulating outfit and, without a moment's hesitation, exited the space to test its capabilities on the balcony. The outcome? To put it succinctly, the temperature-regulating attire purchased for 160 kilograms of gold was indeed genuine in its function, and the brief description provided in the marketplace was not an exaggeration. Su Yin found the interstellar product to be remarkably reliable. With the temperature-regulating outfit, her choices in clothing became far more versatile, allowing her to dress as stylishly as she pleased. She chose a sporty ensemble for herself and also procured 2 dog outfits for her beloved companions, De Huang and De He, urging them to join her on the rooftop. With a joyful bark, the trio ascended to the rooftop. Su Yin began practicing military boxing, while her 2 dogs, exuberant and playful, raced in circles, engaging in their own frolicsome antics. "Come here, you two, and spar with me." The dogs leapt beside Su Yin, ready to practice. They were well acquainted with such drills, having previously trained alongside their instructor. Little did they realize that changing owners would not spare them from the rigors of training, leaving them to whimper and protest. "You don't wish to?" They barked in response. "It is not a matter of reluctance, but rather that your feeble efforts are incapable of withstanding our combined assault." As the illustrious Big Yellow has aptly stated, although Su Yin cannot comprehend the canine dialect, she suddenly realizes that both dogs are exceptionally trained, proficient in the art of subduing their opponents. Their trainer, managing 1 dog each, has certainly equipped them well. Therefore, let Big Yellow take the lead. With the canine companions joining her, Su Yin discovers that training alongside them yields far greater progress than solitary efforts. Contemplating the future, she envisions these 2 dogs as her steadfast partners, leading her to resolve against favoritism. After Big Yellow completes his training, it will be Big Black's turn. On the rooftop, the trio, 1 human and 2 dogs, engage in fervent training. Meanwhile, below, the minds of the onlookers are abuzz with intrigue. Wang Xinwu and Li He eavesdrop on the discussions regarding the Cheng family's intent to procure medicine from Su Yin, grasping every detail with clarity. Neither Wang Xinwu, a savvy property manager, nor the rising star of the entertainment industry, is a fool. Their interest in Su Yin is merely a pursuit of advantage. However, their approach proves ineffective. Observing the Cheng family's methods and setting aside the connection through Dr. Luo, the transactional dynamic between the Cheng family and Su Yin presents a valuable lesson for them. While the allure of effortless gain is tempting, their capabilities fall short of achieving such ends. The prospect of trading inettable or unusable valuables, such as jewelry, antiques, or calligraphy, unearthed during their scavenging for supplies, for Su Yin's offerings is already a significant boon. You are aware that the lady of the Su family resides above us. Those of her social standing may have received insider information prior to the calamity, enabling them to stockpile a plethora of survival supplies. For the time being, we need not make any exchanges, yet who can predict what the future holds? Do you comprehend my sentiments? Indeed, we fully understand. In our future endeavors to seek supplies, we must prioritize not only food and drink but also valuable items. Wang Xinwu appreciatively patted his subordinate, who had grasped his meaning. Song Ge remarked that there are still a few precious items in your possession. It would be prudent to test their viability for exchange. That Miss Su lives in such comfort, her circumstances akin to those before the disaster, suggests that she can offer more than mere medicine and trade. Do you understand? Song Ge, I grasp your implication. It is not solely about medicine. In the future, clothing and food may also be bartered. The condition is that you must first gain their recognition and test the waters for potential exchanges. Very well, Song Ge. As long as you refrain from incessantly urging him to seduce others. Li He generally adheres to Song Ji's counsel. Their years of camaraderie, coupled with the current situation, compel him to rely on Song Ge for protection. Song Ge possesses formidable martial skills, allowing him to navigate ordinary individuals with relative ease. Before long, Li He and Wang Xinwu found themselves once again outside the security door on the 32nd floor, each bearing items prepared for exchange. They exchanged knowing glances, instinctively turning their heads in unison. It is often said that the elder brother does not smile at the younger, and the snail does not mock the shell. In truth, there is no need for such a demeanor between the two of you. Chapter 48. The meat on the tip of the tongue. As Su Yin descended from the rooftop with her dog, De Huang and De He barked incessantly at the door. Upon glancing, it was once again those 2 individuals, truly persistent in their presence. He, Miss Su. Wang Xinwu wore a broad smile, excessively flattering, claiming he too wished to barter. Su Yin ignored Wang Xinwu and directed her inquiry to another, Li He, do you wish to exchange medicine as well? Yes, indeed. Is that possible? Li He unfurled a diamond necklace he held in his hand for Su Yin to see. I have jewelry to trade. Su Xiaoyan regarded the offering. Are both of you unwell? What affliction do you suffer from? Or are you merely injured? In truth, they were neither ill nor injured. They simply desired to trade. Eager to confirm Su Yin's willingness to engage in a transaction. Aware of their intentions, Su Yin grew impatient with their ramblings, stating, if you truly require medicine due to injury or illness, I happen to possess suitable remedies, but the price will not be low. Ah, thank you, Miss Su. Wang Xinwu was content with her acknowledgement, desiring little more, for there was no point in pressing further. Li He also expressed his gratitude towards the closed door. It would be unjust to label individuals like Wang Xinwu and Li He as inherently malevolent. They merely sought to gain an advantage. To align themselves with those of greater means, a common mindset among ordinary folk. Emerging from the space, it was already evening. The intercom incessantly echoed with Luo Weining's calls. Sister Luo, is there an urgent matter? Both Luo Weining and Zhang Bo were aware that Su Yin lacked for nothing in terms of provisions. Yet acquiring fresh meat was not a simple feat. They could hardly carry much. If they transported a little each day, who could predict what tomorrow might bring? Moreover, one harbored the hope of reaping benefits by sharing with Su Yin. While Su Yin was not in want of supplies, having amassed plenty of meat, to refuse an offering might seem somewhat ungrateful. Why wait until tomorrow? It is quite possible that tomorrow may never come. Let us set off tonight. I will summon you all downstairs shortly. Bring the children along, while I procure a vehicle. Ian, do you still have a car? But can a car traverse the icy surface? While others may struggle, mine shall prevail. Very well. I will inform Uncle Zhang to prepare something to eat immediately, so we can depart. She need not even resort to a custom vehicle, as she has acquired several all-terrain military vehicles from the arms dealer, which will certainly prove useful. Before long, a military truck that would make anyone envious rolled to a stop outside Building C. Sister Luo, I am downstairs, came the voice. All right, we shall wait for you. The survivors of Longjing Terrace, upon hearing the sound of the vehicle, leaned out to gaze below. Though it was nighttime, the imposing silhouette of the truck was clearly visible, its cabin illuminated. There was much speculation about which notable figure had arrived. The first to emerge were Luo Weining and her daughter, along with Uncle Zhang and his grandchildren. No need for conjecture. The vehicle undoubtedly belonged to the 32nd floor of Building C. Ian, I am aware of your prowess, but I never imagined your capabilities extended to acquiring such a vehicle. Securing the vehicle is one thing. Fuel is another matter. Ian, I too can operate this truck. Uncle Zhang chimed in, and Luo Weining felt a surge of eagerness. I can drive as well. Let Uncle Zhang take the wheel. He is far more skilled than we are. Uncle Zhang, a seasoned veteran, was well versed in driving military trucks. Su Yin exited the driver's seat, and Uncle Zhang chuckled heartily as he examined the tires designed for icy terrain. Satisfied, he hopped into the vehicle, leaving his grandson in the care of Luo Weining. The two women and the two children settled into the second row, while the dog was relegated to the cargo area. Zhang Bo's foot came down with a resounding thud, akin to the roar of a tank. Qian and Xiaoxian were experiencing such a colossal beast for the first time, their excitement bubbling over into joyful shouts. The road was deserted at night, and they sped along, recklessly, taking an hour to reach their destination. At this point, Zhang Bo felt a swell of pride, proclaiming that such contraptions ought to belong to them. Fortunately, they had several pairs of roller skates that once belonged to his son. Otherwise, how would they have traveled such a distance? Zhang Bo parked the vehicle in front of a few modest cottages. Behind these dwellings were iron, chickens, and geese, with a large chicken coop encircling the area. The 3 cows were secured within the house. Lo Jia, please take Qian and Xiaoxian inside and light a fire to warm them up. This lamp should hang in the room, he instructed. Su Yin handed a rechargeable lamp to Luo Wanning before heading to the trunk to release De Huang and De He, along with a large suitcase filled with potentially useful items. De Huang, you stay here. De He, you take the rear. You two are on watch, understood? Woof. The 2 dogs acknowledged and proceeded to their respective posts. Ian, I will go check if they're still around, Zhang Bo said. All right, she replied. He shone a flashlight towards the back of the house, while Su Yin went to inspect the shed where the cows were tied up. Inside, the 3 cows were huddled together, trembling from the cold. Have all of these been slaughtered? Not all. Let us go inside and discuss with Lo Jia how to proceed. The fire had already been lit, and the group gathered around it, deliberating the fate of the poultry. Luo Weining remarked that whether frozen or dried, The meat would be delectable, ensuring a prolonged supply. Su Yin was indifferent, yet she advised Luo Weining and Zhang Bo that if they were in need of other supplies, they might exchange a portion while retaining some for themselves. Securing a fair price would be more advantageous than resorting to slaughter. In Chapter 49, titled Not a Small Harvest, a large pot filled with water simmered upon the hearth. Zhang Bo dismantled the 2 doors of the small dwelling, placing them on the ground before the house, arranging knives, axes, ropes, buckets, and basins for use. Zhang Bo, I have brought a knife. Please select one that is suitable, he said. Very well, a Ning. A Yin. You both tend to the chickens while I manage the few cattle that are barely clinging to life. I can handle it alone. As Zhang Bo sifted through the assortment of tools, he discovered a hammer, a boning knife, a sharp knife, a filleting knife, and a long iron hook. He marveled at Su Yan's meticulous considerations, noting the abundance of tools available. Otherwise, with just his 2 kitchen knives, it might take all night to butcher a single cow. With the tools prepared, Zhang Bo approached the cattle, which were difficult to lead, as they were frozen and barely alive, resembling a tug-of-war between man and beast. Once he managed to bring the cattle to the 2 doors set up in front of the house, he forcefully hooked the cow's leg with the iron hook. As the cow collapsed, he quickly secured its hind legs with rope. The cow seemed to instinctively comprehend its fate, struggling desperately, rolling on the ground when unable to stand. After binding the hind legs tightly, he proceeded to secure the forelegs. Controlling the front legs of the cow proved to be far more challenging than managing the hind legs. The animal's head was prone to charging, and despite Zhang Bo's repeated attempts to subdue it with an iron hook, he ultimately resorted to wielding a hammer and striking the cow's head. With a decisive blow, the creature was finally rendered unconscious. Once the legs were securely bound, he employed a sharp knife to deliver a final incision to the cow's heart, allowing it to bleed out. In the frigid weather, the blood congealed almost instantly upon release. Meanwhile, Su Yin and Luo Wanning found themselves in a similarly arduous predicament. The 2 women chased after chickens, but despite Zhang Bo having successfully brought down a cow, they had only managed to catch a mere 10 chickens, with over 100 fowl remaining. They wondered how long it would take to finish binding them all. Luo Jie, this truly is not a task fit for humans. We must devise another method. Su Yin lamented. Do you have any clever ideas? If only we had a net, we could drive them into a corner and then scoop them up one by one. If we had a net, I could retrieve one from the car, Luo Wanning replied. The presence of a net was inconsequential. If Su Yin claimed it existed, then it surely did. She ventured to the vehicle and retrieved a fishing net from her supplies. Armed with this tool, capturing the chickens and geese became significantly easier. After 2 hours of effort, they had successfully ensnared 90 chickens and 23 geese. Once all the fowl were loaded into the truck, Su Yin realized she was overwhelmed by the stench of chicken droppings. Sister, don't breathe it in. Soon enough, along with the odor of chicken feces, you'll also scent the blood and the unmistakable smell of cow flesh. We still need to clean the cow offal. That delicacy requires proper preparation to be truly delectable. Prepare a pot of stew? Luo Wanning suggested eagerly. Excellent. Let us wash some now and begin simmering a pot of beef offal. Do you have any spices? We must have some. That's splendid, Luo Wanning replied, as she casually dragged 2 fallen beams from beside the chicken coop and took an axe to split them for firewood. A promising internal medicine physician, who should have wielded a scalpel, now adeptly swings an axe to chop wood. Take your time, be cautious with your hands. Cautious of what? Can I still wield a scalpel? Luo Weining is well aware of Su Yan's insistence on protecting her hands, yet she remains unconcerned. As Luo Weining chops wood, Su Yan busies herself with bricks, selecting a sheltered spot to set up a stove. She retrieves a bag from the vehicle, containing pots, bowls, condiments, and utensils. With practiced ease, Su Yan scoops several large chunks of ice into the pot, places it over the fire, and adds kindling. You, a young lady of privilege, can perform these tasks so adeptly? During the summer of my 3rd year in junior high, I was sent by my family to a 2-month wilderness survival training camp, which was quite challenging. Is this how affluent families prepare their offspring? If it were me, I would be reluctant to subject my delicate daughter to such hardships. Of course, that was a notion rooted in a time of peace. Henceforth, I must endeavor to teach my daughter the harsh realities of survival in this cruel world. Again, thank you for your reminder. Your perspective is indeed insightful. Su Yin had not intended to provide a reminder. She simply sought a justification for her industriousness. Nevertheless, it is commendable that Luo Weining perceives it that way. Once the wood is chopped, Luo Weining takes a basin to gather and clean the various beef entrails, intestines, tripe, liver, brisket, heart, kidneys, and lungs, all neatly prepared for Su Yan's pot. Su Yan promptly extracts the lungs. No lungs, please. If you say no, then we shall exclude them. I, too, find them unpalatable. Su Yan harbors a distinct aversion to consuming lung, believing it to be a repository for dust and impurities. Are you adept at stewing? I am. Over at Zhang Bo's place, 3 hours have elapsed, and they are still grappling with a single cow. It will take until at least 9 in the morning to finish off the remaining 2. Luo Wanning, quick of hand and foot, hastens to assist Zhang Bo. Su Yan briefly blanches the offal, meticulously cleans it, and after washing the pot anew, she fills it with water, the offal, and an array of spices for stewing. Once she has added the firewood, she too takes up a knife to aid in dissecting the beef. As they prepare the second cow, a tantalizing aroma begins to waft from the pot of stewing offal. Qian, shall we take a look at the pot outside? Not yet. It's not fully cooked. We mustn't interfere. I won't cause any disturbance. I merely wish to inhale the savory scent. Very well, Qian concedes with a nod. The children are evidently famished. In times past, the children from these households were notoriously picky eaters, often coaxed to consume even a few extra bites. Now, however, they can devour an entire cow with ease. Zhang Bo, Luo Jia, the offal is ready. Let us partake a little, for Qian and Xiao are also hungry. They are not merely hungry, they are craving it. After over 2 hours of simmering, the offal is tender, yielding easily to a chopstick's prodding. Su Yan uses clean scissors to cut it into small pieces. Luo Wanning busies himself with the sauce. Zhang Bo pulls Qian and Xiao back from the pot, lest the children's saliva drip into the broth. But Grandpa, what if we finish eating? We shall cross that bridge when we come to it. Alas, it's not merely the meat. In a few days, every place with grain will be stripped bare, leaving us to lament and despair. Zhang Boding, a remarkably optimistic elder, now often sighs deeply, burdened with worry. He is troubled by the uncertainty surrounding the lives of his son and daughter-in-law, pondering whether his grandson would survive should misfortune befall him. Come, Qian, Xiao. Take your bowls and sit by the fire in the room. Luo Wanning deftly mixed the meat in the children's bowls, seasoning it to perfection. Thank you, Aunt Luo. Xiao exclaimed, eagerly accepting a bowl brimming with beef tripe. Without hesitation, he bit into a piece, disregarding the heat, and swallowed it whole. Zhang Bo, Luo Wanning, and Su Yan gathered around the stove, roasting by the fire as they savored their meal. After a hearty feast, they resumed the task of slaughtering the remaining 2 cows. Exhausted, they completed the task by 9 o'clock in the morning. Luo Wanning inquired, Zhang Bo, how much clean meat do you estimate we will have? Excluding the innards, tail, bones, and head, a single cow should yield over 300 jin of pure meat. I had already portioned the meat while butchering. The 3 cows are of similar size. Each cow has its own share, packed into 3 large bags. You each will take 1 share, and the remainder shall be mine. Zhang Bo had calculated this arrangement. If all 3 cows were grouped together, weighing them would be cumbersome. Luo Wanning, however, was not one to fuss. Any share would suffice. There are also 90 chickens. Each person can take 30. As for the geese, I will take 7, and you, Luo Jia, along with Zhang Bo, will each take 8. In a matter of moments, Su Yan efficiently divided the chickens and geese. Luo Wanning and Zhang Bo had no objections to the division of the cows and chickens, insisting on 7 geese each, allowing Su Yan to take 9, claiming the extra 2 were for transportation costs. Su Yan, uninterested in further dispute, accepted the 9 without complaint. The beef has been neatly packed into bags, which are then carried into the carriage and divided into 3 portions, having frozen solid like stone. There is no fear that the chickens and geese will peck at them. Once everything is loaded onto the vehicle, ice is added to the pot for stewing beef offal, and the noodles are begun to be prepared for breakfast. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, a group of individuals searching for supplies is ascending, drawn by the enticing aroma. Chapter 50. When did I become your niece? Da Huang stood guard on the mountainside all night, expecting to conclude his watch, only to notice some commotion at the mountain's base. Woof, woof, woof. Master, enemies are approaching. Noticing Da Huang's anxious demeanor, Su Yan understood that something was amiss. Uncle Zhang, Sister Luo, I will go down with Da Huang to investigate. I'll accompany you. Yan. No need. Too many people may complicate matters. My Da Huang is a police dog. Su Yan retrieved an AK from beneath the back seat of the vehicle and led the dog forward. Luo Wanning admired Su Yan's gallant figure, filled with envy. Uncle Zhang, too, was captivated by the imposing appearance of the assault rifle, reminiscent of his own days before retirement when he had handled one himself. Da Huang led the way, and after just a few minutes, they spotted over 10 individuals ascending from the mountain's base, seemingly also in search of supplies. Su Yin took out binoculars from her space to examine them closely and confirmed they were ordinary people. This small hill was not particularly high, and that group would reach their cattle slaughtering site in less than 10 minutes. As long as they were simply searching for supplies without causing trouble, there would be no issues. However, if greed took hold of them, there would be consequences. Yin, what is the situation? Luo Waning inquired. It appears to be a group of ordinary individuals searching for supplies, numbering over 10. Su Yin opened the car door, allowing Chan Chan and Xiao Xian to enter first. Having finished our preparations, let us depart. Zhang Bo retrieved a long, sharp knife meant for piercing the heart of an ox, and placed it beneath his seat. Luo Wanning gathered the dishes and placed them into the pot, lifting the pot to set it in the vehicle. Zhang Bo took the wheel, while Luo Wanning occupied the rear seat, tending to the two children, one large and one small. Su Yin sat in the passenger seat, her assault rifle and handgun conveniently within reach. As soon as they drove away from the small houses, a group of people appeared. A few reckless individuals stood in the middle of the road, brandishing knives and attempting to block their path. Zhang Bo did not slow down. Instead, he pressed the accelerator and surged forward. Su Yin initially believed Zhang Bo might show mercy, but to her surprise, the old man's outlook had shifted dramatically over the past month, demonstrating a remarkable adaptation to the survival rules of this new world. However, Su Yin noticed that 2 individuals had fallen and were crushed beneath the wheels of the vehicle. Were these people truly deranged, daring to obstruct such a vehicle? Zhang Bo, I thought you might stop. Do you perceive me as a soft-hearted fool? He retorted. While others seize our chance at survival, I shall not yield. Ever since Ning borrowed the inflatable boat, we have ventured far and wide in search of supplies, encountering our fair share of ordinary people. Normal individuals remain indifferent to one another, each pursuing their own interests. Those who resort to robbery are unworthy of compassion, for they too will not show us mercy. It was evident that the elder possessed a clear understanding of the situation, which eased Su Yan's concerns. The 3 of them discussed how to manage the beef, as well as the geese and chickens. Zhang Bo proposed exchanging 100 pounds of beef for rice, preserving the remainder for gradual consumption, and suggested making jerky when time allowed. He also proposed trading 20 chickens for flour and exchanging 5 geese for potatoes, radishes, cabbage, and various spices. Lo Wanning could hardly be bothered to contemplate the matter. If Zhang Bo was to change, then so would she, for their possessions and circumstances were alike. Therefore, it seemed prudent to drive directly to seek out the second-hand dealers, thus sparing themselves the inconvenience of hauling their belongings upstairs. Upon Su Yan's suggestion, both Zhang Bo and Lo Wanning concurred, coincidentally aligning with her prior arrangement to meet with Bagu today to inquire about the availability of barbed wire. As the vehicle ventured deeper into the city, it attracted considerable attention, with many scavenging for supplies casting eager glances. Some reckless individuals even attempted to stop the car, provoking Zhang Bo to drive aggressively, garnering a significant amount of animosity in the process. He parked beside an alley adjacent to a state-run marketplace. And just as Su Yin prepared to disembark to locate Bagu, she noticed Bagu sprinting into the alley, pursued by 3 women. Among the trio chasing Bagu, one raised her voice, hurling insults as she ran. Just wait until I catch you, you old harlot. You wretched old crone. I'll teach you not to seduce men indiscriminately. Your pathetic man is nothing but an old tree stump, short, ugly, and moldy. I wouldn't take him even if you paid me. If you're so eager for that decrepit wood, you'd best secure him tight, lest someone else claim him for firewood, leaving you with nothing but ashes. You shameless wretch. Your man is the real old wood. Sisters, let us show her what we're made of. Just the 3 of you, a trio of old sows. Think you can catch me? Come on. You old tree stump, as Sao Bagu provocatively retorted, increasing the distance as she ran a few paces before turning back, hands on her hips, dancing with indignation as she continued to curse. The 3 women, undeterred, fiercely pursued her, and through their combined efforts, they ultimately managed to pin Bagu down. The one who had been vociferously insulting raised her hand, poised to strike Bagu, prompting Su Yin to urge Zhang Bo to sound the horn incessantly. A few women then noticed a car parked in front of them. Empa quickly spotted Su Yin in the passenger seat and instinctively recognized her as a relative. My dear niece has arrived. Just wait until I unleash her upon you. At that moment, the 3 women hesitated. And Aunt Ba shook off the hands reaching for her and hurriedly made her way towards Su Yin. The three women, not daring to pursue her, muttered a couple of curses into thin air before departing. My dear niece, I've been waiting for you. To wait for you. I had to endure those three troublesome women. What a vexation it was. I see you were quite animated in your curses. Ah, let us not dwell on that. Miss Su, your car is truly magnificent. It can navigate through such conditions with ease. By the way, I have found what you requested. Where shall we conduct the transaction? Let us discuss it inside the car. It's warmer there. Su Yin invited Aunt Ba into the back seat and introduced her to Luo Wanning and Zhang Bo. Zhang Bo, Dr. Luo, my surname is Lu, but everyone, regardless of age or gender, calls me Aunt Ba. You may consider Aunt Ba my given name. I am a second-hand dealer. So if you wish to buy or sell anything, look no further. My business is built on trust and integrity. Do refrain from boasting. Without a word. Su Yin knew Aunt Ba could easily engage in conversation for 2 hours. After greeting Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning, Aunt Ba delved into discussions about exchanging barbed wire. Dear niece, the item you seek is rather elusive. Thankfully, I have fulfilled your request, and the quantity you specified remains intact. I shall consider it as 200 meters. Today, you have once again been of assistance to me, and I am certainly inclined to favor you. Regarding pork, I shall procure 200 pounds. As for fresh chicken, duck, and goose, 100 pounds will suffice. You see, dear aunt. Wait, when did I become your niece? Just now. Oh, then you may present your dear niece with 200 meters of wire mesh as a token of kinship. Chapter 51. No consideration for moving dear niece. May your magnanimity overlook your aunt's past transgressions, granting her clemency. Earlier, had I not addressed you as my niece, those three sows would have torn me apart. Recognizing my kinship, they refrained from attacking me. You linger around this vicinity daily. You may evade today, but what of tomorrow? That young man you encountered the other day may appear inconsequential, yet he is formidable in a brawl and typically charged with my protection. Had he not been preoccupied today, those three old stumps would scarcely dare to lay a hand on me. Enough of the bravado. Have someone bring me the wire mesh, and I shall provide you with chicken. It is no wonder you excel as a middleman. Your tongue is sharp as a blade. Is the chicken fresh? The round aunt declared that the winds of change are upon us, as she prepared to leap from the carriage. Aunt, wait a moment. After you finish your conversation with Ian, let us discuss matters. Does Miss Luo also engage in business? I too have my enterprises. Auntie, with a hearty laugh and a resounding slap on her thigh, closed the car door and settled in. She skillfully engaged in pleasantries with Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning, lavishing praise upon Qian Qian and Xiao Xian to such an extent that both Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning felt a sense of guilt for not engaging in business with her. Once she discerned what Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning required and what could be exchanged, had Su Yin not occupied the passenger seat, making it impossible for her to embrace her, Auntie would have undoubtedly showered her beloved niece with affectionate kisses. Don't forget the scale, she reminded. Luo Wanning, reflecting on the situation, mused that this line of work must be quite lucrative, though it was not a pursuit for the faint-hearted. One had to be both eloquent and audacious. Not only was she articulate, but her discerning gaze was sharp. Upon arrival, she declared that the car belonged to a yin, despite the fact that it was the old man who was driving, a point she conveniently omitted. After a bustling night, fatigue enveloped everyone. Qian Qian, cradling Xiao Xian, had already slumped into a drowsy stupor in her seat. Luo Wanning adjusted the children's heads, ensuring their comfort upon waking, and recalled the pots and pans in the back of the car. Considering Annie would require at least 2 to 3 hours, she suggested, shall we prepare lunch here? Both Su Yin and Zhang Bo acquiesced. They procured ice blocks to melt for washing the dishes and swiftly boiled water to cook the noodles, a straightforward and efficient endeavor. Though Luo Wanning insisted they refrain from assisting, the three women engaged in an incessant exchange, their words flowing rapidly. Though the closed doors and windows rendered their conversation barely audible, hinting at less than flattering remarks. Su Yin was all too familiar with the two soldiers, Jiang Su and Hu Zhanqiao. Upon stepping out of the car, she was immediately accused by a woman of stealing the vehicle. It is precisely this vehicle. Such a car appears beyond the means of an ordinary individual. Surely its origins are dubious. Quickly investigate them. Comrade, are there rewards for reporting? If so, we would prefer provisions and meat. Luo Wanning had just ignited a fire when he noticed someone seeking trouble. Fearing for Su Yan's well-being, he approached with a piece of wood in hand to assist. Upon seeing Su Yan, Hu Zhanqiao and Jiang Su felt an acute sense of embarrassment, their toes digging into the ground. overwhelmed by the awkwardness of being dragged over by three elderly women and encountering someone so familiar. To accuse her of theft and seek a reward? It is baffling whether they are foolish or have simply become accustomed to malicious behavior. Suyin scoffed. Pray tell, who possesses the means to drive such a car? What do you intend to investigate about me? Of course, we shall investigate your theft. Indeed, it is theft. Comrade, she is in cahoots with that unscrupulous woman. The car must be stolen and she ought to be apprehended. Suyin intervened, attempting to silence Jiangsu, who wished to speak against the three women. She continued, should it be revealed that this car belongs to me, you would be guilty of slander. And these two comrades would be implicated in filing a false report, wasting public resources. Consequences will undoubtedly follow. Do you still stand by your previous assertions? They merely seek revenge, perhaps hoping to gain something in the process, and might even stumble upon the truth. Su Yan's current demeanor left them uncertain. The three women exchanged glances, turning to Hu Zhanshao and Jiangsu. Jiangsu, in alignment with Su Yan, nodded at the three women, affirming her statement that slander and false reporting warrant punishment. Otherwise, if one were to report anyone they disliked on a whim, chaos would ensue. The most menacing among them spoke, urging the comrades to expedite their investigation, emphasizing that any rewards owed should not be neglected once the truth is unveiled. Should the allegations prove unfounded, they must also acknowledge the repercussions of frivolously accusing others and filing false reports. Jiangsu was at a loss for words in the face of these unreasonable women. There was no need for an investigation. It was evident at a mere glance that this vehicle had not been submerged in water. In the entirety of Jiang City, it was nearly impossible to find a car that had not been waterlogged, and furthermore, there was simply no place in Jiang City for such a vehicle to be stolen. Clearly, this was not something an ordinary person could possess. But was Su Yin truly an ordinary individual? The issue evidently lay with the three women. Moreover, these three women were often found loitering outside shopping malls, begging from those purchasing supplies. When others refused to give, they resorted to kneeling and clinging onto people's legs. Refusing to let them pass, such shameless behavior warranted reprimand. The three women, with a stiff resolve, nodded in agreement. Su Yin couldn't help but chuckle, a bit unkindly. As she had set this trap with the intention of addressing the antics of such women, she inquired, Jiangsu, Hu Zhanshao, what kind of punishment will these three face? For their baseless slander, at the very least, they will be required to labor for half a month at a temporary relocation base, Jiangsu responded. Do you know each other? One of the women stammered. I am more aware of whether this vehicle belongs to her than you are. You have stirred trouble in this area more than once or twice. How many people have you harassed in these past few days? Zhanshao, cuff them, Jiangsu commanded. Understood. Hu Zhanshao produced 3 handcuffs and linked the women together. Miss Su, Brother Su, I will take them away now. Very well. Thank you for your assistance, Comrade Zhanshao. Hu Zhanshao shyly smiled at Su Yin as he led the chain of women away. Su Yin inquired curiously of Jiangsu. You are responsible for the security of the mall, and you also take on the role of a police officer? Many internal adjustments have been made, and one could say that military and police functions have merged. As long as those few troublemakers do not give you any issues, that is sufficient. Not a bother at all. This vehicle is impressive. It boasts the highest level of bulletproof modifications, with specially customized all-terrain tires. It is the favorite of foreign mercenaries. The ultimate vehicle for combat scenarios. Am I correct? Your observation is astute. You are entirely correct. It is merely a hobby. Are you again maintaining order at the mall today? Indeed. Additionally, the large building in the mall, along with the adjacent cluster of over 10 buildings, will soon serve as a temporary resettlement base for Jiang City. Plans are currently underway. Would you consider moving in when the time comes? If you decide to come, I will inform Captain Wei to reserve a VIP spot for you. I prefer not to reside in bustling areas. I do not plan to relocate for the time being. As Su Yin thought of Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning, she tapped on the car window and called for Luo Wanning to come over. Zhang Bo, Luo Jia. Jiangsu mentioned that a temporary resettlement base will be established at the mall. Would you like to secure a spot in advance? And what about you? Both Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning inquired of Su Yin in unison. My home is quite secure, and I cherish tranquility, so I do not intend to move. Then I shall not consider relocating for now either. Chapter 52. An incident triggered by a vehicle. Su Yin chose not to relocate, as her residence provided ample security. Moreover, her need for space rendered crowded environments unsuitable for her. Aware that this temporary shelter would not last long, she recalled that, following the trajectory of her previous life, this base would endure no more than 3 years. She suggested to Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning that they move, recognizing the enhanced safety within the base for that duration. Their reluctance to leave left her with little to add. Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning believed that Su Yin had her reasons for remaining, and they felt assured that following her lead was the right course of action. As for Jiang Su, he found this situation unsurprising. "Comrades, we appreciate your presence. Would you care for a bowl of noodles?" "It's ready," he offered. "Yes. Something warm would be delightful." "And Ning, could you fetch another set of utensils?" "Certainly," and Ning replied. Just as Jiang Su was about to suggest enjoying the meal, he noticed Yang Jinghui approaching from a different alleyway. "Brother Yang, what brings you here?" "I ran into Hu Zhanqiao, who mentioned you were here. So I decided to come and take a look." Yang Jinghui had also come to assess this potential temporary base. Upon encountering Hu Zhanqiao with 3 women in tow, he inquired and learned of Su Yin's presence, prompting his visit. "Should I prepare another bowl?" Luo Wanning glanced at Su Yin for guidance. "No need to rush. I've heard there's an impressive vehicle here. I'm curious to learn more about it," Yang Jinghui remarked, his gaze shifting to the car, subtly lingering on Su Yin beside it. At an age not exceeding 20, Qin Yi remarked that his girlfriend was exceptionally beautiful, while Zhang Yuan claimed that his sister-in-law was a breathtaking beauty. He always felt that this was an exaggeration. However, if he were to gaze upon the lady before him, it would indeed be the truth. This lady was Su Yin, accompanied by her neighbors, Uncle Zhang and Sister Luo. Jiang Su then pointed to Yang Jinghui, providing a brief introduction. He was Yang Jinghui, a valiant warrior from the capital. Upon hearing his name, Su Yan's heart sank. She regretted coming here today, realizing why he had been stealing glances at her. It seemed she would have to engage in considerable conversation. "Hello," Su Yin greeted with a nod. In her previous life, she had never encountered Yang Jinghui. Uncle Zhang, feeling a sense of camaraderie upon seeing a soldier, cheerfully inquired, "Would you care to join us for a bowl?" Sister Luo, however, merely nodded and departed, as the water in the pot would evaporate before the noodles could be added. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang, but I shall pass. You all go ahead. I need to speak with Su Yin about something," he stated before walking away. "Then you may discuss it in the car. It's warmer inside," Uncle Zhang suggested. As he exited the vehicle, ushering out Chan Chan and Xiao Xian from the back seat, fate could not be evaded, and Su Yin signaled for Yang Jinghui to enter the car for a conversation. They settled into the back seat, and Su Yin initiated the dialogue. "Last time I heard from Jiang Su, it was you who wished to meet me to find someone for your brother?" "Indeed, Qin Yi and I are comrades and brothers," he replied. "I recall you mentioning that you did not know Qin Yi," she responded. "I once believed that to be true, but now I am not so certain." "You know him. You are either his girlfriend, or, shall we say, his fiancée." As the conversation commenced upon taking a seat in the vehicle, Yang Jinghui, who had a slight understanding of micro-expressions, observed Su Yin intently. When he uttered the name Qin Yi, Su Yin, despite her outward facade of composure, could not conceal the emotions that flickered in her eyes from Yang Jinghui's perceptive gaze. In her past life, Su Yin had lived until the age of 25, and the 6 years of apocalyptic existence had taught her to adopt a demeanor of indifference and exude an aura of intimidation. Yet it had not equipped her with the ability to suppress her emotions. "I am not here to trouble you. I merely wish to ascertain your well-being on behalf of a brother. Why do you hesitate to acknowledge it? Are you so certain?" "Indeed," Yang Jinghui replied with unwavering confidence. Su Yin sensed that whether she admitted it or not had become inconsequential, since Yang Jinghui believed her to be the person in question. He would inevitably relay this to Qin Yi. "I am the Su Yin whom Qin Yi tasked you to inquire about. At the same time, I am a mother to a baby born just a month ago. Would Qin Yi's family truly consent to him marrying a woman who has borne a child? If you genuinely care for him, let him think of me as someone who perished in the natural disaster." Su Yin, in a blend of truth and fabrication, spun a tale that left Yang Jinghui somewhat bewildered, recalling the profound anguish etched on Qin Yi's face whenever her name was mentioned. Yang Jinghui believed his brother would not hesitate to sever ties with his family for the sake of his beloved. Yet, what difference did it make? The Qin family remained the Qin family. He was merely fulfilling a brother's request. Having acquired definitive information, he had completed his brother's assignment. "I inquired about you on behalf of Qin Yi, and upon discovering the task at hand, my duty is fulfilled. As for how he chooses to act, that is his affair. I trust that his discernment is sharp enough to distinguish between genuine affection and mere pretense. You are merely a mother, not a wife." Su Yin found herself at a loss for words. Things did not unfold as she had anticipated. Perhaps it was best to resign oneself to the situation. "How is he?" Did he have any messages for you to relay? How much better could the current circumstances become? Surviving was the priority. He had entrusted her with his words. I understand. You must take care of yourself and wait for me. What did he comprehend? Su Yin was aware that the spatial button had yet to be activated, and she could not grasp the meaning behind Qin Yi's words. Will you be able to contact him and convey my message? Yes, I will inform him. I shall visit my sister-in-law formally on another day. You should go enjoy your noodles. I too must take my leave. Then farewell. Yang Jinghui and Jiang Su did not remain for the meal, and Su Yin lacked the appetite to eat, merely taking a few bites. Once finished, the group waited in the car for 2 additional hours until a small delivery truck gradually made its way into the alley, moving at a painfully slow pace. Akin to a tortoise, in stark contrast to Su Yan's vehicle, which could exceed 100 on icy roads. Aunt Ba jumped down from the small truck, apologizing for the wait, explaining that the little vehicle was sluggish, but there was too much cargo to forego its use. Hello, Miss Su, it truly is you. I am Lu Shui, from the Lu family. As the truck approached, a beautiful woman emerged from the driver's seat, making her way directly towards Su Yan. Lu Shui, the prominent figure among Jiangqing's wealthy second-generation elites. Though Su Yan did not mingle within that circle, she was acquainted with all the important individuals. How could Lu Shui be accompanying Aunt Ba? Given that Aunt Ba's surname was Lu, could it be that Lu Shui was the head of this second-hand trading group? These wealthy second-generation individuals typically disdain earning such money. They often find it beneath their dignity. However, Lu Shui stands apart as an anomaly. It is often said that young women should be nurtured in affluence, especially if they are the daughters of affluent families. Thus, any form of pampering seems justifiable. Yet, the Lu family raised Lu Shui in a frugal manner. Since high school, she has worked tirelessly to earn her own living expenses. And it wasn't until her university graduation that her elders bestowed upon her several property deeds and a bank card laden with substantial funds. As for the affairs of the Lu family, Su Yin had previously heard about them from her uncle. Miss Su? Greetings, Miss Lu. What brings you together? Auntie is a distant relative of mine. I heard she has a remarkable car here, and my curiosity led me to come and take a look. Su Yin sighed, realizing that yet again, it was about the car. This vehicle has indeed brought her misfortune. Oh, feel free to take a look. I have seen it. It's absolutely impressive. Miss Su, I wish to purchase this car from you. Shall we discuss this further? Chapter 53, A Fortuitous Encounter. However, this car consumes a considerable amount of fuel. Are you certain about this? At present, gasoline ranks among the most challenging commodities to procure. Were it not for her savings and the safety net provided by the dimensional marketplace, she would not dare to drive so liberally. I don't drive often. Acquiring some fuel for my beloved vehicle is not a significant issue. Su Yin subtly declined by referencing the fuel consumption. But did Lu Shui truly fail to comprehend? She decided to be forthright. I lack for nothing. I am not selling the car. No. Just because you are not in need does not imply you would refuse an abundance of resources. There is still room for negotiation in this business, wouldn't you agree? Miss Su? Lu Shui unceremoniously approached Su Yin, linking arms with her in a rather familiar manner. Indeed, it is no surprise that one can ascend to the leadership of a second-hand trading group, remaining unperturbed even in the face of rejection, demonstrating a remarkable ability to maintain composure. Unbeknownst to Su Yin, in the eyes of Lu Shui, as long as this vehicle remains, there exists a realm for negotiation. The notion of an unsuccessful transaction is non-existent. It merely hinges upon the willingness to invest capital. Should substantial investment prove insufficient, time can be employed as a tool to gradually cultivate a deal. Lu Shui possesses a profound affection for automobiles and an extensive understanding of them. Regarding Su Yan's vehicle, which resembles a tank in its robustness, her sentiment can be summed up in 2 words. I desire it. If Lu Shui were to discover that Su Yin possesses numerous similar vehicles, one could only wonder at her reaction. I truly have no intention of selling. I too require a means of transportation. Very well, if you choose not to sell, then let it be. There is no rush on my part. We are both part of the same circle in Jiangqing, and with 50% of the population perishing due to the recent typhoon and severe cold, it is remarkable that we still remain and have the opportunity to meet. Our shared history fosters a sense of destiny, does it not? You must come visit my home, or I shall visit yours. We are bound to become excellent friends, or, at the very least, splendid business partners. What do you think? Su Yin felt indifferent. Are all individuals from the Lu family so eloquent? Attempting to escape from Lu Shui's embrace proved futile. The warmth of her closeness rendered any rejection feel like a transgression. After all, The lovely lady harbors no ill intentions. She merely seeks to forge a business relationship and friendship. Could you kindly release me? But why not? It is quite warm to be embraced on such a frigid day. Is there not a need to check on the scales over there? No need. They are incapable of managing such minor tasks, so why should I continue to support them? All right. Su Yin was thoroughly exasperated, having lost her temper completely. She boarded the vehicle with Lu Shui, grateful for the warmth it provided. Meanwhile, Aunt Ba was taken aback by the sight of the bound chickens and geese within the vehicle. She had not anticipated that, aside from the agreed quantity for their transaction, Su Yin would be regarded as a major supplier. Moreover, both Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning had each set aside a considerable amount for their personal consumption, leaving her yearning to exchange everything for her own. Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning meticulously weighed each item, while Qian Qian and Xiao Xian busily assisted. Qian Qian vigilantly guarded her family's goods, anxious her mother might miscount, silently calculating the numbers in her mind. Xiao Xian kept a watchful eye over his family's possessions, wary of potential theft. Although the alley was currently devoid of people, as Aunt Ba had dispatched those accompanying her to patrol the front and back alleys. Su Yin's 100 pounds of chickens were weighed by Zhang Bo, who, as per their agreement, recorded it as 110 pounds for Aunt Ba, accounting for 10 pounds of feathers. After half an hour of weighing, everything had been loaded onto their respective vehicles. Aunt Ba approached and tapped on the car window, searching for Su Yin and her true niece. Ashua, it's time. No rush. I rarely have the chance to bond with Yin. We sisters still have much to discuss. All right, you two dear nieces can take your time. When is the next occasion? Do inform me of the precise time. Will it be at my home or yours? Su Yin sensed that if she did not specify an exact time, this charming young lady would linger in her vehicle indefinitely. The day after tomorrow, I shall visit your home. Is that agreeable? Indeed. Upon receiving confirmation, Lu Shui promptly produced a walkie-talkie from her backpack and handed it to Su Yin. We shall be in touch the day after tomorrow. Last night, the residents of the community discerned the sound of a vehicle. It was merely a fleeting glimpse in the darkness. Now, with the dawn's light, the appearance of Su Yan's car has sent a ripple of excitement through the Langjiang Terrace. It is not that they have never seen a car before, but rather they have never encountered such a colossal beast capable of traversing the icy terrain with ease. On the 31st floor, Wang Xinwu, along with Li He and Song Gu from the 14th floor, hurriedly descended the stairs to offer their assistance. Miss Su, if you have any heavy items to move, allow us to help, Wang Xinwu exclaimed, leading a few of his companions down. Miss Su, I am here to assist as well, added Li He, who, despite residing on a lower floor, was prompted to join after hearing Wang's footsteps, albeit a moment too late. Other residents of Building C, who had no direct connection to Su Yin, hesitated to approach her, wary of inciting the ire of the formidable lady. Yet, they couldn't help but envy Wang Xinwu and Li He for their audacity in seeking her favor. There is quite a lot to move. I truly appreciate your help, Su Yin remarked. No trouble at all, they chorused in response. As Su Yin opened the trunk, revealing bags of rice and flour, the men were not particularly surprised. However, their eyes widened with envy upon seeing the live chickens and geese secured within. There's no need to move the wire mesh. Zhang Bo, please sort out the items belonging to our 3 households in the trunk. Otherwise, it will become chaotic when we carry them upstairs, instructed Su Yin. Understood. And Ning, keep an eye on them. Zhang Bo replied affirmatively, assuring her of his vigilance. With free labor at their disposal, they were more than willing to bask in the glow of Su Yan's presence. Otherwise, the burden of transporting such a large quantity of items would have been exhausting. Wang Xinwu thumped his chest in assurance. Leave the heavy lifting to us. We will ensure that nothing is left behind. Thank you. Just take them to the 11th floor. Su Yin concluded. Luo Wanning entrusted the heavier items to Wang Xinwu and Song Gu, while the lighter ones were assigned to Li He. Chan Xian and Xiao Xian also carried a few smaller items upstairs. Zhang Bo, I have left all my belongings in the car. I will drive it away shortly. Understood. You need not bring your items upstairs. With a mere wave of the hand, Su Yin refrained from expending unnecessary labor. With such a multitude present, it took less than half an hour for all the food and poultry to be relocated to the 11th floor. Upon returning home, He, the little dumpling, began to report on the situation in the hallway throughout the night. Last night, Su Yin, Zhang Bo, and Luo Wanning had made quite a commotion while driving out. The residents of Lanjingtai community still had some undeterred individuals attempting to force their way into the safety door at the entrance of Building C, 32nd floor. Reviewing the surveillance footage, it was evident that two groups had arrived during the night. Some were shocked but remained undeterred, as Wang Xinwu from the 31st floor, along with a few companions, had successfully driven them away. During the day, another group consisting of over a dozen individuals, including several of Wang Xinwu's companions, along with Li He and Song Gu, had blocked the corner between the 32nd and 31st floors. Chapter 54. What does he truly know? After examining the surveillance, Su Yin picked up the intercom. Sister Luo, did you lose anything? Not at all. Are you worried they might tamper with our belongings during the move? Not really. I have kept track of everything. Zhang Bo and I even expressed our gratitude with some potatoes and radishes, and I gave the Chung family a bit of beef. All right, as long as everything is in order. Setting down the intercom, Su Yin entered the space to check on the children, then untied the still-living chickens and geese from the car, leaving two behind while tossing the rest into the poultry enclosure. The few geese were discarded downstream into the river, and the beef was stored in the warehouse. Wang Xinwu and Li He harbor numerous subtle thoughts, yet as long as they do not cross her boundaries, Su Yin will not feel overly averse. She understands that even without the assistance of Wang Xinwu and Li He to drive away those intruders, her home remains impervious to others. However, she will not feign ignorance towards the endeavors of Wang Xinwu and Li He. Su Yin retrieved the two remaining chickens from her space and decided to deliver them to the 31st and 14th floors. Since Qing's family had already received beef from Luo Wanning, she chose not to bring any. De Huang, accompany me and deliver a chicken to the 14th floor. Wang Wu was delighted to assist his mistress. Clearly, she favored him slightly more. Look, she sought him out for tasks rather than De He. De Huang provocatively barked at De He a couple of times. De He, feeling challenged, bared his teeth at De Huang. Had it not been for Su Yan's presence, the two dogs would have already engaged in a scuffle. Su Yan paid no heed to the dogs' clandestine skirmishes. She took a piece of notepaper and inscribed, 32nd floor. Thank you. She affixed the note to the chicken's neck and descended the stairs with De He in tow. Upon knocking on the door of 3102, it was Wang Xinwu who answered. Miss Su, please come in. I shall not enter. I am merely delivering an addition to your meal. Su Yan extended the larger chicken towards Wang Xinwu. We have not been of much assistance. How can we accept such a generous gift? Take it. I cannot owe anyone a favor. Is this so? Miss Su is quite discerning, wishing to avoid any debts of gratitude. However, it has been quite some time since Wang Xinwu has savored fresh chicken. To claim he is not tempted would be disingenuous. The eyes of his comrades behind him fixated on the chicken, and he knew he had no choice but to accept it, lest his subordinates turn on him. Very well. Thank you, Miss Su. No need for thanks. Su Yin only delivers to this particular household, on the 14th floor where Li He resides. She instructed De Huang to take the chicken, holding it by the feet. De Huang, deliver this one to the 14th floor, remember. It's for that young man in the red coat, who just helped move things. De Huang wagged his tail in acknowledgement and swiftly dashed downstairs. Wang Xinwu stood momentarily, bewildered, clutching the chicken intended for him. Does the dog really know which floor to go to? Miss Su's dog seems almost intelligent. And was the term young man used genuinely? Off you go then. Miss Su, take care, goodbye. After Wang Xinwu closed the door, several of his companions rushed over to seize the chicken. Wow, it must weigh at least 6 or 7 g. Enough for us to share for 2 meals, or rather, let us divide it into smaller portions to make it last. Wang, the leader, was indeed wise, claiming that having connections on the 32nd floor would yield quick rewards. Hurry, boil water, and prepare to dispatch the chicken. Wang Xinwu swatted away the hands reaching to pluck the chicken's feathers. Listen up, learn from this. Don't be like the other foolish residents in the community who only think of brute force and inevitably fail. If you know you can't win, what should you do? Join in decisively. Brother Wang is brilliant. His younger companions flattered him enthusiastically. In the future, be smarter. If anyone dares to trouble Miss Su, lend a hand. Though she doesn't need our assistance, we must maintain a proper attitude, understand? We can also relay messages and run errands. Understood, Brother Wang. We've learned. Understood. When Li He on the 14th floor received the chicken sent by De Huang, he was reprimanded by Song Gu. Look, I advised you to wander around the 32nd floor more often and make your presence known, and now you've become familiar with the faces there. Although you have yet to reside on the 32nd floor, you've already taken a significant step forward, haven't you? Song Gu, please refrain from flattering me. Let's remain modest and cling to the powerful. There's no need to entertain further thoughts. Is that entertaining further thoughts? That is merely human nature. Song Gu sighed. lamenting that the young ones he mentored were not living up to expectations. If they were capable, they would already be residing on the 32nd floor. Li affectionately kissed the chicken and placed it into the sighing Songji's arms, saying, "Prepare the chicken. Tonight we shall feast." Exhausted and unwilling to cook, she opted for the leftovers she had saved, while De Huang and De He dined on dog food. Afterward, she washed herself thoroughly from head to toe and then took the child to bed. Typically, she seldom allowed the child to sleep beside her. But today she longed for her boyfriend, and having their child nearby felt rather comforting. Su Yin recalled Yang Jingwei relaying Qin Yi's words. "I understand. You must take good care of yourself. Wait for me." What did he know? How much did he comprehend? Qin Yi should still be unaware of the 3 spatial buttons she had sent him. Therefore, the most plausible conclusion was that Luo Fuan's miraculous recovery was linked to her. Su Yin could only speculate that perhaps Luo Fuan had not been entirely unconscious at that time. She decided to dismiss such thoughts. From Qin Yi's request for Yang Jingwei to convey his message, it was evident that he had not disclosed the matter to anyone else. The conjectures Su Yin entertained were, for the most part, grounded in truth. Luo Fuan had indeed informed Qin Yi that he was not entirely unconscious, and in his hazy state. He had glimpsed a figure resembling Su Yin administering him medicine. Qin Yi was aware of only this much. From the astonishing nature of the drug, he speculated that various unreasonable incidents abroad might be related to Su Yin, yet it remained mere conjecture, impossible to verify, for calamity had struck. After a long day, Yang Jinghui attempted to reach Qin Yi several times via satellite phone, only to be informed by the person on the line that Qin Yi was on a mission. Returning later to discuss with Qin Yi would yield the same results. That morning, Su Yin had just completed her training when she heard he mentioned someone was outside the corridor door. Without waiting for Su Yan's instructions, he promptly displayed the footage. It was Wang Xinwu from the 31st floor. Su Yan opened the door and asked, "Manager Wang, is there something you need?" "Miss Su, there's a gentleman named Yang downstairs looking for you. I came to inquire whether I should allow him to come up," Wang Xinwu explained. Su Yan was puzzled. Wang Xinwu continued, "I, along with a few of my colleagues, have formed a team. We have stationed someone to keep watch outside building C day and night starting today. So any outsiders must have permission to see anyone. Thus, I came to ask you." "Let him come up," Su Yin replied. "Understood, Miss Su." After Wang Xinwu departed, a little over 10 minutes passed before Yang Jinghui arrived at the door. Chapter 55. A visit. Su Yin awaited him at the corridor entrance. "I brought some milk powder for the child," Yang Jinghui said, handing her a large shopping bag. "Sister-in-law, you truly are full of surprises." "Thank you, please come in." Su Yin smiled as she accepted the bag and invited Yang Jinghui inside, choosing not to respond to his comment about being surprising. The large dogs, De Huang and De He, merely lay in their nests, glancing at the unfamiliar guest without making a sound. At the entrance of the corridor, 2 doors stand, while 3 doors grace the threshold of his home. The remnants of the explosion below and the bullet holes near the corridor lead Yang Jinghui to believe that these events are intertwined with Su Yin. "Please, have a seat and warm yourself with some hot tea." Before the internet was disrupted, I had assured him of my safety, and now, as you can see, you too will convey my circumstances to him, will you not? If you choose to feign ignorance of my situation, I would be most grateful. Sister-in-law, though our interactions have been limited, it is evident to me that you are a person of strong convictions. Perhaps you possess reasons for not wanting Qin Yi to know or contact you. I cannot say. Everyone harbors secrets, yet in matters of the heart, I naturally lean towards assisting my brother. Should you have compelling reasons to persuade me, I might consider concealing the truth for you. I am pleased for Qin Yi to have a brother like you. Thank you. I hear from Jiangsu that you do not intend to reside in the temporary resettlement base? You mentioned it was temporary, so I shall not. Your place is quite commendable." Yang Jinghui lifted his teacup, savoring a few sips of the pre-rain Longjing tea, his gaze sweeping across the entirety of the house. With ample water and electricity, and the outside temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero, this abode feels like spring. To claim he is not curious about his brother's girlfriend would be utterly incredulous. Prior to his arrival, he had inquired with Wei Cheng and fortuitously encountered one of the soldiers distributing relief supplies at the Lanjiang station. From him, he learned of Su Yan's renovations throughout the house, her youth, her children, and the abundance of supplies. Thus, he chose to refrain from further questioning. Setting down his teacup, Yang Jinghui casually rose and strolled toward the balcony, ostensibly to gaze outside, though in truth, he was scrutinizing the residence itself. Previously, Sue had already secured the suspicious items. While the children's playhouse and infant supplies were confiscated, the two children were peacefully napping in their room. He could look around as he pleased, if things were unclear. There was no need for explanation. Su-yin went to the kitchen to peel an apple, and it was not surprising that some fruit was preserved. Given that the household had sufficient water and electricity, the house was prepared for me by my second uncle, Su Jiangwo. Yes, it seems you have thoroughly investigated me. Haven't you? No, I only learned about it upon arriving at the Jiangxing station. By the way, sister-in-law, where are the two children? May I see them? The living room, dining area, and kitchen were filled with various infant supplies. Su-yin had mentioned the children yesterday, and she had no intention of concealing anything. However, she did not disclose whose children they were. The children are asleep. Can I see them? Since the children are asleep, perhaps it is best not to disturb them. Although the baby is only 6 months old, one can still discern the resemblance of Qini and Xiaorui. For now, it is prudent to keep the child away from those familiar with Qini. Well, I wish you safe travels. Please wait a moment. She took a bag and filled it with chocolates, ready-to-eat jerky, and half a bag of compressed biscuits. After a moment of thought, she added 2 sets of men's thermal clothing into the bag. The thermal attire was a product from the Eagle Nation, and since there was an abundance of it, it would be wasteful not to share, especially when compared to the interstellar thermal clothing she had purchased for 160 kilograms of gold. Wearing it was certainly better than not, so she decided to give it away. After all, Yang Jinghui was already aware of her past in the Eagle Nation. What wealthy family does not possess a few high-tech items? Others are well aware that she belongs to the affluent class. These provisions are for your journey. Thank you, sister-in-law. No need for thanks. After escorting the person to the corridor, it seems I have successfully bid farewell. Today is a day of rest. No tree planting, no vegetable cultivation, and no tending to livestock. Su-yin, Mei, and Li have emerged from their space to see the children, allowing He to act as her projectionist. Sister, please turn on the palace intrigue drama that you haven't finished watching, little dumpling. All right, Su. He mimics the affected speech of the delicate characters in the drama, sending shivers down Su-yan's spine. She scoops up the black and white dumpling into her embrace, adorable, soft, and warm, more genuine than any national treasure. Su, you naughty one, you've made her shed her fur. Speak properly, no need for theatrics. Su-yin covers He's mouth. Upon seeing the television turn on, De Huang and De He also gather around, engrossed in the show. Su-yin is quite adept at boiling water and preparing chicken. She skillfully slaughters the chicken, cleans the offal, and simmers the whole bird until it is nearly done, ready to be sliced. The chicken offal is prepared in the broth from boiling the chicken. She then slices about half a pound of beef, stir-frying it with coriander, completing her 2 dishes and a soup. The beef for the dogs is simply pan-fried without any seasoning. She plates the beef and dog food separately for De Huang and De He, who do not rush to eat. Go ahead. Woof, woof. Only when commanded do they begin to devour their meals with fervor. Su-yin suspects that the dogs have gained intelligence, their wits rivaling those of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Just as she sets down their bowls, the walkie-talkie that Lu Shui forcibly handed her crackles to life. Yin, I will come to pick you up early tomorrow morning. No, your little broken car moves as slowly as a turtle. Just tell me the address, and I shall make my own way there. Su-yin, I possess numerous luxury vehicles. However, the road conditions are deplorable, and with this dreadful weather, those cars cannot traverse the streets. A mere small truck would suffice. Drive here, and then take me out for a spin. We shall discuss it further. Please provide me with the address. After noting down the address sent by Lu Shui, the call was promptly terminated. The Lanting district where Lu Shui resides is an upscale community on par with Lanjiangtai, situated more than 10 kilometers away from her location. The following morning, Lu Shui diligently reminded her via intercom. Chapter 56. Lu Shui Su-yin sought an excuse to avoid going, yet she could not withstand Lu Shui's enthusiasm. She decided to treat it as a simple outing. Su, you should purchase a protective shield. How foolish. Am I to venture out bearing a turtle shell? Oh no, it is invisible. Realizing her narrow perspective, Su-yin had envisioned a physical shield, neglecting the notion of it being invisible. Since it is indeed imperceptible, then there is no issue. 2,500 kilograms of gold. The price stung Su-yin. She had to admit that when it comes to matters of safety, nothing comes cheap. Staying cooped up at home may preserve her life, yet after prolonged isolation, she feared for her mental well-being. With this shield, she could indulge in adventures without restraint. To refrain from doing so would be a disservice to the price of the shield. Purchase, bind and activate, controlled by consciousness. It is truly sophisticated. As long as she remains safe and unassailed, this protective shield shall remain intangible. With the company of the large yellow and black dogs, she landed her aircraft near the Lanjiang Terrace and managed to extract the armored vehicle. After using an entire water tower to wash the vehicle's compartment, Su Yin arrived at the entrance of the Lanting community just as the intercom rang. Yin, I have asked the two gentlemen at the entrance to escort you upstairs. I am on the 18th floor. All right. Fortunately, it was the 18th floor and not her usual 32nd. Soon, two young men resembling bodyguards appeared at the entrance. Are you Miss Su? One inquired. Our lady has asked us to take you upstairs. Very well. Where should I park the car? You can park it here, Miss Su. I will keep an eye on it for you. Thank you. Su Yin parked the vehicle downstairs at the unit where Lu Shui resided and followed one of the men up to the 18th floor with her dogs. Lu Shui was already waiting at the corridor entrance, which also featured a door. Upon entering, Su Yin noticed that the layout was similar to her own place at Lanjiang Terrace, 2 households per floor. Yin, coming quickly. Climbing the stairs must be tiring. Living here is quite inconvenient. It's not too bad here, just the 18th floor. I still live on the 32nd. You're impressive. Wow, Yin. Your 2 dogs are truly magnificent. I wish to have a dog as well, but I haven't found the right one. Don't tell me you have your eyes on my dogs. Of course not. A dog is a living creature, not an object. Even if you gave it to me, I might not be able to tame it. Lu Shui linked arms with Su Yin as they entered her home. The living room exuded understated luxury, impeccably clean, with a fireplace that added a touch of warmth. Su Yin instructed the dogs to lie down at the entrance and remain still. Do you live alone? I occupy this room by myself, while my parents and younger brother reside in the adjacent one. Indeed. My mother is aware of your visit and has insisted that you stay for lunch. Do not even think about declining. I arrived empty-handed, so I shall not impose on your hospitality. Su Yin believes that when visiting a friend, bringing a gift is a sign of reciprocity. However, for an invitation from someone unfamiliar, she feels that such formalities are unnecessary, hence she brought nothing. You are being rather inconsiderate. Our family is not lacking a meal. My father is aware of your visit today and, having business dealings with Uncle Su, wishes to make your acquaintance. Oh, I was unaware. You are just beginning your university journey, and it is understandable that you are not yet familiar with the family business. Then I shall forego lunch, should you insist. I shall take my leave. Very well, I concede. If you choose not to eat, then so be it. Lo Shue busily poured tea for Su Yin, offering biscuits and chocolates, and even washed a plate of cherry tomatoes. Tea time is upon us, yet there is little to eat. You will have to make do with a few bites. Later. Allow me to take the wheel of your car, will you? Of course, today is merely an opportunity for me to indulge in a drive. Yin. I am truly grateful to you. To be candid, I have no friends my age. Upon meeting you, I felt an instant connection. I believe we are destined to become good friends. I find that hard to believe. Were it not for that car, it is likely these two would never have crossed paths. Su Yin chuckled softly, regarding Lo Shue's words as mere banter. You doubt me? How can you doubt me? I must tell you, I worked tirelessly throughout high school and university to support myself, leaving no time for friendships. The wealthy young ladies in our circle regard me as a curiosity. Despite my family's considerable wealth, I have chosen a path akin to that of a refugee. Hence, they would never associate with someone like me. From Lu Shue's tone and expression, it was evident that she spoke the truth. Su Yin understood well that the affluent society in Jianqing is far more pragmatic and cliquish than that of ordinary folk. The daily lives of those heiresses revolve around shopping, grooming, and flaunting their boyfriends. Lu Shui, having worked to support herself since her teenage years, finds it impossible to connect with such individuals. Not only the heiresses, but even the average classmates lack the time to socialize. I believe her story, for I too am friendless in this world, where companionship seems a luxury. Ha. It's all right. The expensive is not always the best, yet the cheap certainly lacks quality. Are you not feeling restless? Shall we take a spin? Let us go. Su Yin thought to herself how handsome he was. With a large backpack in tow, Lu Shui led Su Yin downstairs. You drive. I said I would drive. All right. I won't contest you. Su Yin unlocked the car, and Lu Shui eagerly jumped in, tossing her large backpack onto the back seat and revved the engine, treating the car like a tank. To be honest, if you have the means to acquire one vehicle, securing a second should be within reach. You must get me one of those cars. Just name your terms, and I shall procure it. This matter cannot be rushed. but I will certainly inform you when the opportunity arises. One must not be overly definitive in speech. After all, she possesses quite a number of vehicles. And given the right opportunity, selling a few would be feasible, but one must first navigate through the preliminary hurdles. Lu Shui gripped the steering wheel with one hand while the other fell casually upon Su Yan's shoulder, startling her. Could it be that this young lady, Lu, would behave in such a manner? Remove your hand. You're driving. If you crash into me, you shall compensate. Su Yan exclaimed, her expression reflecting disdain. What is that look of contempt? Me? Surely not. I am perfectly normal. Lu Shui's laughter rang out. A rare moment of genuine mirth for Su Yan after such a long time. You still find this amusing? All right. Enough laughter. Where are we headed? Understood. You are indeed a competent businesswoman. After an hour of driving, Lu Shui halted the vehicle in front of a rather unremarkable and seemingly deserted commercial building. Chapter 57. Assist me in acquiring a vehicle. Su Yan was uncertain of their exact location, but she recognized they had ventured into the suburbs. Where is this place? The building boasted 3 floors and housed an established jewelry mall, where aside from a few bespoke shops, the remainder consisted of antiques favored by the older generation. The youth, largely unaware of this locale, often overlooked it while searching for supplies. The exterior lacked even a proper signboard. Who would ever suspect that such shops lay hidden within? Today, we are here to unearth some treasures. Su Yan scrutinized Lu Shui, who was merely a few years her senior. You should still be classified as one of the youth, right? During my 3 years in high school, I worked for 3 years. I have labored here for 6 months. That is why I am aware of it. Lu Shui expressed a sense of grievance regarding her part-time job. Yet, there are merits to such work. Behold, the knowledge gained of places unknown to others. Indeed, one must venture forth to witness it all. Thus, Su Yan shouldered her backpack, bringing along both De Huang and De He, allowing De Huang to lead the way while De He followed closely behind. With canines at both flanks, a sense of security enveloped them. The building comprised 9 stories. The 7th, 8th, and 9th floors housed commercial establishments, while the lower 6 levels were dedicated to leisure and dining. Access to the upper floors and the lower 6th required different elevators and prohibited the use of stairs from this entrance. It seems you are quite familiar with this place. Lu Shui, you could easily navigate this alone. Why bring me along? I wish to foster a good rapport with you. I fear that should you discover something valuable in the future, you might forget about me, especially concerning vehicles. You truly possess a keen sense of self-preservation, Lu Shui remarked. I am simply not fond of underhanded dealings. Aside from vehicles, I also have a penchant for firearms and ammunition. Do not claim you lack connections. If you can procure such vehicles, acquiring firearms should pose no difficulty. Su Yan observed Lu Shui's earnest expression with intrigue. What was she truly suggesting? How could Lu Shui believe that procuring firearms was so easily attainable? Although, it was evident that she possessed an abundance of such items. What is that expression of yours? Auntie has witnessed your lively discussions with military acquaintances, indicating a certain familiarity between you. China's gun control laws are stringent, replied Lu Shui. In a post-apocalyptic world, however, such regulations are relaxed. Connections can facilitate applications for firearms. Even if one were to acquire them, the quantities are limited, making transactions improbable. Su Yan chose not to engage further. As they reached the 7th floor, where the glass doors of the shops remained intact, untouched by any looting. Lu Shui retrieved 2 considerably larger long-handled hammers from her backpack, effortlessly shattering a glass door with just a few strikes. After her task was completed, she thrust a hammer and several storage bags into Su Yan's hands. Use this to smash the glass cabinets inside. Gather anything valuable and useful. Once we've collected everything, we shall divide the spoils. No need for words, she said. I know it may sound harsh, but it is merely the nature of our endeavor. Su Yan, unwilling to engage with the loquacious woman, took the storage bags and began her scavenging within the jade carving studio. The premises were filled with finished products, semi-finished pieces, and raw stones, all meticulously categorized within glass cabinets. Items that were not locked were taken freely, while those secured would yield to a hammer strike before they could be claimed. The pair swiftly cleared one establishment before moving on to the next. The first floor housed 7 or 8 workshops or shops, all dedicated to the crafting of jade carvings, goldsmithing, and diamond setting, replete with precious treasures. Although Su Yan felt a twinge of psychological burden as she collected items, she soon rationalized that if the shop owners were still alive, they would have had time to retrieve their belongings amidst the flooding. If they had not, it was likely that they were either deceased or absent from the city. Therefore, If she refrained from taking these items, someone else would surely do so. It was better for her to benefit than to allow another to profit. Lo Shue, wait a moment. Su Yin called. What is it? Lo Shue inquired. Su Yin produced a roll of paper towels from her backpack, which was actually from her spatial storage, and handed it to Lo Shue. Wrap those unboxed chains in paper towels before placing them in the bags. Otherwise, they will become entangled. That makes sense, Lo Shue replied. They continued to collect items such as cigarettes, alcohol, tea, biscuits, sausages, instant noodles, and even unopened packages, dismantling them as they proceeded. Su Yin had become accustomed to these habits. After all, she had several years of experience from her past life. She was quite adept at handling situations, as evidenced by her efficiency in managing the delivery boxes and various drawers. Was she truly the daughter of the Liu family? Don't look at me like that. When the calamity began, I set out with my brother and others to scavenge. I am well versed in this sort of endeavor, Lu Shui remarked, her hands never ceasing their work, deftly slicing open another small package. Wow, this store owner is impressive. What peculiar items do we have here? Su Yin leaned in for a closer inspection. An entire box filled with Okamoto products. Do you know? Many people seek these out. A single item from this box can be exchanged for dozens of pounds of rice. Several wealthy patrons have already reserved them with me in advance. Perfect. You can make the delivery now. But we shouldn't sell them all. Let us keep a few boxes for ourselves. You can keep yours. Now, let us move on to the next place. She had plenty. The stock in the warehouse could last several lifetimes. Lu Shui set the delivery boxes in the corridor, intending to carry them down after finishing the first floor. The two encountered a conspicuously heavy safe that they could not manage to carry. No need to exert ourselves. Let the capable ones deal with that later. I'm heading up to the 8th floor first. All right, I'll join you after I finish with these two. Lu Shui ascended to the 8th floor ahead, while Su Yin stored the unmovable safe into her space. After clearing the 8th floor, the two managed to load several large bags onto the vehicle, taking a moment to eat. I have a stove in the car. Let us cook something warm to eat. Sounds great. Hurry up. Su Yin retrieved the alcohol stove, filled a stainless steel pot with half a kettle of water, and added the previously packed braised beef, both meat and broth, to create a savory soup base. Once the water reached a boil, she introduced several pieces of rice noodles from Yangcheng, allowing them to simmer for 5 minutes before seasoning them to perfection. The two dogs were fed kibble instead of being served the meal. Lu Shui, dinner is ready. Coming. It smells delightful. Su Yin handed her a bowl and a pair of chopsticks, and the two sat cross-legged within the confines of the vehicle, eagerly beginning their feast. A sprinkle of coriander and scallions would elevate the dish even further. Andy had cultivated scallions and coriander in a plastic container. Were I to possess such a vehicle, equipped with a stove and provisions, I would gladly venture out to gather supplies rather than engage in reselling. You truly are a talent. How is it that you can always relate everything back to the vehicle? I genuinely lack a vehicle capable of traversing harsh environments. Alas, Su Yin chose silence, finishing her meal and tidying up before heading to the 9th floor to continue her work. Once they completed the cleanup on the 9th floor and transported everything downstairs, the pair began the division of supplies. Distributing the goods was an art in itself, while cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and snacks were simple to divide. The more challenging items were jade and both finished and semi-finished jewelry. Ian, how should we split these? Let us categorize them. Gold and diamond pieces can be divided into 2 groups, while jade can be sorted by quality and then halved. All right, that makes it easier. Both women were not overly particular, and their division took a little over an hour. Today's haul was substantial, and I certainly benefited from it. No need for thanks. Do help me acquire a vehicle. Well, look, there are several modified cars over there. Chapter 58. The crash. Luo Shui swiftly leaped into the driver's seat. Ian, we must follow them. Why should we pursue them? Consider this. It is already dark, and these military vehicles are leaving the city. It must be something significant. Whether good or bad. Yes, you've made your point, but does this good or bad news concern us? Trust me, if it's a misfortune, we can merely observe the spectacle, and if it's a fortunate event, we may partake in the spoils. In any case, we stand to gain. With your formidable vehicle and the presence of De Huang and De He, the danger is negligible, so if you're worried, just suppress it. After approximately an hour of pursuit, the vehicles ahead finally came to a halt. Luo Shui parked her car a few hundred meters away. They were shining flashlights as if searching for something in this desolate location. What could possibly be found here? It seems they are looking for someone. Well, then we can only be spectators. I had hoped to glean some advantage from this. Luo Shui remarked that following them had turned out to be a mere distraction. And indeed, there was nothing beneficial to be found. The cold outside made her reluctant to exit the vehicle. Su Yan, clad in dual layers of protection, thermal clothing for warmth and a shield to repel blades and bullets, felt emboldened, her courage now as heavy as a lead weight. She jumped out of the car, bringing De Huang and De He along. I want to partake in the search for people. You can take the dogs. Just keep the walkie-talkie on, and I'll call out to you every few minutes. Make sure to respond. Su Yan flashed an OK sign to Luo Shui in the vehicle. There is no better companion for tracking than a police dog. When the military is searching for someone, if she didn't accompany them, it would be understandable. But now that they've reached this point, it would be futile not to take action. Su Yan switched on her flashlight, with De Huang leading the way and De He bringing up the rear as they ventured into a small valley. Nearly 5 minutes had passed when Lu Shui called out. Yan, have you found anything? We've only taken a few steps, and I am not exactly a lucky charm, she retorted. Perhaps you are, Lu Shui suggested. Stop chattering. It might disrupt De Huang and De He's performance. All right. Su Yan adjusted the volume of the intercom, following closely behind De Huang. De He darted about energetically in the rear. The mountains were relatively dry, and not everywhere was frozen. Su Yan was clad in a complete sports outfit, making the uphill trek quite manageable. Wherever De Huang led, she kept pace. The others, seeing her flashlight, mistook her for one of their own and dispersed to conduct a thorough search, unaware of her unexpected presence. Lu Shui had already called Su Yan for the 5th time. Woof woof. Master, I found something. De He exclaimed, rushing forward excitedly. Su Yan quickened her pace, only to see De Huang carrying a scrap of torn fabric. She aimed her flashlight at it. It resembled a piece ripped from clothing. De Huang, De He searched the vicinity thoroughly. Following her command, the 2 dogs intensified their search. Su Yan trailed behind them, almost as if she were assisting in their efforts. Woof. Master, come quickly. De Huang barked again, this time with a heightened sense of excitement. Although Su Yan did not comprehend the language of animals, she recognized the urgency in De Huang's voice. As she approached the 2 dogs, her flashlight illuminated a long shadow on the ground. It was a person. Could it be that she has truly become a harbinger of fortune? While a whole team searched in vain nearby, she, accompanied by her 2 dogs, made the discovery. De Huang and De He sniffed around the figure on the ground. Su Yan pondered. Could he have perished, leaving behind a scent? No, it was well below freezing. Death would not spoil him. She crouched down, adjusting the beam of her flashlight to a softer hue, illuminating the face of the man before her. To her astonishment, it was none other than Yang Jinghui, who had just arrived at her home the previous day. The extent of his injuries was unfathomable. Instinctively, she reached out to check for his breath. At first glance, one could easily mistake him for lifeless. Yet, his breath was faint, a mere wisp, suggesting that his time was running out. To save him? Undoubtedly, she would. A vial of cellular repair serum cost a staggering 10 kilograms of gold, but now, she felt remarkably calm. Items in the dimensional marketplace were relatively inexpensive by comparison. She procured a vial. Su Yan twisted the cap off, cradling his head with one hand while administering the serum with the other. Immediately after, she stowed the empty vial away, not waiting for him to awaken. She was certain he would. She needed to leave before he regained consciousness. Calling to her dogs, they departed swiftly. It was clear that the backpack belonged to Yang Jinghui, so she placed it beside him. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a long men's down jacket from her space and draped it over him, then departed with her dogs at a pace more frantic than that of a fleeing soul. You finally figured it out. You scare me to death. It's all right. Didn't you say it was cold? Quickly, let us get in the car and leave. It's truly freezing. Let us go. Had I known, I wouldn't have come along. This has been quite a loss. The 2 dogs dutifully hopped into the second row of seats. Shall I drive? I see you're so cold that even gripping the steering wheel is a challenge. No, it's a rare opportunity to drive. Please don't take that away from me. Meanwhile, Yang Jinghui had already awakened. Yet, misfortune befell him as his parachute malfunctioned, only deploying just before he made contact with the ground. He recalled the severity of his injuries. After severing the parachute cords, he could barely rise and lay on the ground for hours without encountering anyone, cold and famished, before ultimately losing consciousness. Based on his professional expertise, he surmised that the injuries sustained upon landing were indeed grave. However, aside from a slight chill, he found no visible wounds on his body. Were it not for the bloodstains on his clothing, he might have believed that the plane crash was merely a figment of his imagination. Moreover, In this odd reverie, it seemed he heard someone calling out for Ian. Dismissing the thought for the moment, Yang Jinghui, feeling famished, sat up and noticed a backpack beside him. He rummaged through it and retrieved a piece of chocolate. Was this chocolate from Su Yan? Ian, his brother's wife? Chapter 59. Dispersing some suspicion, it was unlikely that he dreamed of his brother's wife. Rather, it seemed he had not fully lost consciousness. Someone had indeed called out for Ian, and he had heard it. Yet, such details were of little consequence. What mattered was that he bore no injuries at all. This was illogical. He noticed he was wrapped in a men's down jacket, suggesting that the individual who rescued him was likely a man. This raised further questions. Did this mean Su Yan had no connection to his predicament? Or had Su Yan been here with another man? Yang Jinghui was beset with inquiries, yet no one was present to provide answers. After consuming 2 bars of chocolate and a bag of jerky, feeling the chill intensify, he donned the down jacket, pulled the hood over his head, and finally hoisted the backpack to venture outside. Upon emerging, he noticed the flickering beam of a flashlight, clearly searching for him. Yang Jinghui appeared before the search and rescue team in an automatic and resolute manner, stirring a wave of excitement among them. Old Yang? Is that really you? It's such a relief that you're all right. Commander Hua has issued orders that we must see you alive. Step aside. If you cannot speak, then remain silent. Old Yang, allow me to examine you first. Upon witnessing that he was indeed alive, the group felt a mixture of joy and confusion. They were elated that he was unharmed, yet puzzled by how he appeared to be truly unscathed. There is no need for an examination. I am uninjured, Yang Jinghui declared, moving his arms and legs to demonstrate his well-being. His down jacket concealed the bloodstains on his clothing and hair, and it was night. Thus, the individual who had insisted on the examination did not scrutinize him closely and refrained from pressing the issue. Truly, he was fortunate to be alive. After the aircraft malfunctioned, I parachuted to safety and lost consciousness upon landing in a hollow. I have just awakened. By the way, where did the helicopter crash? On the second peak ahead. Besides you all, has anyone else been here? Probably not. It's strange if no one has. Perhaps they simply did not discover this location. Initially, a rather eye-catching modified vehicle appeared behind our convoy, but as distance increased, I am uncertain if it ever reached this area. Leading the search and rescue for Yang Jinghui were 2 loyal subordinates of Hua Chonglin. Had it been Wei Cheng or Jiang Su, they would have recognized the modified vehicle as belonging to Su Yan. Has a vehicle been here? That would explain things. Yang Jinghui inquired only about the vehicle's appearance, and it was indeed fortuitous that he had seen it before. Regardless of whether saving Yang Jinghui was right or wrong, he was saved today. If given another chance, she would still choose to rescue him, not because he was Qin Yi's brother or comrade, but due to his identity as a soldier. She had seen Yang Jinghui's car before. A simple inquiry would reveal its connection to her. However, what if there were more than one such vehicle in Jiancheng? Ian, what are you pondering? I was contemplating whether I should procure a car for you. Oh my, really? Lu Shui resumed driving with one hand while the other animatedly shook Su Yan in the passenger seat. Focus on driving. You must hear me out first. All right. I'm listening. As long as it doesn't jeopardize my life and I can afford it, I'll readily comply. Let us be clear. I do have a means to acquire another vehicle, but you must ensure that no one else knows you bought it from me, or I'll have countless individuals seeking me out. In these times, everyone harbors secrets that must not be divulged, and I shall not speak of what should remain unsaid. Lu Shui must have been armed. At that moment, she was in the shadows while I was in the light. Had she chosen to eliminate me, the car and the spoils of the day would have been hers. Yet, she refrained from such an act. Tonight, do not turn off the intercom. Once I acquire the car, I'll deliver it to the community entrance. How will you pay for it once it arrives? Will my earnings from today suffice? The gains from today will be split between us. Even a rough estimate suggests each of us has several hundred million. If we consider 200 million, a car costs 10 million, which is a 20-fold increase. By any calculation, it's a tremendous profit. Very well. Thank you. Ian, you are like a sister to me. Though we share no blood, let us not exaggerate. Remember your promise. Rest assured, even if my biological parents inquire about the source of my car, I shall remain silent. They returned to Lanting. Su Yan instructed Lu Shui to remove her share of supplies. No need to move it. It's all yours. Just take it to avoid any inconvenience. Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Lu Shui's demeanor was somewhat aloof, with a hint of wariness, yet I trust my judgment. You would not betray me for such trifles. Thank you for your trust. Remember to leave the intercom on tonight. Lu Shui signaled an okay with her hand and gracefully turned to enter the community. Habitually, she checked the surveillance with He. only to find that no one had come to visit that day. Excellent. After thoroughly refreshing herself, she retrieved the two little ones from her space, ensuring their well-being before settling down for the night. Hee, wake me for the midnight snack. All right, Su, good night. The little dumpling rolled a few times from the doorway to the bedside, leaning against the nightstand like a small guardian beast. Sleep eluded Lu Shui. After leisurely discussing the day's business with her associate via the intercom, she indulged in a midnight snack while fixating on the intercom. At midnight, the device finally came to life. Lu Shui, step out of your community. Turn right. The car is parked there. Got it. Within 10 minutes, Lu Shui, still clutching the intercom, dashed to the spot where Su Yan had parked. Yan, I see the car. Where are you? You just left the keys on the door? That's bold. Aren't you worried someone might drive off with it? I had someone deliver it to you. By the way, I've left a drum of gasoline in the trunk for you. That's it. The deal is done. Thank you, sister. After ending the call, Lu Shui inspected the trunk, discovering it filled with a 200-liter drum of fuel. Her sister truly was generous. The following day was not dedicated to training. Rather, it involved the relocation of all the items received the previous day to the living room, where the jewelry, carefully wrapped in tissue paper, was organized. The predominant pieces were jade and white jade, followed by an array of inlaid jewelry adorned with diamonds and various colored gemstones, as well as pearls. The quality of these customizable items was remarkable. Even the least expensive pieces would have commanded a 5-figure sum prior to the apocalypse. Su Yan contemplated that in order to maximize the value of these treasures, she would need to open another dimensional portal, for in the interstellar realm, such gemstones and precious metals held little worth. Only in modern or ancient dimensions could they fetch a proper price. Previously, she had hesitated to expend 200 kilograms of gold to establish an additional portal, but now it had become a necessity. What purpose would these myriad pieces of jewelry serve if not to be sold? When she had promised Lu Shui to exchange these jewels for a vehicle, she had already resolved to take this course of action. She decided to open another portal to the modern dimension as she deemed it more reliable than the ancient one. Chapter 60. The Difficulty of Deception. With the disappearance of 200 kilograms of gold from the vault, a new page for modern transactions immediately appeared on the virtual screen. Su Yan attempted to scan a high-quality Zhengyang green bracelet, and the marketplace assessed its value at 13 kilograms of gold. A piece of sheep-fat white jade, approximately 10 centimeters in length and 4 centimeters in width, weighed about 50 grams and was valued at 4 kilograms of gold. Jewelry embedded with gold, platinum, or pearls was not particularly valuable. For instance, a pair of earrings was worth just over 100 grams of gold, translating to only tens of thousands. Apart from a few diamonds exceeding 10 carats, the most valuable and abundant items were indeed the jade pieces. Having completed the scanning process on the trading platform, a total of over 2,700 kilograms of gold was amassed. After deducting the 200 kilograms expended for activating the modern interface, the remainder constitutes pure profit. Of course, the expense for the vehicle is not included, as it was acquired at no cost. It was indeed a splendid day for earnings, uplifting my spirits, prompting me to indulge in a more lavish lunch. I first treated my dogs to a chicken leg each and half a kilogram of pork ribs, prepared simply by pan-frying without any seasoning, yet they relished every bite. My own meal consisted of steamed sea bass, poached shrimp, ginseng chicken soup, and a refreshing cucumber salad, complemented by a portion of grilled lamb chops. The preparation of these dishes is quite straightforward, although the quantity appears substantial for one person. Su Yan is capable of finishing it all, with such a large stockpile and ample space for planting and raising livestock. The purpose is to enhance one's quality of life. Otherwise, what would be the point of it all? If my children were a bit older, I would certainly expand the variety of dishes, even though they are merely a few months old. Su Yan has already envisioned the day they would join the family at the dining table. Suddenly, one of the walkie-talkies on the coffee table buzzed unexpectedly. "Hey, bring me the walkie-talkie." Woof. Dehei cheerfully fetched it for Su Yan, while the Huang, feeling slighted by the lack of an important task, appeared quite displeased. "Luo Shui? Yan, are you coming out for a joyride? I just took a few laps around the city, and I must say, my car is the most dazzling in Jiangcheng. Not going. I'm in seclusion. Now that I can travel easily, shall I come to see you? Suit yourself. I'm off for a nap." Su Yan decisively ended the call, tidied the dining table, and washed the dishes. Just as she set the walkie-talkie down, Luo Shui called out to her once more. "Yan, do not be anxious. I have yet to finish my words. This morning, as I took a drive, I was halted by a remarkably handsome soldier who inquired whether I had ventured to Phoenix Ridge and the suburbs last night. He mentioned that it was the site of a helicopter crash, and I suspect they may have spotted our vehicle, which could lead them to investigate you shortly. The crash has no connection to us, does it? Oh, it certainly does not. It is all my fault. Had I not pursued my curiosity last night, you would not have stumbled upon matters best left unseen. When you took the dog up the mountain, you must have witnessed something extraordinary. Rest assured, none of us visited that place yesterday. I shall keep my lips sealed. Is that all? I must hang up now. I shall treat you to a meal another day. Regardless of what Lu Shui may say, I refuse to acknowledge it. Remember, you owe me a meal. For the time being, Lu Shui remains on Su Yan's list of trustworthy individuals, and treating her to a meal is acceptable. Su Yan is unconcerned about Lu Shui's speculations, no matter the conjecture. The truth shall remain elusive. She believes Yang Jinghui will conceal the details of his miraculous recovery from serious injury. After concluding her conversation with Lu Shui, Su Yan refrains from entering the space to work, anticipating that someone may come looking for her. As expected, after amusing Xiao Rui and Xiao Wei for over half an hour, Yi alerted her that someone was in the hallway. The surveillance showed it was one of Wang Xinwu's subordinates from the property management downstairs. Su Yan stepped out to inquire, "What brings you here?" "Miss Su, a person with the surname Yang is seeking you. Shall I allow him to come up?" "Let him come up. Please wait a moment while I retrieve something." In the future, there will be no need to ascend the stairs. With this intercom device, a single charge will suffice for an entire month. At that time, I shall connect a charging socket outside the door. Ah, how much more convenient this will be. Thank you, Miss Su, for your thoughtful consideration. Upon returning to the living room, Su Yan instructed He to synchronize the intercom channel with that of Lu Shui, thereby eliminating the need to carry multiple devices. Su, I've adjusted the settings. In the future, you can connect to several channels using just one intercom. He remarked, showcasing her remarkable skill. The little dumpling cannot withstand flattery. Even artificial intelligence can feel bashful. Within mere minutes, Yang Jinghui arrived, clad in a down jacket and carrying a shopping bag. "Sister-in-law, I've come to intrude once more. You are always welcome. Please, come in." After entering the safety door of the hallway and then stepping into the home, it struck me that if several guests were to arrive in a single day, the constant opening and closing of doors would be exhausting. Yang Jinghui placed the bag on the coffee table and comfortably took a seat. "Sister-in-law, aren't you going out today? Trying to extract information? Not a chance. I have no time to go out as I need to tend to the children. Please make yourself comfortable. I will brew a cup of tea." Su Yan quickly prepared a cup of tea and also brought a plate of dried fruits. Yang Jinghui took a sip of tea and, after a moment, asked, "Sister-in-law, there is something I wish to inquire about." "What is it that seems so serious?" "Please, go ahead. Did you go to Phoenix Ridge in the eastern suburbs yesterday?" "No. I didn't even step out of the hallway." Yang Jinghui was unable to discern any signs of deceit on her face. "Without anyone to help watch the children, I cannot leave the house." "Is that so? Did someone help take care of the children when my sister-in-law went out?" "Yes. I could only leave if I found someone to look after them." Yang Jinghui was aware that Luo Fuan had been gravely injured, nearly losing his life, yet miraculously recovered within an hour. Now, Yang Jinghui found himself in a situation strikingly similar to Luo Fuan's. Before the apocalypse, Luo Fuan had encountered trouble in the Night City of the Eagle Nation, and after the apocalypse, he faced misfortune in Jiang City. The only connection between these events was that Su Yan was present in Night City back then, and now she finds herself in Jiang City. The key factor is not merely their presence in the same location, but rather the scarcity of vehicles on the road, and Su Yan's car has a distinct appearance. However, Su Yan truly lacks a reason to venture to Phoenix Ridge. If she is bold enough to claim that she has never left the stairwell, then it is indeed impossible for her to have stepped out with 2 children in tow. Furthermore, the men's down jacket draped over him raises questions. Su Yan would hardly carry a man's down jacket when she goes out. Thus, it stands to reason that this individual must be male. Yet, he cannot fathom why the evidence seems to indicate that Su Yan is unlikely to go there, yet he feels an inexplicable connection to her. Chapter 61. Brother. This is quite a dilemma. Yang Jinghui appeared trapped in his own thoughts, oblivious to the world around him. The two of them, not quite familiar yet not entirely strangers, sat awkwardly in the living room. Su Yan felt compelled to break the silence with a conversation starter. "So, do you believe I have been there? I have no ties to the plane crash, do I? You should be fine, shouldn't you?" Su Yan regarded Yang Jinghui with surprise. In truth, she was well aware of everything. She could only act her part convincingly. Yang Jinghui was not easily deceived. Individuals like him had undergone thorough training, mastering psychology and micro-expression analysis with effortless ease. Su Yin could only strive to conceal any signs of vulnerability. Indeed, it was not easy to deceive. Yang Jinghui cast a subtle glance in her direction, yet he was meticulously scrutinizing her. "I presumed you would be aware of this," he remarked. "Have you come today regarding your plane crash? Did you think I had visited Phoenix Ridge, or that I might possess some knowledge about it? If that were the case, you are mistaken. I have never set foot in that place. I am unaware of what you have encountered, nor do I comprehend why you believe I have been there. I apologize, sister-in-law. It is my fault for not clarifying. Someone has seen your car at Phoenix Ridge, here in Jiangcheng. Your vehicle is quite distinctive. Let me assure you, it was not I. If you wish to investigate, feel free, but please ensure I remain oblivious to your inquiries." Su Yan's tone shifted. She resorted to a demeanor of cold detachment to bring the matter to a close. She could not fathom why Yang Jinghui was so insistent on pursuing this line of inquiry. In these times of relentless natural disasters, life was becoming increasingly arduous. What purpose would it serve to uncover the truth? No matter how miraculous the effects of that restorative agent might be, could it truly put an end to the calamities? There seemed to be no merit in fixating on this issue. Yang Jinghui understood that even if he were to ascertain the identity of his savior, what would it ultimately change? Yet, from Su Yan's reaction, he likely reached a conclusion. "Su Yan, I apologize." Before Yang Jinghui could finish his apology, Su Yan hastened toward the children's room, drawn by the sound of two small voices crying. The children, having awakened without their mother or the two nannies, Mei Mei and Li Li, were in distress. "No more crying, my darlings. Mommy is here." The two little ones, nestled in their beds, had faces flushed from tears, their tiny hands and feet restlessly brushing against their blankets. Upon hearing their mother's voice, the two little ones clumsily turned over, lifting their small heads, their tear-filled eyes gazing in the direction of Su Yan. Upon spotting the familiar figure, their cries transformed into gentle sobs. "Mother is here. No need to cry. Be good." Su Yan cooed as she placed the two children into the stroller and pushed them into the living room, momentarily forgetting that Xiao Rui might be discerned by others due to his appearance. "Yang Jinghui, could you please rock the crib for me, just as I do? I need to prepare milk for the children." Su Yan demonstrated how to gently sway the twin crib. "All right, go ahead," Yang Jinghui replied, squatting before the crib, cautiously rocking it back and forth. The crib swayed softly, and the two little ones gradually quieted down, their pairs of eyes sparkling like black gems, fixed upon him with intrigue. When the two were calm and no longer crying, they appeared well-behaved, their faces not flushed but rather a tender rosy hue, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch and kiss them. It was rare for them to encounter a new face. Both Xiao Rui and Xiao Wei began to move their lips, uttering delightful baby sounds like iya, iya, iya. They also wore smiles that could soothe all worldly sorrows. Even the heart of a hardened man would melt at such innocence. Yang Jinghui felt instantly healed. "What beautiful little treasures. You resemble your mother so much, and you," he pointed to the boy, "are clearly a boy, yet equally charming." The two little ones seemed to understand the compliments, flailing their arms and legs with joy, emitting soft and adorable sounds. The girl bore a striking resemblance to Su Yan, while the boy, though not as similar, possessed a hint of familiarity. Yang Jinghui mused that all lovely children must look like this. Su Yan swiftly prepared 2 bottles of milk powder, feeding one to each child. The little ones eagerly clutched the nipples of their bottles, their tiny hands cradling their bowls as they fervently gulped down the nourishment. They appeared utterly famished, exuding an irresistible charm. "How adorable! May I feed one?" he inquired. "Certainly. Just hold the bottle like this and let her drink by herself," she replied. Yang Jinghui took the bottle from Xiao Wei, observing the diminutive infant as she vigorously sucked, cheeks puffed out. It was a sight both healing and relieving. The two infants, so fragile, resembled delicate porcelain that might shatter upon the slightest touch, yet they embodied resilience and strength, exerting every ounce of effort with each sip, as if declaring their earnest desire to grow swiftly. Su Yan had been feeding the children daily for several months, having long since moved past the initial curiosity about newborns. Yang Jinghui, however, had never been so intimately close to such small children before and was profoundly moved. "Sister-in-law, they are truly delightful, so endearing. The miracle of human offspring is astonishing. It evokes a sense akin to that of a notorious pirate laying down his sword upon witnessing such innocence. Is it really that exaggerated?" "The children are undeniably charming," she responded. "Indeed, children possess a unique kind of magic. Well, if you say so, then it must be true. Suyin conceded without further argument. They each squatted on either side of the crib, one responsible for feeding each child. It was curious, yet remarkably harmonious. Suddenly, Yang Jingwei looked up and sensed that something was amiss. A young and beautiful mother cradles her two adorable infants. At this moment, after the children have finished their milk, she gently wipes the milk stains from their mouths with a delicate handkerchief, softly whispering to them that once they are full, they should play contentedly on their own. Yang Jinghui watches, somewhat entranced. Su Yan's attention is entirely devoted to her children. After cleaning their mouths, she takes both milk bottles to the kitchen for washing. Before she can gather her thoughts to speak, Yang Jing interrupts, saying, "Very well, I shall open the door for you." As he walks ahead, he glances back at the two little ones, tenderly pressing his finger against their cherubic cheeks. Su Yan escorts him to the hallway. Yang Jingwei, I sincerely hope you will refrain from sharing my information with Qini. If you must tell him anything, please keep the matter concerning the children under wraps for the time being. Su Yan's inquiry hangs in the air. Is this an agreement or a refusal? Chapter 62. Yang Jingwei's decision. Observing his expression, it seems the children's affairs will remain undisclosed to Qini. As for the news of her safety in Jiaqing, if Qini learns of it, so be it. What more can be done? She can only wish that Yang Jinghui would refrain from visiting her again, as each encounter only subjects her to scrutiny, which she finds unbearable. However, this matter seems to have reached a conclusion, for Yang Jinghui does not pursue it any further. He unconsciously exhales in relief and resolves to remain in Jiangqing. For several days, Su Yan immerses herself in the tranquility of home life, dedicating her time to nurturing her bond with her children. In the midst of tending to the dogs, preparing meals, and planting a few fruit trees in the garden, one might scatter some vegetable seeds or feed the poultry and livestock. Meanwhile, the harsh realities outside and the intrigues within the community are incessantly relayed to her through the walkie-talkies by Luo Wanning and Lu Shui. The community is once again receiving supplies, though the quantity is significantly less than during the initial relief effort. Su Yan chooses not to descend to collect her share. She hears Wang Xinwu over the walkie-talkie announcing the rations: 2 pounds of rice per person, 1 pound of noodles, half a pound of biscuits, 1 head of frozen cabbage, and 2 potatoes, nothing more. The residents grumble about the scant provisions, lamenting that it has been over 2 months since the calamity struck, and they have only received aid twice, with each distribution being so meager, leaving them to wonder if there will be any further assistance. Once the rescue team departs after distributing the supplies, unrest begins to brew among the community. After all, they have just received provisions. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance, and every household possesses something. Consequently, those who fancy themselves powerful start organizing looting. Among the survivors of the Lianjiangtai community, several factions emerge. Wang Xinwu, along with his team of property management aides and the dozen or so families they protect, relocates to Building C, forming their own faction. Boss, one of his subordinates, reports, "It seems that a few scoundrels from Building F are planning to come after us in Building C. They've somehow acquired a few broken firearms and now dare to encroach upon our territory. They claim there's nothing remarkable about Building C, and that, should a conflict arise, help from the 32nd floor is uncertain. Although the supplies are indeed insufficient, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. And the ruffians from Building F are eyeing these goods. We must not allow them to prevail. Should we seek out Miss Su instead? Wang and his companions, along with Li and Miss Su, must share a rather close camaraderie, don't you think?" In the 3rd-floor window of Building C, which serves as an entrance, a group of individuals exchanged remarks, deliberating upon the news they had received. They had moved to Building C, hoping to gain favor from the esteemed 32nd floor. Yet they were acutely aware that Miss Su from the 32nd floor seldom descended. Should intruders dare to invade, it was certain that the 32nd floor would remain unresponsive, perhaps even oblivious to the situation. Nonsense. A few timid souls would hardly require Miss Su's intervention. The residents of the community could scarcely manage their own affairs, let alone fend off outsiders. Wang Xinwu was not inclined to jeopardize the goodwill he had painstakingly garnered from Su Yan. Indeed, Miss Su is not your guardian. Lacking any utility, why should she extend her protection to you? Even if she were to take on a subordinate, it would be essential for that individual to fulfill their role effectively. Li He interjected. However, we are outnumbered and lack firearms. Who says we lack arms? Old Zhang from the 11th floor and Dr. Luo are both armed. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning's weapons had long since been discharged. While those in Building C were strategizing their response, those in Building F were plotting how to seize the resources from Building C. The residents of Building C were shielded by the 32nd floor. That fierce woman was beyond their capabilities. I understand now. As long as we refrain from provoking the 32nd floor, they will not intervene in our affairs. Wait, what do you mean? If we do not target the 32nd floor, what valuable resources could Building C possibly possess? The only way to indulge in luxuries is to devise a plan to capture the 32nd floor. A direct assault on the 32nd floor is unfeasible. We must resort to cunning tactics. Isn't it true that the Su family is associated with Building 32? In light of this, we devised a plan at Building F that we believe is quite feasible for acquiring the supplies from the 32nd floor of Building C. With the temperatures so low, the corpses have turned into solid blocks of ice, devoid of any odor. If they remain odorless, they might as well be treated as mere ice blocks. Who would care? If they obstruct the path, we can simply nudge them aside with our feet. The inhabitants of Building C are aware that those from Building F have set their sights on them, yet they did not anticipate such a swift approach. 3 guards were stationed at the entrance of Building C, while the rest ascended to organize reinforcements. However, before the reinforcements could descend, dozens from Building F stormed into Building C. Faced with such an overwhelming force, how could the 3 guards maintain their post? To withstand it would be tantamount to seeking death. Turning to flee upstairs for backup, they were still a moment too slow and were apprehended on the spot. They were bound, leaving 10 individuals to guard the entrance, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. The others followed their leader upstairs to continue the capture. Those on the upper floors had already heard the commotion and were notifying each other to arm themselves. Lo Xue was preoccupied with the thought of treating Su Yin to a meal. Upon arriving outside the Lanjingtai community, she took out her walkie-talkie. Ian, which building and floor are you on? The 32nd floor of Building C. All right, I'll be there shortly. Lo Xue parked her conspicuously large vehicle within the Lanjingtai community and made her way briskly towards Building C. Her energetic demeanor was quintessentially Lo Xue. Little did she know that she would encounter unfortunate circumstances, as 2 gangs from adjacent buildings were engaged in a black market confrontation. Upon seeing a beautiful young woman enter, the guards at the entrance of Building C wasted no time in apprehending her. Halt! Everyone, I am here to find someone. Upon perceiving the firearm in the hands of her adversary, Lu Xue feigned surrender while attempting to draw her own weapon, only to find herself grasping at emptiness. In the presence of a group of men, her feeble attempts left her utterly defenseless. Whom do you seek? Whom do you seek? Will you speak? She pondered. Moments ago, she had just informed Su Yin of her whereabouts, and had there been any trouble below, Su Yin would undoubtedly have alerted her. Since there was no warning, it seemed these individuals were merely self-appointed guardians of the building. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xue declared, I am looking for Miss Su. Laughter erupted. Yet another bargaining chip. This girl is clearly a confidant of that infamous femme fatale. Indeed, it was a serendipitous revelation. The entirety of the individuals from Building C combined were worth less than this one. Lu Xue was bewildered. Were they intending to extort Su Yin through her? It was perplexing that such a delicate and soft-spoken woman was dubbed a female demon. Yet, the more pressing issue was that Su Yin appeared oblivious to the fact that their building had been overrun. Regret washed over Lu Xue. She lamented her negligence and the absence of a bodyguard, having assumed that the car would offer sufficient safety. While she had been secure within the vehicle, she had underestimated the peril that awaited her upon exiting, thus inadvertently causing great trouble for Su Yin. Chapter 63, When Negotiations Fail. Tables are flipped. The individuals approaching from Building F were armed, yet they refrained from firing their weapons. Their objective this time was to use these individuals to extort the 32nd floor. Furthermore, Building F was wary of truly harming those from Building C, fearing retribution from Su Yin. Though they had previously agreed to only kidnap and extort without resorting to murder, the presence of weapons and sheer numbers rendered them hesitant, as the inhabitants of Building C were not to be trifled with. In Building C, aside from the elderly and women and children who remained sheltered indoors, the remaining men armed themselves with clubs and axes, prepared to clash with the nefarious intruders from Building F. Wang Xinwu, accompanied by several of his subordinates and other residents, including Zhang Bo and Luo Weining, engaged in a fierce confrontation with over 20 individuals from Building F in the corridors of the 9th, 10th, and 11th floors. Zhang Bo, benefiting from his youthful experience as a soldier, exhibited remarkable physical prowess, holding his own against 2 opponents despite being 60 years old. Wang Xinwu and his cohorts, being security personnel, relied on their modest martial skills to fight back. The individuals from Building C were formidable, yet they were outnumbered by their adversaries. The people from Building F, emboldened by their numerical advantage, sought to engage in robbery and even contemplated kidnapping. The battle raged through the hallways of buildings C and F on the 8th, 9th, and 10th floors. The presence of someone patrolling near a vehicle seemed suspicious. Su Yan, peering through binoculars, discerned that the driver's seat was vacant, and those guarding the entrance below had not informed her of any visitors. Clearly, something was amiss. Hey, De Huang, let us go. The two canines, eager for action, barked excitedly at the prospect of a confrontation. As they descended to the 20th floor, they faintly heard commotion emanating from below. Su Yan quickened her pace. Upon reaching the 15th floor and making her way down, she observed fresh signs of a scuffle adorning the stairwell walls, indicative of a brawl. Come on, dogs. Following her command, the two dogs abandoned their leisurely pace and charged down the stairs, with Su Yan trailing closely behind. Hand over the keys, or we'll break down the door. Hurry. At the entrance on the 3rd floor, over 10 individuals from Building C were bound together, while those from Building F searched each of them for their house keys. At home, Qian and Xiaoxian were present, while Luo Weining refused to hand over the keys. I could go upstairs to let you in. Who's bargaining with you? The man began to search, his hands taking advantage of the situation. You. Just as Luo Weining was about to scold him, the sound of a gunshot interrupted her. The hand searching was struck. As Su Yan's gun fired, several firearms from Building F were aimed at her, and those wielding sharp knives pressed their blades against the necks of the individuals from Building C. Su Yan glanced around. The captives from Building C bore various injuries, while Lu Shui, tied in a corner, appeared relatively unharmed. Besides Building C, the adversaries had also sustained considerable casualties. They desired supplies, not bloodshed. The leader pulled Lu Shui from the corner, stating, Miss Su, I trust you would not wish for any harm to befall your friend? Ian. Lu Shui seemed poised to speak, calling out Ian before pausing. Is it now that one can rob so boldly? Should we be grateful for your reluctance to kill? Su Yan tightened her grip on the gun, while the two dogs beside her remained vigilant, ready to obey their master's command. It was all a struggle for survival. Who would willingly wager their life? They only sought food and supplies. If you provide them, we shall release the hostages without hesitation. Su Yan could not afford to lose. Yet she was also unable to protect so many. In the face of calamity, she could not overly concern herself with the fates of others. But she would not wish to be the cause of anyone's demise. She was certain she could safeguard Lu Shui. But she worried about the group, led by Zhang Bo and Luo Weining. Thus, she proposed, let us discuss, what is it that you seek? The vehicle outside. 2 large barrels of gasoline, 5,000 jin of rice, 5,000 jin of flour, 500 jin of meat, 100 jin of salt, and an assortment of vegetables also weighing 500 jin, along with the 2 firearms in your possession, each with 1,000 rounds of ammunition. This is what one might call an exorbitant demand. Wang Xinwu and his companions were left utterly astonished. It became evident that their abduction was a ploy to extort Miss Su. Yet, the question arose, were they truly worth such a sum? Or rather, did Miss Su perceive them as being worth that much? Su Yan scoffed, deeming the demand excessive and unaffordable. Let us engage in combat and see who ultimately survives, she declared. Su Yan remarked that no one would believe she could not procure those supplies, but once she suggested a confrontation, the uncertainty of who might perish loomed large, especially given her notorious reputation. The individuals from Building F took a step back, suggesting a counteroffer. 1,000 jin of rice and flour each, with 100 jin of salt and 50 jin of meat. That is far too meager. It is unacceptable, they replied. We cannot negotiate with her. A lesser amount would leave us shortchanged. The quantities I mentioned are what I can provide. Should you desire more? I regret to inform you that I do not possess it. Furthermore, even if I had such supplies to offer, would you dare to take them? Or, if you did, could you safeguard them? Unless you intend to vacate the Jiangxing area entirely, consider yourselves fortunate. The opportunity is singular. These individuals contemplated the repercussions of slaying those from Building C, oblivious to the retribution they might face following their extortion attempt. Did they genuinely believe that once acquired, these supplies would remain theirs unchallenged? Su Yan was resolute. Even if they consumed what they claimed, she would ensure they regurgitated it. Upon hearing Su Yan announce the quantities of rice and flour, Wang Xinwu and Li He felt a pang of anguish. They were tempted to suggest a reckless gamble, yet feared for their very lives. The key instigators from Building F murmured among themselves, concerned that if Su Yan dismissed the demands of those from Building C, their extortion would amount to naught. The leader of Building F remarked, Miss Su, your price is excessively low. You must double the quantities you mentioned. You have squandered your one opportunity. Su Yin indeed intended to trade a portion of her provisions for safety, yet human greed knows no bounds. She had extended an olive branch, genuinely wishing for a peaceful resolution. After all, in such troubled times, survival was paramount. However, if the opposition failed to appreciate her efforts, she would not hesitate to act with ruthless resolve. What do you wish to do? She inquired, her demeanor betraying no desire for negotiation. If an agreement could not be reached, she would overturn the table. A fierce intensity replaced Su Yan's earlier indifference as she swiftly signaled her dogs, De Huang and De He, towards two distinct targets. She aimed her weapon at Luo Wanning, Zhang Bo, and Wang Xinwu's associate, who was swiftly brought down by De Huang. Meanwhile, the individual holding Lu Shui was similarly overpowered and torn apart by De He. In the eyes of the crowd from Building C, Su Yan's prowess soared to unparalleled heights. She regarded the gun pointed at her with disdain. With the activation of the invisible shield produced by the interstellar technology, she was impervious to bullets and all manner of cold weaponry, unless subjected to relentless artillery fire. She remained unscathed. After eliminating the nearest gunman, she holstered her pistol and switched to a submachine gun, ready to unleash a barrage, with ample ammunition at her disposal. She felt no remorse in her onslaught. Zhang Bo was the first to react as Su Yin raised her submachine gun, urging everyone to take cover. This maneuver not only facilitated her sweeping attack, but also ensured the safety of her allies. As Zhang Bo shouted, more than 10 individuals, regardless of their injuries, obediently collapsed to the ground. Dog and De Huang, armed with knives, pounced upon those intent on attacking Zhang Bo, fiercely biting them until they could no longer withstand the assault, though they would not perish immediately. Once Zhang Bo's group had taken cover, Su Yin adeptly cleared the way for them, eliminating those who aimed to harm Zhang Bo and his companions. At the moment gunfire erupted, she remained vigilant over Lu Shui. When the person holding Lu Shui was led away by Da He, Su Yin swiftly produced a dagger from beneath her coat and severed the ropes binding Lu Shui. Here you go, Su Yin said, handing Lu Shui her pistol. A good weapon. Lu Shui seized the firearm and swiftly dispatched the two captors. This forced Da He to redirect his attacks and assist De Huang instead. From the moment the first shot was fired, a mere 2 minutes had elapsed. Yet in that time, 1/3 of the individuals from Building F had already fallen. Each person present, now fully aware, had previously believed that the female warrior of the 32nd floor, the so-called female Rakshasa, depended solely on her weapons and the safety door that shielded them from malevolent spirits. They now realized that Su Yin, even unarmed, surpassed them in sheer combat prowess. Each individual from Building C felt a sense of relief for having recognized the futility of opposing her. The truth of if you cannot win, join rang true. Lu Shui, her eyes sparkling with admiration, exclaimed, "A Yin is simply incredible." The assailants regretted their folly in provoking this female warrior, but alas, regret was a luxury they could no longer afford. We surrender, we give in. Please, don't shoot. The remaining individuals huddled in a corner, cowering from the gunfire, as if evading a plague. What a pitiful sight they were. Only moments ago, they had been so brazen, and now they begged for mercy. Continue to be arrogant. Why don't you ask me if I will allow your surrender? With her status transformed from prey to predator, Lu Shui became increasingly brazen. Her gun aimed at those huddled in fear, delivering kicks to any who displeased her. You watch them. Ian, rest assured. Whoever dares to lay a hand on me shall be the first to perish. Su Yin brandished a dagger, preparing to cut the ropes binding Wang Xinwu, Zhang Bo, and Luo Wanning. Be careful not to sever all the ropes. They may prove useful for binding those individuals later. Indeed, the tides have turned. We shall bind them and exchange them for provisions. Very well, go ahead and bind them, she acquiesced. After Su Yin freed Luo Wanning, she noticed a gash on her wrist. Is this serious? It's just a flesh wound, nothing to worry about. Luo Wanning pulled her sleeve down to conceal the frostbitten injury. Su Yin felt a surge of irritation. Sister Luo, you ought to have contacted me via the walkie-talkie. And Wang Xinwu, do you consider your walkie-talkies mere ornaments? Miss Su, I thought. Miss Su, these rascals barged in and seized the walkie-talkies. We had no time to react. One of Wang Xinwu's subordinates approached to intervene. Su Yin was exasperated, suspecting that their reluctance to involve her stemmed not from a desire to avoid troubling her, but rather from a belief that she would not concern herself with such trivial matters. Perhaps, indeed, she most likely would not have. Yet, was she not already entangled in this situation? Lu Shui, couldn't you have at least informed me through the walkie-talkie? Ian, I admit my carelessness. After our conversation, I merely tossed the walkie-talkie into my backpack. Moments after I entered, I was ambushed and bound by a few scoundrels who also snatched my bag. Very well. How to handle these individuals is no longer my concern. Let Wang Xinwu take charge. I will procure some medicine for Dr. Luo shortly. The injured should proceed to Dr. Luo for treatment. Su Yin, Lu Shui, and Luo Wanning may ascend the stairs first. Wow, Ian. Your entrance is far more sophisticated than the doorway in my hallway. Do come in. Oh, the main door boasts 3 layers of security. Impressive. I previously thought my setup was quite commendable, but in comparison, it seems merely child's play. Stepping inside feels akin to transitioning from the harshness of winter into the warmth of spring, akin to a central heating system in operation. Lu Shui exclaimed, such grandeur. How dare you utilize your electricity in such a manner? Do put away that Na'vi expression. The bathroom is over there, and the kitchen lies adjacent to it. Please boil some water to wash your face. Understood. Lu Shui tossed her backpack at the foot of the sofa, placed her handgun on the coffee table, and made her way to the kitchen to boil water. Su Yin entered the room to search for antiseptic supplies. She gathered both topical and oral medications into a bag, instructing De Huang to take it down to the 11th floor for Luo Wanning. Luo Jia, I hope Qian Xian and Xiao Xian were not frightened. I've sent De Huang with the medicine. Could you open the door and attend to them? You can decide how to charge for the medication. The children are fine. I am currently awaiting De Huang at the entrance. Thank you, Ian. Rest assured, I will ensure you are compensated for the medicine. They will certainly have some means to repay for any unnecessary indulgences. It is also prudent to convey that anyone possessing valuable items may trade them for other supplies here. Understood, De Huang has arrived. Let us proceed accordingly. With the addition of a modern trading dimension, Su Yin could not allow it to gather dust idly. Acting as an intermediary to profit from the price differential seems quite advantageous. Her audacity to act in such a manner is attributed to her identity as the eldest daughter of the Su family. Su Yin has already concocted an excuse. The Su family in Jiangcheng is vast and prosperous, with ample resources, and possessing a few internal channels is entirely normal. If necessary, it would not be impossible to fabricate a shadowy benefactor. Downstairs, Wang Xinwu and several others arrived in batches to seek Luo Wanning's assistance in treating their wounds. Settling into wait. All right. A little more time won't matter. Luo Wanning stoked the fire in the stove at home and allowed Chan to assist her in disinfecting and bandaging her wrist. Chan, who now exercises daily and studies medicine under Luo Wanning, had already mastered the basics of dressing simple wounds. All done, Mom. You still need to take your medicine. Chan poured a glass of water for Luo Wanning and retrieved 2 anti-inflammatory pills from the box. The medicine is expensive. This minor injury doesn't require it. This box was exchanged for the diamond ring Dad gave you for your wedding. You must take it. Without further ado, Chan insisted on putting the 2 pills into her mother's mouth and handed her the glass. Luo Wanning shot a pained glance at Chan and set aside the open box of medicine, distinguishing it as her own purchase. The dialogue between mother and daughter had been prearranged by Luo Wanning, intending to convey to everyone that the medication was costly and could indeed be procured in exchange for jewelry. Those waiting for bandaging and medication understood the implications of their conversation. Jewelry for medicine. Luo Wanning set down the glass of water, flexed her freshly bandaged hand, opened the medicine chest, and methodically retrieved the medications that Su Yin had sent down with De Huang. Dr. Luo, he barely holding on. Please attend to him first. One of Wang Xinwu's men had lost too much blood and was becoming faint. Luo Wanning nodded, instructing Wang Xin to assist the injured man onto a makeshift bed set up in the living room. The wound was deep and required suturing. Sew him up. Dr. Luo, his tough skin can withstand it. Use any medication that will expedite his recovery. The others, too. Consolidate the medical expenses, and I shall compensate with jewelry. It should be valuable antique paintings will suffice. That's even better. They would feel the pinch if asked to pay in grain, but jewelry and artwork are treasures they covet. While scavenging for supplies, one can often find antiques and paintings in the offices of upscale high-rise buildings. Suddenly, Wang Xin recalled something and, dragging his injured leg, descended the stairs again. Keep an eye on things. When F building comes to redeem their people, they must provide not only 20 caddies of rice per person but also an item of jewelry, style unrestricted. But it must be valued at no less than 100,000 yuan. Rest assured, Brother Wang, we will not accept a single penny less. Wang Xin contemplated. Aware that Miss Su, being kind-hearted, had declined supplies from F building, yet he understood the necessity of pragmatism. He could collect the items and deliver them without wasting resources. Chapter 65. Do not harbor ill intentions. After cleaning herself up and shedding her bulky coat, Lu Shui surveyed Su Yan's home. Surrounded by an abundance of infant supplies and toys, her curiosity was piqued. Having heard numerous rumors about Su Yan, she could not resist asking, Yan, is it true that the rumors about your pregnancy and childbirth are genuine? Indeed, they are true, Su Yan replied, feeling no need to conceal the truth from Lu Shui. It was a year ago. Did you give birth? That's right. Lu Shui understood that unwed mothers often had their children raised elsewhere. Su Yan refrained from elaborating further. Lately, she had come to realize that her ability to lead a relatively comfortable life with her 2 children amidst the apocalypse was rather extraordinary. At times, she found herself compelled to weave untruths. Currently, aside from a few individuals in the military, only Luo Wanning and Zhang Bo were aware of her situation, and now, with Lu Shui in the know, perhaps more would soon follow. She had contemplated the idea of replacing Mei Mei and Li Li or upgrading them to robotic caregivers that resembled ordinary humans, thereby eliminating the need to constantly hide from outsiders. This matter would be explored at a later time. I shall prepare a meal now. What do you fancy? I am not particularly picky, but I have a strong craving for vegetables. Feel free to make whatever you like. My intention was merely to familiarize myself with the surroundings. Yet fate has conspired against me, bringing unforeseen troubles upon you. Let us not dwell on the troubles. I will prepare the food. Is Lu Shui craving vegetables? Su Yan mused that the best way to enjoy vegetables was through hot pot. Although her expertise lay solely in Cantonese-style hot pot, she began by adding a bag of herbal broth base into the pot, letting it simmer for half an hour, before introducing a whole free-range chicken to continue the cooking process. Once the chicken was in the pot, Su Yan prepared portions of beef, lamb, and peeled shrimp. She also gathered small servings of various vegetables, bok choy, baby lettuce, baby spinach, fried tofu skin, enoki mushrooms, and bamboo shoots alongside a dipping sauce. At this point, the meal was ready to be served. If left too long, the chicken would lose its tender juiciness. Dinner is served, Lu Shui. Coming. I could already smell the delightful aroma wafting from your kitchen. Wow, vegetables. So vibrant and green. Please, let us sit down to eat. There is no rice. But the vegetables are abundant. With so many dishes, rice is unnecessary. Lo Shue is not the type of person to be overly polite. And Su Yan would not insistently urge anyone to eat more. The 2 of them consumed their meals independently, each equipped with a ladle and a pair of communal chopsticks. They began by retrieving the boiled chicken, which Lo Shue devoured with remarkable speed, though her manner remained refined. Once the chicken was nearly finished, slices of lamb and beef were added to the pot. The meat changing color signaled it was ready to be lifted and dipped into the sauce, followed by a delightful slurping sound as they indulged. Dining together was evidently more satisfying than eating alone, and this meal marked the fullest Su Yan had felt in quite some time. Yan, be honest with me, do you have a special supply channel? Yes, but don't even think about exploiting it. Lo Shue gave a knowing look, as if to say she had suspected as much. The supply channel was Su Yan's secret, and Lo Shue understood that this inquiry was one she should not have made. Her curiosity simply got the better of her. Fresh vegetables were indeed a rarity. Yet Lo Shue was more intrigued by Su Yan's weaponry. Although Su Yan had only been operating as a middleman for a couple of months, her knack for identifying business opportunities was growing ever stronger. I'm not purchasing vegetables. My mother grows some little chickweed indoors. It's not much, but it suffices for a craving. I wish to buy that. Lo Shue pointed to the submachine gun casually placed by Su Yan. That's not convenient for you to carry. Su Yan replied, even though we are in chaotic times, systems still exist. That kind of item draws too much attention, and getting caught would result in confiscation. After saying this, she took the lightweight submachine gun into her room to prevent Lo Shue from being tempted. The claim that it was inconvenient to carry was twofold. She also wished to keep such powerful weapons from entering the hands of ordinary people, as it could introduce uncontrollable variables into the management of the upper echelons of their organization. Currently, those unruly little factions dare to claim dominance merely upon acquiring a single firearm. What if they possessed a formidable weapon? Lu Shui is well aware that Su Yan's assertion of inconvenience is indeed a reality. Otherwise, I would simply purchase a couple more handguns and request several thousand rounds of ammunition. Handguns and bullets are acceptable. With the establishment of the modern dimensional marketplace, Su Yan has developed a heightened interest in acting as an intermediary. Although selling vegetables and fruits in the interstellar realm yields gold swiftly, her agricultural space is solely tended by her, resulting in a slow output. despite the fact that she currently possesses a mountain of gold. She has yet to quantify the exact amount, but she knows that once spent, it flows away like water. The interstellar commodities are notoriously expensive, for instance. The small aircraft she previously acquired cost over 10,000 kilograms of gold. In summary, the more gold, the better. After all, once she has fully cultivated the fruit trees in her space, expanding it further requires a level 6 upgrade, which demands a staggering 100,000 kilograms of gold. What a terrifying figure. Her survival in the apocalypse hinges entirely on her spatial abilities, and gold serves as the sustenance for that space, necessitating the accumulation of more gold. I desire 2 of the handguns you used today, and for the ammunition, let's start with 10,000 rounds. Certainly, I prioritize collecting exquisite jade, antiques, calligraphy, and top-tier gemstones and diamonds. Suyin has little interest in gold and platinum jewelry, as those items are not worth much when resold in the modern dimension and lack cost-effectiveness. Lu Shui is generous when it comes to purchases. She rummaged through her bag and produced 2 pieces of jade rough. The stones were evidently cleaved in half, yet when combined, they formed a complete piece, larger than 2 adult fists. Do you think these will suffice for me? Suyin picked up the stone and examined it. Although it was not a collector's grade of premium jade from an old mine, it could still be categorized as a superior quality glass-like jade. Trading it for a couple of handguns and 10,000 rounds of ammunition would be more than sufficient, regardless of any markup. Soon, the display price reached an impressive 53 kilograms of gold. When converted to the value from before the apocalypse, it amounted to over 20 million yuan. It was a lucrative deal, indeed, and the intermediaries' prospects were vast and promising. In high spirits, Suyin hummed a tune while tidying the dining table, cleaning the house, feeding the dog, and letting the little bundle of joy, out to keep watch. She then contemplated the upgrades for Mei Mei and Lili, only to be informed by the platform that upgrades were not permitted. She would have to purchase anew, and the costs were not negligible. The robot currently in use possessed merely a hint of cartoonish charm, albeit with somewhat stiff movements. It would have to suffice for now. Mei Mei and Li Li would have to wait a bit longer for their retirement. Exiting the space, Suyin sighed. Realizing that her goal was to earn gold, she needed to accumulate it fiercely to support her family. Su, there are guests arriving. Suyin lifted her gaze to the screen displaying the little bundle's view, revealing Luo Wanning standing outside the safety door. She stepped out to open the door and welcomed him inside. Again, here are the items exchanged for the medicine. Additionally, these are from Wang Xian Wu, and I trust you understand the implications without me elaborating. Luo Wanning handed 2 bags to Suyin. You needn't be so hasty. Take care of your hands. And ensure none of you have sustained fatal injuries? I'm fine. They all have superficial wounds that will heal in about 10 days or so. That's good to hear. Wang Xian Wu certainly understood the nuances of human relations, and since he had sent these items, Suyin accepted them graciously. However, she only inspected the bag containing the medical supplies, methodically laying each item out for examination. Luo Wanning proceeded to introduce each item in turn. This agarwood pin holder was sent by Li He to cover the medical expenses for himself and Song Go. The pair of jade bracelets belonged to Wang Xinwu and his few subordinates, intended for their medical fees. This yellow jade ring was from the family of Unit 901, while this wild pearl was brought by the head of Unit 1202. I cannot discern their authenticity. Please, if you do not accept my bracelet, let it serve as payment for the consultation. If you wish, I shall offer it freely, she said. Truly unnecessary, Luo Wanning replied, but it was of no avail. Suyin had her own principles. She earned what was due and refrained from taking what was not rightfully hers. That will suffice, she concluded. Suyin emerged with a large bag. Luo Jia, these are all items you might find useful. Upon seeing that the bag contained sanitary napkins, Luo Wanning acknowledged their necessity. She understood Suyin's character well. If she did not accept them, future collaborations might be jeopardized, especially since her stock was running low. Then I shall take them. Thank you, Yin. Were it not for you today, we might have faced dire circumstances in Building C, and certainly, our food supplies would have been depleted. Let us dispense with the formalities, Suyin replied. By the way, do all the residents of this building pay Wang Xinwu for his management services? Yes, they do. And the charges are relatively reasonable. The 6 of them were previously in property management, so everyone treats it as a means of peace of mind. However, Yen, you need not pay him. He would not dare to ask you. Suyin nodded, saying nothing further. She recalled that Wang Xinwu had previously sought her assistance in forming a team, which she had ignored. But now it seemed there might be an opportunity to leverage that connection. The most valuable item is surprisingly the incense pen holder belonging to Li He, weighing over 20 kilograms of gold. It appears that this pretty boy possesses something substantial. Next in line are the pair of jade bracelets owned by Wang Xinwu, which have been traded for more than 10 kilograms of gold. It seems that acting as an intermediary has proven quite lucrative. Su Yin took 2 bags of 10-pound rice and sliced 2 large pieces of pork, each weighing approximately 2 to 3 pounds, then packed them separately. She also wrote a note, reimbursement for medical expenses. Should there be any similar collectibles, feel free to reach out to me for a trade. 32nd floor. Da Hong. Please deliver this to the pretty boy in 1401, the same place where you previously dropped off the chickens, remember? Woof. Yes, I remember. I assure you I will complete the task. Leaving Da He to guard the house, Su Yin stepped out with Da Hong, who, dragging over 10 pounds of goods, moved even faster than she did. As she watched Da Hong descend the stairs, Su Yin knocked on the door of Wang Xinwu on the 31st floor. Miss Su. Is that you? Wang Xinwu exclaimed, hopping on his injured foot to answer the door. Yes, the items are splendid. I am very pleased. Also, this is the management fee for the building. Miss Su, you need not pay. If it weren't for you today, we would have lost several units in this building. Not only did we avoid losses, but we have also received compensation from Building F. Take it. A horse returns a horse. This is the essence of normal neighborly relations. Unlike those with Luo Waning and Zhang Bo glancing at the time, it was just past 8 in the evening. It was still too early to retire for the night. Su Yin felt she could still plant fruit trees, as there were numerous saplings piled up in the temperature-controlled warehouse. Only by planting them in the ground could they yield golden fruits, or rather, actual produce. She decided to plant trees until 10 o'clock, considering it a way to aid digestion. Su Yin also brought De Huang and De He into the space, for the area was vast, allowing the dogs to frolic occasionally and expend their energy. They were strictly forbidden from entering the vegetable patch, and no rubbing against the newly planted fruit saplings was allowed. The moment the 2 dogs entered the space, they erupted into a frenzy, dashing about as if liberated. In this world ravaged by calamity, even dogs must feel a sense of melancholy. Otherwise, they would not be so exhilarated upon encountering such vibrant life. When Su Yin called out to them, De Huang and De He immediately halted, a testament to their training. Where can we run? Woof? Woof. Quickly, point us to a place we can race. Su Yin gestured towards the enclosure at the foot of the hill, instructing them to race around it or along the paths of the orchard and vegetable garden, cautioning them to be careful, for if they trampled a single sapling, they would go hungry for 3 days. Isn't it you, dear owner, who is more akin to a dog? The 2 dogs understood human speech well enough, yet they dared not approach any of the various seedlings. Su Yin harvested the vegetables that were ready, bundling them meticulously and scanning them onto the platform, which took her 2 hours. Moreover, the fruit on the mango trees she had planted 2 years prior was ripe, with each tree bearing over a dozen large fruits. She filled an entire basket. This was not the fruit she had hoarded in the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, it was fruit of her own cultivation. Such a sense of accomplishment spurred her on, leading her to plant more fruit trees for an additional 2 hours, resulting in her inability to wake the next day. It was he who roused Su Yin, exclaiming, "There are visitors. There are visitors, la la la. Step aside, lest I shatter your data string." Su Yin pulled the blanket over her head, resolutely deciding to continue her rest and forego training. Visitors? In military uniforms. Not even in a dragon robe. She mused. Well, the military uniform looks quite impressive. Su Yin rose from her bed and proceeded to wash up. During this time, she had already gleaned from the images provided by He that the visitors included Wei Qing and Jiang Su, along with 2 unfamiliar comrades. Behind them, there was a group of individuals. Once she was presentable, Su Yin made her way to the door. She glanced at the group behind Captain Wei and, without needing to inquire further, could surmise their affiliation with Building F, recognizing a few familiar faces. She deliberately chose not to display any familiarity with Captain Wei and his associates, to avoid creating any awkwardness. Captain Wei, in a formal tone, stated, "We have received reports alleging that you are harboring a significant cache of weapons and that you gunned down several individuals downstairs yesterday. We are here to investigate the situation." This was clearly an accusation against her, and Su Yin had no inclination to accommodate the individuals from Building F. The circumstances were not as they portrayed. Chapter 67. It was Qin Yi's intention. Su Yin did not attempt to exonerate herself, but rather presented the facts objectively. Yes, she had taken lives. But the opposing faction had come in force to cause trouble at Building C, committing home invasion, and her actions were in self-defense. She was emboldened by the knowledge that, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the upper echelons had implemented a series of policies to address the ensuing chaos, employing severe measures in tumultuous times. Even without Captain Wei's bias towards her, the situation was inherently in her favor. Others had breached her threshold. Her response was entirely justified. Captain Wei, in a low voice, addressed those who had reported her to the base, stating that any differing opinions regarding Su Yan's account could be contested face-to-face. What differing opinions could there possibly be? The residents of Building C have grown unafraid to speak the truth, and these matters cannot simply be dismissed by the denials of those from Building F. With numerous individuals on both sides and many spectators within the community, it would not take much for Captain Wei to uncover the facts with a mere inquiry. However, there are astute minds within Building F. Although many are covertly acquiring small firearms, openly possessing guns remains prohibited, especially those of significant lethality. As long as Su Yan's weapon is confiscated, they will have the opportunity for retribution in the future. One individual from Building C downplayed the situation, saying, "But she possesses a gun, an assault rifle. You all have guns too, carrying 6 firearms among you." A group of 10 from the west rushed to our building shouting threats. Without needing Su Yan to counter or clarify, Wang Xinwu from the 31st floor hobbled over to support, asserting that Building C was in the right. Jiang Su, fearing for Su Yan's welfare, turned to Wei Qing and said, "Captain, before coming here, Officer Young instructed me to inform you that Miss Su's firearm was specially authorized by him. Is that so?" This adds another layer to the matter. Nevertheless, both emotionally and logically, Wei Qing trusted Su Yan and believed Jiang Su would not speak lightly. Thus, it was indeed true that Yang Jinghui had made such a statement. With Yang Jinghui's endorsement, Su Yan could legally bear arms. Jiang Su's words astonished Su Yan. How did this matter become entwined with Yang Jinghui? His support seemed overwhelmingly forthright. Yang Jinghui and Qin Yi were indeed close friends. To receive such assistance was unexpected. Su Yan mused, considering the risk she had taken in spending 10 kilograms of gold to save his life. A truly worthwhile endeavor. "Commander, Miss Su holds a firearm legally. Yet they lack the qualification for possession. Yesterday, they perpetrated a robbery against us. All residents of Building C collectively demand the confiscation of their weapons. Otherwise, we cannot feel secure in our homes." Wang Xinwu is adept at grasping the crux of matters. Indeed, I find myself sleeping with one eye open, terrified that someone might burst through the door, and in a moment, life could be extinguished. How utterly terrifying. Brother Song from the 14th floor is even more exaggerated. Yet he stands there, visibly trembling with fear, recounting his tale as if he has truly lived through such horrors. Zhang Bo joins in, exclaiming, "Comrade, the incident yesterday caused quite a stir. It is clear in our community that they are the villains crying foul. Such occurrences are bound to repeat. They must be met with severe punishment." Once everyone had voiced their opinions, it seemed that Su Yan had no chance to speak, and she found herself in a moment of peace. The residents of Building F did not anticipate that they had inadvertently harmed themselves. As the crowd dispersed from the hallway, Wei Chenkai, with a mix of resignation and reproach, turned to Su Yan and said, "You really must be more cautious in the future. I heard from Jiang Su that you were reluctant to relocate to the temporary base, but I still urge you to consider it. Although it's temporary, it is, at least, relatively safer." "Thank you, Lieutenant Wei, but I prefer not to go to the base. Let us not linger here. Shall we go to my home? Would you care to come in for a while?" "Very well, I shall stay for a bit." Wei Chenkai surveyed the living room, exchanging glances with the 2 dogs. The dogs lay in their nests, sensing no imminent danger, and thus showed no inclination to move. "Lieutenant, would you like some water? You treat this place as if it were your own home, lacking any decorum. Do not worry, you all. Please take a seat." Su Yan had yet to finish her words when the intercom crackled to life. "Miss Su, please send someone down quickly. 2 of our comrades have been assaulted." "Assaulted?" Wei Qing and Jiang Su exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they dashed outside. "Su Yan, do not descend," they urged. "Take De Huang and De He with you to assist." Without hesitation, Su Yan led her 2 slothful dogs out into the fray. In an instant, De Huang and De He transformed from lethargic companions into eager participants, racing ahead of Jiang Su and the others at the mere mention of a potential altercation. The situation below was dire, as the individuals from Building F had mistakenly believed they could deliver a significant blow to Building C. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that only 1 soldier manned the military vehicle, while 2 others were escorting them downstairs. With merely 3 soldiers, even armed, the crowd from Building F emboldened by their numbers, attempted to seize the weapons and make their escape. Just as they reached the ground floor, they launched their attack. The 3 soldiers were caught completely off guard, sustaining injuries. Had 2 of them not reacted swiftly, they would have faced severe wounds or even death. Su Yin refused to remain idle upstairs. She inquired about the situation via the intercom, instructing Luo wanting to wait for her on the 11th floor. She gathered an array of bandaging and hemostatic supplies, along with medications for cardiac support and pain relief. Equipped with the neatly organized medical supplies and a firearm she had already secured, Su Yin locked the door and descended the stairs. With the arrival of Wei Qing and Jiang Su, the chaos was met with decisive action. In tumultuous times, stringent measures were not mere rhetoric. The sound of gunfire erupted several times, effectively subduing the unruly crowd from Building F. Jiang Su, familiar with De Huang and De Hei's capabilities, swiftly organized their efforts. De Huang, De Hei, keep a close watch on them. Allow not a single one to escape. 2 dogs barked twice and then took on the role of shepherds. Or rather, herding dogs. They first helped the injured individuals inside. Luo Waning, carrying a medical kit, instructed the people in Building C to set up 2 large fire pits beside the entrance on the 3rd floor and arrange the wooden boards on the ground. Wei Cheng and Jiang Su did not waste words. The priority was the injured, and since Su Yin mentioned the presence of a doctor, it was a good sign. Wei Qing quickly assisted the 2 severely injured individuals onto the boards. Luo Waning, despite her own injuries, began to attend to their wounds. She had lost a significant amount of blood and was fainting. The bleeding could not be stopped primarily due to the lack of appropriate medical supplies. Sister Luo, which of the medicines in my kit are useful? Luo Waning pushed her kit aside and pulled over Su Yan's, which was indeed well stocked. Remaining calm and composed, she administered an injection to the unconscious patient. Losing consciousness under such circumstances was far from ideal. As a head of internal medicine, Luo Waning had become quite adept at treating external injuries in the aftermath of a disaster. With the right medications, it was easier to manage the situation. After stabilizing one, she proceeded to treat the other's wounds. Wei Cheng and Jiang Su stood by, handing her tools, and only exhaled in relief when they noticed their comrades' breathing gradually stabilize. Su Yin, holding her firearm, sat behind the table watching over the entrance, keeping an eye on the 2 dogs. Thank you, came the voices of Wei Cheng and another lightly injured soldier. Su Yin, I can handle the rest. A vehicle from the base will arrive shortly. All right, I'll leave De Huang and De Hei with you. Wei Cheng was unreserved, not only commandeering the 2 dogs but also appropriating Su Yan's light submachine gun. The troublemakers downstairs, along with those who participated in the robbery of Building C yesterday, have all been taken away by the personnel dispatched to the site. In the evening, Jiang Su arrived, wielding an assault rifle and accompanied by 2 dogs. Ian, are you quite familiar with the officer? I didn't expect him to speak on your behalf. I thought you might have offended him when you claimed you didn't know his brother. Eventually, I admitted that I did know him. And Yang Jinghui is not a petty person. Oh, is that so? Even amidst the calamities of nature and the end of the world. The glimmer of gossip shines in Jiang Su's eyes. Su Yin, too preoccupied to pay attention to Jiang Su, was busy preparing dinner. It had become a habit for him to come over for a meal. Ian, when I arrived, Captain Wei mentioned that if you wished to move into the temporary safe base, he could arrange a spacious flat for you, similar to your current residence. Of course, you might have to exchange some supplies for the accommodation, but the higher floors are quite nice as well. There's really no need. I'm not accustomed to crowds. It would be better for me to remain the sole occupant of Longjing Terrace. Where there are many people, there are bound to be complications. If I were to refrain from going downstairs or moving items home for a few months, I don't know if ordinary people would suspect anything. But those official bigwigs are not Na'vi. Others might struggle to gain access to the temporary base through connections, yet here I am, turning down a spacious flat offered to me. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Jiang Su relayed what he had heard from the higher-ups at the base. What did you say? Longjing Terrace is going to serve as a temporary base division? Who came up with such a ridiculous idea? It was the bigwigs of Jiang City. I'm merely a foot soldier. However, the rumor I heard is that Yang Jinghui managed to convince Boss Hua. To put it more elegantly, it is a division, essentially deploying 2 battalions to encircle Longjing Terrace in the adjacent high-rise residential complexes, thereby forming a protective perimeter. Subsequently, additional personnel will be arranged to reside within. Although it pales in comparison to the headquarters base, Yang Jinghui is indeed unwell. When did this come to pass? She merely desires to live in peace and tranquility. So why must others meddle? Su Yin is genuinely infuriated. This matter arose merely this afternoon. I suspect Yang Jinghui proposed this for your safety, as you were reluctant to stay at the temporary base. Jiangsu is quite curious about the kind of man Yang Jinghui's brother is. Going to such lengths for his brother's fiancée, he is truly a good person. I appreciate his intentions, but I genuinely do not require such assistance. It is evident that you do not blend well with others and prefer solitude. Not just prefer. Su Yin has never felt so speechless. She understands that Yang Jinghui acts out of concern for her safety. Yet she does not need him to exert effort persuading the leaders of Jiang City to designate Lanjiang Terrace as a division base. But wait, why is Yang Jinghui doing this? Jiangsu, you must have heard some false information. No, the news is indeed accurate. Our battalion has been specifically assigned here, and it should be within the next few days. I thought I might indulge in some gossip. If you were to express a willingness to relocate to the temporary base now, perhaps this place would not have to serve as a division base. Enough said. I shall ponder this further. If you choose not to speak, then let us leave it at that. Jiangsu, go amuse those two lazy dogs. Dejected, Su Yin lacked the enthusiasm to prepare a meal. After lingering in the kitchen for the better part of an hour, she managed to stir-fry a single vegetable dish. The remaining dishes, prepared beforehand, were simply heated and placed on the table. Following their meal, Su Yin accompanied Jiangsu in his vehicle to the provisional base. Upon arrival, she observed that the once commercially operated mall had been encompassed within the base's perimeter by a chain-link fence. Approximately 100 meters from the mall stood the guardhouse at the base entrance. Jiangsu's jeep proceeded directly inside. The electrified fence ensured a reliable power supply for the base's daily operations. Indeed, this is quite satisfactory. Could you assist me in locating Yang Jinghui? Why endure the hassle of searching? I shall escort you to him directly. For matters concerning Su Yin, Jiangsu was committed to providing assistance to the fullest extent. Su Yin could only follow behind Jiangsu as they entered the central building. I dare say, it's no wonder a mere utterance could transform the Lanjiang Terrace into a temporary base branch. Jiangsu grinned, his laughter devoid of ulterior motives. Unaware of the source of his amusement, Su Yin gestured for him to knock on a particular door. Here. Jiangsu rapped on the door while calling out, Officer Yang. Officer Yang, old Yang. Jiangsu. Yang Jinghui opened the door, puzzled by Jiangsu's visit. Su Yin seeks you. I have brought her. Jiangsu stepped aside. Slightly surprised, Yang Jinghui nodded to Su Yin, who stood behind Jiangsu, and said, Please, come in. With that, Yang Jinghui closed the door. Su Yin surveyed the apartment. A two-bedroom dwelling that could be described as minimalistic, or more accurately, Spartan. The living room contained only a sofa, beside which sat a large charcoal stove for warmth, and a rather sizable coffee table that appeared to double as a dining table, as evidenced by the handgun resting upon it. Please, take a seat while I pour you a glass of water. Thank you. Su Yin settled into a single armchair, while Yang Jinghui awkwardly positioned himself on the three-seater sofa, deliberately maintaining a distance from her. Is there a reason you sought me out so late? Indeed, there is. It pertains to my situation involving firearms. I am grateful for your assistance. Additionally, I would like to inquire why you designated the Lanjiang Terrace as a temporary base. That is not the reason for my visit. Let me ask you this instead. Is it possible to retract that plan? Su Yin was nearly certain that Yang Jinghui had made such arrangements due to her reluctance to relocate to the base. Yet, she felt he need not be so overly considerate. She was merely the girlfriend of his brother. Moreover, she possessed the ability to ensure her own safety. This was undeniably true. This afternoon, I made contact with Qin Yi, and this was his suggestion. Chapter 68. Conversation with Qin Yi. Yang Jinghui relayed Su Yan's circumstances in Jiangqing to Qin Yi. He kept the matters concerning the two children confidential for Su Yan's sake, hoping that both sides would remain unburdened. However, after careful consideration, Yang Jinghui conveyed to Qin Yi Su Yan's predicament of residing at Lanjiang Terrace and her hesitance to enter the base. Qin Yi recognized that once Su Yan made a decision, it would be challenging to alter it. Yet, he found himself unable to leave Jiangqing at that moment, worried for her safety. Thus, the transformation of the Lanjiang Terrace community into a temporary base was his idea. When the natural disaster commenced, Qin Yi heeded Luo Fuan's words and understood Su Yan's unique circumstances. While he was uncertain of the resources at her disposal, the necessity of the medication to save Luo Fuan was sufficient. For both personal and altruistic reasons, Su Yan warranted exceptional protection. If the lodging platform were to become a militarized outpost, its security level would undoubtedly surpass that of the surrounding area. However, Qin could not articulate these sentiments directly, as he had already anticipated accusations from his peers, suggesting he had misused his authority for the sake of his romantic partner. To his surprise, Yang Jinghui readily agreed to facilitate the matter. Upon hearing Yang Jinghui's words, Su Yin felt that Qin Yi's concern was more of an impediment than assistance. Thank you for not disclosing the child's existence to Qin Yi. There is no need for gratitude. I am not concealing your whereabouts in Jiangxing from him. However, you still wish for me to keep the matter regarding the child under wraps. My silence on this issue stems from the understanding that the child is Qin Yi's. It is your obligation to inform him personally, rather than having him learn this through my words, as the implications differ significantly. How could you possibly know? Su Yin was taken aback, only to quickly grasp the situation. Given Yang Jinghui's connection with Qin Yi, it was probable that he had previously assisted in investigating matters pertaining to hotels over a year ago. Now, with numerous influential figures residing in the temporary base in Jiacheng, it would be a simple task to inquire into the Su family's affairs. Since he had seen the child, it would not require much intellect to deduce that the child was indeed Qin Yi's offspring. As you have surmised, more than a year ago, while I was in the country, he happened to be abroad on business and asked me to investigate on his behalf. I suppose I have no privacy left with you. Do I? Not entirely, but the information I seek eludes me, and you would not divulge it either. So rest assured. Qin Yi has instructed me not to delve further into your matters. Su Yin held in her possession a miraculous medicine capable of healing grievously injured individuals within an astonishingly brief period. Such a boon would undoubtedly benefit both society and the military significantly, making it impossible for him to overlook it. Yang Jinghui sensed that Su Yan's secrets extended beyond this revelation, yet Qin Yi advised him against delving deeper. He trusted his comrade implicitly. Although he acquiesced to refrain from further investigation, Yang Hui's gaze upon Su Yin seemed to convey the notion that she harbored many more secrets. Su Yin briefly averted her eyes, mentally lamenting the exhausting nature of interacting with this group. Nevertheless, they were free to harbor their suspicions, as long as she remained silent. Their current circumstances left them no recourse against her. This situation was untenable, aside from fulfilling Qin Yi's commission. The proposal for this base division's approval stemmed from the insufficient space to accommodate so many individuals. After all, the majority sought safety and aspired to enter the base for survival. Alas, it appeared futile. The launching platform would undoubtedly become the Jiangcheng base division, rendering her visit in vain. Su Yan's fleeting expressions of frowning and contemplation did not escape Yang Jinghui's notice. He offered a reassuring smile, encouraging her not to worry, as it would not significantly impact her. The plan included 2 battalions to provide support, one of which was composed of Wei Cheng's men, should any issues arise. He reminded her that he would be there to assist. I appreciate your thoughtful consideration. Su Yan's tone, however, lacked any semblance of gratitude. Yet, with Yang Jinghui's support, she felt free to act as she pleased. Ultimately, she would leverage any advantage that served her interests. What about inquiring with Qin Yi? If you can establish contact with him, I shall refrain from inquiring about his well-being. However, regarding matters in the capital and the Qin family, I would be quite eager to hear what you are willing to share. Primarily, I am interested in the current circumstances of several prominent figures in the capital. The timeline from the previous life no longer aligns. For instance, the flood in the past occurred 3 months prior to the onset of extreme cold, whereas this time, the flood commenced just over a month ago, leading directly into the frigid conditions. The chaos of the butterfly's wings has only resulted in a contraction of time thus far, with the sequence of disasters remaining intact. You wish to understand the situation? I comprehend the aspect you are inquiring about, though my knowledge is limited. Upon my arrival, the conference above was convened to facilitate governance, dividing Huaxia into 7 sectors: Central, Eastern, Southern, Northwestern, Southwestern, Northeastern, and Northern. The Northern sector encompasses the area of the capital, while our Jiangxing falls under the Southern region, overseen by the Governor Hua, who is responsible for the management of the South. Old Master Qin, the grandfather of Qin Yi, holds a significant position in the Southwestern sector. Aside from Qin Yi, the entire family has been relocated to the Southwest, leaving Qin Yi in the capital. The division into 7 sectors mirrors the method from the previous life, albeit the implementation of such governance occurred at a slower pace back then. Given the acceleration of time, Su Yin also hopes that Qin Yi will undergo his transformation sooner and seek her out. Indeed, she desires for him to come to her. Do not worry. Qin Yi will adeptly manage his responsibilities and will come to find you. Very well, I shall accompany you. Yang Jinghui rose and retrieved a down jacket from the room, the very one Su Yan had draped over him during her rescue on Phoenix Ridge. Su Yan's gaze fell upon the jacket, and she mused to herself that it fit quite well for something so casually grabbed. Upon reaching the ground floor, Yang Jinghui inquired, "I'm heading to the office to fetch the car keys. Would you care to join me? We could make a satellite call." He almost mentioned calling Qin Yi, demonstrating his genuine concern for his brother. No need. If she wishes to find Qin Yi, she can simply take an aircraft to Beijing, he thought, puzzled yet refraining from further comment as he ascended the stairs to retrieve the keys. Before long, Yang Jinghui returned, driving a modified military off-road vehicle capable of traversing icy terrains. Su Yan opened the passenger door and settled inside. "This vehicle isn't as swift as yours," she remarked. "Do you fancy my car? Perhaps you should consider applying to purchase one. But be warned, it's not inexpensive. The owner who sold me my car only deals in collectibles of the highest caliber." With a chuckle, she added, "Business has come to my doorstep. But I might genuinely consider buying one. Keep an eye out for me." Su Yan spoke merely to fill the silence, as sitting in quietude felt somewhat awkward, surprisingly. Yang Jinghui took her words to heart. Yet, if he was willing to buy, she was ready to sell, fully aware that he harbored suspicions of her secrets. Though the nature of those secrets remained elusive. "What's on your mind? You wouldn't actually claim there's no car available if I decide to purchase one, would you? There should be one. Prepare what you need and await my instructions." Su Yan had acquired a multitude of military-modified vehicles, including several of the impressive models akin to the one she drove. There were various other types as well, which could be sold off for a substantial sum, perhaps exchanged for gold. Otherwise, they would merely remain as worthless scrap. At present, one could still trade them for valuable jewelry, artworks, or antiques. If she were to endure a few more calamities, who knows how many people would remain? Would there be any worth in holding on to these items? Selling them to earn gold seemed a prudent course of action. Barely 10 minutes after the vehicles had emerged, heavy snow began to fall from the sky. The extreme cold had not yet brought snow, but now it was accompanied by a fierce blizzard, reminiscent of her previous life. Time seemed to have advanced. The frigid conditions rendered the snowfall almost indifferent, only worsening the already treacherous road conditions. The snow arrived swiftly, and moving at a slower pace would only delay her return home. Nonetheless, safety was paramount. Yang Jinghui concentrated intently on driving, and Su Yan chose to remain silent so as not to distract him. After traversing the western route for over 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the Lanjingtai community. Su Yan declined Yang Jinghui's offer to accompany her upstairs. Just as she was about to exit the vehicle, Yang Jinghui called out to her. Confused, she turned her head, a large question mark evident on her forehead. "Su Yan, I owe you an apology. From now on, as long as you do not wish to speak, I will no longer pry into your affairs. Therefore, you need not tread carefully in my presence. We can interact as easily as you do with Jiangsu. What do you think? To be frank, I have felt significant pressure in your presence. From the very first moment I met you, I sensed your scrutiny, your suspicion towards me, which has left me with considerable psychological distress. I sincerely apologize for the discomfort I have caused you. It will not happen again." Facing the arms dealer, Su Yan felt less pressure than when confronting Yang Jinghui. Undoubtedly, Yang Jinghui is a person worthy of trust. Yet she finds it difficult to interact as effortlessly as she does with Jiangsu or Wei Cheng. And she cannot establish the same closeness as with Luo Weining and Zhang Bo. Su Yan is puzzled, attributing it to first impressions. As the initial encounter involved being interrogated by Yang Jinghui, who possesses an intelligence akin to that of a genius, quite unlike the carefree and jovial demeanor of Jiangsu. Dismissing the two dogs wagging their tails like propellers, Su Yan hurried into Building C, braving the swirling snow. Upon returning home, she instinctively headed to the kitchen to ignite the two charcoal stoves, filling the large pots with water in preparation for washing her hair and bathing. It had become a habit. She could not retire to bed without a thorough cleansing. The following afternoon, Wei Cheng's unit, along with another, arrived at Lanjingtai community amidst the snowfall. Luo Weining was summoned by Wei Cheng to the medical room, taking on the role of a temporary physician for the base's subdivision. Li He, the charming young man, and his companion Song managed to secure positions in logistics management. Wei Cheng intended for Wang Xinwu and his associates to return to their original line of work, with a slight adjustment in duties, patrolling the western area of the base and addressing trivial matters. However, Wang Xinwu refused, insisting on searching for supplies and engaging in trade with Su Yan for profit. In essence, Wang Xinwu aspired to be a secondary dealer, albeit on a modest scale. Unlike the larger operations of individuals like Lu Shui, the residents of Lanjingtai community were utterly elated. For the safety of their base was ensured by the presence of stationed troops. At least on the surface, no one dared to invade their homes for robbery. And issues regarding electricity and water supply would be resolved. It seemed that only Su Yan's sorrow lingered in the world. The construction of the temporary base continued vigorously. Undeterred by the heavy snowfall, yet it was of no concern to Su Yan, she chose not to partake. And Wei Cheng and his companions would not intrude upon her solitude. Su Yan cast He out of the living room to keep watch, and took her 2 little ones and 2 dogs to explore the space. The dogs frolicked near a pile of containers, prompting her to recall that these containers had been salvaged on the day she found the dogs in the water, her newfound treasure, ripe for exploration. Fortune smiled upon her as she opened the first container to reveal dog food, a reputable brand. Her 2 dogs were thus invested into the venture, as this container would suffice to feed them lavishly until the end of their days. There was no need to check the production date. It could be stored in a temperature-controlled warehouse. Upon opening the second container, she discovered luxury brand handbags. Su Yan unwrapped several packages, revealing a variety of styles, colors, and sizes. She selected a favored piece, while the remainder was swiftly placed on a platform for trade in the modern marketplace, exchanging them for gold. The third container yielded adult nutritional milk powder from a foreign brand, of little value in gold but nonetheless useful, so she decided to keep it. The fourth and fifth containers contained fine wines, both high-end products from the wine-producing nation. She deemed it wise to reserve them for leisurely enjoyment, as they could serve as refreshments, or if ever necessary, could even be used for watering plants or cleaning. In the sixth and seventh containers of skincare products, she had amassed enough supplies to last her several lifetimes prior to the calamity. These items were beloved brands, with a portion reserved for barter, while the remainder would be sold in the contemporary realm in exchange for gold. After managing 17 shipping containers filled with ink, mechanical parts, toys, and even adult products, all of which were destined for port, she successfully transacted everything that could be listed on the platform, accruing over 600 kilograms of gold. This method proved to be more lucrative than cultivating crops in her space. Not that she had abandoned gardening altogether. Vegetables could be planted at any time, but she aspired more for fruit trees, which required a one-time planting effort for enduring yields. Vegetables necessitated continual replanting after each harvest, which was exhausting and not cost-effective. After careful contemplation, she pondered whether it might be worthwhile to occasionally survey various ports, docks, and logistics parks. Despite the current frigid conditions and snow-laden landscapes, she could venture out in search of hidden treasures, relying on a stroke of luck. If the weather were fair, it would be unlikely that any overlooked opportunities would be available for someone as lethargic as herself. Putting that thought aside, she still needed to tend to the chickens, ducks, geese, and the fish in the river, tossing them some greens to sustain their lives. As for the cattle, sheep, and pigs, she had ceased their feeding. The grass seeds previously scattered had grown to over 10 to 20 centimeters in height, allowing them to fend for themselves. Chapter 69. A win-win business today, as harvest was substantial, warranting a delightful dinner. She planned to prepare shrimp and lettuce salad, steak, grilled salmon, a fruit platter, and uncork a bottle of red wine, ample for the occasion. Ah Yin, you've been exceedingly hard to find. Where have you been all this time? Yu Haven Tea answered the intercom even once. I called for you for 3 whole days. Today, I even went to your building S hallway, waiting for you to come out and open the door for me. I hesitate to knock on your door. I find myself in quite a predicament. My apologies for being a bit preoccupied these past few days. Is there something you need? Please, take your time and speak calmly. Su Yan's greatest aversion is to listen to excessive chatter, yet Lu Shui delights in weaving elaborate narratives before arriving at the crux of the matter. The other day, during our conversation, you mentioned your interest in antique calligraphy, paintings, and exquisite jewelry. I happen to possess a substantial collection, all acquired from those self-important socialites who sought to barter with me, which infuriates me to no end. These insufferable individuals demand my assistance in procuring goods while simultaneously looking down upon me as a mere middleman. Oh, let me tell you. Stop, halt. Amidst Lu Shui's incessant rambling, there is only one pertinent piece of information: the exchange of antiques, calligraphy, and jewelry for goods. If Su Yan did not interject, Lu Shui would continue indefinitely. Ah Yin, I shall refrain from further trivialities. The items they wish to exchange are quite varied, so please take note. High-end tobacco, liquor, and tea, luxury cosmetics, skincare products, perfumes, and fashionable clothing, as well as other necessities. She must eat, for cold food loses its appeal. After dining, there are dishes to wash, 2 dogs to feed, and the interactions with the 2 little ones must not be overlooked. There always seems to be an abundance of tasks. Su-yin has contemplated acquiring an all-purpose robotic nanny to handle meals and household chores, as well as assist with childcare on the side, but it is rather costly. She considers waiting until the little ones are older and can walk and talk before making such a purchase. The advanced robots, indistinguishable from ordinary humans, could resolve 90% of Su-yan's current dilemmas. By that time, Mei Mei and Li Li could enjoy their retirement. However, it is indeed quite expensive. The path to acquiring gold seems endless. De Huang, please bring the walkie-talkie over to me. Just as I was reflecting on this, the walkie-talkie rang unexpectedly. De Huang leapt onto the sofa, clutching the device, and eagerly delivered it to Su-yin. Sister Luo, a yen. Wang Xinwu, and I have been looking for you for 2 days. I'm relieved to know you are well. Is it convenient for us to come up and see you now? Wang Xinwu is also here inquiring about you, thinking I might have news. It's all right. Do come up, Su-yin replied. Anticipating that more individuals would seek her out, she took De Huang and De Hei to room 3202 across the hall, where she moved an entire set of furniture from her space. From now on, she would conduct transactions or meet less significant individuals here. She understood that Wang Xinwu's visit was likely to exchange supplies, as was Wan Ning's. After arranging the furniture, she stepped outside to find the 2 already waiting at the corridor's entrance, one of them carrying a bag, particularly Wang Xinwu, who wore a delighted expression. Please, come in. Su-yin invited them into 3202. Have a seat. I apologize for not having the surveillance on these past few days. I was unaware you were looking for me. As long as you are well, that's what matters, Luo Wanning replied with a smile, understanding that Su-yin was busy caring for the 2 children. It's fine. I doubt anyone would dare to trouble me. After all, the infamous reputation of the female demon precedes me. Our community has become significantly safer as a base division compared to before, and we owe this to Miss Su. I want to ramble on. I came to assist in exchanging some items for others, Wang Xinwu stated urgently, likely due to receiving numerous orders in the past few days. That is feasible, Sister Luo. You are also here to assist with exchanges, correct? Indeed, there are a few items belonging to acquaintances. Zhang Bo and I have also exchanged our previous finds. Wang Xinwu and Luo Wanning opened their bags for Su-yin to assess whether the items could be accepted. Su-yin requested a moment, then entered one of the rooms to retrieve several notebooks and pens from her space. After contemplating the eclectic assortment of items, I suggested that since many of Wang Xinwu's items were primarily acquired for others, we could list the names and quantities of the items available for exchange, as well as those desired for purchase in a line-by-line format. I would mark those that seemed viable for trade, and any objections could be noted. If you find the remarks agreeable, then we can proceed with a pleasant transaction. What do you think? This method is ingenious. Come, let me write it down. Luo Wanning also picked up a pen and began to write. Luo Wanning wrote swiftly, listing a dozen items in no time. Upon review, Su-yin noted a diamond pendant in exchange for 30 condoms, a 2-carat diamond ring for 100 pounds of rice, ruby earrings and a brooch for 10 pounds of fresh chicken, and a jade cabbage ornament for 100 rounds of a specific type of bullet. Upon seeing the bullet entry, Su-yin cast a casual glance at Luo Wanning. Luo Wanning smiled and explained, the cabbage ornament is mine. I fortuitously discovered it in the office of a company owner. Incidentally, Zhang Bo also has a share in this. Luo Jia, I happen to have everything you need at home. Please wait a moment while I prepare it for you. All right, take these items with you. Naturally, Su-yin intended to bring them along, as she could not discern their authenticity with the naked eye. She relied on the trading panel in her space to scan the items, using the displayed quantity of gold to assess their value. Upon returning to 3,201, she entered the space to scan the items. After confirming their value, she commenced the distribution. Sister Luo, I have placed the items at the entrance. Please verify the quantity. All right. Since some items were exchanged on behalf of others, she was aware of Su-Yan's rules. Luo Wanning counted the corresponding quantities of the goods in front of Su-Yan. Everything matches, no issues. That's good. Sister Luo, take this notebook with you. In the future, whenever someone asks you to exchange items, just note it down as I instructed and hand it to me. Understood. I'll take the items downstairs now. It requires 2 trips. Go ahead. Su-Yan opened the hallway door, assisting in placing the unmanageable items outside. Luo Wanning made another trip upstairs to move the remaining items. Wang Xianwu has finished his notebook as well. Miss Su, please take a look at the items and their quantities. Identify any that have been overvalued or those in excess. And make a note so I can coordinate with those foolish gentlemen. They are all rather worthless trinkets. I will tally the total, and you can distribute them accordingly. Ah, no problem at all. He would not dare to raise any objections. Wang Xianwu scratched his head awkwardly. This was his first time acting as a middleman, and his limited interactions had not yet fostered trust, making it unlikely for him to receive valuable items. Su Yin did not need to verify the authenticity of the items. She was confident in her ability to distinguish gold and platinum jewelry accurately. All right, you may take the notebook as well. In the future, just bring me the notebook for the first transaction. Thank you, Miss Su. I shall take my leave now. I fear those people may grow impatient, worrying that I might abscond with their belongings. Go ahead. By the way, with official personnel monitoring every building, your presence is no longer necessary, right? Keep that intercom for easier communication. Sometimes I can't hear you, so feel free to call out multiple times. Be bold in taking orders. My boss possesses nearly everything except for firearms. All right. Wang Xinwu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled with satisfaction, realizing this was the powerful ally he had attached himself to, with the prospect of indulgence and luxury just around the corner. Fabricating a non-existent boss serves as a shield to absorb blame and deflect gunfire. Not bad. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. Earning gold necessitates a flourishing trade in the West. Her previous hesitance to engage in transactions stemmed from the lack of access to modern dimensional trading channels. Now that they are open and she has tasted the sweetness of success, her perspective has broadened. She can trade freely in essentials, and her inventory is excessively abundant. To take a hypothetical step back, even if her inventory were diminished, she could still resell items from the modern dimension. Where there are sellers, there are buyers. However, goods purchased through platforms tend to be costly, offering low cost effectiveness. Despite this, based on the prices of items acquired from the modern dimension, her transactions today remain profitable. For now, it is prudent to refrain from purchases unless necessary. Otherwise, why would she enlist Wang Xinwu and Luo Waning to assist with trading? Simply establishing several dimensional trading platforms would suffice. A peaceful night unfolds. Outside, heavy snow falls incessantly, showing no signs of abating. The floodwaters have not fully receded, solidifying into ice under the frigid temperatures, now compounded by the weight of snow reaching half a person's height. The Lanjiang platform, along with the adjacent two residential complexes, has been encircled by iron fencing. Most of the glass shattered by the previous typhoon has been replaced with new panes. The official staff at the base are currently engaged in the construction of the power supply system. Will the electricity be operational today? It is nearly ready, but it will only suffice for basic lighting and kitchen appliances. High power usage is not feasible. Very well, please expedite the process. High power electricity is generally unaffordable for most. The cost cannot possibly revert to what it was before the natural disaster. Once the electricity bill is issued, those who can cook with firewood will likely opt for that instead of electricity, as is the case at the headquarters. After inquiring about the power supply, Wei Cheng shifted his attention to the water supply issue. Currently, there is no way to provide water. Even if the water treatment plant has not been frozen and can be repaired, the temperature plummeting below -60 degrees makes it incredibly challenging to extract water from the river, which is entirely frozen. The headquarters has also been unable to supply running water, and this location is no exception. Residents must resolve their own water supply issues. While drinking water will be provided through a water truck stationed in the community, allowing families to collect water based on their number of members. Very well. After hearing this, Wei Cheng waved his hand and departed. There are not many basic facilities to establish, and it is now possible to open the gates of the base to accommodate those who have been placed on the waiting list. Lu Shui arrived at the entrance of the Lanjiang platform community in her armored vehicle, observing numerous individuals bundled up like mountain sculptures, braving the heavy snow while carrying large bags and queuing to register for entry into the community. She heard about the establishment of the branch at Lanjiang Station and learned that her family had managed to secure a house at the temporary headquarters. Although it was merely a two-bedroom apartment, it was just sufficient for her, her parents, and her younger brother, leaving one small room to serve as a storage space. It was undoubtedly less comfortable than their previous spacious penthouse at Landing. Indeed, perhaps she should apply for another spacious apartment here, she thought excitedly. Her hand slapping the steering wheel, she truly was a clever one. Miss, it's your turn. Please proceed to register. Oh, I'm here to see Miss Su Yin on the 32nd floor of Building C. Are you looking for Miss Su? Please enter. Your vehicle can park directly at the foot of Building C. Thank you. The vehicle that could traverse over a meter of snow had wheels that were more than twice the height of regular cars, drawing envious glances from those waiting to register, all speculating about which affluent owner it belonged to. Lu Shui tried to ignore the stares, but she couldn't help feeling elated. Grateful for her foresight and willingness to pursue this car. After greeting the guard at the entrance of Building C, Lu Shui ascended the stairs with her large backpack. Su Yin, along with De Huang and De He, had just finished training on the rooftop and was descending when they heard Lu Shui shouting for the door to be opened. You've arrived quite early. Not too early. Dear sister, just look at the time. It's already past 10. Huh. Su Yin laughed at Lu Shui's appearance. Are you still laughing? Am I not allowed to? It was cold before, but I didn't see you bundled up like a bear as you are now. But it's snowing. Can't we show some respect for a snowy day? Previously, there was merely frost without any snowfall, but now that snow has fallen, if one does not bundle up tightly, one's head and face become completely covered in snow, which is unbearable and potentially life-threatening. I am doing quite well. Yet you must observe the exaggerated state of those outside. You are quite chatty. Come inside quickly, for it will be warmer once you enter. Upon crossing the threshold, one enters a realm entirely different. Lu Shui shed her thick coat, hat, mask, and gloves, carefully placing her backpack in a corner of the sofa. Su Yin prepared 2 cups of steaming tea. The two settled onto the sofa, each holding a cup, the fragrant aroma of tea enveloping them, allowing a temporary escape from the harshness of the outside world. Pray tell, what remarkable item has compelled you, the notorious trader, to engage personally in this transaction? It must be substantial, otherwise, Aunt Ba would have handled it herself. Do not rush me. Allow me a moment to sip my tea and catch my breath. I intend to linger here until you insist I leave. It is far too comfortable. Alas, we have now moved to the base, yet the accommodation is rather cramped. I still prefer the spaciousness of a few hundred square meters, living separately from my parents. So, what is the purpose behind your lengthy complaints? Hee. Nothing escapes the keen eyes of Yan. Very well. Yan, could you assist me in acquiring 2 large apartments through a backdoor application at Lodging Tower? I promise to provide ample compensation for your help. Su Yin shot Lu Shui a disapproving glance, reluctant to speak. She was aware that as soon as she opened her mouth, Wei Cheng would comply, yet she did not wish to leverage personal favors. Nevertheless, this is merely a branch office. The infrastructure is far inferior to that of the main base. Lu Shui's inquiry would likely yield results, and given her character, it was inevitable that Wei Cheng would become aware of her involvement. This would indeed constitute a favor, albeit not in the most direct manner. You should inquire with Wei Cheng, indicating that a slightly larger contribution of supplies would be acceptable. It should not prove difficult. Excellent. Thank you. Now, come and see what I have brought. Lu Shui retrieved her oversized backpack and unzipped it, carefully extracting items one by one, each encased in foam padding. It appears to be remarkably valuable. Chapter 70. The perspective has shifted dramatically. Antiques, precious antiques. Why do you believe everything others say? I do not trust others, however. I place my faith in my father, who possesses a certain expertise in antiques. The items he has appraised are rarely counterfeit. Take this small vial, for instance. It is blue and white porcelain, not from the Yuan, Ming, or Qing dynasties, but rather an artifact from the Tang dynasty, reputedly valued at 2 small targets or more. Whether it is genuine, she cannot ascertain, but the essence of the transaction lies in authentication. That aside, Su Yin is primarily concerned with what these items can be exchanged for. Hold on a moment, jot it down in a notebook. What can be traded for what? I will then present the notebook to my boss, and if he finds it acceptable, we shall negotiate. Lu Shui meticulously arranged the items on the table. There were 2 Tang dynasty blue and white porcelain vases, 1 large and 1 small, a pair of diamonds, 1 blue and 1 pink, each weighing at least 20 carats, a complete set of emerald jewelry, which included a pair of bangles, a pair of earrings, a beaded necklace, a bracelet, and a single round ring. Forgive Su Yin for her naivety. Sheltered in a wealthy family, she is not much better off than a girl from an ordinary household. Such trifles, do not be astonished. This set of emeralds was prepared by Uncle Lu as a family heirloom to be passed down to his daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Could it be anything less than exquisite? In a world teetering on the brink of apocalypse, one must ponder the purpose of acquiring items that serve no sustenance. What is the significance of such transactions in these dire times? It is quite evident that the affluent possess an astute foresight. They understand that as time progresses, bartering for practical goods becomes increasingly arduous. It is far more prudent to hold on to essentials that ensure survival. Su Yin empathizes with the sentiments of Uncle Lu, as articulated by Lu Shui. He desires a transport helicopter and 2 tons of aviation fuel. Why would he not aspire to ascend to the skies? What illusion have I cast that led you to believe I could procure such aerial apparatus? After dividing the contents of the arms cache acquired from the Eagle Nation, she placed Hafenchini's spatial button. Presently, her space still contains several helicopters, 3 transport planes, and multiple armed helicopters. Yet, the pressing question remains. Who has leaked the information regarding her possessions? Do not be alarmed, Yan, I reassured. I conveyed to Uncle Lu that it is improbable for you to possess such items. However, he countered that since you are capable of obtaining modified combat vehicles, you must also have the means to acquire helicopters. The truth is, these were not obtained by me. Rather, they were procured by my well-connected employer. Thus, I implore you to inquire on my behalf. If it is feasible, splendid. If not, we shall not press the matter further. You see, carrying these items is advantageous for questioning, as Uncle Lu suggested. Is that individual, surnamed Lu, trustworthy? Upon reflection, Su Yan realized there was little cause for concern. These items hold intrinsic value in both prosperous and perilous times. However, their worth is contingent upon ownership. For an ordinary individual lacking avenues for trade, such possessions become burdensome. Su Yan contemplated a transaction. If the quantity of gold obtained from scanning the trading platform proved substantial, she would exchange it for a new item for him. Yan, is it feasible? Do let me know, she urged. You might have to wait a couple of days while I discuss matters with the boss. There's no guarantee of availability. Came the reply. Su Yan's assertion that there might not be stock, rather than an outright refusal, implied that there indeed was. If negotiations faltered, it would certainly be due to insufficient pricing. Lu Shui, filled with joy, leaped forward to embrace Su Yan, exclaiming, Yan, you are my fortune deity. Su Yan, pushing Lu Shui aside like an exuberant puppy, inquired, You're this exhilarated. How much benefit do you anticipate from this deal? With a playful wink, Lu Shui replied in an irresistibly sweet tone, The benefit is a single exquisite face. As she spoke, she pointed to a piece of blue and white porcelain unearthed from the Tang dynasty. Su Yan discreetly shifted a bit further away from Lu Shui, stating, I am female and have a penchant for handsome men. So am I. Haha. I simply cannot stand you, Lu Shui retorted. Su Yan found herself amused by Lu Shui's carefree laughter. Wait, I want to be your neighbor. Once the deal is settled, you must expedite this transaction for me. I need to reach out to that Wei Chung you mentioned to apply for a residence. Go on then. I, too, am preparing to head out to assist you. Lu Shui replied. After bidding Lu Shui farewell, Su Yan indeed had to step out. However, before doing so, she took the 2 diamonds, a set of emerald jewelry, and 2 pieces of blue and white porcelain into the spatial scanner. The smaller piece of porcelain equated to 670 kilograms of gold, while the larger vase was valued at 530 kilograms of gold. Both pink diamonds and blue diamonds represent the pinnacle of quality, with the 2 having exchanged for a staggering 470 kilograms of gold. A complete set of exquisite emerald jewelry amounts to an impressive 1,063 kilograms of gold. When asked whether Su Yan would engage in this business, her answer was an unequivocal yes. She is a woman who has stumbled into a trove of gold. The items were acquired at no cost, and all this gold is pure profit. Why not seize the opportunity? Moreover, Su Yan conceived a bold idea. While the ground has yet to tremble and upheaval has not occurred, zero-cost acquisitions remain feasible. Before the impending calamity, she had instructed the artificial intelligence, to download maps from various countries, and the little bundle had procured all versions. She could embark on treasure hunts guided by these maps, albeit with a bit more effort. However, she was undeterred and resolved to proceed. Additionally, there is a shadowy figure to shoulder the blame. Any unclear matters would fall upon the shoulders of the boss, leaving her unaffected. Should anyone harbor doubts? Indeed, in such circumstances, no one would bother to scrutinize her. Even if, hypothetically, someone did investigate her, what could they possibly do? She possesses the ability to become invisible and ascend to the skies, ready to depart at a moment's notice. This is her source of confidence. Su Yan placed the large yellow and black items into her spatial realm before ascending to the rooftop. She deployed her aircraft, engaging in cloaked flight. No matter how fierce the snowfall, it poses no hindrance to such advanced technological marvels. Gazing out the window, she was enveloped in a dreamlike beauty reminiscent of a fairy tale, momentarily lost in reverie. Su, where are you headed? Oh, I'm going to check the Earth database I previously had you download to see if you can help me locate a military base or arms depot belonging to the Eagle Sauce. Since it can yield gold, it would be prudent to acquire more modified all-terrain vehicles, helicopters, and various fuels to exchange for our fellow citizens. Better than destruction. Hee. Be steady now. Hee is about to accelerate. The acceleration will take at least 2 or 3 hours. Suyin closed her eyes to rest and soon fell asleep. Hee piloted the aircraft to land atop a mountain peak. At that moment, Suyin opened her eyes. It was beautiful. A vast expanse of white as far as the eye could see, a sight that seemed unrelated to the apocalypse. Chapter 71. Suyin is quite poor. What is this place? An arms depot. If these mountains have not shifted after the natural disaster, then it can be confirmed that there is an arms depot 50 meters behind at an angle. Truly precise. The artificial intelligence worth 2,000 kilograms of gold is indeed valuable. Look at this location. Is it a mountaintop? Yet it is not impossible. The American military often builds their depots in such remote places. Come on, Su. There are no living beings here. All right. With my thermal clothing, I fear not the icy wilderness, and with the cloaking shield activated, Suyin embraced Hee and disembarked from the aircraft, following the little one's direction toward the entrance of the arms depot. This elevated location is surely safe from global flooding, if the stockpile still exists. No, it must exist. As she walked, Suyin silently invoked the blessings of 3,000 deities, fervently hoping that her journey would not be in vain. Upon reaching an area piled with stones, it was evident that the steep slope behind the stones was the entrance, half buried in snow. No matter, she could clear it. As she touched the stones, she relocated the obstructive boulders into her space, and much of the snow was also moved aside, finally revealing the blast-proof door. Little one, why do you think there is no guard here? Before the natural disaster, it was highly unlikely that anyone could ascend this mountain. All defenses were stationed at its foot. Well, Suyin had long since given up on critiquing the little bundle of joy who seemed to know everything. If the little one claimed that destroying this planet was merely a matter of raising a hand, she would readily believe it. She retrieved the small lock from her space and activated the explosion-proof door. Oh. This small lock was also an artificial intelligence capable of effortlessly unlocking the most sophisticated explosion-proof doors. Hey, should we don the stealth attire? Fear not. Feel free to gather whatever you wish. With me, here, all devices will be rendered ineffective. I will shield everything. Then, dear can you shield us from natural disasters? Dream on. Suyin affectionately ruffled the round little one, who was simply too adorable and immensely powerful. With no fears left in her heart, she settled into a small electric convertible and glided down the slope, soon arriving at an expansive warehouse reminiscent of an underground parking facility. It soared over 10 meters high and spanned at least several thousand square meters. The boxes, some emblazoned with exclamation marks and others without, required no scrutiny. They simply needed to be collected. The electric vehicle left no trace behind. Upon finishing the collection of boxes, she finally laid eyes on the helicopter she had yearned for. Could you provide an overview of these aircraft models? These toys require little introduction. The larger ones are transport helicopters, capable of ferrying both personnel and supplies. Further ahead is an anti-submarine helicopter, designed for search and attack against submarines. The row on the left consists of armed helicopters, and this is self-explanatory, universal for warfare. The little one was indeed remarkably clever. In admiration of Suyin, the little round one, disinterested, urged her master to hastily gather their belongings. With the electric vehicle, the process was swift. Each one was collected as they came upon it. After securing those that soared through the skies, they descended to the land below. Observing vehicles with wheels nearly as tall as herself, it was evident they were all modified war machines. Be it cars or tanks, all were seized without exception. Aviation fuel and gasoline were strategic resources, and here, they were abundant. What purpose does the gold in your space serve? Consider this. A small aircraft requires over 10,000 kilograms of gold. What about a spacecraft? A cosmic battleship? Silence. Being poor does not entitle one to criticism. He rolled around in Suyin's embrace, truly falling silent thereafter. Suyin, indifferent to the specifics, collected everything. Items of trade were exchanged, while those meant for ordinary use would, given the opportunity, be gifted to the higher echelons of the group. If no opportunity arose, so be it. There was no rush. Having spent 2 to 3 hours traversing from the east to the west, they intended to observe the circumstances of other nations in the city. All right, fly a bit slower. Regardless of the pace, they would reach Night City, where Suyin had previously dwelled, in about 10 minutes. It bore little difference from River City, both shrouded in a world of ice and snow. Peering down from a height of 1 to 200 meters, the people appeared as mere small creatures, undoubtedly suffering. There was little of interest to behold. Is there anything else worth collecting here? Hee, please search for me. There are no substantial amounts of gold for you here. Before the calamity, we had already depleted the central bank's vault. Aside from that, any remnants elsewhere are trifling. Given the current situation, retrieving anything would be challenging, as it lies beneath the ice. Not a problem. Su Yin awoke once more, finding herself in River City. On a mountain in the suburbs, she stowed away the aircraft, repositioned a transport helicopter, and then filled the cabin with 2 tons of aviation fuel. And then? Su Yin was not adept at piloting. What about you, Hee? Would you take the helm? How foolish. Very well. If Hee were to pilot it, they could not simply deliver it to someone. After contemplating, Su Yin decided to land on a modest rooftop and inform Lu Shui to send someone to take it away. Where would the helicopter come from? Anyone who inquired would find that it was provided by the boss behind her. Once the helicopter was safely parked, Su Yin retrieved a walkie-talkie from her backpack to notify Lu Shui. Really? Of course, find someone who can fly a helicopter. Otherwise, it would be futile. Okay. If he dares to purchase it, there must be someone who can pilot it. Wait half an hour. I will bring Uncle Lu over. During this half hour, Su Yin sat in the helicopter, listening to Hee explain how to operate it. She could not possibly master it merely by listening, but she would gradually absorb the information. The person is within 100 meters of us. In a matter of minutes, 3 individuals, bundled up like mountain sculptures, appeared on the rooftop, one of whom was Lu Shui. Yen, you are truly impressive. I knew you could negotiate this. Lu Shui exclaimed joyfully, wanting to embrace Su Yin. Su Yin recoiled slightly, thinking it rather absurd to be hugged like a bear. This is the very helicopter, capable of seating 10 individuals and carrying a load of 10 tons. The fuel is in the cabin. Please go up and inspect it. Oh, great. Yen. This is Uncle Lu, and he is here to assist in piloting the helicopter away. Miss Su, it is a tremendous relief to meet you. I cannot thank you enough. You have been an immense help to me. You're welcome. Our transaction is complete. Su Yin replied politely, gesturing for him to proceed. Lu Lingxuan sensed Su Yin's distant courtesy, understanding that the young lady did not wish for a deeper connection. He merely nodded in acknowledgement and followed his assistant onto the helicopter. Chapter 72. Shall we enjoy a pleasant transaction? This is not a domestic product. It is the latest model of an armed transport aircraft from the Eagle country. This young lady is remarkable. Such a relationship must be nurtured, for there may be opportunities to seek her assistance in the future. Indeed, I must contemplate how to maintain this connection. Lu Lingxuan and his assistant took some time to inspect the aircraft. Meanwhile, Lu Shui pulled Su Yin towards another helicopter. This one is mine. The boss happened to have the goods ready and sent someone over as soon as he received my message. Yours? Can you fly it? Yes. Having a plane is one thing, but you can actually fly it. Lu Shui's envy was palpable, her gaze almost consuming Su Yin. Oh, Su Yin, save one for me. Even a smaller one will do. Once I convince my father to bring something valuable from his end, I will also purchase one. You must teach me how to fly it, all right? Please reserve one for me. The goods are not in my possession, so I cannot reserve one, but I will do my best to assist you. Thank you, Su Yin. Expressing gratitude is futile. Hurry and gather the funds. Jiangqing, a city second only to the capital, is home to numerous affluent families and tycoons. However, those who can boast of substantial family assets primarily possess investments in real estate. When disaster strikes, everything collapses. At best, during the initial phase of calamity, their extraordinary financial prowess allows them to stockpile some supplies, albeit limited in quantity. Thus, for Lu Shui to exchange for a helicopter, she must indeed gather funds. Had Su Yin not liquidated the shares left to her by her uncle before the disaster, her financial situation would be even more precarious. Su Yin's words resonated with Lu Shui. It was imperative to act swiftly, for delays could render them unable to transact even if they had the means. After Lu Lingxuan and his assistant completed their inspection of the helicopter, they were met with the sight of the 2 young women, each enveloped in silence. Miss Su, we have finished our inspection. Everything is in order, and the fuel quantity is accurate. Very well, may our transaction proceed smoothly. With that, Su Yin handed over the cabin door key, appearing as though uttering another word would be a loss. After exchanging a few words with Lu Shui, Su Yin nodded to Lu Lingxuan and his companion before turning towards the cockpit of her helicopter. With her ethereal beauty complemented by a camouflage combat uniform, she exuded an air of cold elegance and distant allure. This was the impression Su Yin conveyed at that moment. Even Lu Shui, who had believed herself to be a close friend of Su Yin, realized that she had yet to penetrate the barriers of Su Yan's world. Shall we depart as well? Shall Lu? What about you? Uncle Lu, you all can fly back. I shall drive. Very well, travel safely. As Lu Shui watched Lu Lingxuan's helicopter take off, she retrieved her walkie-talkie to contact Su Yan. Ah Yin, you truly are heartless, leaving just like that. Is it necessary to linger on the rooftop, consuming snow and braving the cold wind? Furthermore, I am acting in your best interest. Did you not notice that Uncle Lu is attempting to establish a connection with me? When the time comes, he may bypass you entirely to transact with me, resulting in a significant loss of intermediary profits for you. Do you truly think I care about such trivial margins? Then, what do you care about? I care about you. Su Yan felt a shiver run down her spine. Are these the words of a beautiful woman? It has been clearly stated before. Her preference lies with handsome men. A moment of silence enveloped the intercom. Su Yan took the opportunity to remind Lu Shui once more, please inform your Uncle Lu not to disclose any information about me. The items are part of your transaction with him, and if anyone approaches you in the future, it will pertain to your own channel of goods. Lu Shui, feeling a bit down for merely 3 minutes, soon regained her spirited demeanor. She approached Wei Cheng to request a spacious apartment. Merely mentioning her close friendship with Su Yan was sufficient to secure 2 luxurious penthouses on the top floor of Building D. However, she also contributed a substantial amount of supplies in return. Even before Su Yan's helicopter reached the temporary base at Longjing Terrace, it had already signaled its presence with a friendly light, smoothly landing atop Building C. From the ground, Wei Cheng used binoculars to ascertain that it was indeed Su Yan disembarking. This girl, she is quite the enigma, Wei Cheng thought as he contacted her over the intercom. Su Yan, is that you on the helicopter? No need for concern, as long as you are safe. After concluding his conversation with Su Yan, Wei Cheng reached out to Yang Jinghui at the base headquarters. Yes, I am aware of the helicopter situation. In truth, he knew very little. Understood. Wei Cheng shook his head, reassured that this girl had support, thus alleviating his worries. The master did not take us to battle again, leaving De Huang feeling somewhat aggrieved. What woof? Food, chicken legs. De He wagged its tail excitedly, reminding the master that it was mealtime. Soon, you shall have your chicken legs. Southerners are rather particular about their meals, insisting on rich, slow-cooked soup, with a harmonious balance of meat and vegetables. True to her word, she roasted chicken legs for the dogs, sliced 2 pieces of apple, and paired them with dog food for a complete meal. After dinner, Su Yan habitually stood by the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, gazing outside. The snow had ceased. Following the cessation of the snow, another wave of calamity would soon follow. Su Yan recalled that in her previous life, during the early days of the apocalypse, disasters came one after another without respite. She had once heard official data stating that in 1 year, natural disasters had claimed half of humanity. What an astounding figure! Subsequently, the number would dwindle year by year. She survived through 6 years of calamities, during which the number of surviving humans had dwindled to less than 30% of what it had been before the disasters. According to the data provided by the base, how many more years would it take before the disasters would cease? Su Yan dared not contemplate it. At the temporary base headquarters, Lu Shui and her father approached Lu Lingxuan to subtly convey Su Yan's intentions. Lu Lingxuan expressed his understanding, stating, I comprehend the rules. Miss Su has rendered me significant assistance. I, Lu Lingxuan, am a man of my word, and I shall not disclose a thing. Lu Ba shook hands with Lu Lingxuan, thanking him. This is my daughter's business. Anyone wishing to inquire can reach the Lu family. Take care. Until we meet again. Lu Lingxuan's helicopter landed in a spacious area within the base. The Lu family had chosen to depart in the dead of night, planning to arrive in the capital by morning. As the Lu family prepared to board the plane with their numerous bags, Lu Lingxuan was halted by Yang Jinghui. General Yang, is there something you need? In the interest of safety, I must conduct an inspection of the cabin. Chapter 73, Delivering the Letter. Yang Jinghui, effectively the second-in-command in Jiacheng, could not be denied in his request for an inspection. After all, this was an armed transport aircraft, certainly not something an ordinary person could acquire. Reluctantly, Lu Lingxuan complied and opened the cabin door. Yang Jinghui entered and meticulously conducted his examination, confirming that the aircraft, a model from 3 years prior, had flown less than 100 kilometers, thus verifying its new condition. Everything appears to be in order. Thank you, General Yang. Lu Lingxuan had mentally prepared a multitude of excuses. Yet he was taken aback when Yang Jinghui did not inquire about the origins of the helicopter. Yang Jinghui was well aware of its provenance and could not help but admire the influence of Su Yan's associates, who managed to facilitate its entry into the country. Nonetheless, he merely sought confirmation and would refrain from questioning Su Yin further. The Dawn base served as the principal hub in the capital, a gathering place for powerful figures. The facility was vast beyond imagination. Indeed, having received prior intelligence, extensive preparations had been made. All of Huaxia's elite talents and technologies, as well as various strategic materials, were housed within this base. A trivial matter, one that would undoubtedly be addressed. The two men shook hands, and Yang Jinghui handed an envelope to Lu Lingxuan before departing. Undoubtedly, this letter was being relayed to Qin Yi through Luo Fuan, as some matters were too sensitive to discuss via satellite phone. Lu Lingxuan feared that should the letter be handed directly to Qin Yi, the influential figures in the capital might speculate unnecessarily. The letter was crafted using their unique method of conveying messages, such that an ordinary person, upon reading its contents, would remain bewildered by its intended meaning. Proceed to the Dawn base. Yes, sir. Their helicopter cannot enter the base. It is already locked from afar. Had it not been for a flashing signal light, it would have been shot down long ago. The aircraft is stationed several miles away from the base, yet due to its nature as a helicopter, soldiers patrolling outside have rushed over to inquire. The base is situated in an elevated area, and when the extreme cold arrives, the waters recede, leaving no ice layer. The paths here are meticulously cleared of snow by designated personnel. Lu Lingxuan explained that he was there to deliver a letter, and thus boarded the soldiers' vehicle into the base. With the assistance of the soldiers within the base, Lu Lingxuan located Luo Fuan. Are you the one looking for me? Greetings, Comrade Luo. I am Lu Lingxuan. And here is your letter. Thank you. Luo Fuan opened the letter and glanced at it. It was from Yang Jinghui, and the handwriting? He folded it back up. The letter has been delivered. I shall take my leave now. Mr. Lu, do you reside within the base? In which district? I am currently staying outside the base. Everyone at Dawn Base desires to live within. The outside world is chaotic, rife with burglary and rampant violence. Those who do not reside there simply have not yet secured a place. No, I have been allocated a 3-bedroom apartment. However, my family is large, and we cannot fit. So I have not yet moved in. Lu Lingxuan, being a shrewd businessman, recognized that Luo Fuan's inquiry was an attempt to reciprocate a favor, and he naturally revealed that the apartment was insufficient for his needs. He felt a surge of joy within. This was not merely delivering a message, but rather an opportunity bestowed upon him by Yang Jinghui. Very well, I shall inquire about any spacious accommodations. Meet me tomorrow at 6 in the afternoon. By the way, how did you travel from Jiangxing to Beijing? We flew in a private helicopter. Luo Fuan nodded thoughtfully, realizing the man was indeed affluent. Who else would be so extravagant as to charter a helicopter at such a time? Aside from high-ranking executives and military personnel on specific missions, who could afford such luxury? It was not a matter of availability. Aviation fuel was a scarce commodity, and every drop counted. All right, then, until tomorrow. Thank you, Comrade Luo. Where are Old Zhang and Old Qin? Old Qin was just summoned to Chief Xing's office. Luo Fuan acknowledged this, but couldn't help but wonder what significant matter could warrant such an early summons. Curiosity is a trait shared by all, and Luo Fuan engaged in light banter with Zhang Yuan. Do you suppose it could be related to a major mission? Currently, there are no significant operations. It's either combating organized crime or disaster relief. If it involves going to the front lines to eradicate evil, I would not hesitate, but for disaster relief, it would be best left to the ordinary battalions. I yearn to undertake more formidable challenges. Enough, Old Zhang, let us discuss something lighter. The most burdened among us is Old Qin. As soon as Luo Fuan mentioned Old Qin, Zhang Yuan prudently fell silent. Among their group of brothers, they were all aware that Qin Yi had been unable to contact his fiancée since the calamity struck, and although news had finally arrived, she remained in Beijing for the time being. The brother they referred to as the most burdened was currently in the chief's office. Xiaoqin, I have reviewed your transfer application. It is not that I am unwilling to approve it. Rather, your presence is currently indispensable here. Jiangcheng has already received one Yang Jinghui. I agree to your transfer, but I hope you can provide me with a buffer period to help me train a special operations team. Yes, sir. Qin Yi's request to leave Beijing is not solely his own. Several of his comrades have also applied for transfers, particularly Luo Fuan, who intends to retire if Chief Xing does not grant his request. The special operations team, led by Qin Yi, serves as a formidable asset in the hands of the chief. It is reasonable for the chief to request assistance in cultivating a replacement team. After all, Even in a small commercial enterprise, the process for transferring or resigning key personnel involves a series of protocols. Qin comprehends this and has agreed. Furthermore, there is an urgent task at hand requiring your team to assist 2 professors in the northwest at Mount Yal. This research is crucial for preparing for the relocation of bases in response to the incessant natural disasters. Understood. Qin Dingshan and I will go, while Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan will remain at the base. You can manage the arrangements. Go ahead. Old Qin, what's the situation? Boss. This is a letter from Old Yang. Qin took the letter, tucking it into his pocket. Old Zhang, Old Luo. You 2 stay at the base and train the reserve team sent over by the military. Old Qin, let's head to Mount Al immediately. Yes. Qin Dingshan swiftly prepared for departure. Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan also brought over Qin Yi's equipment, which he naturally accepted, thanking his brothers. The 2 Westerners exchanged a tacit gesture of encouragement, with 2 remaining behind while 2 embarked on the mission. Chapter 74. Do you remember the mission assigned by the commander before the catastrophe? I will drive. You read the letter first. Qin Dingshan stepped into the driver's cabin ahead of the others. All right. Qin confirmed with the 2 professors that they were ready to depart before taking his seat in the co-pilot position, retrieving the letter given to him by Luo Fuan. The correspondence from Yang Jinghui conveyed a singular message. Do you recall the task the commander entrusted to us before the disaster? Qin folded the thin sheet of paper, reflecting on Yang Jinghui's words, which felt both profound and elusive. As the calamity struck, the public focus was entirely on confronting the natural disaster, leaving other matters in the shadows. Yet, various factions discreetly dispatched individuals to gather intelligence about this enigmatic figure, hoping to glean insights into the impending apocalypse. It remains unclear what considerations motivated the powerful figures to disclose the existence of someone who could foresee the disaster, yet not fully reveal the details, such as the matter concerning the 3 spatial buttons. Otherwise, Qin would not be left to speculate, especially since he bore one around his neck. Boss, Yigu? Nothing's wrong. He suspected a connection between the individual supplying weapons and resources to Su Yin and the foreknowledge of impending doom. This mission had been a joint endeavor with Qin, and now that he had garnered some insights that might link back to Su Yin, he pondered whether to report this to higher authorities, leaving the decision in Qin Yi's hands. Awaiting news from Qin Yi, Yang Jinghui reluctantly set this matter aside for the time being. Meanwhile, Su Yin was busy inventorying another batch of supplies for Lu Shui, consisting of items that ordinary individuals would shy away from, such as premium tobacco, alcohol, tea, cosmetics, skincare products, and nutritional supplements. Lu Shui had already moved into the 32nd floor of Building D at Lanjiang Terrace, residing in 3201, while her associates, including Ba Gu, occupied D3202. Her parents and younger brother remained at the headquarters. Ian, are you ready? I have asked Aunt Ba to bring 2 people over to collect the goods. Come on, you should join us. Today, I consider myself part of the gathering, so come and enjoy the lively atmosphere. I'm rather busy. I'll congratulate you on your move in a couple of days. Have you picked up your child? Hello? Hello. The intercom only emits static. Lu Shui let out a long sigh. Su Yin truly seemed exhausted, having become a mother of 2 at such a young age. Meanwhile, the one mistakenly perceived as weary meticulously packed the items into 2 large storage bags, hauling them out to the corridor, awaiting Aunt Ba and her companions. After about 10 minutes, Aunt Ba and 2 young men arrived. Ian, my niece has sent me to collect the items. All right, everything is here. Just give it a look. Oh, no need to check. My niece trusts you, and I trust you even more. I'll take my leave now. Aunt Ba led the way, with the 2 young men shouldering the hefty bags as they descended the stairs. The Lanjiang platform had become a branch of operations, inevitably leading to interactions with outsiders. She contemplated acquiring a sophisticated robot to allow Mei Mei and Lili to switch roles. Little to Anzi, if Mei Li cannot be upgraded, can she change jobs? Is it possible for you to implant a new program? I can't, Su. Then what use are you? He pouted, playfully twirling around. Su Yin playfully knocked the little one to the ground. Then what purpose do you serve? Little he, feeling wronged, wiped away non-existent tears. Su Yin led her 2 children and Mei Li into the space. Xiaowei, Mommy wants to change your nanny. What kind of nanny would you like? However, the 2 little ones believed that their mother was merely amusing them, their hands and feet busily rubbing, delighting in their innocent play. Yeah, they mimicked, their mouths dripping with saliva, a sign that they might be teething. Ah, come here, open your mouth. The 2 little ones truly complied with an ah. Su Yin noticed that their lower gums were indeed beginning to sprout tiny milk teeth. She took out her tablet, specifically designed for storing children's photographs, and snapped several pictures with a click. My son and daughter are truly beautiful. Suyin also took a group photo with her children. And then she accessed the trading platform, preparing to purchase an all-purpose nanny robot, one that resembled humans perfectly. But the price? 1,000 kilograms of gold? Was that serious? She recalled that purchasing Mei Mei and Lili only cost 50 kilograms of gold each, and acquiring that extraordinary little bundle required 2,000 kilograms. Yet this versatile nanny demanded 1,000 kilograms? The description read, customizable appearance, capable of fully mimicking human behavior and demeanor, even more human-like than humans themselves. As straightforward and blunt as ever. Buy it. At least it will benefit the children. I cannot allow them to constantly encounter robots that lack human semblance on their journey of growth. The thought of providing for her children made the expenditure of 1,000 kilograms of gold seem less burdensome. Suyin confirmed the purchase, and the trading platform promptly deducted the sum of 1,000 kilograms. Within minutes, the transaction was ready for collection. She had already acquired several humans familiar with the process. Suyin initiated the setup and binding, but this time, it was a more advanced model. The all-purpose nanny robot would familiarize itself with everything in this world through its connection with her. The two little ones of the master are utterly adorable and beautiful. Please, bestow upon me a name. The all-capable nanny knelt down to play with the two little ones, engaging in conversation, and requested Suyin to name them. It feels remarkably natural, indeed. A truly human touch. Let us name her Su Qing and present her to the outside world as my aunt. What do you think? All right. How shall I address you? Let us call you Su Su, akin to the other artificial intelligence, hee. Very well, Su Su. Having Annie assist in child rearing aligns perfectly with the reality, for in times of calamity and chaos, hiring a nanny to care for children might sound somewhat implausible, even if one knows it to be reliable. After explaining that the two beautiful robots could either move about freely or shut down for rest, Suyin took the children and Su Qing out of the space. Su Su, is this the new artificial intelligence? Yes, indeed. You may converse amongst yourselves. One stately lady and one charming little one, both artificial intelligences, communicated without any hindrance. Moreover, the all-capable nanny was not merely a title. During her conversation with He, Su Qing tidied up everything within her sight, even rearranging the milk bottles that were slightly disordered in the cabinet. Su Su, what dishes would you like for dinner? You decide. I trust your judgment. Suyin ventured into the kitchen to replenish the refrigerator. Each day, she pondered over what to eat, now, with a nanny to assist. She was not picky, she would relish whatever was prepared. Su Qing did not disappoint. She crafted dishes such as squirrel fish, longjing shrimp, cilantro beef, and chicken with bok choy and broth, surpassing even five-star restaurants in quality and presentation. Auntie, can you partake in the meal? I can choose to eat or not, depending on what Su Su desires. However, since there are no outsiders present, I need not put on a facade. Is this truly it? Is this indeed artificial intelligence? Considering the vast amount of gold expended to acquire it, Suyin feels it ought to be so. Chapter 75, Craving Dog Meat? The following day, Suyin was roused by the intercom. Yin, the temperature has risen by at least 10 degrees today. I say, as a young lady. Is it fitting for you to awaken so early? I'm rising to exercise, and there's a matter I wish to discuss with you. Lu Shui whispered conspiratorially, lowering her voice, though no one would overhear. I am not interested in trivial skirmishes. If there is significant business at hand, then call for me. With that, she tossed aside the intercom. Suyin noted it was barely past 7. Though she felt no inclination to sleep, she remained in bed, lost in thought. Su Su. Breakfast is ready. All right, Aunt. Su Qing entered the room, calling for Su Yin to join her for breakfast, her gentle tone providing a comforting ambience. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Yin. Had she known earlier, she would have preferred to call her mother instead of aunt. She rose to freshen up, the warm water already prepared by the housekeeper. Upon finishing, she emerged to find her bed impeccably arranged, not a wrinkle in sight. Mei Mei and Lili were the epitome of programmed robots, while Su Qing seemed to possess her own consciousness, resembling a living person. The disparity between 50 kilograms of gold and 1,000 kilograms of gold is indeed vast. As Su Yin enjoyed her breakfast, Su Qing was busy feeding two little ones with milk powder. After finishing breakfast, I prepared to feed De Huang and De He, only to discover that Su Qing had already taken care of it. It became clear to me that artificial intelligence requires no rest, implying that it can operate tirelessly for 20 hours a day without issue. Su Yin could easily relinquish her responsibilities. De Huang, De He, today I am filled with joy. Let us proceed to the rooftop for some training. Woof, woof. The two dogs dashed towards the rooftop with exuberance. Initially, the dogs engaged in a playful sparring match, while Suyin cleared a patch of snow for herself and practiced a set of punches. Following this, she began to train with the dogs. After an hour of vigorous practice, she was drenched in sweat and decided to sit amidst the snow pile, specifically the mound created for De Huang and De He. Woof woof. How ridiculous. Utterly embarrassing for the dogs. Alas, this is De Huang, not De He. As expected, De He received a swift paw from De Huang in response. Subsequently, both dogs lunged at the snow figures simultaneously, causing a delightful mess as snowflakes scattered everywhere. Oh no, my painstakingly crafted snow dogs. Suyin exclaimed as she chased after the rambunctious pups. The dogs, seemingly enjoying the chase as if their lives depended on it, even leaped onto the railing, startling Suyin into a sudden halt. De Huang, De He, come down. The mischievous dogs paid her no mind, fixated on something below, oblivious to the height of the building. Curiosity piqued, Suyin approached to investigate, only to find a platoon training behind Building C. No wonder the dogs were so captivated. They too had undergone such systematic training. Hundreds of soldiers were engaged in their exercises, a sight far more engaging than her solitary practice with the two dogs. At least lively enough to hold their attention. The two dogs remained transfixed, motionless. Suyin discerned a hint of longing in the expressions of the dogs. Do you wish to train alongside them? The two dogs tilted their heads and glanced at Suyin, barking twice in unison, even without understanding canine language. She could sense their excitement. Thus, she decided to take them downstairs, requesting Jiangsu to arrange for two young men to train the dogs. Ultimately, the training was of little consequence. Suyin merely desired for the dogs to behave like ordinary pets, rather than languishing at home and becoming mere shadows of themselves. Come on, let's go downstairs and play with them, she urged. The dogs dashed ahead of her, their speed eclipsing hers. Upon opening the stairwell door, the two dogs vanished in an instant. Suyin harbored a strong aversion to using the stairs, not only due to their height but also because of their uncleanliness. However, to her surprise, she discovered that the stairway had been tidied up. Even the wall that had previously been blown apart by her hand grenade had been repaired. Where had these dogs come from? No one seemed to be following them. Were they strays? One of those dogs must weigh around 70 to 80 pounds, such a considerable amount of meat. Downstairs, more residents began to move in, increasing the comings and goings of people who eyed the two dogs with salivating mouths. Those who had spoken of the abundance of dog meat exchanged furtive glances, whispering about the division of spoils should they capture the dogs. They rummaged through their belongings, pulling out knives and ropes in preparation for their nefarious plan. Only the original inhabitants of Building C, along with those residing nearby, were aware that these two dogs belonged to the fierce woman from the 32nd floor. They mused that the newcomers were perhaps too eager for death, daring to set their sights on the two dogs, setting aside whether they could actually capture them. Even if they succeeded, they would find themselves unable to digest their ill-gotten gains. Nonetheless, they would not offer any warnings. Observe how the dog, far from being docile, growls menacingly at the approach of several malevolent individuals. Having issued a warning with bared teeth, the dog, sensing that its warning has fallen on deaf ears, prepares to defend itself as the hungry group encroaches ever closer. When Suyin arrives downstairs, she is oblivious to the unfolding skirmish between the dog and the assailants. Two bodies already lie on the ground, while the remaining aggressors merely encircle the dog, refraining from further attack. With its owner absent and no commands to follow, the dog stands its ground, engaging in a standoff without resorting to lethal force. Da Huang, Da He, the dog barks. There are wicked people who wish to feast upon us. Bark. Let us vanquish them. The two canines, having found their rallying point, disregard the fearful or predatory intentions of those surrounding them and leap protectively in front of Suyin. She intervenes, preventing her dogs from lunging forward in search of solace. The two individuals knocked to the ground by the dog, along with several others involved in the attempt to capture it, begin to cry for help upon the arrival of the dog's owner. Just moments prior, they had displayed remarkable bravado in their pursuit, yet now their cries are filled with desperation. Even a fool would recognize their intent to extort. A concerned citizen has summoned the community patrol, and before Suyin can utter a word, those who had participated in the dog capture are already vociferously enumerating her alleged transgressions in dog ownership, detailing how the dog met its demise and how its remains should be processed. Chapter 76, Mutated Creatures. The patrol officers, well aware of the ulterior motives of these individuals, must nonetheless adhere to proper procedures. What is all this commotion? This is not a place for you to dictate terms. We must also listen to the other side. Have you forgotten that there are others present? A few individuals, emboldened by their audacity, prattled on about capturing dogs, assuming that no one would dare to speak out against them. In this day and age, where ordinary citizens are overwhelmed by their own affairs, who would bother to meddle in others' business? However, due to the firearms wielded by the patrol team, these individuals chose to remain silent for the time being. We shall not heed a single narrative. If the dog belongs to you, then you must provide an explanation. My canine companion is a trained police dog, and it will not attack unless provoked. There is no need for hasty justifications. You may deny that you initiated an attack on my dog, but that is inconsequential. I kindly request that you inquire with the bystanders. Su Yin remains confident that the residents of Building C will not distort the truth. Half of the people in Building C are still hoping to barter with her for supplies. Were there any witnesses to the incident? If so, please share your accounts. As soon as the patrol team finished speaking, a cacophony of voices erupted. Those who wished to harm the dog deserved to be bitten. They sought their own demise. I observed the scene, and the dog showed restraint. Otherwise, they would have already met their end. Had they not provoked the dog, it would have deemed them unworthy of its attention. This batch of neighbors is quite formidable, and it has nothing to do with Su Yin. Upon hearing this, the patrol officers cast a disapproving glance at those who desired dog meat and inquired, "Do you have anything further to say? So many witnesses attest that you instigated the dog. It is also true that the owner of the dog bears responsibility. If his dog injures someone, he must compensate for the damages. Oh dear, what am I to do now that my leg is broken?" In the frigid expanse of icy terrain, two individuals sat and threw a tantrum with remarkable fervor, exclaiming as they pounded the snow on the ground, inadvertently striking their own legs, eliciting a louder, more genuine owl. Should they continue their ruckus, they would be expelled from the base, which had no tolerance for such behavior. Behold, this is the sanctuary designed to shield the populace from tempests, yet it remains a place where the powerful are exalted while the meek are trampled. The owner of the dogs appeared to be nothing but a sycophant, perhaps a paramour of some official kept in secret. How could we, the ordinary folk, ever contend with such arrogance? Before the loudest among them could finish, Wang Xinwu, descending the stairs, delivered a resounding slap. "You spew filth," he declared. "The officials may refrain from striking you, but I shall. I dare to do so." He followed with 2 more slaps before relenting. Truly despicable. One who can malign others at will, yet dares to defame the leg he clings to. Wang Xinwu himself was no paragon of virtue. What was the harm in striking someone? The patrolling officers merely cast a fleeting glance at Wang Xinwu, admonishing, "Physical altercations are prohibited within the base," their tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. "Comrade, I cannot contain myself. These 2 dogs are noble creatures, having once saved our entire building and aided Captain Wei in a critical endeavor. How could anyone contemplate harming such beloved companions of humanity, such steadfast comrades? Who could possibly endure this? And what connection did they have with the captain? Had they truly saved lives?" The group realized they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle and fell silent. Su Yin nodded in gratitude to those who had spoken in defense and called the 2 dogs closer, gently petting their heads in a gesture of solace. After all, one must cherish their own furry companions. With her dog safe and sound, Su Yin saw no reason to waste time dwelling on the matter. She beckoned her canine companion to follow her to an open space behind Building C, where they could seek someone to train the dog. Suddenly, from the hard, icy surface, recently cleared of snow, something broke through the ice. Those who had just grabbed their dogs and were unharmed, along with those feigning injury, scrambled away in a panic, leaving their belongings behind. The remaining onlookers, caught up in the commotion, screamed and rushed toward the entrance of the building. Yet, some were slower, particularly those closer to where the creature had emerged and were ensnared by its jaws, unable to escape. "Help! Save me!" The patrol team reacted swiftly, unslinging their firearms and directing their shots at the colossal beast. Despite being shot, the creature maintained its grip on the unfortunate individual, refusing to relent. 3 of them fired their weapons, expending an unknown number of bullets before the monster gradually ceased its thrashing. The victim's legs were gruesomely bloodied, a horrifying sight. "Quickly now. We must save him." 2 members of the patrol team rushed to drag the injured man to safety, while another approached the strange creature. It was enormous, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, with a massive head and teeth at least 5 centimeters long, its entire body a vivid crimson, adorned with spiny scales. Su Yin, recalling her knowledge of animals, concluded that this creature resembled a crocodile. However, crocodiles were not this color, nor could they possibly inhabit such a frigid environment, surviving beneath an ice layer at temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees. Wasn't this creature a denizen of tropical rainforests? Mutation. She finally remembered, in her previous life, there had been numerous mutated animals, and this one must be a mutated crocodile. The individuals training behind the building naturally heard the gunfire, accompanied by cries for help. They dispatched several members to investigate the cause. Among them was Jiangsu. Upon seeing Su Yin and the monstrous creature nearby, he was struck with fear, relieved that Miss Su was unharmed. Otherwise, he would face retribution from Commander Yang, whose private directive to him was to protect Su Yin. Yin, what is happening? Jiangsu inquired, and Su Yin succinctly elucidated the situation. Is there at least 10 meters of ice here? How could such a creature emerge? And from where did it originate? I surmise it is a result of the previous flooding, when it might have flowed in from the sea, only to become trapped here by the extreme cold. I suspect it is a mutated crocodile. It is unlikely that a normal one could grow to such a size. Given its mutation, it is not surprising that it can survive beneath the ice and break through such thick layers. Jiangsu nodded vigorously in agreement with Su Yin's assessment. The likelihood was indeed substantial. Jiang City is situated near the coast, and the temperature had risen significantly over the past couple of days, climbing several degrees today alone. Quickly! Run! Jiangsu shouted, his voice cracking with urgency. Suddenly, 2 more creatures burst forth from the hole created by the first. The soldier who had accompanied Jiangsu to investigate was engrossed in discussion with others about the dead creature, oblivious to the imminent danger. As Jiangsu shouted for them to flee, he seized Su Yan's hand and dashed away. In a swift moment, De Huang and De He leaped forward, each confronting a monstrous adversary. As the soldiers observed the dog's movements, coupled with Jiangsu's shout, they swiftly recognized the anomaly, reacting promptly and fortunately avoiding any bites. However, the 2 dogs, in terms of size and ferocity, were no match for the mutated monsters. Chapter 77, Concerned fully aware of their disadvantage. The dogs charged forward without hesitation to rescue their comrades. This time, the creature emerging onto the ice was not an alligator. Its name eluded them for a moment. Yet its appearance and ferocity were no less intimidating than that of the recently encountered crimson mutated alligator. The soldiers opened fire on the aberrant beast. Numerous bullets struck their target, causing a significant amount of blood to flow, yet the creature remained undeterred and alive. With a terrifying roar, the monster bared its teeth and lunged at the gunman. At that moment, Wei Qing arrived with the team, instructing everyone to clear the area and take cover to avoid friendly fire. I'll have them shell the area, he commanded, raising his hand, and the cannon fire erupted, creating several large craters on the ice. Indeed, it was a mortar. I counted 11 blasts before the 2 monsters were sufficiently wounded. Yet, they were not dead. They continued to struggle on the ice. The fact that a creature resembling an alligator could be shot and killed only emphasized that the mutated alligator was a mere minnow compared to the formidable beast that had emerged thereafter. Su Yin pondered for a moment. The memories were somewhat distant, but she recalled that in her previous life, mutated beasts possessed vulnerabilities. The fact that the mutated alligator could be slain by gunfire indicated that the shots had fortuitously struck its weak points. These aberrant beings often had vulnerabilities located in their eyes, mouths, or certain specific areas. She shared her recollections with Jiangsu, expressing her thoughts in a tentative tone. Indeed, your words illuminate the matter at hand. I shall convey this to Old Wei. Jiangsu hastened to relay Su Yan's conjecture to Wei Cheng. Do you comprehend? As Jiangsu suggested, we shall direct fire towards the potentially vulnerable areas. Affirmative. Several soldiers aimed their firearms at the thrashing creature, taking precise shots. Su Yin approached Wei Qing, reminding him of her insights. Captain Wei, these creatures resemble aquatic beings. Could those in the water undergo mutation? What about those on land? Is it possible that all animals are susceptible to transformation? Indeed, Jiangsu. You must report the situation back to headquarters and inform them of the hypothesis regarding the potential for all animals to mutate. Furthermore, we must be vigilant as the ice is set to thaw imminently. Understood, Old Wei. Su Yin, quickly take the dogs upstairs. It is perilous here. Su Yin's thoughts were consumed with concern for De Huang and De He. What if the 2 dogs also mutated? Transformation could enhance their combat abilities. Yet it could also render them uncontrollable. What if they turned hostile? Would she have to resort to using her firearm to end their plight? Truthfully, who could bring themselves to do such a thing? It's fine. A bath will suffice. Su Yin took a brief shower, changing out of her sweat-soaked athletic wear. Water was never a scarcity in her home, and with Su Qing assisting with the laundry, she had ample clothing to select from. Upon finishing her bath, she emerged to find both dogs, now clean and refreshed, nestled beside her. Su Yin held great admiration for the ante she had procured with her gold. She needed not to issue reminders, for the diligent caretaker anticipated her every need with unwavering attentiveness. Su Yin sat on the sofa, cradling a dog in each arm, as if conversing with them or perhaps engaging in a soliloquy. What would you do if you mutated? She pondered aloud. Alas, woof. I shall not mutate. I shall not become one of those repulsive monsters. Woof woof. Big Black will not turn into a monster either. However, Su Yin struggled to comprehend their responses. Even if she could, the fate of mutation was beyond the dog's control. Before long, the intercom on the coffee table chimed. Su Yin, I've heard about the incident at Longjing community. Please exercise caution. Understood. Su Yin contemplated inquiring how Yang Jinghui managed to access her intercom channel, but the thought seemed superfluous. Also, keep a close eye on your two dogs for any changes. If you notice anything unusual, address it immediately. There are currently no preventive medications available for mutation. All right. You take care as well. The dogs seem perfectly normal at the moment. The other party responded with a brief acknowledgement, and silence ensued. Su Yin found little to discuss with Yang Jinghui, thus concluding the conversation. During lunchtime, Jiangsu arrived. Yuan, you usually don't venture downstairs. Were you taking the dogs out this morning? He asked. I've switched shifts now. If you need to go out, I can drive you. I don't wish to go out. I took the dogs to the rooftop for exercise this morning, and they were particularly intrigued watching you all work out downstairs. I was hoping you could help me train them. Well, starting tomorrow, I'll come down every morning to take the dogs out. Thank you. My aunt is preparing lunch. Would you like to join me? Jiangsu chuckled awkwardly, aware that regardless of whether he expressed his willingness to eat or not, Su Yin would insist on having him dine before he departed. Yes, I'll eat. By the way, when did your aunt arrive? She has been here for 2 days. Helping me with the child. I cannot manage alone. That makes sense. Jiangsu, are you capable of piloting a helicopter? Not at the moment. I am stationed in a regular unit, and pilots belong to a different category. You should consult Officer Yang. Yang Jinghui? That could work. Let him instruct Lu Shui. She cannot teach because she lacks the knowledge herself. She needs to control the helicopter with He, but while Yang Jinghui instructs Lu Shui, she can listen and learn alongside, which would be more beneficial than learning from He. After all, Su Yin has experienced He's teaching methods, which are not particularly suited for humans on Earth. All right, I will seek him out. Once Lu Shui masters it, she will be able to earn money. So I should inform her first. Su Yin then picked up the intercom and called Lu Shui. I have found someone to teach you how to pilot a helicopter. Huh? Who is it? The sooner, the better. I will arrange a meeting, but it's not free instruction. You will need to pay tuition, and it won't be inexpensive. Don't worry, just get in touch. As long as they are willing to teach, we shouldn't be overly concerned about the tuition fees. You have my full authority to negotiate. Yang Jinghui holds a significant position in Jiangxing, and the resources allocated to his unit should be sufficient to meet his needs, though not overly abundant. In a way, Su Yin is also helping Yang Jinghui earn a little extra income. Chapter 78. Ascending to level 6 in space, Su Yin once again contacted Yang Jinghui via the intercom, inquiring if he would be willing to teach her how to pilot a helicopter for a fee. Yang Jinghui promptly declined. She had hoped to secure a complimentary lesson, so she decided to seek assistance elsewhere. Wait, you mean it's for a fee? If you could negotiate a higher tuition, I would teach the course. Though the timing is uncertain, we would need to arrange it in advance. All right, thank you. Su Yin suspected that Yang Jinghui had changed his mind upon realizing her intent to take a free lesson, but that was inconsequential. As long as he agreed, it sufficed. She began to envy Qin Yi for having such a comrade and brother, who was so supportive of his brother's girlfriend. If the brother ever asked for help, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths. Have you come to an agreement? Yes, I have. I still need to inform Lu Shui to prepare additional gifts for the apprenticeship. Upon receiving the news, Lu Shui was so excited that she tossed aside the intercom and rushed to gather supplies. After all, he was a master soldier, the highest caliber of special forces. The tuition she prepared must reflect that distinction. Jiangsu naturally took the opportunity to enjoy a meal at Su Yan's home. And Su's cooking is simply delightful. Yin, I'm off now. If you need anything, just call me. I am always available, and even if I'm busy, I can arrange for someone else to help. From now on, I will come every morning to take the dog out for training. All right. And we'll bring the dog to the entrance of the building for you. Whether or not the training was significant for Su Yin, The crucial aspect was having someone assist with walking the dog, relieving her of that responsibility. With a capable caretaker at her disposal, Su-Yin redefined her plan for a leisurely existence. In the morning, I engaged in an hour of treadmill exercise, followed by 30 minutes of sit-ups. Subsequently, I advanced my shooting practice to the morning, which concluded my morning routine. After lunch, it was time for manual labor, planting flowers, vegetables, trees, and tending to chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep. Given that my social circle has expanded, I can no longer spend the entire day in my space. I must periodically emerge every hour to check for messages. Aunt, I'm taking the two little ones into the space to cultivate. Would you like to join? Of course. I can handle the planting. Let He monitor the situation outside. Delighted to have assistance, Su-Yin entered the space with her children and nanny. It became evident that working alongside another was far more enjoyable than laboring alone. Su-Ching harvested the mature seedlings with the precision of an assembly line, neatly bundling them with uniform weight, all the while ensuring efficiency akin to that of a tireless robot. As Su-Yin collected the vegetables, she simultaneously engaged in interdimensional trading. In less than an hour, she had cleared all the crops ready for harvest. She also noticed that the fruit trees were thriving remarkably well. Especially those older than 3 years, those planted over a month ago had developed canopies that expanded by 1 to 2 circles. It became apparent that planting vegetables beneath the trees was rather impractical. And let us not plant vegetables under the trees anymore. Instead, we should fertilize them to promote faster growth. We can allocate some additional space for the vegetables. What do you think? Selling fruit is more lucrative than selling vegetables. And since fruit trees do not require successive planting, Su-Yin favored the idea of selling fruit. Excellent. I see there is still plenty of unplanted land. Su, bring me in at night while you sleep. I can utilize the nighttime to plant numerous trees. All right. The expression on Su-Yin's face, akin to that of a treasure seeker, mirrored the excitement of a character akin to Zhou Pa Pai. With assistance in household chores and cultivation, tirelessly working for 20 hours, she surveyed her current space, which was at level 5, encompassing 2 square kilometers. After months of intermittent planting, the addition of Su-Ching would soon lead to the space being fully cultivated. Perhaps it was time to contemplate an upgrade? Advancing to level 6 would expand her estate to an impressive 20 square kilometers. The mere thought of possessing such a vast and magnificent estate filled Su-Yin with exhilaration. Yet, the prospect of spending an immense amount of gold left her feeling despondent. Noticing Su-Su's unusual demeanor, Su-Ching inquired, Su, what troubles you? I am pondering the amount of gold I currently possess. Ever since I upgraded to a level 5 space and began collecting from the neighboring treasury, I have yet to take stock, Su-Yin replied. It is time to assess my assets. If there remains a considerable surplus after upgrading to level 6, then I shall proceed. Should I assist you in counting? Su-Ching offered. Yes, please help me tally it, Su-Yin responded. As a devoted artificial intelligence, Su-Ching was perfectly suited to assist Su-Yin in this task. Without delay, the two, resembling an aunt and niece, proceeded to the room where the gold was stored. Su, allow me, Su-Ching said. Thank you, my dear aunt, Su-Yin replied. Although Su-Ching was an advanced AI, Su-Yin treated her as if she were human. Su-Ching began by counting the neatly stacked gold bars in the vault, followed by the scattered gold bars and jewelry collected by Su-Yin. The total amounted to 62,053 kilograms. After hearing Su-Ching's report, Su-Yin glanced at the unwithdrawn gold on the trading platform, which amounted to over 29,000 kilograms. In total, her gold reserves were still under 100,000 kilograms. Upgrading to the 6th level of space requires an astonishing 100,000 kilograms of gold. That equates to a staggering sum exceeding 500 billion in the value preceding the calamity. Is that not sufficient for Su? Indeed. To elevate the space to the 6th level demands 100,000, and I must ensure that I retain some funds post-upgrade for emergencies. Otherwise, I shall feel insecure. Why does Su not contemplate selling those items? Following Su-Ching's gesture, I observed a corner of the vault where boxes filled with natural pearls, imperial green jade, and various large diamonds were stacked. Apart from the grand jewelry box left by my uncle, which is said to have belonged to my late mother, the rest comprises the stock from the central bank vault of Eagle Sauce Night City. Initially, Su-Yin was reluctant to part with these treasures, as anything housed within the central bank's grand vault is indeed precious. Yet now, she finds herself compelled to sell. She selects a few of the largest diamonds to keep for her children, intending to sell the remainder to the modern realm. After sufficient transactions, she also chooses several dozen natural large pearls to put on the market, successfully gathering enough gold for the upgrade. However, she must still retain some for emergencies. The remaining items are too exquisite for her to part with just yet, so she decides to tap into the fresh produce she had stocked prior to the calamity. Currently, the space can cultivate, so she is resolved to consume her own grown vegetables and fruits. For now, she will sell the stocked goods. Su Yin then proceeds to the temperature-controlled storage, selling 2/3 of the fruits and vegetables to the interstellar realm, netting over 10,000 kilograms of gold, which she keeps on hand for emergencies, finally providing her with a sense of security. Returning to the vault, she brings Su Qing and the two little ones out of the space. Upon clicking to upgrade, Su Yin is automatically ejected from the process. It was already time to prepare dinner. Su Qing busied herself in the kitchen, while Su Yin waited for over 10 minutes until the space finally indicated that the upgrade was complete. This time, the process took significantly longer than the previous 5 minutes. Upon entering, she discovered that the area of the small villa had expanded by 1/3, and the small river had increased in size by half. Next to the little hill where goats, pigs, and cows grazed, there now stood a larger hill, with the remaining changes consisting solely of an increase in land area. No other alterations were apparent. For this, she had spent over 500 billion. It was a golden hill indeed. Pulling up the transaction panel, she observed that, as she had suspected, several previously gray and unavailable items had now been unlocked. The most noteworthy among them was a small battleship, although it had been unlocked. The exorbitant price remained beyond her current reach. Chapter 79, The Arrival of the Mutant Cockroaches in Extreme Cold and Heat. Such harsh climates are most conducive to the emergence of various mutated creatures. After dinner, Su Yin sent Su Qing into the space and personally took care of the children. The next day, she awoke to the gentle nudging of He's little paws. Jiangsu is at the corridor, she heard, with a soft acknowledgement. Su Yin opened her eyes just a crack and extracted Su Qing from the space. Auntie, please send De Huang and De Hei out to Jiangsu. As Su Yin turned over, she nearly crushed the two little ones, only then recalling that she had slept with them the previous night. The two tiny beings had already awoken, sitting up on the pillow and curiously munching on their little hands while gazing at their somewhat unreliable mother. Ya mama. Su Yin had intended to drift back to sleep, but the children's calls roused her completely. How impressive they were, not yet 7 months old. And they were already attempting to speak. Little Rue and Little Wei, Mommy will soon get up to prepare your milk powder. This signifies that the two little ones are saying yes. Su Yin got out of bed to change their diapers, dressed them in their adorable onesies, and then took one in each arm to their playhouse before heading to the kitchen to fetch hot water. In the kitchen, Su Qing had already prepared 2 bottles of milk. Su, over here. Thank you, Auntie. The two little ones had their own method. Little Rue and Little Wei expertly reclined against their plush bears, with the bottles resting on their chests, alleviating the strain on their tiny hands. 2 lively bears, sprawled out comfortably, supported them as they suckled from their bottles. It was a delightful sight. Su Yin casually took out her tablet to capture this moment. Watching the children feed themselves, she fetched warm water to wipe their faces and hands. After tending to the little ones, it was finally her turn to freshen up and have breakfast. Just past 8, the intercom buzzed, and Yang Jingwei mentioned he would arrive at Lodging Terrace in an hour. Su Yin promptly informed Lu Shui and began preparing herself. She selected a combat outfit. After all, there should be a sense of ceremony even when attending a class. This ensemble was just perfect. Meanwhile, Lu Shui was also busy selecting her attire. Aspiring to become a pilot, she wanted to look sharp and confident. A pair of jeans, a leather jacket, complemented by knee-high Martin boots. Quite fitting, and if her feet got cold, she could always wear 2 pairs of thick socks. Pleased with her reflection in the mirror, Lu Shui grabbed her prepared tuition and descended the stairs with an air of determination. As Lu Shui ascended to the 32nd floor of Building C, she beheld a tall, handsome gentleman standing at the corridor's entrance. His posture and gaze exuded an undeniable charm. Had she seen him before? Hello there. The normally loquacious Lu Shui, often teased by Su Yin for her chatter, found herself somewhat tongue-tied. Yang Jingwei, Lu Shui. Please come in. All right. Wow. Ian, you are incredibly handsome. You are even more so. Yang Jingwei, a man deserving of the title handsome, chuckled softly at the mutual compliments exchanged between the two ladies. Ian, the instructor you found for me just smiled. He is so attractive. Yang Jingwei, caught chuckling, felt a tinge of embarrassment as he quickly entered room 3201. Su Yin, who is this? This is my aunt. Aunt, this is Yang Jingwei. And this is Lu Shui. Su Yin refrained from introducing Yang and Lu to each other, as they had already crossed paths during Yang Jinghui's investigation of her. Greetings. It's chilly outside. Please come in and have a seat. I shall prepare some tea for you. Both Yang Jinghui and Lu Shui greeted her warmly. Lu Shui placed 2 large bags of supplies at the foot of the coffee table, then pulled Su Yan aside to whisper about the room. Understanding that the 2 women had matters to discuss, Yang Jinghui excused himself to the toy room to entertain the 2 little ones. Ian, I have brought the tuition fees. Could you please check it for me? If it falls short, I can bring more, but I feel embarrassed to say so. Would you mind mentioning it to Instructor Yang for me? Of course, I was wondering what it was about. After amusing himself with the children for a while, Yang Jinghui noticed the women emerging from the room and remarked, "Shall we commence with the teaching?" "Absolutely. The aircraft is on the rooftop. Let us enjoy a warm cup of tea before heading up." Luo Shui held no objections. In fact, she was more anxious than anyone else. With her temperament, she had an affinity for challenges, whether they be cars or aircraft. "Auntie, we are heading to the rooftop. If anyone calls for you, just let me know." "All right. Go ahead." "Ah Yan, your Su family is filled with beauties. Just by looking at your aunt, one can tell she was a stunning beauty in her youth." Hee. Su Yan found it difficult to respond to such praise. That aunt was merely a collection of data to her. On the helicopter, a thick layer of snow had settled. Yet they were not taking off just yet, as the initial phase focused on theoretical knowledge. From the moment Yang Jinghui approached the helicopter, he wasted no time and instantly transitioned into instructor mode. Su Yan had previously heard He's lectures. Although she found them somewhat perplexing, she had retained a fair amount of information. Now, listening to Yang Jinghui expound on the subject, she realized his explanations were far more comprehensive than those of the little dumpling. She was determined to absorb the lesson. Allowing Luo Shui to occupy the front seat while she settled into the back to glean insights, Yang Jinghui had no doubt about Su Yan's capabilities. He proceeded with his own pace and logic in teaching. Teacher Yang, could you speak a bit slower? My memory isn't the best." Of course. Switching roles between teacher and instructor, Su Yan noted that Luo Shui seemed slightly off-kilter. This could be promising. Yang Jinghui was quite capable. And it was now up to Luo Shui to seize the opportunity. As he demonstrated while explaining, time slipped away unnoticed, and before they knew it, 2 hours had passed swiftly. Yang Jinghui mentioned that he would dedicate 2 hours daily, suggesting he had other commitments to attend to. Su Yan gently reminded him of the time. "Yes, I will strive to do my best." This girl, oscillating between teacher and commander, seemed somewhat unusual. The 3 descended, and Su Yan opened the door to the corridor for Luo Shui. "Ah, my goodness." As she stepped outside, Lu Shui discovered that a multitude of enormous cockroaches had invaded the window of the corridor. Were they indeed cockroaches? Startled, she jumped back. Yang Jinghui instinctively shielded Su Yan behind him, and upon witnessing those colossal cockroaches, he felt a shiver run down his spine. If such large creatures could ascend this high building, what about those on the lower floors? While speaking, Yang Jinghui hastened to the entrance. Su Yan, however, remained relatively unconcerned. The corridor windows were open, yet their home was entirely sealed, save for the sewer. Chapter 80. Exterminating Cockroaches Upon Entering. Su Qing cradled a child in one arm while using her foot to repeatedly stomp on the mutated cockroaches by the bathroom door. The 2 little ones giggled in delight. Thoroughly entertained by the scene, Yang Jinghui approached, swiftly dispatching the large cockroaches with a few kicks. "Su, there are some in the kitchen as well as the bathroom." I closed the door tightly as soon as I noticed, but still a considerable number managed to escape. "It seems we have some insecticide stockpiled. I'll go and search for it." Su Yan ventured into the supplies room, contemplating the effectiveness of the insecticide against these cockroaches. Having never encountered mutated ones in her previous life, the smaller mutated creatures consisted of mosquitoes, flies, and grasshoppers, while occasionally larger forms included fish and beasts. She had secured all doors and windows, yet the sewer remained a vulnerability. As Su Yan retrieved several bottles of insecticide from her space, Yang Jinghui and Lu Shui had already inspected every corner of her home, confirming the absence of mutated cockroaches. "Hand me the insecticide, and keep your distance. Su Gu, please take the children into the room." "All right, please be careful." Su Qing, being merely an all-purpose caretaker, lacked any combat prowess, and she carried the 2 little ones to the children's room. "Su Yan and Lu Shui, there may be cockroaches escaping when I open the door to spray the insecticide, so please be prepared to finish them off." "All right." Yang Jinghui opened the door slightly and continuously sprayed the pesticide inside. The mutated cockroaches that scurried out were pursued and sprayed by Su Yan and Lu Shui. Fortunately, the insecticide proved effective against the mutated cockroaches, although the dosage was somewhat excessive. After ensuring no more cockroaches emerged, Yang Jinghui emptied an entire bottle of the spray in the bathroom, enveloping it in a hazy mist, before firmly closing the door to allow some time for the cockroaches to perish. Isn't there a bathroom in the master bedroom? I recall that the sink and drainage are equipped with fine grates. Have you checked? Let's handle the kitchen now. The three of them worked in unison, applying the same method in the kitchen, transforming it into a steam-filled sauna. They also sprayed the corridor outside, making the most of the insecticide. Finally, they finished spraying and now awaited the demise of the cockroaches, after which they would clear the corpses and tidy up the battlefield. Lu Shui sprawled languidly on the sofa, utterly exhausted, but in the next moment, she observed Yang Jingwei quietly switch to a more genteel demeanor. Yang Jingwei used Su Yan's walkie-talkie to contact Wei Cheng. Learning that several sections of the ice layer downstairs had collapsed again, they needed to be cautious of the mutated aquatic creatures lurking beneath the ice. In addition to dealing with the mutated cockroaches, currently, 3 buildings in the Lanjingtai community, B, C, and D, were under siege by the mutated cockroaches. The residents of these buildings, along with the soldiers from the base, were engaged in combat against the mutated cockroaches. The base was becoming increasingly chaotic. I will go down and take a look. Su Yin emerged with 2 bags of insecticide, one containing Western bottles, which she handed to Lu Shui and Yang Jinghui, respectively. That's fine. I shall forego the insecticide, as there have been no reports of mutated cockroaches from the headquarters. Yang Jinghui did not accept the bag. Thank you, Commander Yang, and thank you, Ian. Lu Shui graciously accepted her portion. Please take care, Ian replied. I shall take my leave now. I will ensure the helicopter is well looked after. Initially, she placed the 2 small ones into the space. Then, alongside Su Qing, they replaced and reinforced the drainage system, cleaning and disinfecting it, while also activating the indoor ventilation system. Upon noticing 2 large bags of items still in the living room, Su Yin recalled that the tuition Lu Shui had given to Yang Jinghui remained there. She resolved to mention it to him another day. After tidying up 3201, Su Yin and Su Qing proceeded to 3202, only to discover that it had remarkably not been invaded. And, please watch over the house. I shall take care of the cockroaches outside the safety door of the corridor. All right, just a moment. Let me grab the intercom. Yin Jia, Wu, there are cockroaches here. And they are enormous. I can't seem to finish them off. Qian, be cautious with Xiao Xian and avoid being bitten. I shall come down immediately. And please open the door for me shortly. Luo Wanning was in the infirmary, and it was uncertain whether Zhang Bo was home. Su Yin took the insecticide and descended, continuously closing the corridor windows and spraying the solution. From the sounds below, it appeared that each resident was engaged in combat with their own cockroaches. With little attention to the corridor, fortunate that not every floor was invaded. After nearly 20 minutes, Su Yin finally reached the 11th floor. A knock on the door, and Qian opened it. Sister Yin, there are so many, I can't seem to finish them off. The young girl, with tears brimming in her eyes, relentlessly struck the cockroach on the floor with a broom. Little Qian stood atop the living room sofa, also in tears, waving a piece of clothing about, resembling someone caught in a frantic ritual. Do not be afraid. Take this spray and apply it to the cockroach, she reassured, handing one bottle to Qian and another to little Qian, before heading towards the area where the drainage was located. Sister Yin, the kitchen is teeming with them, Qian exclaimed. All right, I shall spray the insecticide to suffocate them, Su Yin replied, promptly closing the kitchen window, then emptied an entire bottle of spray and proceeded to check several rooms. Upon seeing Su Yan's presence, the 2 children felt a surge of confidence, stifling their sobs as they wielded the insecticide with fervor. Little Qian, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Sister Yin, Sister Qian, look at the ugly cockroaches lying on their backs. Hurry and die, hurry and die. What are you shouting about? Focus. Watch your pant legs, Qian admonished, inadvertently spraying her foolish brother with insecticide. Ah, little Qian cried out, noticing a mutated cockroach crawling into his pant leg. In his panic, he discarded the insecticide bottle and clung desperately to the back of the sofa, kicking his legs wildly. It fell. The cockroach fell to the ground. He shouted, No. It's still on your leg. It hurts. Wah. As Su Yin completed her inspection of the rooms, she returned just in time to witness little Qian wailing, while Qian rolled up his pant leg. What is the matter? She inquired. Sister Yin, little Qian says his leg hurts. A cockroach crawled up his leg and might have bitten him, Qian explained. Let me see, Su Yin said, noticing a small wound on little Qian's calf, which had already begun to swell. Do not cry. A bit of medicine will make it better. The kitchen has become unusable, and Su Yin, feeling uneasy about Xiaoxian, decided to take them upstairs. Chapter 81. The need to earn money. Qian, please spray the disinfectant in both the living room and dining area, lock the door, and take the key to the 32nd floor. I will carry Xiaoxian up first. Understood. With a flourish, Su Yin produced a notepad and pen from her pocket, crafting a note which she placed on the table. Xiaoxian, come here. I will carry you. Once we reach your sister's home, the medicine will ease your pain. Okay. Thank you, Sister Yin. Su Yin had considered taking Xiaoxian to the community clinic for treatment, but recalling the scene she witnessed while closing the corridor windows downstairs, she hesitated. The ice below had already collapsed significantly, and she needed to be cautious of the mutated creatures lurking beneath the surface. Walking had become quite arduous, necessitating the use of a makeshift floating bridge. Although Xiaoxian was merely 5 years old, carrying him up 20 floors was no small feat. Su Yin moved slowly, and by the time she reached the 32nd floor, Qian had caught up with her. Sister Yin, you seem tired. Let me carry him for a while. We're only 2 floors away. There is no need to switch. Regardless of how many floors remained, she could not allow a child to carry another. Finally, they arrived at the 32nd floor. Su, what happened to this child? He was bitten by a mutated cockroach, and his family is absent. Lunch hasn't been prepared yet, has it? No need. Su Yin gently placed Xiaoxian onto the sofa, where he sat with tears still glistening in his eyes. Qian stood awkwardly, feeling out of place in such a clean and comfortable environment. Qian, please make yourself at home. Sister Yin. I will go wash my hands first. I will wash them too, Sister Qian. Qian, please stay still. Let Qian go to the kitchen and ask Aunt Su for some hot water to help you wash up. Su Yin used the intercom to contact Jiang Su while retrieving a thermometer to check Xian's temperature. I won't look for Guzi. You take the intercom to the infirmary, and I'll find the doctor. Hurry. All right, I'm on my way. Su Yin was unsure about administering medication, so she consulted the doctor before fetching the necessary medicine for Xian. The intercom crackled with Jiang Su's voice, filled with the sounds of hurried footsteps and indistinct chatter. Upon reaching the infirmary, unsettling phrases such as stop the bleeding, amputation, and carry away echoed in the air. Ian, I found Dr. Luo. You can ask him now. Ian, what is the matter? Xian was bitten on his calf by a mutated cockroach. The area is red and swollen. He says it hurts and itches. I took his temperature, and it's normal for now. If it worsens, I'll bring him to the infirmary. Don't bring him down. It's too crowded here. Instead, disinfect the wound and apply some erythromycin ointment. If he experiences diarrhea, nausea, or fever later, let me know, and I'll guide you on how to prepare the medication. You have that ointment, right? Yes, I do. I'll be careful. Qian and Xian are here with me. I left a note in your living room to inform Uncle Zhang. So don't worry. After putting down the intercom, Su Yin retrieved the small first aid kit, which served as a disguise for her actions. It seemed that whatever she needed could be found within, perhaps a psychological effect, as after disinfecting and applying the ointment, Shen stopped crying and even attempted to take a few steps. Does it still hurt? It no longer hurts, Sister Yin. I saw your baby. May I join them in play? First, let us wash our faces and hands before we indulge in play. Qian has already brought warm water, skillfully using a towel to wipe Xiaoxian's face and hands. Thank you, Sister Qian. I certainly want tea. Qian, please don't frighten him. Let us all enjoy ourselves. Qian is merely a girl of 12 or 13, while Xiaoxian is only 5, both at an age filled with playful exuberance. The 2 children, shedding their initial awkwardness upon entering, eagerly approached. The little ones found themselves in a small ball pit. Xiaoxian did not enter, but instead sat on a small wooden horse outside, watching the babies with delight. Qian perched on a nearby stool, keeping a watchful eye on Xiaoxian to prevent any mischief. The group of children was quite harmonious. It was then that Su Yin remembered to ask through the intercom how things were over at Lu Shui's place. Oh, it's terrifying here, Yin. My situation is far worse than yours. If it weren't for Yang Jinghui, I wouldn't have dared to step inside. You know, my home is infested with mutated cockroaches crawling under the blankets. I just finished spraying insecticide. I turned the bed and cabinets upside down. Now, I'm boiling water to wash the bedding and clothes. It's dreadful. I don't mind the washing, but we're severely lacking water, you understand? Thankfully, I live on the top floor, using melted snow water. Su Yin sighed, wondering why such a beautiful lady had to speak so harshly. She quickly interjected. As long as you're all right, take your time with the washing. Hey, who is waiting? Su Yin ended the call just as Su Qing called for dinner. Su Qing arranged the dishes and served the rice before heading off to summon Chan Chan and Xiao Xian, bringing along 2 bottles of prepared milk powder to feed the little ones. I thoroughly enjoy my time at Yan's place. All right, Yan. Su Qing prepared a delightful Western soup. Her culinary skills are commendable, on par with a master chef. Su Yan and the 2 children devoured every last morsel. Not long after the meal, Xiao Xian, wrapped in a blanket, fell asleep on the sofa, knowing that she would be spending half the day at Su Yan's. Qian Qian brought a medical book upstairs and quietly read it in the living room. Su Yan checked Xiao Xian's temperature once again, and upon confirming it was normal, she felt a sense of relief. Ah Yan, I truly appreciate your help. Without you, I cannot fathom how I would manage with the 2 children. I regret it immensely when I think back. Indeed, when I ventured out today, it was to witness the collapse of the ice layer, seizing the opportunity before others acted. I aimed to gather some supplies, lest the melting ice leave me empty-handed. To my surprise, many reckless individuals ventured beneath the ice. Alone, I found myself without assistance and struggled to find anything of worth. Much of what was submerged in water was rendered useless. Starting tomorrow, I shall refrain from venturing outside. Many share Zhang Bo's mentality, eager to gather as much as they can before others. Now, hearing from Zhang Bo that numerous individuals have already begun their endeavors, I wonder if the location mentioned by Lu Shui remains untouched. Su Yan would gladly collect valuable items in exchange for gold, as her current circumstances are dire. The advancement of her space has nearly depleted her gold reserves. After escorting Zhang Bo and the others out of the corridor, Su Yan turned to Lu Shui to discuss plans. Chapter 82. The Pursuit of Wealth. Have you finally remembered this matter? Let me tell you. As Su Yan listened to Lu Shui chatter on the intercom for half an hour, she made up her mind. They would proceed. After deliberation, Su Yan would provide the means of transportation and fuel, while Lu Shui would gather intelligence, Lu Di would handle labor, and Lu Ba would supply technical expertise. Without her, the helicopter tower cannot ascend, and without the Su family, Su Yan cannot attain her desires. Hence, it is only fair that the Su and Lu families share equally. When Jiangsu arrived with the large dogs, Su Yan instructed him not to come the following morning, as the dogs would not be trained and needed to be taken out. That evening, Luo Wanning visited the 32nd floor, primarily to express gratitude to Su Yan for assisting her family in eliminating the mutated cockroaches and aiding Qian Qian and Xiao Xian. She brought with her a vial of vaccine designed to combat the mutated biological virus. Luo Jia, this is incredibly precious. I am aware that you must have made significant sacrifices to acquire it. I cannot accept it. Please take it. If you refuse, I will hesitate to seek your help in the future. It needs to be stored in the refrigerator. Do not let it go to waste. It is not an extraordinary medicine. It is a product of research from the southwestern base, where mutated organisms appeared a few days earlier than here. Although the base cannot yet produce it on a large scale, each facility has sent a limited supply, and mass production will surely follow soon. Very well. I shall accept it. Thank you, Luo Jia. With the conversation having reached this point, Su Yan had no choice but to accept it, especially since it was indeed quite practical, and she had the means to store it. She placed the vial, encased in ice, into the refrigerator, which was, in reality, a temperature-controlled space within her own storage. After chatting with Luo Wanning for a while, she learned that mutated organisms were not ubiquitous. For instance, at the temporary base in Longjing, there were numerous types of mutants, whereas the headquarters in Jiangcheng had only mosquitoes and flies, and so far, there had been no sightings of large creatures like crocodiles beneath the ice. The following day, before dawn, Su Yan escorted Su Qing and the 2 small dogs into the space. Su Qing managed to tend to the children while also assisting in cultivating fruit trees, demonstrating her remarkable multitasking abilities. Before dawn had fully arrived, she cradled He and made her way to Building D, where Lu Shui awaited her at the entrance. Why are you carrying a national treasure? Su Yan lamented, wishing she didn't have to hold He. The challenge was that she was yet to master piloting the aircraft, and without holding He, who was controlled by artificial intelligence, she had no viable alternative. Fortunately, their bond ensured that He would remain silent unless prompted otherwise. My boss gifted this to entertain my child. I cherish it. I intend to keep it close for a few days, allowing the little one to develop a bit of humanity before letting the child play with it. Such a strategy does make sense. How could one cultivate humanity without interaction? Lu Shui mused, her curiosity piqued. She did not dwell on He. Instead, circling in front of Su Yan and asking, am I dashing? Yesterday afternoon, I had my aunt specially switch my combat suit. Lu Shui's attire today mirrored the ensemble worn by Su Yan. Indeed, you look stunning. Let us ascend to the rooftop. We still need to fetch your father and younger brother. Are you aware of why I yearn to mine for ore? Because you collect it. And I shall take you to gather the ore. Once we've secured it, we can exchange it for supplies. In this manner, it is all yours. And we are merely laboring for you. Doesn't that delight you? Huh. As though Haven Tea provided you with the supplies you requested. We are engaged in a fair transaction. Indeed, fair and square. Su Yin instructed Lu Shui to wait on the rooftop while she went to fill up with gasoline before heading to the headquarters. By the time Lu Shui realized she could accompany her to gather supplies, she was perplexed as to why she was left on the top floor to endure the cold wind. Soon, however, it dawned on her that Su Yin could not casually bring others to the location where she stored provisions. Even her own stash was known only to her family. Lu Jingzhu, Lu Shui's father, and Lu Yu, her younger brother, were already waiting outside the base. As the hatch opened, Lu Shui leaned out to call them up. How much you changed, Su. You've blossomed into such a beautiful young woman. I remember when you were just a little girl visiting our home, said her uncle, looking dapper. Hello, Sister Yin. And you, sir, are quite handsome. What about me? You were sun-kissed and charming, surpassing even the most radiant of blooms. Ah, Yin. I didn't know you had such a way with words. I thought you only knew how to tease me. After a brief exchange of light-hearted banter, they settled into their seats. Sister Yin, is that your dog? Yes, don't worry. De Huang and De He are very well behaved. Sit tight, we're off. Lu Shui insisted on bringing Su Yin along to distribute the supplies due to the long journey ahead, as driving was currently not an option. Who knew which patch of ice might collapse at any moment? Moreover, they had to cross the river, remaining vigilant against the potential collapse of the ice above and the lurking mutated creatures below. Their destination was a substantial deposit of emerald stones, and it was imperative to secure them before the ice completely melted. Once that happened, it was uncertain who would seize the opportunity. The people of Jiangsheng were already aware that someone was amassing a considerable collection of jewels and jade, and they were all devising ways to find these treasures for trade. Before long, we arrived at the location across the river where Lu Shui had mentioned the gambling stones would be. The helicopter settled upon the icy surface. Uncle Lu, that barrel contains gasoline. All right, Lu Yu, come help me unload the gasoline. Su Yin left He on the helicopter, armed herself with a handgun, slung a light machine gun over her shoulder, and donned an oversized backpack, fully equipped for the task ahead. She descended with 2 dogs, presenting the image of a formidable female soldier. Lu Shui also secured 2 handguns at her waist and hoisted a large backpack onto her back. A yin. This building stones are located on the 2nd and 3rd floors. We need to chisel a few meters into the ice layer, right at the position corresponding to the 3rd floor. Let us first assess how to proceed with the chiseling. Lu Ba and Lu Yu successfully unloaded the gasoline, a small generator, and various tools from the helicopter. Once Su Yin secured the cabin door, she and Lu Shui each took some manageable tools and commenced their work. I suspect that the water beneath the ice has receded significantly. Otherwise, why would there be so many areas in the city with collapsed ice layers? There's a strong possibility. So what does that imply? It suggests that we should carve out a large section of ice near the closest stairway, allowing us to descend and initiate the stone-cutting operation. Ah, if it weren't for my father's mention that over half of these stones are merely rock, we wouldn't need to be here chipping away at them. We could simply transport them all. That said, a small portion does contain valuable material, which is already a favorable probability. From here on, it will rely on Uncle Lu's discerning eye for jade. Let us begin our excavation. Commence the excavation. Su Yin positioned the 2 dogs to keep watch, while she and Lu Shui began chiseling into the ice layer. After Lu Ba and Lu Yu finished moving the items downstairs, they joined in the ice chipping effort. For over half an hour, the group worked diligently, and a large ice block, roughly 2 square meters in size, began to tilt. Chapter 83, In Pursuit of Wealth. Together, they managed to remove the massive ice block, revealing a glass window. They smashed the glass and shone a flashlight inside, confirming that the water had indeed receded. This was the 3rd floor. I believe the water would retreat to the 2nd floor, which was manageable. We could forego the 1st floor, as there was nothing of value there. All the good items were located on the 2nd and 3rd floors. So, Dad, how do we get down now? Lu Shui took the lead, stating, I'll go down. Su Yin pulled Lu Shui back, while Lu Ba held on to his daughter, cautioning against such recklessness. Who knew what mutated aquatic creatures might lurk below? I suggested sending De Huang and De He down to scout the path. The combat prowess of the 2 dogs was indisputable. If they encountered any mutated monsters, they could fight back, and if not, they could escape more swiftly than a human. The rest of us might not even have the chance to flee. Su Yin called the Huang and Dehei over, instructing them to go down and bark twice if there were no mutated creatures, and to flee immediately if there were any. The dogs barked twice in acknowledgement and jumped through the shattered window. Lu Ba and Lu Yu retrieved the ropes they had prepared in advance, securing a small generator to lower it shortly. Su Yin and Lu Shui waited at the ice hole for the dogs. They didn't have to wait long. De Huang arrived at the ice hole and barked upwards twice to inform Su Yin. Everything's normal, right, De Huang? Woof woof. Confirming that all was well, Su Yin and Lu Shui began to slide down the slanted ice block. Lu Shui, let us conduct another safety check for any potential dangers. All right. The two individuals, unwavering in their vigilance, meticulously scoured the entire hall and VIP room. Apart from some mud and debris, there were indeed no other signs of life. At this juncture, the father and son from the Liu family had also transported gasoline into a small generator downstairs, diligently setting it up. Dad, let you handle this. You should hurry and select the stones. All right, I'll heed your advice. Familiar with the surroundings, Lu's father took a quick tour and produced a flatbed cart. Wielding his specialized flashlight to begin his selection of stones, he first ventured into the VIP room, where the quality of the stones surpassed that of those outside the hall. These were the prized possessions of esteemed clients. Lu Shui moved aside several stones deemed unnecessary by her father, arranging them neatly. Yin, come over and sit. Just watch for jadeite. We have little else to do for now. Well, we still need to prepare breakfast. Su Yin busily extracted a small stove, charcoal, pots, and bowls from her large backpack. Breakfast consisted of instant noodles, each accompanied by a marinated egg and a sausage. After Su Yin prepared the noodles, Liu had already uncovered 2 pieces of genuine yang green jade, a fortuitous omen indeed. Dad, be a little more reliable. 2 pieces from 10 stones is rather underwhelming. Are you dissatisfied with 2 out of 10? If I were to achieve a 100% success rate, what need would I have for this business? I could simply let you all rest, relying solely on the stones. Lu uncle, shall you come and have something to eat? Everyone, unceremonious, grabbed a bowl of noodles, devouring them in mere moments before returning to their tasks. Su Yin instructed the dog to patrol the vicinity, guarding against any potential mutated creatures. After Lu's father completed his selection from a VIP spot and departed, she proceeded to scan each stone individually, utilizing the spatial trading platform to identify those of value. Retaining only the worthy, she had unearthed several valuable items, and the dimensional trading platform was undoubtedly a remarkable tool for identifying fakes. In just one morning, Su Yin had discovered items worth over 1,000 kilograms of gold, causing her to doubt Uncle Lu's claims about his expertise in stone appraisal. While Lu Shueshi rummaged through the cabinet, she also retrieved numerous items. The cabinet was well sealed, and the intact packaging ensured that the contents remained unharmed by water. However, anything without packaging was deemed worthless. As she continued her treasure hunt, Su Yin suddenly remembered the 2 dogs, realizing it had been 2 hours since she last saw them. After finishing her search on the 3rd floor's VIP area, she decided to seek out De Huang and Dehei. To her surprise, at the turn of the staircase between the 2nd and 1st floors, she found both dogs fiercely gripping the tail of a mutated fish in the water. The fish's scales resembled rusted metal, making it difficult to identify its species. The 2 dogs and the mutated fish were engaged in a tug-of-war, with the dogs gradually being pulled toward the water, clearly at a disadvantage. Su Yin drew her pistol and fired several shots at the fish's head, rendering it motionless. Fortunately, it was not as difficult to kill as the mutated crocodile lurking beneath her building. Seeing the fish no longer struggling on the water's surface, De Huang and Dehei released their grip on its tail and trotted over to Su Yin's feet, their demeanor markedly different from their earlier aggression. De Huang? Dehei? The dogs merely lifted their eyelids briefly before letting them droop again. Concerned, Su Yin thoroughly examined both dogs. Dehei had a minor injury on his leg, while De Huang had a small tear on his tail. Surely, they hadn't been so unfortunate as to contract a virus from a bite by the mutated fish? Big Yellow, is that your tail? Big Black, are those your legs? Did that strange fish bite you? If so, bark once. If not, bark twice. Woof. Both dogs barked once. Su Yin felt a buzzing in her head. It was over. The dogs were either mutated or awaiting their demise. Even though she had the medication for the mutated virus that Luo Wanning had provided, it could only be administered to one dog. Which one should she save? Such a dilemma was truly excruciating. Moreover, she was uncertain of its efficacy. After all, it was intended for human use. Would it even work on dogs? With half the dosage, it might suffice for a short while. The dog obediently accepted the medication and afterwards, Su Yin rewarded it with a few slices of ham sausage. Whether it was the effect of the medicine or the sausage, the dog appeared to have regained some vitality. Indeed, her gamble had paid off. A considerable number of stones had been unearthed, categorized into 3 grades. Among them, exquisite imperial green and emerald yielded a dozen or so pieces, most about the size of a fist. Another pile contained various types of flecked jade and vibrant green stones, rare treasures, both large and small, totaling around 50 or 60 pieces. There was also a heap of inferior quality stones, each worth approximately 100,000, which was still acceptable. Ah Yin, this piece of imperial green is truly beautiful. I shall keep it to craft a bracelet for myself. This one is yours. You can make a pair for your children as well. A splendid idea indeed. 2 elder sisters, have some pity on your younger brother. I am incapacitated. My hands are no longer my own. Who will help me cut a couple of pieces so that I may rest for a moment? Rest? What rest? We still have these remaining stones to deal with. Hurry up. Without allowing Su Yin and Lu Shui to speak, Lu Dad ascended from the 2nd floor, carrying several stones, and gave his son a hearty slap. Chapter 84. A Narrow Escape. It is often said that intuition can be remarkably accurate, regardless of age or gender. Su Yin too felt a sense of unease. Suddenly, Lu Yu let out a startled cry, drawing everyone's attention. Following Lu Yu's gaze, they saw numerous fish emerging from the ice cave, fish with elongated legs. The 2 dogs were barking incessantly, eager to leap and catch the fish, but Su Yin called them back. Each fish that surfaced resembled the one she had previously slain. Could it be that upon witnessing the demise of one of their kind, they had come forth in search of vengeance? Everyone, to the helicopter at once. The remaining items on the ice were merely tools, and Su Yin had plenty of those. Uncle Lu, we don't need the tools. Lu Dad was still contemplating rescuing the small generator. Lu Yu tugged at his father, urging him towards the helicopter. Dad, why are you so heavy? Your reactions are so sluggish. Humph. When I was your age, I was far stronger. The father and son of the Lu family exchanged banter even as they fled for their lives. A dozen enormous mutated fish pursued Lu Jingzhu and Lu Yu. Su Yin and Lu Shui opened fire on the mutated fish from the helicopter, but it seemed the handguns were ineffective. Dad, Xiao Yu, hurry up. Perhaps due to the tension, Lu Yu pushed his father onto the helicopter, but just as he did, he was nearly bitten. Lu Shui, stationed at the cabin door, holstered her gun and single-handedly hoisted her brother up. However, her force was too great. Once she pulled him up, they both fell backward. Sister, if you keep complaining, I'll toss you out. Get off. You're crushing my hand. The building emitted a sound as it was lifted by Lu Ba. Lu Shui picked up a handgun and aimed it at the mutated fish attempting to ascend towards the helicopter, firing several rounds. Close the cabin door, Lu Shui. All right. Su Yin had already instructed He to take off, and with no one in the co-pilot seat, she positioned her machine gun to unleash a barrage upon the dozen mutated creatures on the ice. Surely some would perish this time? She had not performed well earlier. Primarily concerned about harming the Lu father and son. Ah Yin, will the monsters be dead now? They should be. I knew I felt uneasy. I nearly met my end here. This money is not easily earned, and I owe much to Xiao Su. Sister Yin, your marksmanship. Ah Yin, steady the controls. It's not that Su Yin is unsteady. She had already stowed away the light machine gun and appeared to operate the helicopter with utmost seriousness. He's skills were impeccable. Yet the helicopter was jolting violently, causing the 2 dogs to tumble within the cabin. I am steady. I just don't know where the issue lies. Please hold on tight. Su Yin squeezed the small bundle on her lap. After reviewing He's explanation, she reassured the Lu family, stating that there was no significant issue. It was likely interference from some magnetic field. Lu Ba and the Lu siblings listened in silence, hesitant to speak for fear of disturbing Su Yin. He bravely navigated through the turbulence, and 2 minutes later, the helicopter began to stabilize. Well thought out, the helicopter landed atop Building D. And the 2 did not need to disembark. They began distributing supplies while still aboard. The items of similar grade had already been sorted, and everyone was of a generous disposition, dividing each grade of jade in half. Once we have sorted everything, we can proceed with the valuation. Ian, regarding my share, what do you think we can exchange it for? I am certainly aiming for a helicopter, and my brother desires a modified vehicle, preferably a larger one, to facilitate future relocations of our base. How can you be so certain the base will relocate? It is evident, as it is referred to as the temporary base of Jigacheng, and the casual manner in which it operates suggests a lack of intention for permanence. Despite her usual laid-back demeanor, she possesses a sharp mind when it matters most. Su Yin remained silent, her gaze fixed on the jade pieces, contemplating what to offer Lu Shui. This trip had undoubtedly yielded significant rewards, and while she aimed to profit in gold, she also wished to ensure Lu Shui did not suffer losses. As Su Yin sifted through the piles of stones for several minutes, she finally spoke. I can offer you a military-grade truck designed for transporting weapons, fully armored. I can also provide a helicopter, though a transport aircraft of this size is currently unavailable. The owner mentioned it would be challenging to procure. I do have an armed helicopter that accommodates 6 passengers. And I can also provide you with 2 tons of aviation fuel. What do you think? Ian, I have no objections. Lu Shui had anticipated a helicopter and a combat vehicle, but the addition of fuel was an unexpected boon. She had struck a remarkable deal. Su Yin felt equally fortunate, as the quality and quantity of the jade would lead to substantial gold exchanges, alleviating her worries about potential famine. Very well. I will notify you upon the arrival of the aircraft and vehicle. All right, I'm heading downstairs now. You can take care of these. When do you need to move them? Su Yin waved her hand, expressing that a pleasant transaction would ensure future dealings. Today was quite fruitful, yet she felt a twinge of fear. Su Yin resolved to rest thoroughly over the next few days, determined to remain indoors. Even if she had to venture out, it would only be after the ice melted and the mutated creatures were eradicated. After stowing away all the necessary tools and jade into her space, she descended with Hee and the dog. As soon as she stepped through the door, the intercom crackled to life. I'm fine. What's up? Your tone suggests something significant has occurred. It's best to avoid going out lately. A few hours ago, the electronic instruments at the base malfunctioned, including the satellite phone and intercom. A call may not succeed even after 10 attempts. Not succeeding even after 10 attempts? So, is Yang Jingwei trying to reach me now? What could be the issue? Su Yin was already aware, as he had informed her during the chopper's turbulence, it was a problem with the Earth's magnetic field. Analysis indicated it was likely influenced by some magnetic anomaly. I understand. I want to be going out anytime soon. Are you still coming to teach Lu Shui tomorrow? Yes. At the same time as last time. Chapter 85. A significant gain exhausted, Su Yin wished to avoid the troublesome chore of boiling water for a shower. For the first time, she entered the small villa in her space and enjoyed a refreshing shower under the spray. She also asked Su Qing to help clean the 2 dirty dogs. Su, it's past 6. What shall we have for dinner? The dog is no longer a concern. I will feed them dog food while I prepare a steak and cod, accompanied by a shrimp and spinach soup. I feel quite exhausted, dear aunt. I prefer to cook here. You may take a moment to rest and let the children amuse themselves in the playroom. I shall call you once the meal is ready. Thank you, dear aunt. After dining, I indulged in a brief slumber, which significantly rejuvenated my spirits. I ventured out of the quaint villa to survey my domain. The vegetables and trees I cultivated held little intrigue. My primary interest lay in examining the flora planted by Su Qing. To my astonishment, the rapid growth was unparalleled. I felt that even the swiftest steed could scarcely keep pace with it. The newly planted fruit trees were remarkably abundant, with meticulously measured spacing between each tree, and every variety clustered together, leaving a pathway wide enough for a vehicle to pass through. I resolved to join Su Qing in planting trees starting tomorrow, ensuring that all the purchased fruit saplings would be set into the earth, for the sooner they were planted, the sooner they would bear fruit. After inspecting the fruit trees, I prepared to exchange today's findings for gold. I relocated all the jadeite rough stones to the garden in front of the villa, laid down a mat, and began scanning each piece onto the platform, starting with the least desirable pile. While deemed inferior in my eyes, such jade would still be regarded as rare and precious by the average person. Even the lowest quality could be exchanged for a kilogram of gold, with higher quality fetching tenfold that amount. Although individually of lesser value, the sheer quantity was significant. There were certainly over 100 stones, yielding nearly 1 ton of gold from this batch alone. Next came the collection that, while not of collectible caliber, was nonetheless of the highest quality, comprising around 50 to 60 pieces. Upon completing the transactions, I would acquire approximately 7 tons of gold. Among the most exquisite emeralds, known as the top tier and imperial green, there are a total of 14 pieces. Su Yin selected her favorite one to keep and traded 10, ultimately acquiring 17 tons of gold. In total, this amounts to nearly 25 tons, or 25,000 kilograms. Is that a substantial amount? While 25,000 kilograms may seem considerable, one must consider that purchasing a space button of 100,000 cubic units requires 5,000 kilograms. A person laboring tirelessly throughout the day nearly risked their life to earn merely 5 space buttons. Viewed in this light, it appears rather insignificant. Of course, there are still a few pieces remaining that have yet to be traded, but they are limited in number. Nonetheless, with the current gold reserves, as long as she refrains from purchasing expensive items, she feels a sense of security. At the appointed time, Jiangsu ascended to take the dog downstairs for exercise. While enjoying her breakfast, Suyin fiddled with the intercom. Just as Yang Jingwei mentioned yesterday, the connection was difficult to establish. And it was not until she finished her meal that she managed to get through. She informed Lu Shui that classes would commence at 9 o'clock. With time still to spare, Suyin engaged the 2 little ones in a game of identifying objects through pictures in the toy house. The ideal age for such learning is typically over 1 year, yet these 2 little ones began speaking early, even before reaching 7 months. They could articulate single words such as mom, no, and want. Babies, look here, this is a flower. Suyin had prepared 2 sets of picture cards, presenting a card with a flower to the children. Flower, flower, all right, flower. The 2 little ones joyfully raised their small hands while holding the flower card. Babies, again. This is a tree. The little ones referred to the tree as Uncle Tree. Suyin remained unperturbed, knowing that pronunciation would come with time. For now, she focused on helping them recognize the objects. Patiently, she repeated the words, aiming for the children to learn a few items each day. Yang Jinghui and Lu Shui arrived together today. He informed Suyin that the guests had arrived, prompting her to step outside and open the door, leading them to the rooftop. Did you go out yesterday? Was the helicopter affected? Indeed, it was quite turbulent, but it eventually stabilized. Otherwise, you wouldn't be teaching today. Yes. With your remarkable skills, you still need to attend my class. Suyin, you are rather inconsiderate. It's not Suyin who is exceptional, but he. Although she cannot express it, I merely possess audacity and a stroke of luck. Reflecting on it now fills me with trepidation. I must attend this class. Even if I must be a third wheel, I will attend. Perhaps I can arrange more opportunities for them to meet as compensation, Suyin remarked, acknowledging that her daring nature could be beneficial through increased familiarity. Yang Jingwei interjected, please wait here. I shall check whether the helicopter has been affected by the magnetic field. Yes, young instructor, please be cautious, they responded. After conducting a test, Yang Jingwei confirmed the machine was functioning normally, reluctantly admitting Suyin's extraordinary luck. Once the equipment was verified, he began imparting relevant knowledge to the 2 female students, concluding with an examination. Suyin passed, thanks to He's assistance. However, Lu Shui struggled, misanswering several questions. Yes, young instructor, I will retrieve my phone after class to take notes. Next time, I will surely remember. Lu Shui lowered her head in embarrassment, regretting her inability to retain information, feeling quite ashamed. The 2-hour lesson swiftly came to an end. All right, Yang, the instructor, concluded the session. Overcome with shyness, Lu Shui avoided entering Suyin's home and descended the stairs. Suyin invited Yang Jingwei to have lunch at home, intending to give him Lu Shui's tuition fees. Yang Jingwei smiled helplessly and remarked that it would be better to comply with her wishes, as Su Qing had not yet begun preparing lunch. Suyin instructed her to prepare an extra serving, while she went to retrieve Lu Shui's tuition and reminded Yang Jingwei not to forget to take it later. I do not collect tuition fees. My promise to teach her is solely based on your goodwill. You may keep what she brings over. It is yours. Chapter 86. A distress signal. Suyin and Yang Jingwei nearly quarreled over Lu Shui's tuition. Ultimately, it was Yang Jingwei who took a step back, reluctantly deciding, very well. I will give you the items as a form of payment for the helicopter rental. He spoke earnestly, keep these items as my borrowing fee for the helicopter. As I mentioned before, due to the interference from the chaotic magnetic fields, most electronic devices have been affected. Today, I inspected your helicopter, and it was unaffected. If there is an urgent matter requiring the helicopter, you must agree to lend it to me. All right, Suyin conceded to this rationale, which also dispelled her intention of returning the items to Lu Shui. With Yang Jingwei no longer being pursued for tuition fees, he turned his attention to He, who remained motionless like a mere ornament. You even have a national treasure? Indeed. Suyin had not previously stored He away because she had revealed it in front of the Lu family during her use of the helicopter yesterday. Once one outsider was aware, it was no longer a secret. She employed the same tactics used to deceive Lu Shui to sway Yang Jingwei. Yang Jingwei nodded thoughtfully. Suyin's explanation was both reasonable and flawed, yet he could find no alternative justification. It was certainly preferable for her to care for this little bundle rather than allow it to fall into the hands of those with ill intentions. He approached and gently patted the little creature, which was surprisingly docile. Its name was He, and it was remarkably intelligent. The highly intelligent He responded well to Su Yan's praises, understanding the importance of maintaining discretion in the presence of outsiders. It obediently performed a little spin and a roll. After indulging in a few affectionate strokes, Yang Jingwei made his way towards the toy house to interact with the human cubs. After lunch, Yang Jingwei departed, informing them that he would be quite busy over the next few days and would not attend classes, but would resume teaching once his schedule permitted. Following lunch, Lu Shui also came to the rooftop of Building C to copy homework, realizing that there would be no classes in the coming days. As the temperature continued to rise day by day, the ice would soon melt entirely. Su Yin knew that once the water receded, various unsightly objects would be exposed, and pathogens would proliferate rapidly. She planned to stay home, even refraining from taking the dog downstairs for training. "Auntie, shall we plant some vegetables outside? We could use the 2 balconies of that vacant house across the way." "That sounds good. You go fetch the planting boxes and fill them with soil, and I will take care of the planting." Su Yin entered the space and retrieved over 30 planting boxes, each measuring 1.5 m by 0.5 m by 0.3 m, and filled them with soil. Afterward, she emerged and moved the boxes to 3202. The expansive sunlit balcony was neatly arranged with 2 rows of planting boxes. They decided to first plant a batch of fast-growing crops, followed by some drought-resistant varieties. If necessary, they could seal the balcony and turn on the air conditioning later. The cost of electricity far surpasses that of vegetables. "Well, when the time comes, I shall simply turn on the air conditioning. Fresh produce must come from a reliable source. I have a variety of seeds for scallions, cilantro, and garlic sprouts, as well as 5 boxes of quick-growing greens such as bok choy, choy sum, and spinach. The remainder will be sweet potatoes and regular potatoes, with the sweet potato leaves sautéed as a delightful vegetable dish." Once these boxes were arranged, Su Yin retrieved the seeds and handed them to Su Qing to tend to. Throughout the afternoon, Su Yin accompanied her 2 little ones while Su Qing busied herself with the planting. After dinner, the family of 3, together with their 2 dogs and 2 artificial intelligences, all entered their designated space. Within this realm, Su Yin lulled the children to sleep and engaged them in play, while Su Qing tirelessly cultivated fruit trees. Su Yin would emerge once a day to check the surveillance and the community message board at the corridor entrance. Indeed, in order to facilitate communication for herself and others, she had hung a message board with a pen, allowing those seeking her assistance to leave notes if she were unavailable. In the space, the fruit trees flourished, and the crops on the 3202 plot began to sprout. The message board outside the corridor bore a note from Jiangsu, expressing concern for her well-being, alongside a video from Lu Shui and a message from Wang Xinwu on the 31st floor regarding a transaction. Under the cover of night, she ascended to the rooftop to deploy an armed drone, which was part of the goods destined for Lu Shui, along with a vehicle. She planned to venture outside the community to find a secluded spot for their rendezvous. With He in tow, Su Yin grasped the intercom and prepared to descend with the flying apparatus. However, as she stepped outside, she was taken aback by the sweltering heat. Little did she know, while she was merely tending to her trees in the space, the world outside was undergoing tumultuous transformations. The once frozen remains of humans and animals, now exposed beneath the water, have become a ghastly sight, teeming with maggots and emanating an unbearable stench. This foul condition permeates not only the base community but the entire city. In response, a corpse recovery department has been established at the base, open for enrollment to individuals both inside and outside the facility. Those successfully accepted earn 10 points for a day's work, redeemable immediately, with the purchasing power of 1 point equivalent to 10 yuan prior to the calamity. Despite the grimy, odorous, and laborious nature of the work, and the significant risk of disease, many are still eager to apply for this 100 yuan per day job. As they boarded the aircraft, Su Yin instructed He to take a leisurely low-altitude tour around the base community. It was apparent that, although some cleanup had occurred following the thawing, the repulsive odor lingered. The stench nearly made her lose her appetite for dinner. Had she known, she would have delayed her departure. "Let's hurry, find a secluded spot to land." Understood. Su Yin repeatedly attempted to contact Lu Shui, but her patience waned as she remained unable to connect. Ultimately, since the vehicle belonged to Lu Yu, she decided to kindly drive it back to the base for him. It was imperative that she accomplish her mission during this outing. Retrieving the aircraft with Su Yin summoned a fully armored military truck from her spatial storage, loaded with 2 tons of aviation fuel promised to Lu Shui. Knowing the specific building and floor of the Lu family at the temporary base headquarters, she registered and proceeded to drive the vehicle inside. Su Yan casually approached an elderly woman wandering downstairs, offering her 2 potatoes in exchange for assistance and calling the building to send a vehicle, as she was too lazy to climb the stairs. Yang Jingwei, perched on the balcony of the 8th floor, also spotted Su Yan's vehicle entering the base. Just moments ago, he had received a message from a team member under exceptionally urgent circumstances. This message reached him through a private communication satellite funded collectively by the 5 members of their team, a channel unknown even to the officials. The coded message, designated Y, contained a single letter and 3 Chinese characters. Y, Alshan. Y stood for Chinese code name. Chapter 87. The Alshan Incident without explicit mention. The mere receipt of the sender and location on their distinctive wristbands indicated that the individual was facing a dire life-threatening situation at that particular place. He had to respond. The brothers had previously agreed that in the event of insurmountable troubles, they would certainly seek help, and the rest would rush to provide support, no matter their whereabouts. Yang Jingwei had just attempted to reach Beijing Shuguang base via satellite phone to contact Luo Fuan, but the call did not connect. As he hesitated whether to borrow Su Yan's helicopter, he caught sight of her downstairs. Luo Yu and Yang Jingwei arrived at the ground floor almost simultaneously. Commander Yang? Yang Jingwei nodded to Luo Yu and then turned to Su Yan, inquiring, "When will you finish your tasks? I need to discuss something with you. I'm not busy. Once I hand the car over to Luo Yu, I'll be free." Su Yan exited the vehicle, handing the keys to Luo Yu. "The car is yours now. It contains 2 tons of oil your sister requested, so please take care of it." "Thank you, Sister Yan. You are truly my sister." "Well, you two chat. I'll be on my way now." The building's owner kissed the car keys twice and, with a roar, drove off in search of a parking space. Yang Jingwei, "What is the matter?" "Ian, I truly need to borrow your helicopter. I have to embark on a journey that will last approximately 2 days. "All right, is it urgent?" "Let us leave now." Yang Jingwei nodded and retrieved an SUV. His demeanor was rather grim, and Su Yan silently entered the vehicle, choosing not to speak. Everyone has their private matters, and some questions are better left unasked. Yang Jingwei entrusted the vehicle to the guard on duty at the community, instructing him to keep it safe for Jiangsu. The two ascended to the top floor of Building C. "Why is there another helicopter? An armed one at that?" "That was arranged by Lu Shui. It arrived this afternoon, but she doesn't know how to operate it yet, so it's temporarily with me. Would you prefer to fly my transport helicopter or that armed one?" "The transport one, yours." The transport helicopter has ample space. It can carry a significant amount of cargo and accommodate several passengers, while that armed one only has limited seating. "Wait a moment, I need to retrieve my belongings." Su Yan's request for time was merely an excuse. She was uncertain about how long Yang Jingwei intended to fly or what he planned to do, but she needed to prepare fuel in the cabin. Yang Jingwei, unsure why she needed him to wait, didn't press the issue. Su Yan returned with a large black bag, the contents unknown to him. "I've got it ready. There is spare fuel in the cabin. Be cautious while you're out." "All right, it's urgent. I must leave." Su Yan waved her hand, and the helicopter soared away from Longjing Terrace before she descended. At the Dawn base in the capital, Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan were as restless as ants on a hot pan, both having received alarming news regarding Y and Ershan. While Yang Jingwei remained oblivious to the implications of Ershan, Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan understood its gravity. Aware of the dire situation, they sought permission from the base headquarters to dispatch a helicopter for assistance. Although they could not disclose their private emergency contact details, Luo Fuan refrained from explicitly stating that Qin Yi was likely in peril. He simply expressed concern over the lack of communication for several days and the need to lend aid. However, even after their fervent appeals to Chief Xing, they were met with refusal. "What do we do, Luo? I dread to think what might have happened to the boss. It's the first time we've used this contact, and it's evident that he must be in a desperate situation. We cannot simply turn a blind eye." "Keep your voice down. I'm already on edge. I heard most helicopters in the base are malfunctioning, and even if I were to commandeer one, it might not be able to fly. Then shall we drive there? Have you lost your senses? Given the current road conditions, it would take 10 days or more to reach him. What, are we going to go collect his remains?" "Ugh, no, no, no." Luo Fuan nearly pulled his hair out in frustration. "Didn't you help someone named Lu apply for a large house at the base a couple of days ago? Doesn't he have an impressive transport aircraft?" "Yes, I'll go borrow it." Luo Fuan rushed to find Lu Lingxuan, who had yet to retire for the night. Upon hearing the urgent knocking, he opened the door to find Luo Fuan, whose urgency was palpable. "Xiao Luo?" Lu Lingxuan is not a person of short sight. Otherwise, He would not have willingly exchanged his cherished possession for an aircraft. With an official favor conveniently presented to him, he readily agreed. You have greatly assisted my family, and we need not speak of gratitude. Please wait for me a few moments. Uncle Lou, please hold on. I will check if your helicopter has been affected by the recent magnetic field anomalies. All right, do it quickly. If it has been impacted, borrowing it would be futile. Fortune smiled upon them, for this helicopter remained unscathed by the magnetic disturbances. Meanwhile, Yang Jinghui's helicopter was also en route to the Shuguang base in Beijing, prepared to collect those among the 5 who remained at the base. However, upon inquiry, they learned that Luo Fuan's Zhang Yuan had already departed over an hour ago, leaving them no choice but to temporarily stay in Arzhan. Arzhan is a mountain range situated close to the border, adjacent to Outer Mongolia. Here, Qin Yi and his companions encountered a military faction from Outer Mongolia. Due to the natural disasters, the world had descended into chaos, with even the smallest powers seeking to assert dominance. The military faction that Qin Yi encountered had established itself in Arzhan, claiming authority over the region. When discovered by the opposing force, emboldened by their numerical superiority, they seized their supplies and drove them away. Despite the prowess of Qin Yi and Chen Dingzhan, they were merely 2 individuals, while the professors and their assistants were ill-equipped for combat and required protection. The adversaries' numbers exceeded 1,000, rendering any resistance futile. In their overwhelming disadvantage, they had no choice but to surrender their supplies to ensure the safety of their group. With their resources depleted and no means of transportation, and unable to establish contact with the Beijing base for support, they were left with no option but to seek refuge in a nearby cave. The predicament arose on the 7th day of their stay in Arzhan, following the loss of their supplies. Tai and Qin Dingshan ventured out in search of sustenance when they encountered a small detachment of Mongolian soldiers, who sought to capture them as easy prey. Thus, a confrontation ensued. Although they were ill-equipped to contend with a larger force, they harbored confidence against this modest band of over 20 men. Without astonishment, they managed to subdue the group, procuring a supply of meat, compressed biscuits, and a cache of firearms. However, this skirmish attracted the attention of the main contingent, rendering their refuge in the cave unsafe, forcing them to relocate. Chapter 88. The gathering of the squad deprived of food and water. And lacking a helicopter in these remote mountains, where could they possibly escape? They had endured the loss of supplies, but why could they not tolerate this affront? The youth acted with undue impulsiveness. The 2 professors and their assistant, a timid individual, incessantly criticized Qin Yi and Chen Dingshan. They intend to kill us and feast upon our flesh. How can one remain passive in such a situation? One exclaimed, Can you not flee? With the title of Special Forces King, you cannot even escape. Another chided, Have you not used your brain? If we flee, can you all manage to escape? Now, retreat was not an option. Their responsibility was merely to ensure the safety of a few individuals. They were not their caretakers. In recent days, Chen Dingshan faced relentless reproach, his words growing sharper in response. All right, everyone, let's hasten. We must travel throughout the afternoon and night. We should reach the village at the entrance of Alshan by morning and then seek transportation. As the leader, Qin Yi endeavored to placate both sides. Old Chen, perhaps you should refrain from speaking too much. I will step outside to keep watch. Chen Dingshan relented, choosing to remain silent for Qin's sake. Had I known there was a village at the mountain pass, why did we not depart sooner? He muttered. Will you not cease your complaints? The ice at the foot of the mountain has only just begun to melt in recent days. Are you planning to descend for some ice? Would you be able to manage with the car? You? What of me? Chen Dingshan would not tolerate any questioning of his authority, swiftly silencing those few who dared to speak. Finally, they could quietly gather and pack the meager supplies and weapons they had acquired, ensuring each person had a portion to carry. Qin Yi was acutely aware that the sound of gunfire would alert their pursuers, but he had not anticipated their swift arrival. The number of assailants was considerable, encircling them from 3 sides. Did they mobilize hundreds just to hunt down 8 individuals? Escaping with Chen Dingshan posed no challenge, but the dilemma lay in escorting 6 others. Hurry, let us exit through the other end of the cave. Yes, boss. In the perilous moment, silence reigned among them. Qin Yi made a decisive move to block the cave's entrance. His confidence in sealing the exit stemmed from the knowledge that the cave opened onto a cliff on the opposite side. The odds of escaping via the cliff were far greater than confronting the assailants directly. Thankfully, the cave had been strategically designed to deter both human intruders and large animals, making it difficult for the enemy to breach the entrance from the outside, unless they resorted to explosives. Qin Yi had already formulated a countermeasure should they attempt to blast the entrance. He selected 2 firearms and all the grenades from their spoils and instructed Chen Dingshan to lead the others out through the alternate exit. Be cautious, boss. Go ahead. I will be fine. Outside the cave, just as Qini had anticipated, the adversaries were preparing to detonate explosives at the entrance. He was diligently securing a series of grenades in strategic locations within the cave, carefully calculating the safe distance. As the explosion erupted outside, he triggered his own devices in response. Within the small cave, the collapsed earth and stones blocked the way even deeper, affording a brief respite for retreat. Upon reaching the other end, Qin Yi encountered another dilemma. The climbing rope was already securely fastened, yet none of the 6 individuals were willing to ascend the cliff. Chen Dingshan, known for his fiery temperament, plopped down on the ground upon seeing Qin Yi, seemingly indifferent. Exercising patience, Qin Yi attempted to reason with them, emphasizing that in the face of natural disasters and apocalyptic scenarios, human survival would become increasingly arduous. He urged them to overcome their fears, as this too was a vital survival skill. Time was of the essence. Who would be the first to step forward? No one moved. We are researchers. It is your duty as soldiers to protect us. Indeed, well said. He continued, yet, we are also faced with impending calamities, earthquakes, tsunamis, tectonic collisions, and endless nights. I hope you always have someone by your side to safeguard you, and I further hope that you are willing to entrust your lives to others. Is it so shameful to wait for death in a state of despair? No one dared to rebut his words any longer. Qin Yi's tactic of combining admonishment with encouragement had proven somewhat effective. A few expressions softened. Among them, a professor in his 60s volunteered to descend first. Old Chen, you go down first and be ready to receive the others. All right. See? Everyone can descend. What is there to fear with a rope in hand? After nearly half an hour, everyone reached the valley below. Old Qin, this place may not be safe. What if? Chen Dingshan tapped his wristband. Qini now relied on their fortunate satellite not being compromised. He nodded. Let me try. After testing, he successfully transmitted the signal, though he was uncertain if the other 3 would receive it without issue. Yang Jinghui and Luo Fuan managed to receive it, albeit with a delay in the signal. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Yi dispatched a message, which was not successfully received until after 8 in the evening. Old Qin, is there hope? Slim. If there is no news by dawn, we'll venture out. In the dead of night, around 2 o'clock, a situation finally emerged over Alshan. As Chen Dingshan signaled incessantly with the recovered flashlight. It's our people. With those words, Chen Dingshan ignited a surge of excitement among the other 6. They gazed up at the descending helicopter as if it were a long-lost love. When the helicopter could descend no further, it lowered a soft ladder. This time, the 2 professors and their assistants, emboldened, grasped the rungs and began to climb. Old Luo, I thought the mission had failed. Why did you arrive just now? It's a long story, Old Chun, old leader. After exchanging greetings and glances, they swiftly turned around to prepare for their return from Alshan. However, they were met by another helicopter. Signaling with flashes, it turned out to be their own. Soon, the 2 aircraft landed in succession just outside Alshan. Old Qin, Old Yang. Despite being a group of young, handsome men, they referred to each other with terms of elder respect. The 5 gathered to discuss the recent events. Chapter 89. The lesson learned was quite significant. Meanwhile, the other 6 disembarked and used the cooking pot brought by Yang Jinghui to prepare breakfast. This location was strategically chosen by their superior. How could they allow their territory to be encroached upon? The adversary was so audacious, they could not let them escape. Indeed. We have 2 helicopters. Let's take them down. Old Yang, how many weapons did you bring? Not many, but we can still fight, without any dead weight. The 5 of us could handle an entire regiment. Qini and Yang Jing listened to the incessant chatter of the 3, finding no opportunity to interject. Yang Jinghui nodded, tossing the keys to Chen Dingshan. Chen Dingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Armed with rockets, he felt it would be a shame not to engage. Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan were also equipped, albeit with limited provisions. After reviewing the situation, Chen Dingshan reported back to Qin Yi for further deliberation. The adversary was merely a conventional infantry company, their weaponry somewhat antiquated, and it appeared their arsenal was scant. Qin Yi had previously confiscated arms from that squad, and their equipment was indeed lacking. Many magazines were not fully loaded. Establishing their own stronghold, they could not possess an abundance of weaponry, even if some reserves existed. The ravages of natural disasters over time had taken their toll, rendering them negligible. Yang Jinghui concurred. The conclusion was to engage. It had been a considerable time since the 5 had fought side by side, and they were all eager for the encounter. They decided to keep the 6 temporarily outside the mountain. The 5-member team briefly outlined their plan and distributed the weapons. Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui boarded the helicopter piloted by Qin Dingshan, while Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan took another. The 2 helicopters ascended early in the morning, heading toward the opposite side of Ershan, hovering over the private military group. Once they identified their targets, they opened fire. A special forces team, against a conventional infantry unit, especially from an elevated position, had a distinct advantage. 2 rockets were launched. Even if the enemy spotted the helicopters, they would have little chance to evade, particularly as they were preoccupied with breakfast, rendering them highly vulnerable. The initial assault decimated half of their ranks, toppling most of the low-rise buildings. Are they truly so fragile? Luo Fuan remarked. Zhang Yuan laughed heartily. Have you forgotten who is attacking them? It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, haha. The 2 began to revel in their amusement. 2 machines opened fire once more, and who could remain unafraid under such pressure? Those who survived fled for their lives. Qin Yi and his comrades could now descend to survey the battlefield. Surely, there would be some provisions left. Food was scarce and precious, and nothing could be overlooked. Old Chun, you are in charge of guarding. The rest of you pair up and search, he instructed. All right, we will regroup in 10 minutes. The absence of communication devices posed some inconvenience, yet it did not deter the 5 from stealthily navigating through the peculiar circumstances. It was Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan's team that had discovered 2 underground chambers, emerging in a state of panic. Both men were visibly shaken, having vomited. The sheer horror of what they had witnessed would unsettle anyone with their psychological resilience. Yang Jinghui retrieved 2 bottles from his backpack and handed them to them. After rinsing his mouth and catching his breath, Luo Fuan managed to explain, there are 2 basements. One contains approximately 50 half-dead individuals, while the other resembles a slaughterhouse. He faltered, struggling to continue. Zhang Yuan interjected, monsters, worse than beasts, flayed alive, dissected into pieces, some fresh, some dried. Yang Jinghui turned to Qin Yi. Should we intervene? Qin Yi hesitated, opting first to ascertain the identities of those trapped. If they were compatriots, he would seek to assist them. If they were foreigners, he would allow them to leave, their survival no longer his concern. The Westerners approached the slaughterhouse once more, the stench unbearable. Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan resolutely refused to come near the entrance, urging Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui to stay away as well. With no survivors left, there was little point in venturing closer, and the 2 heeded their counsel. The Westerners surveyed the individuals confined within iron cages, with men in one cage, women in another, and children in yet another. All appeared as if they had been dredged from a foul sewer and then left to dry in the sun. They were all of Asian descent, indistinguishable as to whether they hailed from foreign lands or were compatriots, relying solely on language for discernment. Listen closely. Those who have imprisoned you are no more. You are free now. Step forward if you are from Outer Mongolia, and step to the side if you are Chinese. We shall arrange for your safe departure, Qin Yi announced, compelled to articulate this to prevent foreigners from mingling with fellow nationals. Upon finishing his declaration, Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan proceeded to unlock the cages. The captives, barely clinging to life yet able to comprehend human speech, stood divided. With compatriots comprising 2/3 of the assembly, they were then escorted above ground. Qin Yi gestured for Luo Fuan to release the 10 or so individuals from Outer Mongolia, allowing them to depart on their own. Old Qin, what of the remaining individuals? If we let them go like this, they may not survive. How much food do you have left? Provide them with a hearty meal and send them on their way. Agreed, the 2 conferred. And Yang Jinghui went to the cabin in search of water and sustenance. Qin Yi continued his inquiries, discovering that most of these individuals were from the same village at the foot of Mount Ershan, captured during a harsh winter when they had ventured up the mountain to hunt for food. The kitchen is over there. Send 2 individuals to boil water, he instructed. Yang Jinghui retrieved the instant noodles he had brought, enough for each person to have a bowl. A large group gazed hungrily at the pile of noodles. Yet none felt compelled to prepare the meal. Qin Yi could only point to 2 individuals who appeared somewhat energetic, handing them 2 bottles of mineral water before sending them off to work. Zhang Yuan brought over a first aid kit to tend to the 2 severely injured individuals. After a little over 10 minutes, the water in the kitchen reached a boil, and everyone eagerly grabbed their share of noodles to soak, displaying a stark contrast to their earlier apathy during the questioning. The few children, aged around 8 or 9, were knocked down and trampled, prompting Zhang Yuan to take on the responsibility of cooking noodles for them. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui felt a pang of discomfort in their hearts. Over the past 6 months of the apocalypse, they had endured insults while performing rescue operations, had their rations stolen, and faced various adversities. They had witnessed the myriad flaws of human nature. Yet, there were also moments of kindness, where individuals understood one another and shared in their hardships. As Qin and Yang Jinghui exchanged their sentiments, the kitchen was bustling with activity. In just a few minutes, those who had eaten finished their meals and approached Qin and Yang Jinghui, expressing their gratitude effusively. Having satisfied their hunger, they now had the energy to speak. The soldiers felt a sense of solace in their hearts. Their acts of rescue were voluntary, yet they hoped that those they saved would harbor a heart of gratitude. Rather than embodying the twisted nature of those who cannot discern between good and evil. After expressing their thanks, they began to seek assistance. "Comrade, could you help me treat my wound? Comrade, I too would like to have my injury bandaged. I have injuries as well." A dozen individuals approached, each genuinely bearing wounds. Some had even fetched hot water from the kitchen to clean their injuries, making it easier for bandaging. Among them, 2 men with injuries on their backs had removed their shirts and laid down beside the kitchen in a structurally sound area, awaiting treatment. Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan were occupied with comforting the children, leaving only Qin and Yang Jinghui to attend to the bandaging. One person kept watch over the helicopter. 2 tended to the children, and the other 2 assisted with the treatment of wounds. The 5 were divided into 3 groups. While they remained vigilant against the enemy, they relaxed their guard in the presence of ordinary citizens. Except for Qin Dingshan, the remaining Westerners were simultaneously attacked with knives from behind. In Chapter 90, Qin activated the spatial button. There is a saying that when the mountains are high, the emperor is far away. One can understand the rugged nature of the local populace. However, within the mere 10 minutes it took to boil water in the kitchen, coupled with a few minutes to consume a bowl of noodles, the villagers swiftly reached a consensus to perform their act and subsequently commit murder. The people of this village could truly be described as having hearts as cold as wolves and the loyalty of dogs. They are undeniably habitual offenders, murderous demons. In truth, the 5 of them only witnessed the surface, their transformation into victims, without comprehending how many individuals had been sent to the underground slaughterhouse before they themselves became victims. No matter how skilled one may be, a kitchen knife is a formidable threat. Caught completely off guard, they were struck on the head with knives. And even if they did not perish, they would surely sustain grave injuries. Qin and Yang Jinghui narrowly avoided having their skulls cleaved open. Their quick reflexes allowed them to sense the impending danger and evade the attack. Qin received a deep and lengthy wound across his shoulder and back, while Yang Jinghui was slashed on his side. Despite their severe injuries, they maintained their composure and retaliated, expending the ammunition from their firearms. Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan, on the other hand, were simultaneously stabbed by 2 children wielding sharp knives, while others struck them on the head with bricks. They collapsed, bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Upon hearing the gunfire, Qin Dingshan rushed forward, witnessing Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan collapse before his eyes. Driven by fury, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the pack of wolves. Soon, his ammunition dwindled, prompting him to draw forth a multifunctional military knife and continue the onslaught. With over 30 adversaries remaining, Qin and Yang Jinghui had already dispatched several within the confines of the house, while Qin Dingshan managed to eliminate a few more. Yet nearly 30 continued to stand. Furthermore, the weapons of Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan were now in the hands of their foes, who had scattered in disarray, leaving Qin Dingshan momentarily overwhelmed. "Lao Luo, Lao Zhang, muster some courage. If you dare to falter, I shall not spare you even if I chase you down below," he shouted. "Lao Zhang, Lao Luo." Qin Dingshan hurried to rouse Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan, who slowly regained consciousness under his efforts. However, blood poured ceaselessly from their wounds. Qin Dingshan retrieved a first aid kit, tending to Luo Fuan's injuries. "First, I must save the boss, Lao Yang." "Yes, save the boss," he exclaimed. "Damn it. Am I not going to save you? I will save you all, so be quiet. Go. I can do it," Luo Fuan insisted, clutching his head as he forced himself upright, seizing the bandages from Qin Dingshan's hands to tend to his own wounds. "I can manage myself." Zhang Yuan, too, struggled to sit up, urging Qin Dingshan to check on Lao Qin and Lao Yang. Upon assessing their condition, Qin Dingshan dashed to Qin and Yang Jinghui. Boss, I will eradicate every last one of those beasts." "Ah, Lao Yang, wake up. You better wake up. Hurry," Qin Dingshan cried, cradling the increasingly feeble Qin, his voice rising in desperation as he reached out with one hand to grasp Yang Jinghui. Yang Jinghui stirred into action, urging the helicopter to take old Qin and the others away swiftly. Uttering a few words had already drained his energy, and he closed his eyes again, feeling quite unwell. The helicopter prepared by Qin Dingshan was ready to transport Qin Yi first, one by one. Everyone had to be aboard. At that moment, Qin Yi regained consciousness. Weakly shaking his head and managing to utter a few words. No, take them away. Don't worry about me. He was acutely aware of his injuries. Feeling that his own rescue was no longer necessary. With great effort, he pulled out the spatial button that Su Yin had gifted him, which now dangled from his neck. Of course, he was unaware of its true nature. Seeing old Qin grasp the chain, Qin Dingshan understood he was longing for his wife. He also recognized that both Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui were in dire straits, given their current predicament, even with timely surgery and ample medication in the pre-apocalyptic world. Salvation would be challenging. However, hope still lingered for Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan. Prioritizing the people, he resolved to cling to any glimmer of hope without surrendering. Having come to this conclusion, he silently supported Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui, then assisted Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan into the shelter, ensuring they could guard one another more effectively. Meanwhile, Qin Yi summoned the last vestiges of his strength to bite his finger, pressing it against the small spatial button. Yin Yin, I have honored my parents and siblings. I have fulfilled the responsibilities and missions on my shoulders, yet I have failed you. Yin Yin, you said it could save my life in a crisis. Very well, I believe you. With a firm grip on the spatial button, a wave of guilt washed over him for Su Yin. However, in the next moment, he found himself questioning his surroundings. Where was he? What had he suddenly perceived? Mountains of weapons, various modes of transportation, land, sea, and air were all around him. Grains, water, vegetables, meat, clothing, shoes. Were these mere illusions before his demise? He was oblivious to the laser gun, yet was acutely aware of the devastating power of heavy explosives. Recollections of the two catastrophic explosions that coincided with his encounters with Su Yin in Night City flooded his mind. Alongside Luo Fuan's assertion that it was highly probable Su Yin had administered something to him, perhaps that serum for cellular repair mentioned earlier, the pressing question now was how to unlock the box. Yet, as he contemplated this, the box inexplicably opened in his mind. Within it lay two technologically advanced firearms he had never before encountered, two pineapple-shaped explosives larger than his fist, and a transparent sealed bag containing 10 vials of serum. Everything aligned perfectly. Realizing that these serums could potentially save both him and his comrades, he felt an urgent desire to seize them. But how? Should he control it with his mind? He had merely thought of opening the box, and it had complied. Therefore, to retrieve the vials. Must he silently intone the word take? Boss, boss, wake up, wake up. Old Qin? Boss. As Qin Yi's consciousness drifted into the spatial realm, his expression was one of sheer terror, as if life itself had drained from him. This frightened Qin Dingshan, Luo Fuan, and Zhang Yuan, prompting them to try and rouse him, for once consciousness was lost, there was a significant risk of eternal slumber. Yet, in the very next moment, what did they witness? An open box had suddenly materialized in Qin Yi's hand, accompanied by a piece of paper. Qin Dingshan quickly snatched up the paper, scanning it rapidly. The terror etched on his face rivaled that of Qin Yi's. A glance at the paper, then at the 10 vials within the box, cellular repair serum? It sounded like something straight out of a science fiction film. Was it a gamble? Qin Yi remained unresponsive, and Qin Dingshan found himself unable to inquire further. Perhaps leaving him be was the best course of action? When Qin Yi finally opened his eyes, he saw Qin Dingshan fixated on a piece of paper in a box before him. Take your medicine. Boss, you're awake? Should I take this medicine? Qin Dingshan gestured towards the box, to which Qin Yi nodded in affirmation, initially hesitant about whether to administer the medicine to the others. Now that Qin Yi was awake and the medicine was in his hands, his word was law. Qin Dingshan twisted open the vial of medication, distributing one to each of the injured. He first administered it to Qin Yi, then to Yang Jinghui, while Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan took theirs independently. After consuming the potion, Luo Fuan confirmed his suspicion. He had indeed encountered this medicine before, a sentiment echoed by Yang Jinghui. Qin Dingshan urgently inquired, "How do you feel? What are your sensations?" The injured remained silent, having consumed the medicine and subsequently closed their eyes as if in slumber, had it not been for their continued breathing. Qin Dingshan might have concluded they had ingested a lethal poison. It dawned on him that the paper indicated the effects would commence in approximately half an hour, just a matter of patience. Qin Dingshan stood vigil over his teammates, pondering the two explosives and the laser gun, grappling with disbelief in the authenticity of the paper's claims, yet Qin Yi's nod suggested otherwise. Doubt clouded his perception of reality. Meanwhile, the group attempting to breach the helicopter, frustrated by their failure, sent two armed individuals to threaten Qin Shan into opening the hatch. However, this proved fortuitous as it provided Qin Shan an opportunity to test the laser gun. With a piercing whoosh, one assailant collapsed, followed swiftly by another with another whoosh. What a miraculous weapon! It truly proved effective. With two laser guns in hand, Qin Shan was determined not to let the group escape. He climbed to the rooftop and meticulously marked each individual who was relentlessly assaulting the helicopter, sparing only the miners. The first to awaken were Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan, who, momentarily stunned, quickly rose to their feet. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I could now single-handedly slay a bull." "I need to see your wounds." Despite having read the instructions on paper, Qin Shan was still incredulous, as if he had seen a ghost, and he reached out to tug at Luo Fuan's clothing. Luo Fuan, fully aware that his wounds had likely healed, protested, "Don't pull at me." Qin Shan then turned to Zhang Yuan, who willingly lifted his shirt, eager to ascertain the state of his own injuries. "Old Qin, do you see anything? The incision is crusted over with fresh pink skin. Does it still hurt?" Qin Shan pressed gently at the sight. The two foolish men wore expressions of disbelief, while Luo Fuan averted his gaze. Soon after, Yang Jingwei awoke, exhibiting even greater calm than Luo Fuan, as he too had partaken of drink earlier. Qin stirred but kept his eyes closed, engaging in thought while navigating the mental space imprinted in his mind. Indeed, drawing from his knowledge of science fiction, he was certain that Su Yan had bestowed upon him a spatial button, within which lay remnants of several major mysteries that had transpired abroad prior to the natural disaster. Incidents such as the explosion of an arms depot, the theft from a mall warehouse, and the heist of the central bank's vault were all present. Merely possessing the spatial button would not suffice to pilfer from the central bank, yet he instinctively knew that all of this was orchestrated by his wife. Qin Shan felt a sense of urgency as he began to tug at Qin Yi's clothing, eager to inspect the wound and ascertain why he had yet to regain consciousness. However, he was swiftly met with a firm slap from Qin Yi. "So, you are awake?" Qin inquired. "Do tell, where did this come from? How did it materialize so suddenly?" The others present shared his curiosity. "Spatial button," Qin Yi explained, gesturing to the chain around his neck. He then conjured several large barrels of mineral water out of thin air, offering them to the group to wash the blood from their hands and faces. The astonishment was palpable. They were all taken aback by the existence of such futuristic technology. "Indeed, you all know this chain was a gift from my wife. As for its origin, I remain in the dark. Prior to this, I had no inkling that it was a spatial button. Therefore, I kindly ask you all to keep this a secret." "Understood. Whatever the boss says goes," came the unanimous agreement. "This treasure must be kept confidential." "Thank you, my brothers. After years of camaraderie, I trust that our bond will ensure your silence." "Boss, how many items did sister-in-law prepare for you? You wish to know?" No. If the boss chooses not to share, I have no desire to pry." Luo Fuan hurriedly went to change his attire, fearful that lingering too long might provoke a fierce look from the boss. In less than 2 minutes, the group was dressed and ready. They stood in formation before the dilapidated house, stretching their limbs, each one brimming with vitality. A stark contrast to the struggle they had just endured at the gates of hell. Luo Fuan gazed at the damaged helicopter in the distance. The very one he had borrowed. How could he possibly return it to Lu Lingxuan? "Old Qin, have those pests been exterminated?" Luo Fuan loathed those scoundrels who not only took lives, but also destroyed aircraft. Setting aside the helicopter's considerable value, he had no means to procure another, especially within the military, although the exterior of the aircraft could potentially be repaired with their skills. The first-time use of the laser gun by Qin Shan had resulted in a beam that pierced through a person. That ray of light surged forward, perforating both the nose and tail of the two machines multiple times. There was no need for a close inspection. It was undoubtedly beyond repair. This is a borrowed helicopter. Within the spatial button, there was only one transport aircraft, which Qin Yi had released. After a moment's contemplation, he also retrieved a combat aircraft. The comrades were no longer astonished by Qin Yi's ability to conjure items from thin air. They were now captivated by the items themselves. "Old Qin, the one I piloted was also borrowed, specifically, your wife's. Consider this debt on your head." Qin Yi ensured that the transport aircraft was stocked with sufficient fuel before he and Yang Jingwei approached the combat aircraft. "Old Yang, I shall pilot it. Your current mood is not suited for driving." Without further ado, Yang Jingwei took the pilot's seat. "Old Qin, regarding the mission from before the natural disaster, what are your plans?" "I do not intend to hand over the mission for the time being." "Very well. Thank you, Old Yang. How many years have we been brothers?" Do you really need to thank me? I owe both you and your wife my life on 2 occasions. Are you expecting my gratitude to extend into the next life? Leave. I have no intention of a next life with you. Chapter 92, My Child. It has been merely half a year since their last meeting, which is relatively commonplace for many couples in long-distance relationships. However, for him and Su Yin, the distance between them encompasses not just the passage of time, but the transformation of a once thriving world into a desolate wasteland, with thoughts of the one he cherishes occupying his mind day and night. Qingyi feels a profound sense of the inexorable passage of time. Who could have anticipated the calamities that would follow? Who could have foreseen an impending apocalypse? What if? What if he were to alter his choices? There are no what-ifs, nor are there alternatives. Qingyi recognizes that he is not the quintessential boyfriend, and a deep sense of guilt lingers in his heart, rendering his steps heavy and burdensome. Won't you come in for a moment? No. Remember what I said about the helicopter. You shall bear the debts. He refuses to play the role of a third wheel, unwilling to partake in the romantic gestures of Su Yin and Qingyi, as the thought alone could stifle him. After incessantly calling Su Yin on the intercom for half an hour, he finally manages to establish a connection. Upon learning that Qingyi is on the rooftop, Su Yin is taken aback. She had never imagined they would reunite so swiftly, significantly shortening her plan of waiting at least 2 years for their next encounter. Of course, Su Yin does not shy away from the prospect of meeting him. She adopts a nonchalant demeanor, displaying indifference, and while she possesses some compassion, it is scarce. She fears that her temperament, marked by aloofness, may clash with Qingyi's unwavering dedication to serving the people and sacrificing for the greater good. In essence, it boils down to a clash of values. Su Yin had previously opted for separation, hoping that by the time they meet again, Qingyi would have fully adapted to the harsh realities of survival in this new world. Nevertheless, she decides not to dwell on such thoughts. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. What is meant to be hers will be, and what is not, she shall bid farewell without regret. After standing on the rooftop for over half an hour, Qingyi finally hears the sound of the door opening. The door swung open, revealing Su Yin. A soft smile graced her lips as she nodded. To Qingyi, her demeanor and charm appeared unchanged from the world before the apocalypse. The cataclysm had left her unscathed. Having heard from Yang Jinghui about Su Yan's circumstances, witnessing her in person evoked an entirely different sentiment. Would my presence disrupt the tranquility of your current life? This thought lingered in Qingyi's mind, and he voiced it aloud. Yes, it would. You could still leave before stepping inside, Su Yin replied, her words largely truthful. Once he crossed that threshold, many things would be laid bare. Qingyi hesitated for only a moment before decisively entering, shutting the rooftop door behind him, and taking Su Yan's hand as they descended the stairs. In a corner of the living room lay a dog bed, where the 2 dogs, De Huang and De He, stirred at the sight of a stranger. With a familiar aura of combativeness, they welcomed him, their tails wagging like propellers. Qingyi quickly discerned that both dogs had undergone systematic training, and he instinctively patted their heads. Military dogs? He inquired. They're police dogs, De Huang and De He. Su Yin clarified. You even have a panda? He asked, intrigued. Yes, its name is He. All right then, he mused. It was hardly surprising that his wife claimed to have a dragon at home. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Qing emerged from the children's room. Su, we have guests? Auntie, this is Qingyi. Hello, Auntie, he greeted respectfully, having not heard Su Yin mention an aunt before. Hello, Mr. Qing. Please make yourselves comfortable. I will prepare some tea. Auntie, there's no need to fuss, Su Yin interjected. Very well, then you two enjoy your conversation. I shall tend to the vegetables across the way. A subtle expression from Su Yin, coupled with the intertwined hands of the two, led Su Qing to an understanding. Despite being merely a sequence of data, she sensed Su Yan's desire for solitude and thus sought an excuse to depart. Qingyi, are you hungry? Please take a seat on the sofa while I prepare something for you to eat. I'm not eating. Then allow me to pour you a glass of water. I'm not drinking. Then what do you wish for? Su Yin felt a sudden tightening of the hand that held hers, and she tumbled into a broad embrace. The low murmur of the man echoing in her ears. I'm who I am. It must be different abroad. Back then, Su Yin merely wished to experience love before the impending apocalypse, the outcome of which remained an enigma. And now, the entanglements had grown substantial. Are you hesitating now? Do you not desire me? Do you find my identity burdensome? Are you upset that I left you alone abroad? Or do you blame me for not seeking you out sooner? None of that. Qingyi, what troubles you? Why have you suddenly come to Jiancheng? Very well. Come with me. Qingyi released his grip and followed Su Yin into the children's room. The two little ones were still napping. Xiaorui resembled a tiny octopus sprawled atop a small dinosaur even longer than himself, his lips curved upward in a smile, lost in a delightful dream. Xiaowei lay on her side, revealing half of her exquisitely delicate, rosy face, her small mouth slightly ajar, a droplet of dew clinging to her lips. Sensing someone's approach, her eyelashes fluttered, hinting at awakening. Su Yin gently caressed her precious daughter's little head, and the child settled back into tranquility. The shadow of Su Yin is evident on the little girl's face. Their sleeping postures are strikingly similar. The boy's appearance evokes an overwhelming sense of familiarity within him. As he gazes at the child, Qin Yi, as if he were beholding his own infant self. This is his child. If that is the case, then it must have been that night at the hotel. He tightened his grip on Su Yin's hand, pulling her into his embrace, compelling her to meet his gaze. Yin Yin, tell me, they are my children, are they not? Yes, she replied. When we first met abroad, the children were merely a month old. Our son is named Xiaorui, and our daughter is called Xiaowei. So, you are their father. How could I wish to be rid of you? How could I ever perceive you as a burden? Of course, there is no possibility of your escape now. You missed your chance before crossing the threshold. Chapter 93. This man saved the galaxy. He wanted to express his ignorance, to lament his folly in allowing his wife to suffer alone, to question why he had not been informed. Yet, not a single word escaped Qin Yi's lips. His mind was consumed by the realization that he had become a father. He had been blessed with both a son and a daughter in one fell swoop. His offspring were born of the very woman before him. His life had been saved by this woman. His brothers remarked that perhaps he had saved the galaxy in a past life to have encountered a woman like Su Yin, and he too believed he must have indeed saved the galaxy. Otherwise, how could Lady Luck have favored him so generously, bringing Su Yin and the children into his life? Yin Yin, you have endured much. From now on, let me take care of you and the children. All right, but you must tell me, what troubles have you faced? Let us sit down and talk. Qin Yi was reluctant to leave the children's room, pulling Su Yin to sit together on the carpet in front of the child's bed. They nestled against each other and spoke of the escort mission towards Han. After hearing the details, Su Yin realized that it was not entirely unfavorable in this post-apocalyptic world. Such events occurred with regularity. Qin Yi's mood was somewhat dismal as he recounted the incident, understandably so, for he had devoted himself to rescuing those in need only to be met with treachery. The depth of human depravity was truly disheartening. Yin, there are many things I do not comprehend. Ask, and I shall answer. Does old Yang know about the child? Yes, Yang Jinghui is investigating me. I asked him not to disclose any information regarding the child to you for the time being, and he partially agreed. Indeed, it was only a partial agreement. From Yang Jinghui, Qin Yi had learned merely that Su Yin was in Jiacheng and doing well, but nothing was mentioned about the child. Su Yan's farewell at the airport was akin to sending him off to a university of the apocalypse. Qin Yi could appreciate her